Ahoy hoy gang, if this is your first time with us, welcome! And if you're joining from a previous video, hey, we love to see it and I hope you're doing well. Here we are, the full series review. This is all my previous videos touched up and re-edited for your viewing pleasure with a little surprise at the end for all my dedicated Arlenites. So put on some Chuck Mangione, heat up some spaghetti and meatballs, and enjoy. There were a Mount Rushmore of adult animation, it would probably include people like Seth MacFarlane, Matt Groening, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, and of course, Mike Judge, who, oh my god, the man has lived a very storied life. Dude was the son of an archaeologist, was in a blues band, worked in Silicon Valley, and then just went on to have one of the largest impacts on pop culture of the modern era. See, back in the 1990s, MTV was one of the biggest paragons of pop culture. It was a melting pot of all kinds of experimental media, and while shocking to most, I swear it's true, actually played music videos instead of episodes of Catfish. Neve could never. While Mike Judge was working on his own animations as an indie developer, there was a series on MTV called Liquid Television that would air shorts by independent creators, and if they did well enough, hey, you got your own show order. Judge submitted Frog Baseball in 1992 that featured two of the dumbest characters ever created, Beavis and Butthead. He also made a collection of shorts about a character named Milton that would later get turned into the 1999 movie Office Space, which is absolutely amazing and cements Gary Cole and Stephen Root as comedy legends. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Beavis and Butthead were huge. Sure, Aeon Flux also came out of Liquid Television and was awesome, but nothing quite had the pop cultural impact that Beavis and Butthead had. Beavis and Butthead were cornerstones of MTV, one of the most watched cable channels, and helped catapult adult animation on cable TV by and far. It cannot be understood that there's a very good chance Viacom only took a chance on South Park that Fox had already passed on at that point because they had had such success with Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead got a movie in 1996 and is actually free on YouTube as I'm typing this. That very movie starred 90s legends Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, who at the time were married. This show about two idiots led to a movie that was an absolute chart topper that made its budget back and then some, which was absolutely unheard of for an adult animated property in the 90s. It would also get a spinoff in the form of Daria, created by Glenn Eichler and Susie Lewis-Lynn, without Mike Judge attached. And why? Well, he was working on a little show set in Arlen, Texas. King of the Hill was picked up by Fox, and while they thought it had some charm, they were worried about the characters seeming too country. And so they brought in Greg Daniels of Simpsons fame to help polish up the series, and what we got after that was 13 seasons of, shaky quality. So how did a 13-season show from 1997 that's been over since 2009 manage to maintain its popularity to this day? Short answer, syndication. You can probably find a King of the Hill rerun airing on some channel at any given time, even in the middle of the day. It's just always on. And the reason it's always on is because at its core, King of the Hill represents something more than the sum of its parts. It's like a modern version of Norman Rockwell painting, a celebration of American culture, music, and the true form of the American spirit. So how did King of the Hill become such a cultural phenomena? Well, there's really only one way to find out, isn't there? From the Fox to the syndication era, here is King of the Hill in review. And here we are, Season 1. It's my first Season 1 in a minute, so you'll have to excuse me for any rust on the old gears. I've gotten some flack in the past for saying a show is a product of its time, but I think it's most appropriate with King of the Hill. Remember, this series came out in 1997, and it shows. Not in any drastic ways, but you're going to see the Hills adapt to things like cell phones and home internet, and even fear the big bad boogeyman that was Y2K, which wouldn't even rear its digital head for another few seasons. Plural. So yeah, it literally is from a different millennia, and some episodes have understandably aged better than others. Full disclosure, while I've watched the show my entire life and know most of the episodes by memory, I've never done an episode-by-episode rewatch starting in Season 1. So in a lot of ways, we'll be experiencing it together for the first time. Season 1 is a crisp 12-episode order, which really isn't uncommon with animated series. American Dad, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, and Futurama all had short first seasons because the studio doesn't want to bank an entire 22-episode year-long commitment if the series doesn't do well. While it may air for 6 months, usually they'll repeat the season to fill in for things until we get back to sweeps. However, there's a lot to love about the first season, and it starts laying the groundwork for the characters and dynamics that would still resonate over 20 years later. So, what worked? What failed? What ideas of a charcoal-based future will need to be curtailed? There's only one way to find out, and only one way it can be done. Here we go, reviewing Season 1! It's a pilot. I mean, that's all I really got for you. It is the roughest the show is going to look and the roughest the characters are going to sound and seem. That is it. Remember, this is effectively a proof of concept. That being said, it's actually really cool looking at the background shots because a lot of them look to be made with stencils and watercolor. Some very rudimentary designs at that. And you have to remember, this is back when the majority of shows were still hand-drawn cell by cell. Obviously, there was a switch to digital production later in the show, but every frame needed to serve a purpose, and you can actually see the frames cut. I'm obviously not going to tear it apart because of this, since it's literally because of techniques of the time period, but it really is something fascinating to see. Honestly, for that reason alone, the pilot is a must-watch episode. Anyway, pilot opens with Hank and friends looking at his truck to figure out what's wrong with it, with a trusty, refreshing Alamo beer in each of their hands. Bill, voiced by comedy legend Stephen Root, who you have heard in countless animated series and has starred in everything from Office Space to Barry and everything in between. Dale is played by the late great Johnny Hardwick, who sadly passed before I began this review, and before he was able to record all of his lines for the revival series in the works. He hadn't worked in voice acting prior to Mike Judge recruiting him, and honestly you can hear his evolution as a voice actor in real time, which is downright magical. Hank and Boomhauer are voiced by Mike Judge and would be for the duration of the show. Hank starts out sounding like a carbon copy of Tom Anderson from Beavis and Butthead, in large part because they were based off the same real person from Mike Judge's childhood, and they had planned to have them be related, though unfortunately had to scrap the idea, instead giving us the timeless classic of a dad, Cotton Hill, who, I don't know if you know this or not, but he killed 50 men. These four would go on to be your guiding star of the series. Their families may be featured, they may not be, but for all intents and purposes, these are your core four. They're just four guys standing around looking at a truck, sipping beer, and talking about the latest episode of Seinfeld. They're not complex, and they don't need to be. We then get the intro by the Refreshments, which I'm sure you can hear just from thinking it. It's okay, I do it too, but it just speaks to how iconic the theme is. These cold opens would be common for the early seasons and would eventually be phased out, but honestly, I miss them when they're not there. They're great. Anyway, we meet Bobby, Hank's son, played by Pamela Adlon, listening to a prankster cassette on his Walkman. Google it. Luann, Hank's, I guess, niece-in-law? She's Peggy's niece, and she lives with him. Played by the incredibly talented and always missed Brittany Murphy. Seriously, watch Ramen Girl. It's great. Toshiyuki Nishida was also just brilliant in the movie. It is a very good movie that needs more attention. And, of course, Peggy Hill, played by Kathy Najimy, who is still coming into her own with the character, but you can tell she is gunning for it. She is putting in the effort. The episode focuses around Bobby being bad at sports, playing baseball, getting beaned, and when Hank goes into Megalomart, a giant big box store like the then surging in popularity Walmart, to get some WD-40, he yells at the incompetent retail worker that doesn't even know where to find a hammer. It is the first appearance of Buckley's model, but he doesn't have the characteristics of Buckley just yet, other than being really, really dumb. Anyway, a bunch of no-named women start gossiping about Hank losing his cool and Bobby's black eye, and next thing you know, CPS gets called on him. That's the pilot here. CPS goes to the Hill House. Isn't that funny? We also see Dale getting all conspiratorial like we love to see. There's even a global warming joke that has not aged well. It's really funny they bring up global warming, though, because it wouldn't be largely discussed in pop culture until Al Gore would release An Inconvenient Truth in 2006, and it's definitely a showing of Mike Judge's more political-focused dialogue. Remember, conventional home internet wasn't a thing. AM talk radio was still a way a lot of people got their news from day to day. Anyway, the CPS worker does interviews, and this is when we see that Hank is passionate, he's patriotic, but he's not violent unless he is truly pushed. Compare this to the other huge Fox animated series of the time, where it took them 31 seasons to have people start wondering if Homer was going to stop strangling Bart, and they went back and said no. It gives you something to stand behind. This is Hank Hill, a salt-of-the-earth propane and propane accessory salesman. He's a man that follows his own moral code and respects anyone that works hard and tries to be the best person they can be. None of the characters in this series are really shooting for greatness. Hank doesn't have larger aspirations. He has dreams, sure, but he's not actively pursuing them because he believes they're out of his reach. Bill is a military barber. Dale is an exterminator. We don't know what Boomhauer does, don't think about it. Hank sells propane for his pseudo-father figure Buck Strickland, aka the best character in the show, spoilers, and they're just trying to raise their families and provide the best ways they know how. We're introduced to Dale's wife, Nancy, played by Ashley Gardner, and her headache healing specialist, John Redcorn, who Dale's son looks a lot alike. Don't question it. Anyway, CPS calls off the investigation and tells Bobby, who decides to not tell Hank so that he can't yell at him or be mad because he thinks when he's mad, he doesn't love him. Peggy insists that Hank tells Bobby that he loves him unconditionally because he genuinely does. This is the first time we see Hank's past in our first introduction to Cotton, played by General Traster himself, Toby Huss. And so yeah, Hank is stunted emotionally and doesn't know how to communicate with his son. Something new and unique for cartoon dads. However, he tells his son he's proud of him and they shadowbox on the porch and laugh as the episode pans out. I would love to see what the pilot looked like before Greg Daniels looked it over, because I feel like it would have been a vastly different show. Even from the first episode, you pan away with your heart full and an appreciation for these characters. I'm not gonna lie, I teared up a little watching the pilot. That's what King of the Hill does to you. It knows how to evoke raw emotion from things you wouldn't think about, in large part due to how human it is. Hank isn't a CIA agent. There's no talking dogs or aliens, despite what Dale thinks, and for all intents and purposes, everything in the show is believable. You could have made King of the Hill as a live-action series. Would it be as good? Absolutely not, but it could have been done. The pilot is a solid 10 out of 10 that may be a product of its time, but it's still a great product to appreciate. I liken King of the Hill to Norman Rockwell, but it may be better to call it a New Age Andy Griffith show. There's a genuine heart at its core that just didn't exist in animation at the time, or really afterwards. How do you capture that down-home energy twice? Bobby has to get a permission slip signed by Peggy and Hank so he can get a sex ed course in the 8th grade, and Peggy and Hank, while hesitant, believe he should be taught sex ed at home. Huh. That sure is topical for a series that came out 25 years ago. Hank believes the government should be kept out of his bedroom and people should just be allowed to be. Wow, that seems like a reasonable and nuanced take that is a surprisingly charged one 25 years after he's uttering it. Seems odd to me, all I'm saying. Oh look, after Hank attempts to teach Bobby himself with the help of a woman using a bovine inseminator, which is surprisingly progressive for 97, you love to see it, he and Peggy trust the trained official to talk to their son about a sensitive subject and get the appropriate information he needs. Well, Dale decides to send a funny little threat to the teacher who quits and they need a substitute. A substitute teacher of the year of 1996. One Peggy Hill. I'm telling you, we don't appreciate backgrounds anymore. Sure, yeah, fine, the animation is choppy in parts, but those backgrounds are gorgeous. And so, yeah, Peggy has to grapple with having shame and the common decency while trying to be honest about what she's teaching the kids in sex ed and making sure they're getting a proper lesson that is more substantial than what she got. This is the second episode and we're already tackling plots like this. Will they all be like this? No, absolutely not. But man, talk about masterful storytelling to navigate it so deftly. Also, for Peggy's first episode to be the second episode is something great. It really gives Kathy Najimy a time to shine and really put some effort into Peggy and some emotion. And honestly, if she was even a fraction less talented, Peggy would not be nearly as good. Sure, a lot of people justifiably hate Peggy for later seasons, and I don't blame them, but it's definitely not because Kathy Najimy slipped up. She brings 112% every single episode. Like, the episode comes down to Peggy not wanting to be repressed and to give Bobby a healthy sex ed so he knows what to expect as he grows into being an adult, and Hank challenging change, ultimately forbidding Bobby to go to school and taking him to work instead. And it's at this point that King of the Hill transcends other animated series. When Bobby starts asking questions, Hank admits that Peggy is a courageous and strong woman for being willing to teach the kids about sex ed, and even takes Bobby back to learn from her since she's been studying it. He could have bashed her. He could have ignored and blown her off the entire episode. But even in his most repressed ways, he genuinely cares about Peggy and thinks the world of her. Hank loves his family. He's not the best at showing it, but it is never questioned if he does or doesn't. This is the second episode, and it shows Hank not only being wrong, but admitting to being wrong and trying to put some respect on his wife's name to a bunch of kids that ultimately don't even take the course because it's optional and needs parental permission, showing that it was never that deep to begin with. Like, how do you marry political commentary with genuine emotional development so expertly? You tell me what political leaning this episode has. Peggy is a trained educator who studied and prepared herself to give a mature conversation about sex ed to children in a classroom, but only if their parents provided consent. You point out to me the slant one way or another. It tackles the topic in a logical way while showing the reasons why people may think like they do. It never uniformly attacks the people of Arlen or makes them seem idiotic. Dale being weird yet dumb actually gives his character some depth that'll be explored later on. Square Peg is another terrific episode that builds out what's coming and is a great step in establishing Peggy as a character who will totally not be ruined later on. Square Peg is another really solid 10 out of 10. It's the Order of the Straight Arrow, and we get to see Hank and the gang going on a snipe hunt and get drunk off non-alcoholic Bloody Mary mix when they're kids. I actually appreciate that the gang's dads, except for Cotton, were actually different and get established later on. I didn't talk about Peggy's mom in the last episode because it really just doesn't matter. She's gonna change a lot more as the series goes on. So yeah, Hank is taking Bobby up to do the Order of the Straight Arrow, like a Boy Scout thing, and we get John Redcorn, who is actually played by Victor Aaron in this episode, though he tragically passed before the episode aired. The episode would be dedicated to his memory, and he would play him for the rest of the season, and he'd be replaced by Jonathan Joss from Season 2 on. Peggy gives Luann and Hank fun savers, which are little disposable cameras, which, look, technology evolved really, really quickly, okay? Different times. Anyway, she rushes them out to get a weekend to herself, which is a wild adventure. And so yeah, it's a Hank and the Gang episode where they take the boys up and share the park with a bunch of protesters. Hank and the gang repurpose the spiritual stuff John Redcorn taught them to spice up their straight arrow rituals, and the kids understandably believe everything they say. So when it comes time for the snipe hunt and Bobby runs out and actually gets a snipe with his whoop-ass stick, greatest line ever, Hank is confused until he opens his bag and discovers he's bludgeoned an endangered whooping crane by mistake. The gang try to bury or hide the bird so they don't get caught, while Bobby tries to show the animal respect and reverence because he believed everything his dad was telling him, even as Hank is trying to lie to a park ranger and slip past. And when all hope seems lost and Bobby puts the bird in the water for one last blessing, it wakes up and flies off. Which, okay. The crane is a very spiritual bird inherently. There's an episode later on in the series that you could argue that this foreshadows. But you could also just as easily go, oh, it was just stunned and woke up and that's that. I don't know. Seems curious. Just saying Bobby might be a kind of messiah. Oh, and Peggy sneaking around was because she shops at a shoe store for women with larger feet, and she does it in secret because she's embarrassed by it. An entire B story that was believable back in 1997, and almost unfathomable in 2023 since you could just order shoes online, like with today's sponsor. I have no sponsors. Uh-oh. No, the Order of the Straight Arrow is terrific, and is another great mix of, again, family and political commentary. The environmentalists running through nests to punish Hank for the crane, juxtaposed with Hank realizing that he was instilling in Bobby the same trauma his dad instilled in him, and taught him an us versus them mentality when Bobby should know his dad is always going to support him, no matter what. These things are both handled with an equal amount of weight, until understandably the Bobby Hank story is the more important one. I think the most important thing about these life lessons at the end of the episode is they're not given by some sage figure to Hank. Hank just sort of figures it out on his own. Hank is not a perfect person, but he loves his family, and even though he may not outwardly show it, he loves Bobby more than anything. That is his son. This is episode 3, and if I had to boil down the appeal of this episode to one solitary scene, it would be when the crane wakes up, spreads its wings against the sun, and flies off. If that's not the most Hayao Miyazaki shot you've ever seen, But in all seriousness, it wasn't something you saw in adult animation at the time. It didn't linger on shots or have shots that appreciate the beauty of nature. It's jumping from one joke to the next as jaggedly as possible. But King of the Hill never really does that. It never tries to pull you along to a different joke. I don't know. The Order of the Straight Arrow is not an episode you'd expect out of any show's third episode, much less an adult animated series. It's yet another 10 out of 10 that shows what captivated America about King of the Hill. We get to see Hank's perfect dream. He's playing golf and then playing guitar with music icon Willie Nelson, played by Willie Nelson, the first major guest star of the show. Dennis Hopper would later appear in the same episode, played by himself. That's right, Bowser in that Mario movie. And Speed! Anyway, Bobby starts playing Betsy, Hank's beloved guitar, with a block of cheese like his comedy icon Celery Head and his pun of Eddie Cheddar, which, you know what? Respect for them just telling the joke and not actually showing Pearl Jam playing with cheese. Hank is upset that Bobby doesn't have any heroes like he does with Willie Nelson, and he's determined to make sure Bobby finds a real hero to look up to. So he and the gang take him golfing, where he actually seems to do pretty good, until he accidentally hits a fellow golfer, Willie Nelson, who proceeds to black out. Hank's only interaction with Willie Nelson is to help a concussed man along. Bobby decides to help his dad out to show that he's a good son, and goes to Willie Nelson's with Hank's beloved Betsy, which he then signs and invites Hank and Peggy to come hang out with other celebrities and party at his barbecue. Oh, right, and then Hank, blows up his trailer or something, right? Nope, they go and have a great time at Willie Nelson's, and Hank gets to perform with his hero. And the great part about this episode is that it has a B story that's so carefully interwoven into the A story that they need to exist together. Peggy hates how much Hank loves his guitar. He puts it before her a lot of the time, which justifiably makes her upset. She has to strap his guitar in and treat it like a precious gem, even as he admits he loves it and can't admit to loving her the same. Seems pretty horrible, right? Well, hang on now. We also get to see that Peggy is a softball throwing machine that puts so much heat in her throws, even Luann needs a second when she's catching for her. There's so many small things that just keep elevating Peggy as a character. And then by the end of the episode, when you genuinely feel for Peggy and feel like her rage is justified, you hear Hank singing in his own awkward way about how much he loves his peg leg, his Peggy. He loves that guitar because it lets him express himself. And while he could never personally say those things to her, he feels safer to express himself with his guitar. And that's not even me reading into it. It's shown to you throughout the episode. If Peter gets a guitar, he's singing about Iraq lobsters or butter on Pop-Tarts. If Homer gets a guitar, it's probably to reference a punk band of the current decade. But if Hank gets it, he just plays alongside his hero and sings about how much he loves his wife. Even if we go back to the dream sequence, he's not with another woman, he's not wishing he had a better family, he has a personal dream of wanting to play golf with Willie Nelson. He doesn't want to change his home life, because he loves his home life. It's the first and one of the few times we see Hank have solid aspirations. Sure, he's an assistant manager at Strickland Propane, but he's also a man that loves music, and it's just so incredible to see so much development in just the first season. Hank's Got the Willies is just another mind-blowing 10 out of 10. Luann is stoked to move out of Hank's den and move in with Buckley, her boyfriend, who unceremoniously dumps her instead of having her move in. This is actually our first episode without a cold open, and I just want you to appreciate the age in the opening scene. Luann and Peggy are doing a workout tape, while Bobby complains that his Game Boy is out of batteries. Feel old yet? I remember having those problems. And so yeah, Peggy is right there for her niece to help her get through her devastating breakup, while Hank is trying to just get through his day, while struggling to take any of Peggy's advice to help. Now, it's at this juncture where I need to thank you all for watching and for me to come clean with a terrible secret of mine. I have always meant for this channel to be an escape for people, for them to not worry about anything and just enjoy themselves. Even in my comments, I make sure to try and respond to each of you in some way so people feel seen and appreciated, because you are. I have tried to cultivate a place of no judgment, so none of you can judge me. It's foreboding. I had no idea Chuck Mangione was a real person until I was well into my 20s. Yeah, we get our first appearance of Megalomart's spokesperson, an apparently real person, Chuck Mangione, played by Chuck Mangione, the actual real one. His albums look the same and everything. I just never bothered to Google it or look into it, thought they were mocking like Kenny G. Nope, totally real guy. Tangent aside, Hank actually starts hanging out with Luann and bonding as he helps her get over Buckley, and then decides he's going to help her find a real boyfriend so she can still move out and he can still get his den back, all while Peggy is following a bunch of rules to make sure the breakup goes as smoothly as possible, even making sure she doesn't pick up a rebound relationship, which, I'm gonna say it, Peggy in just the first season alone has so much agency, it's insane. She's not afraid to speak up and stand for what she thinks is right, loves her family, and has such a full personality that it's insane to think we're only 5 episodes into the season. Like, if I sat you down and asked you to describe each of the characters right now, 5 episodes in, without talking about their physical attributes, you absolutely could thoroughly and never feel redundant. They feel unique and fleshed out, and that's really where King of the Hill shines. And there's no better example than what happens next. While Hank is out looking for a new boyfriend for Luann at the dance hall, he finds the perfect guy for her and leaves knowing that she's in good hands. Turns out that real homegrown Texan was way too handsy and creeped Luann out, so who takes her home? Why, it's none other than dang old Boomhauer, man, the Glenn Quagmire of King of the Hill. And so, Hank believes one of his best friends is sleeping with Luann. The thing I love most about this is, the audience can somewhat understand Boomhauer, but no one else really can. He is very clear he has no feelings or interest in Luann at all, and was just helping her get out of a bad situation. She says she's going to stay at his place, and he says, absolutely not, I'm not doing that, and then she proceeds to do it anyway. When she is getting second thoughts about her plan that she put in motion, he literally just throws blankets and a pillow on the couch for her to sleep while he sleeps in his bed. He will do the nice and right thing, but he is not inherently skeevy. It's not like he waited until she turned 18 and then took her up to a log cabin or anything. That would be weird and really off character. That would not be a great episode, and would make you rethink why you would write a character like that. Anyway, when Luann goes to pick up her stuff after she and Hank had a falling out, he tells her it's in the den, fully packed up and ready for her. And when she goes in, she sees he's transformed the den into a proper bedroom for her to live in permanently. It's been hinted at throughout the series, but Luann is with the Hills because her home life is terrible. Her parents fight when they're not in prison, and Peggy wants to do right by her niece and take care of her and give her a better life. She loves Bobby, Peggy, and Hank. She wants to succeed in beauty school, and Brittany Murphy brought a beautifully multi-layered character to life like only she could. This is really the start of Luann's journey, and it's just so amazing seeing where all this is starting from. The episode is a 10 out of 10, and does a beautiful job. Right out the gate, we see Peggy playing Boggle, which won't come up ever again. I'm pointing it out for absolutely no reason. Swearsies. What's the plot of the episode? Oh, Hank is constipated, and Peggy won't stop telling people about something that he thinks should be private. A completely reasonable argument. We also find out Dale's wife is a weather girl for one of the local news stations. On the one hand, it's great to see all of Hank's friends worried about him and offering suggestions to help him out of a tricky situation. On the other, yeah, it's totally reasonable he didn't want the world knowing about his very personal issue. Jim Cummings is a guest star in this episode, and it's just so fun to hear him. Just imagine Winnie the Pooh as your Surgeon General. It's delightful. Peggy says it's something to discuss because she doesn't want it to be something serious and is just worried about her husband's health. To be fair, Nancy chose to share his business on the news. Peggy was just trusting in a confidant. We even get a dream sequence where Peggy sees herself at Hank's funeral and doesn't want to lose her husband, who finally agrees to go see a doctor for his problem. The episode perfectly encapsulates the awkwardness of the doctor's office, and that's what makes this episode so fascinating. Like, it's based around Hank getting a rectal exam and getting into tofu alternatives to his favorite meats. The great thing about this episode is it's the definition of evergreen, and really speaks to the longevity of King of the Hill. This is an episode that could be made in any show at any time period and be relatable. It doesn't hang on relevant pop culture icons or wacky situations. It's literally just Hank being constipated, Peggy being overzealous in how she cares for him because she loves him so much she doesn't want to lose him, and the community trying to help their friend. That's it. It's such a small story, and that's when I think King of the Hill is at its strongest. Like, you know how the narrative ends. You don't need me to tell you Hank loses his colon in the 6th episode of the series. You know that doesn't happen. But it's what happens at the end of the episode that matters. Hank and Peggy are crying and hugging each other as he realizes how lucky he is to have a woman so genuinely concerned about his well-being because she doesn't want to lose him. But she also doesn't want him to stop being who he is. He admits that he'll open up more, and then, as he's no longer emotionally constipated, he runs off and returns triumphant as the family embraces in a tight hug. You can laugh at it, you can cry at it. It hits so many different notes all at once, and they're each glorious. Not once in the episode does anyone mock Hank for his problem either, which is a very important note. We'll get that with other issues he develops later in the series, but here everyone just really cares for one another. You really feel the community of the neighborhood. I mean, it's just great. That being said, yeah, the middle does run a little long, and while the doctor office scene serves a purpose, and serves that purpose well, they do tend to drag a little bit. It would probably be the first 9 out of 10 of the series, and even that is still a huge accomplishment on its own. Oh, okay. I thought we had more time. I really, truly did. Okay, there is no proper way to navigate this. I think it is a multi-layered conversation that a lot of people, probably not myself, should have. Here's where things get just a wee bit controversial. So the episode opens with a moving truck and Hank excited that he's getting new neighbors. Excited when he sees the white movers unloading the truck. However, it's revealed that it's a Laotian family moving in next door. Con, Min, and their daughter, Con Jr., aka Connie, Susa Newfoundphone. Min and Connie are both voiced by acclaimed voice actress Lauren Tom, while Con is played by Toby Huss. Now, Lauren Tom does have Asian heritage. Toby Huss is very, very white. That being said, hate me if you want, I really think Toby Huss does an outstanding job at adding nuance to Con that makes him feel like a fleshed out character and is respectful of the character's culture, while also realizing his identity as an individual. They could have gone full Mickey Rooney and Breakfast at Tiffany's if they really wanted to, but they didn't, and that's kind of the point of this episode. Con and his family are still just people trying to live their best life. Hank and the gang go over expecting him to not even know English, but Con and his family speak English fluently and are genuinely smart. And even when they're treated like they're from some mystical Orient when they lived in California for the last 20 years. They're Americans, but they're still foreign to the neighborhood. It's an episode. The Hills have Con and his family over for dinner. Min makes fun of Peggy's giant feet, then improves on her brown Betty to embarrass her at their barbecue afterwards. At that same barbecue, Con gives Hank one of the best burgers he's ever had, while Bobby and Connie let Doggy and Ladybird off their restraints so they can run together, and they eventually lose both dogs. However, Hank has no idea and thinks that Con served him dog. He then decides to get evidence that they eat dog because that's what those people do, and that's effectively the episode where it ends with Con and Hank discussing parenting techniques and how they're both against spanking, which was a very forward-thinking idea in the 90s. It's surprising seeing who Hank's father is and then learning that about him. But that's the bulk of the episode, and there's so many things I glossed over because they really just boil down to that same narrative. The neighborhood jumps to conclusions about their new neighbors until they actually spend time with them and learn how they fit in the neighborhood. And I think that's where the important difference lies. If you look at Con compared to, say, Apu from The Simpsons, you see an actually fleshed out multi-layered character compared to something more closely resembling a caricature, which does work for the Simpsons style, but it obviously had negative ramifications as time went on. You never hear Con as an insult or anything because he's not a mockery of Laotian culture. He's just Con. He's a computer engineer with manic depression and a loving family who also loves karaoke and is sarcastic to a fault. He's got a lot of layers. He's a great addition to the neighborhood, mostly because he's an outsider, and sometimes he's on Hank's sides. He'll bash Hank as a crazy redneck. A good character doesn't have to be a good person all the time. I don't know. There's speculation that Khan may not even return in the new King of the Hill project, but to take him and or his family out of the show is taking a major chunk of the cast out. They're so interwoven into the narrative at this point, and Connie is a hugely important person to Bobby. I don't know. I'm rambling, I know. I'd personally say West East Side Story is closer to an 8 or 9 out of 10, just because it drags and parts can be just a little uncomfortable to watch. Though I will say, it's the funniest Dale has been since the show began. His voice is still developing, but you can really hear Johnny Hardwick adding more and more layers. It's delightful. It's Bobby's birthday, and his grandpa Cotton is coming. Peggy calls him evil, which honestly is fair. I will say it's weird seeing Bobby not like Cotton initially, just because of what we get later on, but it is interesting. Cotton rides in on a horse, and that's our first proper appearance of the shinless Fitty-Man killer and his wife Dee Dee, who is the same age as Hank. Cotton gets Bobby a shotgun for his birthday. I will say Toby Huss is still getting Cotton down. He'll get more nasally as time goes on, but the core of Cotton is here. The funny thing is, Khan really doesn't change at all throughout the series. He's kind of set as he is, and that works for the character. This is truly the perfect example of a great character doesn't have to be a good person. Cotton is just the worst. Every time we see him in flashbacks, he's been wild and out there and aggressive, but we never really got to fully experience him. Now he's slapping ass and taking names, and Bobby is learning from him. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty intense episode. You've seen this idea before in all kinds of sitcoms and cartoons, and it's not a bad trope, but King of the Hill cranks it up to almost parody. Cotton is just this womanizing sleazebag that puts his son down at any given moment just because he can. He loves Bobby, but he is also just weird and grossly intense, which really works for Cotton. Anyway, Cotton mutilates his own car to stay after the birthday party, and Luann fixes it because, you know, she's good at that stuff. Cotton bashes women and their contributions to society. Bobby then gets sent home for starting a sexist chant, emphasizing what his grandfather just taught him. The episode culminates in Hank standing firm and defending Peggy, while calling out his dad for being the horrible person that he is, and talks about how a good relationship needs to be 50-50. Cotton doesn't even leave defeated at that point. He smiles as he hops in the car with Dee Dee and talks about how love is weakness. I think that's the most important thing. If this were a lesser show, those messages could sound preachy. They almost sound altruistic. But if you paid attention throughout the show, Hank and Peggy stick to those values. They genuinely trust and understand each other. Look back at Square Peg. The message of that episode literally hinges on them believing in what Hank is saying to his father. The other important factor is Cotton. He isn't even fazed by what Hank is saying, and honestly, he shouldn't be. That's his character. He is steadfast in his ways. He's a soldier that served his country and was wounded in combat, and is a totally sexist, horribly abusive father. He could take a look at Khan and immediately tell he was Laotian, and then still belittled him at every turn. He is a bad guy, but a great character, and honestly, he's probably the closest thing we have to a main antagonist in this entire show. Even as I think about it, his arc throughout the show is really kind of dark, and I am excited to go back through it. But he is the closest thing the show has to an active antagonist. If he is around, no one is getting along. He is the perfect foil to Hank, who is steadfast in his honest ways, and while he isn't a show-off, he's earned the respect and admiration of his friends and family, which is just incredible. Talk about the inactive rebellion there. And again, huge shout out to Toby Huss for making Cotton so unlikable. His voice will change as the series goes on, but that cadence is still just so biting, it's great. The episode has a lot to love and a lot to justifiably hate. I can see a lot of people just straight up hating everything about it, but I implore you to look at it from a writing and performance perspective. You feel something because it's so well done. Even if it evoked hatred from you, it's because it was trying to, and that takes real talent. It's an absolutely solid 8 out of 10 that does have one scene too many, but was an overall great first clash between Hank and Cotton. I need to go to the Dallas Mower Expo, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Like, sure, the 8 story and whatnot, but that commercial is something I still think about to this day. King Mulch is an icon. What does that thing do? Anyway, Peggy is a frighteningly good Boggle player, and I can't emphasize enough how Boggle tournaments were a pretty big deal back in the day alongside Scrabble. It was the 90s. There was a lot of niche culture to pass the time before YouTube and home entertainment were more readily accessible. As someone that's gone to their fair share of LCSs, it's a community thing. And I don't know, I have always been a fan of this episode, mostly because my own grandmother was an active, avid Boggle tournament player and staunch Scrabble player. She got me a dictionary so I'd have a fighting chance against her. That's how serious things were in my house. We would play the 5-letter word game for fun on road trips. We were those people. You think I want to know how many points X is worth in Scrabble? 8. Same as J. Anyway, Peggy wins her first Boggle trophy and Hank gets self-conscious when Peggy gets to go to the state championship. Hank gets to go to the Mower Expo in Dallas while Peggy competes, all while Bobby and Luann hang out and watch some rentals from Blockbuster. I'm not going to explain rentals from Blockbuster, but no, it was a pretty great time. Laurie Metcalf guest stars as Cece Cobb, the Boggle champ of Dallas, which is right at the end of Roseanne, so she was a pretty big get for the show. Bobby and Luann start to spiral and freak out as the house falls into disrepair with a drop of varnish on the carpet, and it just gets worse from there. Peggy needs Hank as her coach, and he looks for every chance to sneak away, while Peggy panics and can't focus during the tournament. I love the Hank and the gang bits at the Lawnmower Expo, but this episode felt the most gaggy of the season. There was more drastic cuts than we'd seen before, and it felt like they were padding the episode with quick jokes, which just hasn't been King of the Hill style up to this point, or would be going forward. It's a weird episode that is sort of the exception to the rule that King of the Hill doesn't do slap jokes. It comes back around when Peggy makes it to the finals. Hank realizes he needs to do the right thing and goes to be by his wife's side, and gives her the pencil that allows her to win the game. Laurie Metcalf really brings it as Cece, and I mean, she really is the breakout guest star right out the gate. Just absolutely stellar job making such an easily hateable character. The other great thing is Peggy is shown not needing any actual coaching, she just needed his support by being there. Hank isn't her key to victory or a lucky charm, he is literally just her support. But even when they get back and see the cleaning crew, it just feels out of place. It's not a bad episode by any means, it's still really funny and has a lot of charm. It's probably around a 9 out of 10 overall, and a great way to turn the corner on the end of the first season. Bobby is caught trying to smoke with Joseph by Hank. We then learn that Hank and Peggy used to smoke, so to teach Bobby a lesson, Hank makes him smoke a carton all in one sitting. Hank then tries to show Bobby how to smoke like an American and starts smoking again. Dale starts helping Joseph make an informed decision on smoking. It's definitely one of the more artistic episodes. There's a lot of play with angles and even has this weird aerial shot when both Bobby and Hank light up as they both struggle with their addictions. It's a weird episode, but it does show Hank has some vices and isn't a perfect guy. He's just an everyman, and that's okay. It's also kind of funny that the first Strickland propane worker we meet is actually Enrique, and he's not played by Danny Trejo like he would be later in the series, but is actually played by Eloy Casados, and it's fun. They take a smoke break at a propane shop, and what could possibly go wrong? There's a C story about Luann trying to get Lady Bird to stop eating all of her makeup, which actually has a payoff at the end of the episode. And this is kind of the best way to explain King of the Hill to anyone. It's practical absurdity. It's all wacky stories that could realistically happen. However, I think they're elevated by their animation, especially this episode, whereas Hank, Peggy, and Bobby get more and more addicted and start slipping down Sweet Lady Nicotine's slide of seduction, their designs also start to contort. They look more and more disheveled, and not just in their clothes, in their actual line work and expressions. It's actually wonderful that Luann is the voice of reason that tries to train them like dogs when nothing else works. She's come from a broken family, and she doesn't want to see that happening to the Hills too. Keeping Up with Our Joneses is the episode I'd show a Beavis and Butthead fan to convert them to the show. It feels like it is the most Mike Judge influence of the season, from the jokes to just the overall tone. We also get more of Pathetic Bill, which will be played up as the series goes on, but it's great that we've been getting sprinkles of the rest of the gang. Keeping Up is a 7 out of 10 that feels like a whirlwind that sweeps you up and sets you down and tells you totally watched an episode of King of the Hill, don't worry about it. I think knowing this episode was in this season was why I avoided the season as a whole, just because the second half spirals so fast. It's a good episode still, don't get me wrong, I honestly probably appreciate it more this watch through than previously, just probably the weakest narratively of the season. That being said, it is super experimental and does have a lot to appreciate. Again, for late 90s animation, there's so many shots that make you just take a step back and appreciate the cells and layering. I know it's a weird thing to nerd out over, but just seeing the smoke that isn't just edited in post is so refreshing. It's like the smoke monster from Ferngully. There's a charm to animation from this time period, especially King of the Hill, that I wish more people appreciated. Hank is trimming up his lawn to make sure it's looking as good as possible to impress at the block party as Con gloats about how superior his lawn is to Hank's. It's actually a Dale episode, believe it or not. Peggy thinks Dale spraying poison on Hank's lawn is what's causing it to fail. You really can't argue with that logic, and so yeah, Hank tells Dale to not spray and they get into it. This is when we find out Dale is a poison man. He's an exterminator with a love for the job, just not a competency for it. Dale does not take it well. He then decides to plant fire ants on Hank's lawn to sabotage him for having a problem with him spraying his poison. Bobby and Joseph take a queen and the other ants and put them in a gumball machine where Bobby thinks he can understand the queen's pheromones and follows her orders. Dale starts inching Hank out as an authority because he can't maintain his lawn. Hank apologizes to Dale, who then decides to fix everything by spraying his strongest poison and killing his lawn. Bobby really gets obsessed with the queen ant while Hank sinks into the mud that was his lawn in shock. Peggy finds Dale's plans to sabotage and he approaches her like he's Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. Bobby, okay, let's talk about it. He might be Buddha. He gets real obsessed with the ant and even releases the queen before getting swarmed and just covered in fire ants. Hank finds out Dale did in fact destroy his lawn, and he runs after him only to have Dale take the fire ants off Bobby as punishment for what he did and to save the boy. You still following along, gang? It's a lot happening all at once, especially on Dale's first real time in the spotlight. Hank and Dale make up, and while Hank wallows without his lawn, the whole neighborhood, including Con, which is important, come together to give Hank a piece of their own lawns to give him something to grow back with. They talk about what a kind person Hank is and the community he's made out of a neighborhood as they all come together to help him in his time of need. King of the Anthill is our first real taste of Dale as a character, and man, I'm so glad he doesn't change. Throughout the series, this is Dale. He's always going to be this squirrely, conspiracy-driven little goblin man, and that's why he was such a fan favorite. Some of my favorite episodes are Dale episodes, and it's very easy to see why. He always keeps Rainy Street exciting. I really don't know what was going on with Bobby and the ants. Maybe he could just talk to him. Who knows? It was just really bizarre. And it's great listening to Peggy talk about Spanish as a substitute Spanish teacher and not being exactly right. I mean, this season has been a knockout hit, and with only one more episode to go, it's hard to see it falling at all. King of the Anthill is a terrific 9 out of 10. Bobby gets invited to his first boy-girl party by Joseph. Luann has to get ready for her final at beauty school. Her teacher, Miss Kremser, is actually played by award-winning actress Jennifer Coolidge, which, wow, 25 years of quality. Keep going. Dawn Lewis plays Sharona, a fellow beauty school student. Bobby starts to panic about not knowing how to interact with girls and starts to have a psychotic break until Connie pulls him out of it. He thinks he's not into girls and even wants to pull out of going to Joseph's party until Luann comes home with a practice doll head to practice styling on, and Bobby is absolutely infatuated and starts using it to practice talking to and kissing girls. And yeah, he bars the door so he can dance with a head. It reminds me of Lars and the Real Girl, which I believe they made after seeing this episode. It just lines up is all I'm saying. Ryan Gosling would make an excellent live-action Hank Hill now. This is actually our first time seeing Bill as a military barber, and he offers for Luann to practice cuts on the recruits since they have to have their heads shaved anyway. If you're unnerved by the doll head and how Bobby interacts with it, hey, that's the point. King of the Hill handles the awkwardness of adolescence like only it can. It's weird, it's unsettling, but it's perfectly on brand for Bobby to be this weird, and using the doll head does give him the confidence to be able to just be natural around girls. I mean, not last episode, he was mouth-feeding ants sugar. It's just this is the first season finale. Imagine you were invested in this show, and for 3 months you've loved every bit of your adventures with Hill House, and then bam, the last episode is Bobby dealing with his infatuation with the doll head. If Keeping Up with Our Joneses wasn't earlier in the series, I think this might have been too jarring. But having that buffer lets this episode be so out there. However, in Hank's blind rage, he slices Luann's practice doll in half, so she has to use him as a model. Thankfully, he helps her pass by complimenting her hard work, and it actually feels like a proper point of progression in Luann's journey. She's earned the respect of her peers and her teacher, and has shown through hard work even she can keep climbing. She even has her teacher apologize for being too harsh on her, which is fantastic. It shows growth. She has really come into her own as a character. She is not just the idiot of Hill House. Anyway, after Peggy sends Bobby to the party, he runs into Connie, and they share their first kisses together. At the party, Bobby lunges to kiss Nancy when Spin the Bottle gets way out of hand, and that's the last shot of the entire season. That is how you stay in people's heads and make them keep thinking about the show no matter what. Plastic White Female is very much a benchmark episode. Nothing is the same afterwards, and it really showcases how far the show has come in just 12 episodes. Luann is fully moved in and working her way through beauty school. Bobby has a new friend and confidant in Connie, who he has shared his first kiss with. The show can only go up from here, and the characters showcased have already had such massive growth. It's a solid 8 out of 10 episode that cements season 1 as one of the best seasons of the entire show. And there we have it, folks. That's season 1. Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. Honestly, I have been doing myself a disservice by skipping season 1 in my rewatches, and this review has only made me appreciate this classic more. It's funny that a show that came out 8 years before American Dad can still have a much more solid first season by a mile. Again, I'd love to see what Mike Judge had come up with without Greg Daniels' input, since I'm sure it would be unhinged in the best way. But there is so much heart in this series, it really can't be envisioned any other way than it is. This cartoon has better written characters than some HBO shows, and it isn't afraid of letting the characters carry the episodes instead of the wacky situations they get into. Outside of Hank's Got the Willies, each episode felt largely believable, and you could even envision how it would be shot as a live-action series. King of the Hill is familiar, and the characters aren't intended to look grotesque or like their parodies. They're supposed to look like normal humans, and they by and far do a pretty good job of doing that. King of the Hill is a special series that never goes for the big uproarious jokes, but you always walk away feeling content in what you watched. It knows how to pull on your heartstrings while establishing the trust to let them do what they're doing. If this is the first season, I'm honestly excited to dive right back in. Though it's unfortunate what's going to happen to Peggy's character and Luann's. Anyway, that's gonna do it for season 1. So sorry for the wait on this video, but now that we're up and running again, we're gonna get right back on track. Thank you all so much for checking out this new venture. The algorithm has gotta pick us up eventually. Stay strong, keep fighting, and know I always believe in you. And I'll see you all next time, since there's much ado about season 2. Goodbye, everybody. It's season 2! Where season 1 was a compact but incredible foundational adventure, season 2 is very much where the experiments start to happen. Things are going to get a little more out there, and we're even going to see our first two-parter. So without further ado, What worked? What failed? Can the Texan spirit prevail? Charcoal as taboo? Let's talk about Season 2! Hank takes Bobby to the fair and realizes he's a natural with a gun. He decides to get Bobby a gun to start his adventure. They go to Megalomart and Hank shows how much he loves and believes in guns and gun safety. Fun fact, the Megalomart employee they talk to is Angela, actually played by Angela Kinsey of The Office fame. We also get the introduction of Dale's Gun Club, an absolute institution of the series. Hank sees Bobby as an absolute shooting wunderkind and decides to enter a father-son competition with him. Hank then remembers how Cotton harassed him as a kid and it causes him to lose focus. He starts to spiral when he realizes he can't shoot and he's going to let Bobby down. Bobby is just genuinely excited to be able to share this passion with Hank, and he's happy to just be spending time with his dad, and Hank was excited too before he started showing a sign of weakness. And credit where credit is due, it may be small, but it matters. Hank sends Bobby to a gun safety class to learn about safe handling of his firearms. Throughout the episode, Bobby is always wearing the proper gear, handles his weapon correctly, and is respecting where he is and what he's doing at all times. This isn't Steve blasting an AK and unloading into Santa. They took the time to animate realistic and safe gun control in the 90s. It is something you just didn't see, especially with this much attention to detail. Anyway, Hank starts going to the range in the morning to try and figure out his issues when he runs into a sports psychologist, Philip Nye, played by Wallace Shawn. Which, what a terrific first guest of a season, just jam-packed with high-quality gets. You'd know Wallace Shawn as Rex in Toy Story or the inconceivable guy from The Princess Bride. But at the time of the episode, he was actually playing Grand Nagus Zek, a Ferengi that knows a thing or two about a deal over on Deep Space Nine. While Hank mocks his psychology at first, Philip begins twisting it, and before Hank realizes it, he's finding coping mechanisms to work through his issues and compete alongside his son. We get the return of Cotton, and Hank has to face his problems head on as he deals with his dad's open mockery while he tries to bond with Bobby, ultimately getting second. And when he thinks Bobby would be upset about not winning, he's ecstatic because he got to spend time with his dad. Again, that's the simple beauty of King of the Hill. The antagonist of the episode isn't a giant chicken or a murderous clown, it's Cotton. It's literally just Hank overcoming his trauma so he can share something he's passionate about with his son. And the best part is, when Cotton shows up at the end of the episode, he is both there to cheer Bobby on and mock Hank. Cotton is not an irredeemable monster, he genuinely does love Bobby and wants to see him succeed, but his humanity is very, very hard to see. That's how you write a great character, by balancing both their good and bad traits. I mean, full disclosure, Wallace Shawn gives one of the best performances of the show. His delivery is next level and just feels so natural. 90s voice acting could sometimes feel very stunted, but King of the Hill, to its absolute credit, feels so smooth in comparison to other shows at the time. How to Fire a Rifle Without Really Trying is a heartwarming 10 out of 10. I really think How to Fire a Rifle needed to come before this episode. It took the time to build up a lot of good faith in Hank, because this episode is probably going to burn through it all as fast as humanly possible. Hank gets a notice from the poorly equipped Wheezy that Luann still has a trailer over at the trailer park that she owes on. It's just been tipped over. Hank tells Luann to go back home and says she can't and doesn't want to. So Hank sets up a winch to pull the trailer back and get Luann out of his house. The entire time he's distant towards her and says she's not family. Now obviously this was back when there really wasn't syndication of the show or a serialized structure, but the episode showcases the den as the room he made for her in Luann's saga. Canonically, the episode had happened previously and established that Hank does care about Luann and especially considers her family. But now he's right back to calling her just company. He and Peggy get into a fight and she storms off to take Luann back to the trailer park right as a massive tornado is getting ready to touch down. We get a lot of Nancy as a weather girl this episode, and honestly, huge props to Ashley Gardner for really bringing Nancy to life. We also get to see Bill in his military getup, and he starts to actually stand up for himself, which is sort of refreshing to see. But also shows a little power does go to his head really quickly, which will be built on later. Hank and Bobby race to make sure Luann and Peggy are okay at the trailer park, where we see that sure enough, the trailer is full of horrible memories of Luann's parents. Brittany Murphy does a beautiful job balancing the pain and yet positivity in Luann's voice as she tries to fight through what she's going through. She's trying to always stay positive, but there's so many horrible memories in this giant metal coffin. And right as the tornado is coming through, Hank and Bobby see that Peggy and Luann are in a bunker, and Hank gets caught in the tornado. While getting sucked up, he has to hold onto a phone pole while he apologizes to Peggy and Luann. This is one of the few episodes that makes you suspend your disbelief for a second. Should he have been sucked up and launched clear across 3 counties or been sideswiped by a flying cow? Absolutely. But then you have a 14-episode show. GK, thanks, bye, thanks for watching. So yeah, he gets his clothes torn off, but he's otherwise fine. It wouldn't feel weird and out of place in any other show, but here, him surviving that tornado just really feels odd. Texas City Twister is some aspects of Luann's saga done better and some done worse. I think I like the message of Luann's saga overall better, but the action and second act of Texas City Twister is a lot more entertaining. It feels like a pitfall of marathoning the series since the 2 episodes are so close together. But if you look at it in the lens of it being a complete narrative from start to finish, it's a concise little adventure, which is what it needed to be. You get all the elements set up and delivered on in 23 minutes, with a heartfelt apology and a fade to black with underwear blowing in the breeze. That's the comfortable charm of King of the Hill. Texas City Twister is a fantastic 9 out of 10. Hank gets a new tiller, and when he uses it outside, it breaks when it knocks into an arrowhead in his front lawn. Peggy is trying to teach Bobby and get him more cultured like she is. Hank discovers the items and takes them over to Nancy and John Redcorn, which, firstly, Jonathan Joss knows exactly how to bring John Redcorn to life, does amazing with him. I mean, his inflection is just top-notch. Secondly, it's pretty obvious that Hank knows what's going on. He wouldn't say anything, but he's not dumb. Lot of migraines. Anyway, John tells Hank to go down to Arlen University, and man, this tiny city has everything, and talk to the professor of archaeology there. He meets with Professor Lerner, who tells him that the artifacts he found were worthless, gives him $10, and then whisks them away because they're actually super valuable. Who knew? He then comes to the Hill House and tricks Peggy into signing away the rights so that he can dig on their lawn for artifacts. And that's the episode, really. Hank sees Peggy falling for this smooth-talking archaeologist and wants to win his wife's heart back because he's jealous. The stone monolith of a man has emotions. It would be a much more touching episode if the last episode didn't focus on that same exact thing. However, the episode is astoundingly glorious for one great reason: Professor Lerner. I didn't talk about in the last episode, but throughout the season, Maurice LaMarche would voice several side and one-off characters for the show. Now, that's nothing special. He's one of the biggest voice actors of all time, and he's done that for all kinds of shows, even being a staple of things like Futurama and Pinky and the Brain. However, in this episode, the actor known for doing these grandiose, over-the-top inflections is so muted and so down-to-earth, I couldn't believe I was listening to the same actor I knew from everywhere else I'd heard him. I genuinely mean this. Professor Lerner may be Maurice LaMarche's best character performance of all time. His delivery is just next level, and I can think of giant celebrity cameos in the show that don't even hold a candle to what he's doing here. He makes the Arrowhead essential King of the Hill viewing. The way Kathy Najimy makes Peggy sound desperate for approval and confident at the same time is just downright masterful, and the episode is a brilliant showcase of how King of the Hill uses voice acting to elevate episodes without throwing in giant Hinden Peters or angel skeletons. There are no big moments, there are no big characters, yet. This is a show where the actors are actively trying to make even the most one-off characters feel unique, and that needs to be celebrated. The Arrowhead is a 10 out of 10 that may very well go in my top 10 episodes of all time, and definitely fits somewhere in my top 23 of this season. See, the joke there was, there's 23 episodes to the season. Do you get it? Okay, it's our first Halloween episode! Woo! Hank works on making the scariest haunted house for the school with the gang. He wants to plan an even better Halloween than the one he had when he was a kid for Bobby. We get another flashback to the boys trick-or-treating, and it really is great seeing these guys having grown up together. Luann goes to a youth fellowship meeting where she wants to distribute warm meals to the elderly. Now there's a lot to unpack in a very brief scene, but it really is brilliant. While Luann is talking, if you look in the mirror, you can actually see Peggy checking her teeth and blowing off what she's saying. It's a small detail that doesn't even get called out in the story, but it adds so much humanity to the scene. And they didn't have to animate that. They chose to add that in. It's a little treat. We also see Luann actively involved with her church and wanting to help her community, which helps flesh her out even more. Then we get one of the most zealous members of the church in the newcomer, Junie Harper, played by TV and movie legend Sally Field, who was hot off her appearances in Forrest Gump and Mrs. Doubtfire at the time. She's obsessed with getting Halloween banned for supporting Satanism. She starts fear-mongering amongst the church, and Luann naturally gets swept up in it. She even tries to get Hank to see the light, and he just wants the kids to have a great haunted house. This episode would also be the first appearance of Principal Moss, played by the late Dennis Berkeley, who really does bring a unique flair to the show. Junie Harper gets Hank's haunted house kicked out of the school, and he decides to rebel by opening his own haunted house at his own home. Hank teaches Bobby to throw toilet paper, and they throw a couple rolls at Junie Harper's house, where she catches Bobby and he feels guilty after breaking a birdhouse. And that guilt lets Luann get in his head and convinces him to join her in getting Halloween canceled. Sure enough, Junie Harper gets a curfew enacted to stop trick-or-treating once and for all. And this is where we see some major things for the show. Probably the most important thing is in the beginning of the episode, they establish that the church actively helps its community, and even they know there's something up with Junie Harper. The show walks that very fine line of making a commentary against people that use religion to force people into a way of life through fear-mongering, and that people that go to church are not inherently bad. Hank goes to church every Sunday. He and his family seem to be genuinely religious people, but he is not a man that is going to be told that Halloween is for Satanists only. We get to see Hank be a rebel in this episode. Usually the voice of order and reason, here he is in open rebellion against the city and Junie Harper. And you know who joins him? His gang. He's the fearless leader and they'd follow him anywhere. While there are episodes that push the relationships and even have them do horrible things to each other, this shows that the bond these four boys develop through their lives is indomitable. Again, overall, all very low stakes, but it's the passion that brings it home. The episode ends like you think it would, and Hank stands for what he believes in. It's an odd thing to liken, but Sally Field, much like Maurice LaMarche, really carries this episode. And I mean, she's an Academy Award-winning actress. Of course she can carry anything she's in. But even if you didn't know it was her, that character is one of the most iconic and recognizable in the entire show. This is easily one of the most talked about episodes of King of the Hill, and there's a lot of valid reasons why. It's smart commentary that is relatable to people from all walks of life to some degree. You can take what you want out of it, but it stays steadfast to Hank's morals as the guide point. Halloween is a frighteningly delightful 9 out of 10. Look, I know I complained about the Twister episode and how they kinda sorta jumped the shark just a itty bitty bit. This episode also does that. That being said, I will totally forgive it because it's honestly incredible. Hank opens with probably the most romantic description of fishing you'll ever hear in your life as he and Bobby dig up worms. As they're coming back to the car, they catch a guy trying to break into his truck, and Hank understandably makes a citizen's arrest and even goes to the man's sentencing. Alright, so it's not unheard of for political leaders to guest star in shows. King of the Hill would do it even more later on, but this is a weird one. The judge in this episode is played by James Carville, who is the lead strategist to Bill Clinton's presidential campaign. He's still around today as a commentator, but he was a surprisingly captivating character of a man. The documentary The Bunker is actually about that campaign and was parodied on Documentary Now, and I've gotta say, Bill Hader does a perfect James Carville. Oh yeah, and Hank fishes with crack. After the rest of the gang gets more fish than he does at their fishing trip, Hank heads to the bait shop and looks for a winning edge and inadvertently buys drugs. He starts fishing with his new bait, and yeah, the fish go absolutely wild for it. There's something heartwarming about Hank cutting up a crack rock so he and all the boys can catch the most fish they ever have. I haven't talked about it, but there's a B story where Hank's truck gets torn apart by the cops to check for drugs at the beginning of the episode, and Luann is the one actually tasked with putting it back together. You know, because it's been previously established she's actually great with cars. It's a small but fantastic touch. The fish get used to Hank's usual, strain, so he goes to get something stronger and is trailed by Dale, where they're both caught by the cops. Hank's lawyer is played by Dan Butler, who you'd recognize as Bulldog on Frasier at the time. This episode really is a celebration of the follically challenged, isn't it? And so he tells the judge that he used the crack as fish bait, so they go out to the lake and fish with crack. Remember when Hank was constipated? Now he's crack fishing. How far we've come. Now, that being said, when Hank uses a worm, sure enough, he gets a small bass, but a bass nonetheless. The judge clears them and it fades to black over Polaroids of them all having a good time while fishing. Only King of the Hill can do that pivot, and honestly, all the nature shots really made me shed a little tear. I mean, this is a series that really celebrates the small things. Hank just likes to tune the world out and fish. That's great. Everything about the episode is terrific, but if I had to have one minor complaint, it would be James Carville. His delivery just feels wonky and takes you out of the episode at a few points. That being said, he has little acting experience and was a political strategist. I'm not about to sit here and go through every line with a fine-tooth comb. When he's coming after Sally Field and Wallace Shawn, he's gotta really, bump it up a little bit. That being said, for all its wild turns, Jumpin' Crack Bass is an excellent episode that brings some of the best jokes of the season and is a very comfortable 10 out of 10. When the family goes to Shellwinds, Bobby is too big for the pants that are on sale. The shop worker advises they try H. Dumpty's, which is the best name I've ever heard for a fat clothing specialized store. It's a weird episode. Like, they're making a big deal out of Bobby being fat, but it's not like his dad is in the best shape either. Anyway, Hal Dumpty approaches them to ask if Bobby would be a model for their plus-size store. Do you think he knew, like, the moment he realized his name was Hal Dumpty, he was going to be a fat clothing specialized store owner? He's kind of just set in life with that name. Hank refuses, but Luann takes him anyway, and next thing they know, his picture's in the newspaper all throughout town. Hank then attempts to rip the ad out to stop people from seeing, to no avail. Bobby gets a talent agent, goes to photo shoots, and ultimately gets picked for a fashion show where he can show off in his time in the spotlight. And this is one of the great balancing act episodes where both Hank and Peggy could be justifiably right. Peggy wants Bobby to be proud of who he is and have the self-confidence to walk around with his head held high, even if he is rocking a few more LBs. Hank doesn't want Bobby being paraded around and shown off because he's just begging to be bullied at that point. And Hank knows that not because he was a pudgy kid, but because he was a bully in high school. Not a very good one, but he was one nonetheless. And so on the day of the fashion show, Bobby sneaks out to join his fellow models, and that's when a crowd starts to form. Hank carries Bobby out over his shoulder as the models walk out and the bullies start pelting them with donuts. I mean, just straight robo-copping these kids with jelly-glazed monstrosities. My main question here is, how hard were these donuts? You have these kids putting some absolute heat into these doughy confections, but I mean, I can't think of a pitcher alive that could put enough spice into a donut hole for it to put down a whole-ass kid. Stone-filled donuts aside, the episode has this sort of cosmic intervention that drastically pushes the wind in Hank's favor, and it really doesn't feel earned. It's like they needed to double down on it to really send home that there was a definitive winner and loser in that argument. Granted, if it was any other show nowadays, it'd probably be something in the same vein as Sarah Lynn from BoJack, the fame going to their head and then the all-too-familiar rise and fall. This at least does something you don't expect. Do I think it makes Hank right for interfering how he does? No, but do I think it's totally valid that he doesn't want photographers taking weird pictures of his kid and posting them around town? Oh, you better believe it! It's an episode that, again, has nuance at its core. Husky Bobby is a solid 7 out of 10 that will probably be overshadowed later on, but it's still not horrible in its own right. Hank and the gang get chastised for using a leaf blower by Pops, played by Jim Cummings, who believes in the superiority of the rake. It's an interesting commentary on the evolution of technology, but even 20 years later, nothing surpasses the leaf blower. That is a peak invention right there. Bobby is still healing from chickenpox when Hank and the gang hear the annoying band players down the street, Face Zeus and Kane Skretberg, who are played by Billy Joe Armstrong, Mike Dirnt, and Trey Cool, respectively. That's right, gang, today's the day Green Day came to Arlen. The family goes to the Family Fun Center where Bobby and Joseph are bullied by Kane Skretberg, and I'm just gonna call them Green Day because it's just Green Day. Green Day bullies kids with paintball expertise. Everybody hates Green Day. And so Hank and the gang team up for some CTF vs GD, Capture the Flag versus Green Day, keep up. They get surrounded and humiliated as Hank is called Pops and unceremoniously pelted with the pink paint of shame. The gang start to fall apart after their devastating defeat. Hank refuses to believe he's getting old. The paintball dream is just fantastic. It feels very reminiscent of the peyote scene in Beavis and Butthead Do America, yet very obviously dialed down for a network audience. Hank goes back for round 2 and gets humbled yet again, while Green Day bards their way through the tale of their harrowing defeat. Hearing Jim Cummings in the same episode that Green Day drive-by pelts Bill is just jarring in the best way. Hank and the gang start studying teenagers, which honestly doesn't sound any better than it is. Hank decides to challenge them a third time and finally overcomes the kids by playing to their weaknesses. I will say, obviously, the paintball fight has been romanticized in all kinds of other shows and movies where they use a bunch of quick cuts and really fluff it up to make it seem more dynamic. King of the Hill recognizes it's 4v4 and keeps it a 4v4 matchup. Everyone is accounted for by the end and the arena isn't exaggerated in any way. It's a perfectly normal paintball arena. It takes a lot of restraint to trust you're riding enough to not need to make the fight some grand spectacle. And honestly here, I think it works perfectly, especially when it's put up against the dream sequence earlier in the episode. It's a nice come down that slides right into the conclusion where the guest stars are literally silenced with their amp taken away. Overall, I think Green Day did a better job than James Carville and really just brought that necessary manic energy to this episode that set the tone for the whole 22 minutes. They did a terrific job and amped this episode to a solid 10 out of 10. Bobby and Connie mess around in music class and their teacher calls Hank and Con in to talk about it. Mr. Grandy is actually voiced by the late legend John Ritter, who blames Hank and Con for having bad dad habits. Hank and Con start butting heads because, yeah, of course they do, that's their thing, they clash. A lot. Anyway, this episode they fight about appropriate punishments for Bobby and Connie. Bobby and Connie decide to run away for an adventure and ride off to explore when they're joined by Joseph, and they start fighting over Bobby before agreeing to go to the caves. Ooh. And so Hank and Con have to race to find the kids who head deeper and deeper into a makeout point. We also get, I think, our first appearance of Monsignor Martinez. Vaya con Dios. This is a weird episode that flatlines pretty quick. They keep bringing up that Weird Al died, and that's a terrific little detail at least, but the episode stretches a plot way too long that it just feels like the longest round of yes and ever played. Bobby, Connie, and Joseph go to the cave, and it's a makeout point, and they run out of light, and there's a relationship angle, and when they find their dads, they're still trapped. It just has this sort of constant, almost droning nagging to it. It just doesn't do anything. It's nice to hear Con and Hank joking with each other, but it doesn't have any chance to show any fruit, because they're getting yanked out of the hole by firefighters, and then Bobby and Joseph just ride off like best buds. The end bit is just so rushed when if they cut like 40 seconds of the cave scenes in the middle, they could have actually had a resolution to it all. The second act dragging the way it does brings down the whole episode, and the episode as a whole just isn't really anything to talk about other than the budding romance between Connie and Bobby. It's just a weirdly long 6 out of 10 that doesn't feel like anything. It's the most vapid episode yet. Bobby is writing a paper for Sunday school about his dad as someone he admires. The episode is magical for 2 reasons. One, it is our first appearance of the one true old top, Buck Strickland. One of the best characters in the entire show, and a mainstay going forward. And 2, it's the first appearance of M.F. Thatherton, played in his freshman outing by Burt freaking Reynolds. This season would have both Sally Field and Burt Reynolds, who used to date and starred in several movies together in the same season, and I refuse to believe it was a coincidence. And even then, it's not the end of the hits. The episode focuses on Hank on behalf of Buck trying to wow a client that came from Boston, so he'll choose Strickland Propane over Thatherton Fuels. The only problem is the client, Mr. Holloway, is expecting a stereotypical Texan 10-gallon hat and all. And so Hank has to bury his pride and starts lying to make himself sound like the most exaggerated Texan this side of the Rio Grande. Mr. Holloway is actually played by an incredible Billy West. This was right after he'd played Bugs Bunny in Space Jam and right before he'd go on to play Fry in Futurama. Mrs. Holloway is played by Emmy Award-winning actress Stockard Channing, who honestly brings her character to life brilliantly for the brief time she's on screen with Peggy. I really like their friendship in this episode, and I don't know, I think it's fun. And so yeah, you have Hank spiraling as he submits to more and more dumb stereotypes and starts to lose sight of who he is. He confronts Mr. Holloway, he wants to fight, and Hank just walks away from him. There is no conclusion to the episode, and frankly, there doesn't really need to be. Sure, Thatherton probably got the sale after that, but it didn't need to be shown. You got everything you needed from the episode. While it doesn't take a lot of explaining, the episode as a whole is just terrific. It shows Hank's position at Strickland perfectly. He hasn't moved at all, even though he's the reason the lights stay on. Thatherton went out to do his own thing and poach Strickland's people, sure, but he built his own competition. Inherently, neither is wholly wrong. You can hate Thatherton and respect his hustle at the exact same time. You can read into it what you want to and take out what you want just the same. That's the power of King of the Hill. It has such a mass appeal because they know how to present both sides effortlessly while still giving us the paragon of propane, Buck, all the same. The Company Man is a 10 out of 10 episode, and it may very well be one of my favorite of the entire season. It checks all the boxes it needs to check while bringing great voice acting and dynamite jokes to a touching introspection. This episode will be the first appearance of Coach Kleehammer, played by Toby Huss. That is probably the most interesting thing to say about this episode. Does that mean it's bad? Absolutely not. Connie and Bobby have been bonding, and when they go to the gym, Peggy becomes the gym teacher for the girls and encourages Connie to take up wrestling and beat the boys at their own game after being put down herself for so long. It definitely feels like Peggy trying to vicariously live through Connie, and I don't know, it doesn't feel as weird as later episodes, but still feels like a bit much. But her passion is genuine, and she just doesn't want Connie to be put down and ridiculed like she was. However, when Coach Kleehammer has to agree to their demands, he decides that whoever wins between Connie and Bobby gets to be on the team. And so, Connie and Bobby decide to do pro wrestling instead, and just have fun playing with each other instead of following what the adults want. They found their own answer to the unwinnable solution, their own Kobayashi Maru, which is really sweet for those characters and works perfectly for them, but you really have no doubt through the episode that that's what they choose to do, and I think that's great. They never really seem to jeopardize themselves or their friendship, and it shows that they really do care about each other. This is also the funniest Khan has been, honestly, since the show began. Obviously, Toby Huss is still figuring out the character, but he's getting sharper and sharper with the jokes, and the delivery is just top-notch. Bobby Slam is definitely a background watch episode. You can come in at any point and pretty much get the gist of what's going down, and since it's so low stakes, that's frankly totally fine. Remember, this is 97. They're not trying to keep a serialized narrative. Sure, there's development across seasons, but for the most part, sometimes an episode is just 23 minutes of animation. Bobby Slam is a perfectly okay 7 out of 10 that while it has moments of next level comedy, it just never really rises above being background noise. It's our first holiday episode, and the first proper appearance of Hank's mom, Tilly Hill, played by country music icon Tammy Wynette. She's visiting for the holidays with her boyfriend, Gary Kasner, played by one of the most foundational men in the world of comedy, Carl Reiner, creator of both Rob, My Goo Reiner, and The Dick Van Dyke Show. And here's a fun fact I had no idea of. Carl Reiner wrote exactly one episode of The Cleveland Show, officially making it the weirdest of the trio of shows and tragically ironic in a lot of ways. Hank is understandably cautious of his mom's new boyfriend, fearing that he'll just be like his dad, who used her as a literal footstool. Can't emphasize that enough, put his feet on her. However, Gary is a perfectly friendly guy who is super nice to everyone. He's also a veteran who just cares about people and feels like an excellent contrast to Cotton and really makes you wish you got to see more of him. Hank then walks in on him and his mom slapping silly putty and goes blind from the visual trauma. Unlike Hank's unmentionable problem, Hank does get ribbed about going blind, mostly because it's just psychological, and honestly, yeah, it's just from him being stubborn. He literally refuses to see Gary. He refuses to acknowledge that he even exists. And when he needs Peggy to drive him to Cotton's for Christmas, lo and behold, who's behind the wheel? None other than Gary! Gary is willing to go to his girlfriend's ex-husband's house with her son on Christmas. He hears Cotton making fun of Tilly and lashes out, and ultimately earns Hank's respect. Hank slowly but surely comes around and then finally embraces Gary at the end of the episode, getting his sight back. I spent a lot of videos talking about wild and out there Christmas episodes, but honestly, this is my favorite King of the Hill Christmas episode, and honestly, like top 5 Christmas episodes of all time because of how simple it is. In case you're wondering, it's right below the Hey Arnold Christmas special. You know, the one. It's Hank literally coming to terms with his mom's new boyfriend and opening himself up. It's not a family episode, it's a Hank episode. And it's okay to give Hank an episode to heal. Hank doesn't know what to do about a man that actually treats his mom with dignity and respect. He doesn't know how to deprogram all the things his dad did. And I know I went deep into Carl Reiner, but I mean, Tammy Wynette is still Tammy Wynette. She's one of the most prolific musicians of all time and an icon in her absolute right. I had to sort of balance it at the end, otherwise I'd feel bad. I mean, she has revolutionized what country music is. The Unbearable Blindness of Lang is a 10 out of 10 that relaxes you as it goes on. It's 23 minutes of tension relief. The episode opens with a commentary about how America has stopped making television sets and buying a Japanese TV is a groundable offense. This was 1998. Luann finds a box full of hand puppets at a garage sale after Buckley blows her off, and Hank gets them for her while trying to repair his good, hearty, freedom-powered picture box. Luann puts on a puppet show at the church called The Manger Babies. Oh good, Luann has a hobby stemming from her time with a caseworker that helps her reach out to kids. Good for her. I really sure hope this is a one and done thing though. What's that? There's an episode 11 seasons from now called Manger Baby Einstein? Oh goody, the hits just keep hitting. I know it's supposed to be happy and upbeat, but can we take a second to appreciate the backstory of the Manger Babies? They were firstborn children taken by King Herod and had a curse placed on them, turning them into the animals that live in the manger, including a horse, a bird, a cat, and an octopus. You remember the Bibblepuss, right? Anyway, she puts on her first episode and Hank is so bored, he notices a nail is loose and tries to shimmy down to kick it in. And while he's down there, he tries to help Luann as a seller of popcorn and popcorn accessories and single-handedly saves her show. Nancy offers to show off Luann's tape at the studio to get her a children's television block. Now look, I love when people follow their dreams. I'm following my dream right now. Some dreams, however, aren't meant to be followed. I just can't underplay how uncomfortable the Manger Babies performance is. And I get that that's the joke, but it's almost 3 minutes long. And when you're dedicating that much time in an episode to something, you better make sure it's worth it. Hank's save at the end wraps that part nicely, but that's probably where the Manger Babies should have ended. But we have such an adventure before we say goodbye to the babies for the very last time. Know what Hank gets cast as in Manger Babies? God. Luann's plots are very obviously her working through her trauma, which just adds a dark undertone to these already off-putting puppets. Is that intentional? I don't know, maybe. I just hate puppets. The Manger Babies are going to be broadcast on UHF, which if you find the Weird Al movie googling what UHF means, just watch it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, they're playing at the same time as the Super Bowl, and Hank isn't conflicted at all. He's staying and watching the game, and she's going there. That was easy. Except the TV keeps cutting over to the Manger Babies performance and Hank sees that he needs to be there. Peggy is working her magic in the background so Hank can see what he means to her. The Manger Babies get in a car with a drunk driver because what's the point of living in a God-free world? and then are saved by Uncle Lord. And right when you're exacerbated by it all, there's Troy Aikman, played by Troy Aikman. Divine intervention is hinted at, the episode ends. Manger Babies is a lot, and there's a lot of darkness going on right under the surface. Yet again, absolutely dynamite performance by Brittany Murphy as Luann, who just made her into such a multi-dimensional character. I mean, my Hank, talk about a true talent. Meet the Manger Babies is honestly saved by its third act. It's not a gentle landing, but at least they got the wheels down. Meet the Manger Babies is a harrowing 6 out of 10. A torch is passed Olympic style as Texas is a nice brisk 38 degrees and Strickland Propane is celebrating the annual Summer in January Winter Family Picnic. All the heads of Strickland Propane are in one place as the snow begins to fall and chaos is afoot. Now, full disclosure, I grew up in the Midwest most of my life, so when I first watched this episode as a kid, I thought it was the most unrealistic thing imaginable. And then I moved south. You'd think the world was ending over some flurries. And so yeah, Snowmageddon is coming to Arlen, bringing like 3 inches of snow in its wake. And that means Strickland Propane is on red alert. We get our first appearance of Joe-Jack, who sounds way different than his almost Eeyore-esque voice later on. But he's still whipping out his iconic honey line. Buck has a heart attack while looking at a calendar, and he appoints Vickers with being the head of the operation over Hank, who he has sent to feed his dogs. His most trusted right-hand man, used to feed his dogs. Also, we get the snow angel scene with Bobby and Buck, and I'm not gonna lie, laughed so hard I cried. I mean, clutching my chest like Buck was in a dry heaving laugh. That is the raw comedy of the show. Hank understandably doesn't take it well as he's pushed around by Vickers. There are no special guests this episode. Everyone in the episode is a series regular, and honestly, they made sure the episode was strong enough they didn't need some celebrity guest to draw the viewers in. Hank has a crisis of faith when he sees Buck uses electric grills instead of propane, and heads up to the lake with his family to ponder where his life should go from here. We get the classic Ma and Pa line, and sure as the sun does set on the horizon and Jack Kennedy bungled that Piggy Bay, Hank goes back to Strickland to help the people suffering in the cold like the hero he is. Snow Job is one of my favorite episodes of television in general, right up there with Office Spaceman or Escape to the House of Mummies. It's an episode where Hank is honest to goodness the hero of the story unquestioned. His family supports and believes in him, and he is there for a community that needs him most. Now, is Buck horrible to him and passes him over for Vicar? Absolutely. But he also acknowledges he's his right-hand man. Hank is the one that keeps the lights on, and if Buck didn't have him, Strickland would crumble. Hank treats his coworkers with respect, and they respect him in turn. I worked in customer service a good amount of years, and I worked my way into a managerial position more than a few times, and I can tell you this. If you follow the Hank Hill model and really trust and commiserate with your coworkers, you will have a more solid team every single time. I know it's just anecdotal, but I actually learned so much about being a manager and leader in some regards by watching King of the Hill. It's rarely preachy about the messages, but they are usually there. And while there are episodes where Hank is just 100% the antagonist for no real solid reason, there's episodes like this that remind you at his core, Hank will always do what he thinks is right. He will always help those in need. Granted, and this is just something that has bugged me about this episode till the end of time, Hank comes to the rescue after Vickers talks down to the propane truck drivers by having his friends and Peggy drive tow trucks to drive the propane trucks around. Because you don't need a special license to drive a tow truck. Okay, but you're still driving around hazardous materials, and I think you definitely need a special license to tow a truck with those in it. I don't know. I'd believe if you got all the drivers back with like a strongly worded voicemail and a firm handshake of respect, but this just seems so weird. Does it take away from the episode? No, not really, but I know if I didn't say something, it would bug me. Snow Job is a perfect 10 out of 10 and easily one of the best episodes of the show, bar none. It's what King of the Hill is at its very core. It doesn't need any extra bells or whistles, and while it could have just been a filler episode, it turned into so much more. you can just as easily love this episode as much as I hate it. Carrie Strug has a guest appearance in a dream sequence, and that's about the most fascinating thing about the episode. Carrie Strug was everywhere. Everybody tried to get Carrie Strug on their show. I was looking at her IMDb just out of curiosity. There's like 16 guest star roles in like a year. It's insane. Peggy and Hank reminisce about their first Valentine's Day, where Hank hurt his back and had to miss it, and Peggy made beef Wellington and they played the dinner out over the phone. Mind you, this was before Gordon Ramsay was ever on TV shoving beef Wellington down the world's throats. Anyway, she's subbing for the old school's record keeper and finds out that Hank didn't hurt his back, he had mono, the kissing disease. Hank tries to play it off and come up with excuse after Peggy discovers that her beloved cherished memories were all a lie. She gets the full story from the girl that gave him mono, Amy Edlin, played by Jennifer Jason Leigh, aka Daisy Domergue in The Hateful Eight. Hank helped her when her foot got stuck in her bike chain, and she tried to guilt trip him into making out with her before she forced herself on him, kissing him as he tried to push her away and run off. Which, seeing it play out, feels like something Hank would absolutely do. He was awkward in the moment, but he ran away knowing it wasn't right. He then proceeds to do more and more grandiose romantic acts to show Peggy how much she means to him, and she scoffs and blows him off until she recounts it all to Nancy and her friends and realizes how sweet he's been. Bobby has a secret admirer. That's the B story. It's his grandma. Again, Peggy's mom is different from how we were first introduced to her, and she's going to keep changing until she's totally unrecognizable when she's ready to tan Henry Winkler's hide. Luann even has a little story where she's trying to love herself but would love if someone just wished her a happy Valentine's Day. It's an episode that I don't feel I'm in the right position to talk about it, and it's definitely one that you can side with Hank or Peggy and probably come up with a lot of points in defense of them. That being said, it's another slow second act that gets railroaded by the third act all the way into the conclusion. Personally, the episode is like a 5 out of 10, but you could easily go higher than that if you wanted. It just feels like it suspends certain traits of the characters to make the story more dramatic than it is. It's not the worst, but I definitely wouldn't say it's the best. We hear Khan belting out to his jukebox, showing us how much he loves to sing, as Min brags about the condo they're going to enjoy in Mexico when Khan's brother eventually does back out. They decide to invite the Hills to fill in instead. The two families fight while they cross the border. The families get to the condos, Khan breaks into the top one, and it's a whole thing. Meanwhile, Bobby and Connie get firecrackers, and it's the funniest thing to come out of this episode when they plan it and think it's a dud. That spaghetti man is a recipe for disaster. Peggy gets a package to deliver on the other side of the border for a papier-mâché pear merchant, and Min thinks she's a mule. Dale shows up. Jacinto, the owner of the condo, is played by Paul Rodriguez, who I genuinely for all these years thought was Eric Estrada. He did an absolutely fantastic job, and honestly I wish he was in bigger things. Anyway, the cops arrest Hank, Dale, and Khan for breaking in, confiscate their licenses, and charge them 10,000 pesos. They send the families home and decide to illegally cross the border. Oh look, it's an episode where Hank and Khan realize they're not all that different and start to bond by the end of the episode. Wow, I'm so glad they're doing something so dynamic and original with these two characters. I will say the inclusion of Dale at least helps as they start to build up the conspiratorial wild man that he is, and in a beautiful sunset illuminated scene, the men cross the Rio Grande. And yeah, that's it. They cross the border, comment on immigration and the difficulty of getting in through legal channels, and then it fades to black. It feels like a lot of situations that just never really get a resolution. This is best exemplified in the La Bamba firework and the mascot statue. Even as the credits roll, the camera is focused on the firework from all these different dynamic angles, and nothing happens. It builds intense energy to have literally zero payoff. The present pair that Peggy destroys is never addressed. The guys make it back to the States with zero repercussions whatsoever, and it's just not talked about. And the episode just kind of ends. Again, some funny moments from Dale, but other than that, it just spins its wheels and doesn't do much. It's a 5 out of 10 that just kind of drags on way too long. Hank and Khan get into an accident as they pull out of their driveways and knock into each other, and Hank has to go to his insurance to get it settled, where we meet Mrs. Kaliki Ali, played by acting and comedy great Amy Hill, who also played Mama in American Dad. She'd show up in only one other episode, and it's a great one. Anyway, to avoid a rate increase, Hank decides to take a traffic school course and decides to take defensive driving and even brings Bobby along for the adventure. Turns out it's a deaf comedy driving class and the teacher is Roger Buddha Sachs, played by Chris Rock, who is currently in the middle of catapulting to widespread fame with his hit show, The Chris Rock Show. While he would do voiceover in things like Madagascar and Everybody Hates Chris, it's really important to not only recognize but celebrate how invested Chris Rock is in the character. He's actually trying, and he creates one of the most iconic guest characters of all time that would go on to show up in several more episodes. His boss, Mr. Glenwood, is actually played by Good Times' John Amos. Orlando Jones would also guest star and show up in Office Space the next year. Oh man, such great times when I don't think about the rest of this episode and Bobby going up on stage to do a funny little Michael Richards moment. Bobby has absolutely fallen in love with stand-up comedy after watching Buddha perform. He starts watching old specials and analyzing everything. He truly and genuinely loves comedy. He just doesn't get why he can't do black comedy. The obvious answer being, he's not black. Buddha tells him to embrace his white roots, and whoopsie doodles, he does a little Aryan-themed Saw 5. It is very not good. It is very bad even. However, Buddha stands up for Bobby being able to absolutely fail on stage because it is freedom of speech, which is a very unique and impassioned take that you can kind of tell he doesn't even really believe it and is hoping it works to save Bobby. He recognizes Bobby's passion and wants him to pursue it. The episode ends with Roger getting a job with Hank at Strickland Propane, where he would keep showing up throughout the rest of the seasons, though this would be the only time Chris Rock played him and would be replaced by Phil LaMarr later on. It's a star-studded episode that was trying to really go all in and showcase a hot trend of the time with deaf comedy, which Chris Rock was arguably one of the most prominent figures in alongside other greats like the late Bernie Mac, Martin Lawrence, and Dave Chappelle. Like it's a Sunday night cartoon trying to have some reverence for an at the time experimental form of comedy that was institutional in what comedy would turn into in the 2000s and would actually lead the charge in deviating from canned live studio audience laughter. But that's a conversation for a different day. Just saying, Larry Wilmore is one of the best creators of the modern age. Like, I want to take a second to talk about this because it's hugely important, but at the same time, yeah, they could have just had Bobby bomb with bad jokes and have Buddha swoop in to save the day and have the same kind of resolution. Traffic Jam is a very important 8 out of 10 that should be watched and does have some bumps for the time period, but is all otherwise incredible. Really solid jokes, dynamite performances, and while there is a weird awkwardness, it is addressed and it feels earned almost. However, I think it's very important that the last line in the episode is about the X-Files coming on. This is a series from 97-98. It's gonna have those little bumps in the road. Speaking of bumps, Hank's Dirty Laundry sure is an episode. I think it's the perfect episode to follow Traffic Jam and may very well be one of the most solid King of the Hill episodes of the entire show. Hank and the family go to Megalomart, where Hank and Peggy sign up for the Megalo credit card while shopping for a dryer. We get the return of Billy West to the show. Bobby thinks everyone is preparing for his secret birthday, even though his birthday is 3.5 weeks away. It's great. However, Hank gets rejected for the credit card for a mysterious reason. He has a $40 debt to Arlen Video for an unreturned tape. An unreturned adult film. This is definitely an episode that ages worse the more time goes on, but honestly, it adds to the charm. It's like a time capsule to society in the late 90s. Cell phones are scarce luxury items that are becoming more and more common. Rental stores where you can get VHS tapes. It's just great to look back on. Almost makes you forget about the rest of the story, which is honestly fantastic. Hank has to prove that he never checked the movie out, and his neighbors and community start to shun him, until a mysterious stranger, Bill, leaves a bunch of adult films on his stoop for him to study and research to prove his innocence. Reminder, this is for $40. Yeah, absolutely worth more than that today, but it's still really not that bad. Instead, the man decides to be a connoisseur of carnal cinema, to prove his good name has been besmirched in error. This man goes to a civil court and starts spouting off his findings until the judge, played by Lynn Thigpen, finds in his favor. He gets the credit adjusted, gets approved, and comes home with a washer and dryer like a winner. The man has saved his home and has returned everything to normal. It's such an ordinary, run-of-the-mill scenario, just elevated by it being an adult movie instead of the usual, you forgot to rewind one too many times. Real thing you'd get dinged for, not rewinding the tape for the next person. This was our society for a time. And honestly, with how earnest Hank is about it all, you stay on his side throughout, and he takes you down this delightful rabbit hole where you're savoring every twist and turn. Bill being the secret guiding force is absolutely terrific, and I love seeing him get his first real involvement in the plot. We've gotten a lot of Dale, some of Boomhauer, but we've been sorely lacking in the Bill department. I also just totally blanked on the B story of the episode until I was going through the rewatch, and it has Bobby thinking everyone is throwing him a surprise birthday party, so he runs around an empty house and just squealing as he poses in pretend shock, and it is hysterical. He's just so confident every time he bounds in there, and there's no one. Honestly, if you want to get someone into King of the Hill that has never seen an episode before, somehow, I don't know, living in a cave, show them this episode. Not only does it set the time period, it gives you a great story that perfectly shows off each of the characters and the usual down-to-earth plots with exaggerated elements. Hank's Dirty Laundry is one of the best episodes of the entire show, and an emphatic 10 out of 10 that is a must for any fan. The episode opens with a reenactment of the theft of General Santa Anna's fake leg that had been in an Illinois museum, but was being taken to Arlen, where it would then be sent back home to Mexico. So, at the end of this episode, just full disclosure, they reveal that this leg is actually still in Illinois, and I looked it up. It's still there. It is still there as of like 2022. This is all fabricated, and this was actually a weird attempt for Mike Judge to get this leg returned to the people of Mexico. It's really kind of cool. They even tell him to write to an Illinois senator of the time. It's crazy. Obviously, like, the Alamo is a huge part of Texas history and culture, but it's wild how frequently Texas history is brought up in this show, and yet it has such a large international audience. I'd love to know what they enjoy so much about this show. Anyway, Cotton shows up to get his new driver's license, and Hank tells him he shouldn't be driving. He even goes so far as changing the eye chart, the DMV, from the one Cotton memorized, which, like, I can't be mad at. If he was able to read it, it wouldn't be a big deal. He'd just read it and get his license. He's actively keeping a threat off the road that Dale immediately spills the beans on. Cotton tells Hank he'd be better off dead and stays with Dale instead. Dale and Cotton start bullying Hank for some reason, and Hank tries to get Dee Dee to go back to Cotton, but he told her ass wasn't big enough for him, and yeah, it's weird. Dale also keeps calling Cotton Daddy, which is also really weird. Cotton goes to chaperone the museum trip, and sure enough, Dale and Cotton steal Santa Anna's leg when no one's looking. Dale has been shown to be just the most spineless, worthless friend of the entire show. Sure, he has moments where he's really funny, but he has just never been in a good light yet. And this is where the episode should have really had a deep, heartfelt moment. Hank is seriously questioning if Cotton has dementia. He seems to be slipping. And you can see Hank riddled with guilt as he fights with either he and Peggy taking care of him or letting the VA do it. Instead, turning to Dee Dee to get her back with Cotton so she can take care of him. He then goes to Mexico, returns the real leg, and gets his driver's license with Dee Dee's help. Cotton is only nice to Hank when he's afraid he's going to lose his freedom, and ultimately the episode doesn't do anything other than bring attention to the prosthetic leg of Santa Anna being in an Illinois museum. I would have almost enjoyed seeing the start of dementia being used as a reason that Cotton has only gotten more callous towards Hank, but they just kind of nip it in the bud. I don't know. The episode just doesn't seem to land right. I feel like Dale Tech later on in the show actually has a better payoff after they've softened Cotton up a little. The final Shinsult is enlightening, but stretched out 7 out of 10. Leanne, Luann's mom, gets out of jail and comes to stay with the Hills. Luann thinks that her family can finally be put back together while everyone else gets ready for Hurricane Leanne. Peggy does her best as a surrogate mom for Luann and just wants to make sure Leanne doesn't throw her off of her path. Leanne is actually played by Pamela Alden, who does a great job making her feel like a unique, unbridled force. Meanwhile, Bill fights his toe fungus. And the moment some confidence comes back to this poor man, he runs into Leanne and the two start a romance since they can't drink. I think the continuity is the reason this episode works so well. Even the events of an episode like Texas City Twister are relevant here because they bring up the destroyed trailer. It feels like you can pluck like 20 episodes out of the entire season and you'd have a little narrative to just take in about Luann's adventure. Luann's story is tragic and yet beautiful as you see her climb into her own identity. Her mom, freshly out of prison, abandons her to spend time with Bill. Leanne starts blowing off everything else so she can bleed Bill dry of his finances. When she finds out about his fungus, she starts drinking again to try and power through it. And then, when Hank figures out she's been drinking, Bill announces they're engaged, and Leanne proceeds to beat him. The barbecue that they throw to celebrate goes about as well as you'd think, and ends with Peggy stopping Leanne from stabbing Buckley with a fork and kicking her out of the party, literally. Leanne's saga is not an especially funny episode. I'd be very surprised if anyone's favorite jokes come from it, but it has narrative weight and importance. In just 23 minutes, you actually see who Luann's mom is rather than being told about it, which better showcases the hardships she lived through before coming to the hills. You see that she's ultimately unchanged and that Peggy desperately just wants her niece to be happy. The episode even ends with their bond being closer than ever when Luann realizes just how much Peggy cares about her. This is a mostly dramatic episode that only works as well as it does because it comes near the end of the second season. All the characters are written perfectly, and King of the Hill is one of the few shows that can do an episode like this and maintain a mostly serious tone and have the actual episode be good. It's episodes like this that make Snow Job or Hank's Dirty Laundry feel more lackadaisical. They're not afraid to address the drama and heartache in a room or a family, and it sings because of it. Leanne's saga is an uncomfortable but expertly written 8 out of 10. Hank has to pick the new hire for Strickland Propane. Maria Montalvo is one of the best candidates for the job and is voiced by Bertia Damas, but he doesn't go with her at first and instead goes with Leon Petard because he doesn't know how to handle women in the workplace, even though Debbie and Melinda already work there. Leon is played by Brent Forrester, a producer on the show. Jim Dotrieve, another producer, would also appear in the episode. Leon is addicted to drugs. His attorney comes in to tell Hank he has to accommodate his disability because of it. The other workers then try to get away with it, knowing that they can't get fired now and try and shirk their responsibilities. We also get more information about Monsignor Martinez's pant line. Hank refuses to believe the reality because he can't admit that he made a mistake hiring him. Leon's attorney is actually the same character model as the CPS character from the pilot. The episode is basically a commentary on the Americans with Disabilities Act, and it's a lot. Joe Jack is starting to sound more and more like what we know now and would later be used as the voice Toby Huss would do for Ernie Devlin in Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Hank then has to find a way to fire Leon, so he quits. So the company has less than 15 people, and Buck can fire Leon without consequence. Managers circumventing the Disabilities Act by intentionally keeping employment low so they can fire people. Woo, it's a little too real. I'm not going to get into it, it's really not my place to, but the episode as a whole just doesn't feel right, and has always been one of my least favorite. It's not as bad as Hank's bully, but it's down there. The end of the episode is funny at least, but it doesn't do much in fixing that second act problem the season has suffered through. Junkie Business is just a 3 or 4 out of 10. Boomhauer gets invited to compete in an amateur race against a cop to drive the pace car at a NASCAR race. Hank refuses to just give Bobby a new BMX bike and tells him to get a job instead, eventually getting him to work at the track under Jimmy, a recurring character. This is the racing episode. The last snack boy literally runs off after handing the job off to Bobby, and Bobby struggles at the track under the hot sun, but tries his best to get through it at first. But Jimmy really starts hammering him with more and more dangerous work. When he tries to bring it to Hank's attention, Hank is more focused on being part of Boomhauer's pit crew and just attributes it to Bobby not having good work ethic. Hank even says Bobby has to always say yes to his boss, and then Jimmy sends him to walk across a live racetrack. You can celebrate how far Bobby is willing to work and put in 110 efforts into his job, but also be aware that it's a horrible mentality to teach a kid to never question their boss, especially when their life is endangered. It shows that Hank's lessons aren't one-size-fits-all, and you need to take your unique situation into consideration. Hank is just too trusting. We saw this even in Snow Job. This episode would also have an icon of the Racing World guest star, with Dale Earnhardt making an appearance. The Intimidator was one of the greatest racers of all time, and while he did tragically pass, it can't be understated the impact he had, though his lines are noticeably off. Like, they sound recorded in a completely different booth, but he's Dale Earnhardt. That's fine. It's whatever. He's only there for like 2 sentences. Boomhauer gets to drive the pace car. Hank chases Jimmy for endangering his son and realizes he should have listened to Bobby to begin with. He even tries to make it right by paying Bobby what he was rightfully owed, and Bobby doesn't even take it, instead opting for just some cotton shorts. That goes to show what a cool little kid Bobby really is. Bobby has become a media icon because he's just himself. We've seen him explore hobbies and learn work ethic this season, and he really has grown a ton. I just wish this episode didn't drag so bad, which seems to be a recurring theme, and does make sense. Remember, this was a lead-in show. You wanted to have the opening be exciting and the end be exciting so people kept watching, but in the middle, a lot of people would be going to the bathroom or getting snacks, gearing up for what would lead into usually The Simpsons or one of their other animated properties. Some episodes feel like a tightly packed 23-minute adventure. Others, like this, you can just fall asleep, wake up 3 episodes later, and still know what happened. Life in the Fast Lane is a totally fine 6 out of 10. Bobby inadvertently gets 3 breakfasts where he basically eats 6 bowls of Cookie Crunch cereal before going to school wired on sugar. After a great freakout in class, top notch, his nurse diagnoses him with ADD. Peggy blames herself for not being around as she dedicates time to take care of Bobby, who is suffering from the rare disease of ADD. Oh, that horrific affliction. Why, I don't know a single other person cursed with such a nightmarish fate. Peggy is bored now that she's a stay-at-home mom, so she jumps at the chance to get Hank's guitar fixed just to be able to get out of the house. Peggy makes a musician friend who becomes her guitar teacher, Emily, played by Annie DeFranco. The episode quickly becomes less about Bobby's dastardly disease that still has no cure, and more about Peggy's turtle song and how Emily starts pushing her to be more and more liberated because she thinks she's just a sad stay-at-home mom. Tammy Wynette returns as Tilly for a brief cameo. Credit to Tammy where credit is due. She came back for literally like 30 seconds of footage. It's great. It's an odd episode that, again, in hindsight, is pretty funny, just looking back at the dialogue started within the show. To have someone being staunchly pro-feminist in the show 20 years ago, that representation is drastically different than what it would be today. And honestly, Peggy has chosen to be a mother and a professional. She has shown that she is capable of doing both and is both a homemaker and a softball cannon given human form. Peggy chose her role and has established mutual respect between her and Hank. They respect each other's opinions and love each other and want to build a life together. She isn't trapped, and he doesn't put his foot down unless he truly thinks she might get hurt. Peggy's turtle song just feels like a relic of the past that will be forgotten as time goes on. It's still at its core a decent enough King of the Hill episode, it's just something that comes with the times. Peggy's turtle song is just an out of time 6 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. We get a cold open where Hank is looking for batteries at Megalomart, where he's led by the employees right out the door. Luann is struggling to pay her trimester tuition and vents to Buckley, who has more than enough to cover it, but he wants a new trampoline, so, you know, he wants to buy that instead. Chuck Mangione is back announcing that Megalomart is in fact selling propane and propane accessories, throwing Strickland propane into an absolute frenzy. We get the first mention of Buck and Debbie, which I'm sure won't come up again, but just felt like mentioning it. But notice how Debbie hasn't said anything, though soon she'd be played by Reese Witherspoon. Hank goes to Megalomart and decides to talk to the propane department manager, Buckley. What could possibly go wrong? It's basically one man's war against the giant store taking away his community. It's like a less wacky something Walmart this way comes. Hank struggles to find a new job, even getting swept up into a lot of the very real pyramid schemes that prey on people looking to work. This time, they have to sell the dream boxes that are totally not full of steak knives. Luann is trying to learn about propane so Buckley could hire her, and I know we haven't talked much about him, but huge kudos to Boomhauer this season. I mean, when Hank is down on his luck, he's the first one to say he knows how it is and offers to help him out financially if he ever needed it. Bill calls Peggy a good man and runs. Like, I'm genuinely disappointed there aren't more Boomhauer episodes overall, but I think using him more sparingly than Dale or Bill is the smart call ultimately. Hank starts marathoning Monsignor Martinez. I know there was talks of a proposed Monsignor Martinez spinoff, but I always liked it more when it was used as filler in episodes. Gave you just enough action to keep going. Luann goes to Megalomart to get a job in the propane department, but it's not available anymore. Hank took it. Buckley is now Hank's boss, and I've never seen a man more defeated. In a season that had guests like Sally Field, Burt Reynolds, and Chris Rock, it's wild that the closest thing the finale has to a special guest is Jim Cummings, who was even in several episodes this season. They don't need the big names. They know why people are here. Hank commiserates with other small business owners and workers that got swept up by Megalomart. Buckley starts dragging propane tanks on the ground by the handle, which, spoilers, you should not do, and Hank starts scheming a plan to fight back against Megalomart, warning that he and his team are going to annoy people at the Megalomart concert with kazoos. I'm so glad the episode features just a solid, simple conclusion to the episode. Peaceful rebellion, let's go! Oh, and Luann is gonna go break up with Buckley as Chuck Mangione warms up. Oh, a propane tank is hissing because Buckley misused it. Well, that's bad, but not a big deal. We're still going naturally down to those end credits there. A new poster comes down at the concert. Oh, and then Megalomart explodes. Oh, the humanity! There's burning stuffed animals everywhere. Buckley, Luann, Hank, and Chuck Mangione are caught in the blast as the episode fades to black. Yeah, that's how season 2 ends. What an explosive way to end a season and keep people on the edge of their seats. Two-parters were rare in animated series and were usually hyped up as big events, but to have it be your season finale back then was a wild idea. Now, it's much more common in no small part to King of the Hill helping pave the way. It's a tricky episode to talk about without the other part, but that's clear in season 3. Overall, though, the episode is pretty terrific with a solid setup and established payoff. Hank loses a job and has to work at Megalomart. He unites the other workers in rebellion, and when you think you're getting a Hank saves the day with a moral message ending, bam! The explosion happens. It's a proper subversion of expectations and is an outstanding 10 out of 10 way to wrap a season. And there we have it, that's season 2! Wow, that is a beast to cover. The funniest part? Not even the longest season of the entire show. However, with length comes more buffer episodes. I think season 1 was a better season just due to how compact it was with so much quality compressed into so few episodes. However, season 2 I believe has some of the strongest episodes of the entire show. The highs have never been higher and the lows by extension have never been lower. Where season 1, like most shows, focuses on the family and the smaller connections, season 2 focused on expanding the world. We got more of Strickland Propane, the track, we got new characters introduced, and overall we saw the Hills going on grander and grander adventures. So, like always, anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. The next season is going to be more than a little interesting. Hank swims with a dolphin, Peggy gets a pen pal, there's a lot of dramatic stuff going on. And so, I shall see thee when we review Season 3! Here we are, Season 3. This is... wow. Look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Season 3 is a lot. But it's probably the closest any season gets to what King of the Hill is at its very core. Season 1 was about the family, Season 2 was about building Arlen, and Season 3 is the future, growth, and a new tomorrow. But I'm getting ahead of myself, so we must ask those time-old questions. What worked? What failed? And what southern compliments are actually insults thinly veiled? There's only one way to see. Let's review Season 3! In the aftermath of the Megalomart explosion, all of Arlen is reeling. We get our first appearance of the fire chief that will show up later in the season, and sure enough, Chuck Mangione survives the blast, but doesn't necessarily feel so good. And as hope is almost lost, Hank and Luann are taken out of the rubble, Hank shaken and Luann's hair scorched off. Her reaction to her hair being gone is actually a brilliantly harrowing scene. If she was, say, some super vain, self-centered person, it would feel like a just desserts in a way, but Luann was doing her best to get through beauty school. Her hair was her life. Hearing her screams, her pain of loss, it genuinely makes your heart hurt, and that is in no small part to the dynamite performance Brittany Murphy leads. Imagine a season premiere opening with an explosion from the last season that takes a character who's tried to make the best of a bad situation and just throws her right into the explosion. King of the Hill could do it because of the goodwill they've established with the viewers. You can trust the show to take dramatic leaps like this, and those weren't even the biggest reveals of the episode. We also find out that, sadly, a city icon, Buckley, did not survive the blast. And that's the episode. Moving on from a harrowing event that has sent shockwaves throughout the town. Luann gives up on hope and takes up photojournalism with less than stellar results. Dale thinks of conspiracies around the explosion. Buckley is laid to rest. But the most important elements are Hank and Bobby. Hank refuses to admit he has any kind of PTSD from surviving a blast like that. He feels numb and believes everything is fine, but he can't even work his grill without getting scared. He sees it as a weakness, but honestly, I don't think anyone could recover that quickly from his position. He starts going through the stages, hyper-focusing on small tasks and blowing off his work after Buck offers him his old job back, while everyone at Strickland thanks him for the blast. I really love the way they show all this and don't just tell you about it. There's no wacky music transition when Hank is scared or freaking out. It's treated as real and genuine, and I think that's what makes it such an excellent resource in trying to process trauma. It is okay to not be okay. I will say, Peggy shrugs everything off when Hank says he's fine, but the moment she sees he actually has a problem, she doesn't mock him, and she takes him to get the therapy he understandably needs after an event like that. Bobby hears his dad talking about death, and he gets scared of losing his parents and runs away. Luann turns to her manger babies to offer herself some kind of closure and support. And I love that she has that for herself, and throughout the episode you see she's hurting in a way that even she can't properly articulate until she puts the puppets on. She's alone in this pain. She's depressed. She feels like she has nothing. Throughout this episode, the story of the tiger and the strawberry keeps coming up. And while everyone takes it as a joke, it's a perfect metaphor for enjoying the brief time we have on this earth. And as Hank explains it to Bobby while looking out at a sunset, it gives us both the ending of this episode and the start of this arc. The aftershocks of Propane Boom will be felt all the way to the end of this season, and the attention they keep bringing back to it is a reward for dedicated viewers. If you watched week after week, you didn't just get a fun Texas family doing wild things, you got a family growing and maturing as they look death in the face and won. Death of a Propane Salesman sets the stage for the season. It has our characters literally ending the episode looking at the future. This season is about time, growth, healing. And this episode prepares the audience for that. Things aren't always going to be funny, but you can get through it. Death of a Propane Salesman is a shining beacon of quality and an unquestioned 10 out of 10. What an awkward yet incredible episode. Bobby runs in the halls and gets stopped by the hall monitor Marie, played by Sarah Michelle Gellar, aka Buffy the Vampire Slayer at the time. Dave Thomas of Strange Brew and Second City fame would also guest star. Bobby charms her with his comedy and dips, thus starting a budding awkward romance between Marie, the 14-year-old vegetarian, and Bobby, the 12-year-old Bobby. Basically, she drags him along, encourages him to become vegetarian, kisses him, goes to a party and dances with other guys, which makes Bobby feel uncomfortable, and he tries to confront her about it, understandably confused, when she then breaks up with him, just absolutely destroying the poor boy's heart. He's a poor little Bobby-shaped husk for a good portion of the episode because he just got trampled on, and you really do feel for the poor guy being used and tossed aside when she's done having her fun with him. I mean, huge shout out to SMG. That's what all of us big Sarah Michelle Gellar fans call her, making Marie just absolutely horrible. The B story has Hank and the gang finding a couch that Con had left on the curb to get thrown out, and they turn it into the ultimate hangout couch. A couch where you have to be happy if you're sitting in it. This may be the most important B story yet. This shows the four working together to create something special to them. This is the bond that they've cultivated over decades. You cannot sit and tell me that you wouldn't want to do a weekend project where you and your buds tricked out a couch. There's something special about what they're doing here, and if you think into it, here's a way for Hank to cultivate a sense of normal after going through what he went through. The couch has rules and order and offers a little escape for everyone. It's fantastic. There's also a great little aside where Connie realizes she likes Bobby after he gets a girlfriend, and Luann is still processing the death of Buckley. Luann's hair doesn't grow back overnight. It would actually take several episodes for her to even look like she did last season, much less act the same. Luann is healing in real time, and we see her change as the season goes on, which is just incredible writing. What other show at the time was having development like that? She's not even the focus of the episode, but you still have these small nods that carry more and more impact. And then, one of the best scenes of the entire series happens. Bobby is still depressed when Hank and Peggy take him out to the Panhandler Steakhouse that Hank took Mr. Holloway to back in The Company Man. When they sit down, Bobby notices Marie at the table across from them, actively blowing him off. Marie emphasizes her staunch vegetarian order, and Bobby, like the absolute king that he is, in his pain decides to take on the 72-ounce top sirloin steak challenge. He sits at the table in the center of the restaurant, and this little champion scarfs that whole thing down in under 40 minutes. Marie tells him he could never do it, that no one cares, and you know what he does? He unbuttons his pants to make room, and he keeps going. This is the pettiest, most spiteful, absolute champ power play he could have done. This is why Bobby is one of the best characters. If you watch an episode here or there, you get glimpses of it. But if you watch in order, Bobby has come into his own identity more and more, and he is more resilient than people realize. And as he goes home a champion and Connie invites him over, he loses like 50 ounces of that steak, but he stuck that landing. He saw a challenge through to the finish and is going to be just fine without Marie. The couch gets taken by Bill in the shadow of the night, and I gotta say, they do a lot with Bill this season, and very, very little of it is positive. But I do like this power play, and they call it Bobby Love is uncomfortable and even awkward in parts as Bobby starts to spiral, but that's just what love is. That's what those emotions are like. They're awkward, weird, and just downright unsettling. I doubt any of us could look back at our preteen selves and gone, yeah, they were a sane and rational individual. Bobby does have a lot of growing to do, but this episode perfectly showcases the growing pains of adolescence. And they call it Bobby Love is a necessary watch and a solidly written 8 out of 10. Peggy decides to write for the local paper and starts trying to come up with quips to get published. Man, it's baffling why newspaper is a dying medium. Anyway, she starts to struggle with coming up with these short musings and starts to get headaches. So she turns to the one person she knows can help, John Redcorn. Yes, Peggy is the one person on the street that doesn't know what's going on between Nancy and John, and just genuinely believes that John is really, really good at getting rid of headaches. Now, this may be controversial, but this episode is absolutely necessary for going forward. This is a benchmark episode where we actually get some resolution to a story that's been running in the background since the show began. We know Joseph is not Dale's biological son. We know that John and Nancy have been having an affair, and we at least know that Hank knew about it and has kept his mouth shut. Imagine him not even telling Peggy for all these years. Peggy goes to John Redcorn for help with her headaches, and Hank believes that she is genuinely just going to get help because she is. But he can't help but get worried that John would try and do something. He gets protective of Peggy and even confronts John Redcorn to make sure he stays away from her, and that's when Peggy gets told the truth. She gets understandably upset that she was the last one to find out, even discovering Min knew before her. Her trust in the world going right out the window, and she decides that this shouldn't be a secret anymore. She's determined to tell Dale and take away his ignorance. She is ready to show him that everything in his life was a lie, because she was furious she didn't see it sooner. It's something you could argue is the morally right thing to do, even if it would cause immense pain, but then we get a scene. Joseph comes up to ask Dale for money for the movies. Something completely innocuous. Peggy is right there, ready to tell him everything, as he just thinks she wants to have an affair with him and he doesn't know how to tell Hank without just outright saying it and breaking his heart. He should see that Joseph isn't biologically his son. He should know deep down. But all he knows is that Joseph is his boy, and he's proud of him. He gives him money for the movies, and even gives him the last of the money in his wallet so he can buy some snacks to go with them. This episode needed to happen. Because before this episode, we had not seen a single positive trait of Dale other than how he educated Joseph about smoking, which wasn't even that positive to begin with. He'd been horrible to Hank and just been a nuisance. But here we see him being a dad. The best dad he can be for his son. It humanizes Dale in that moment. You could tell him Joseph wasn't his biological son at this point, and I genuinely don't think it would matter. Sure, they keep playing the joke of him being ignorant to everything, but his love for Joseph is genuine, and even though it's such a small scene, it has a huge impact for the Gribble house. Again, there are jokes in the episode, but it's not an inherently funny adventure. There really won't be a genuinely funny episode again for another few episodes, and that almost speaks to the city still recovering from the blast and finding their own ways to move on like we'll see in the next 2 episodes. But for now, Peggy's headache is an eye-opening 8 out of 10. Hank wants to breed Ladybird so they can get a new puppy! Yay! He decides to breed her with Buck's dogs and is willing to go to any lengths to help her conceive. Dr. Rubin in this episode would actually be played by William H. Macy, who got his first Academy Award nomination a couple years prior for Fargo. And the quest to get Ladybird pregnant is juxtaposed with when Peggy and Hank were trying for Bobby. However, Hank is willing to do all the crazy things like IVF for Ladybird that he wasn't willing to humor for Peggy. Again, wild how far we've come in 20 years, even with just IVF research. Hank reveals that he only wanted a puppy because when they got Ladybird, he was able to relax and Peggy was finally able to get pregnant. He wanted to use the puppy as a way for the two of them to try again, and he never wanted Peggy to think he didn't care or that he didn't love her. Though you can understand where she's coming from. If he had just communicated that, this episode would have been a lot better. We also get a side story of Bill telling Bobby whether or not he was adopted by bringing him dog biscuits he can't stop eating for some reason. It's amusing, but really just an extra bit. No, the more important thing is Dale becoming a bounty hunter, an element that will be brought up throughout the rest of the series. He completes a basic course, gets a hat, and he's off to his first bounty, which is just as incompetent as he is. Pregnant Pause is an easy episode to explain and definitely feels like a way that Hank is trying to move on. If they have another kid, they're living for the future. They're trying to expand their family and do something they couldn't do before. Pregnant Pause is an episode you need to watch at least once, though it doesn't necessarily have a ton of rewatchability. It's a sweet episode that does give us a look into Hank and Peggy's past, but ultimately, I don't know. It's a necessary episode for the story, but it doesn't have a lot to want to revisit. It's a perfectly decent 7 out of 10. Hank and Peggy are trying to have kids again, something literally set up in the previous episode, which, outstanding continuity there. Their doctor is played by Iqbal Theba, who you'd recognize as the principal in Glee, but he was also, funnily enough, in Basketball the same year this episode came out. Just a neat little intersection there. While they're trying to get better chances, Cotton shows up with a very pregnant Dee Dee in tow. Hank's about to have a baby brother. I feel like you need to sit and watch Pregnant Pause and Next to Shin back to back with absolutely no breaks, because if you do and see how they directly lead into one another, Pregnant Pause gets a lot better in hindsight. I really kind of wish this was a 45-minute long episode instead of 2 separate ones, just because of the elevated context in watching them back to back. It's never presented as a 2-parter, which is absolutely criminal, but it just goes to show the thought that's going into this season. Cotton gets cold feet about being a dad again and runs away while Hank, Bill, and Dale have to go and find him in Vegas. The heartfelt talk between Hank and Cotton at the end of the episode, where Cotton admits that Hank is a better dad because he made Bobby, is arguably one of the most important scenes in the entire show. For the first time, Cotton is acknowledging that Hank was better than him at something. They're actually getting along. While it might be fleeting, it shows that Cotton is changing. He's still not a good person and is still stuck in his old ways, but even he can acknowledge that Hank did right raising Bobby. Granted, in 2 episodes it won't matter, but for now, it's good. For now, this is progress. Next of Shin has all the comedy that Pregnant Pause just didn't really have. It's fun, yet still has that extra depth to it. Next of Shin is a refreshing and important 9 out of 10 that builds towards the future while trying to make peace with the past. It's very ironic that when I think about the absolute worst episodes of the season, they're all Peggy episodes. In previous seasons, she was a guiding light and you could usually see her side of things. Then there's episodes like Peggy's Pageant Fever where you wonder why it's going at all. Nancy is the former winner of Mrs. Heimlich County and a celebrity judge for the upcoming competition. Peggy thinks so highly of herself that she should be a shoo-in to win if she were to enter against the blonde idiots that usually fill out the competition. Nancy warns her against competing, but sure enough, Peggy knows better than anyone else. Now, you can say that Peggy is bullheaded and doesn't like getting told she can't do something, but man oh manity, this is not how you show that. We have seen her put down even when she excels at things like softball. We've seen her try and fight back against the system, and all of that has been great. It shows us who she is. And at its core, this episode does show that while Peggy is this rugged, salt-of-the-earth wife, she still wants to be considered beautiful like a pageant contestant. Like, there is something to celebrate there. There is an inkling of good. Hank is even supportive of her and wants to help her, even though she tells him it's just so she can win a new truck. Like, there's nothing wrong with the setup of the episode. It's when you meet the other contestants that the reality starts to sink in. Some are stay-at-home moms to 8 kids. Others are successful entrepreneurs and scientists. Peggy is just Peggy. She goes from respecting her competition to trying to find anyone in the arena that she has even the slightest advantage over. And this is where the spiral starts. She gets Buck to sponsor her, fires Luann as her stylist so she can get a pro to do it, and tries to hold her own, failing the entire way. And when it gets to the end and she's hobbling her way to the start of the competition, that's right, the entire episode takes place before the competition even truly begins, Hank drives up in a white truck to pick her up and take her home. He painted his red truck white so she could get her white truck, and he just wanted her to be happy. Which, like, real sweet for Hank and shows that he really does love his wife, something fierce, but there is just no payoff or anything in the episode. There is no real B story to distract from this A story either. It's just this constant spiral of Peggy getting worse and worse. She doesn't even reap the fruits of her actions because Hank pulls up to pick her up before she can be embarrassed because she underestimated the competition that blows her out of the water. Like, every angle I approach this from, Peggy is just the worst we've ever seen or written, and it's mind-boggling. This is by far the worst episode of the season yet, and just an uninteresting 4 out of 10. Which is such a shame, because it has guest stars like Kathy Ireland and Eric Estrada, and they're just to the service of nothing. And then we get the greatest Thanksgiving episode of all time. Easily one of the best episodes of King of the Hill, bar none. It's Thanksgiving at Hill House, as they get ready for the biggest shopping day of the year, something Peggy calls Black Friday, which great idea. Hank is excited that this year it's his mom coming to visit and not his dad. Sure enough, Tilly shows up and will be played by Beth Grant instead of Tammy Wynette going forward. Which you know Beth Grant. She's been in over 200 productions and does just an absolutely great job as Tilly. However, because no one can have anything nice, Cotton and Dee Dee crash Thanksgiving, and he starts talking about how horrible Tilly was right in front of Hank, who refuses to stand up for his own mother. This episode really kind of throws away all the goodwill and progress Cotton made not 2 episodes ago, which wouldn't be a problem if you just said, oh, well, it's just a Thanksgiving episode. It's not like it matters, but it really kind of does, though. When the family gets to the mall to start their Black Friday shopping, Hank, Dale, Boomhauer, and Bill go to a focus group about their favorite brand of lawnmower, where Hank finds out his lawnmower will be discontinued for a better high-tech one, and he has to convince the focus group it's a bad idea. The group consisting of Hank and the gang, Con, Cotton, and our 2 special guest stars. Lane Prattley of Prattley Motors, played by country music legend Dwight Yoakam, and Father Boyce Hubert, played by Billy Bob Thornton, hot off of Sling Blade and This Is True, Princess Mononoke, opposite Billy Crudup and Minnie Driver. And so yeah, it's 12 angry men, but with 9 men and a mower, and honestly, that's all it needs to be. We also get Luann and Bobby going ice skating so Luann can use Bobby as a way to hopefully get a date when she sees the ghost of Buckley and starts to break down, which is genuinely really sweet and it makes you hurt for Luann. However, it's because of the scene that the fact that Cotton is just so mean to Tilly is so unnecessary. It's like taking 4 steps back on his character. That being said, sure enough, bit by bit, Hank convinces everyone that the mower is horrible and a recipe for disaster, except for Cotton, who he finally stands up to and puts his foot down, defending his mower and his mother while Tilly watches from the other side of a 2-way mirror without him knowing. Peggy passed out the cobblers first thing in the morning. 9 Pretty Darn Angry Men is an episode you can watch out of order and absolutely love, and if you watch it in order, it feels just slightly out of place. It's some of the strongest writing in the show with great jokes and wonderful performances by all the actors involved. I mean, Billy Bob Thornton and Dwight Yoakam are barely recognizable and their delivery is top notch. It's a 10 out of 10 episode that knows how to wrap up a great narrative in a brisk 23 minutes. It's time for the big hunt, where Bobby is finally going to get his first big kill and have his rite of passage. Joseph, Bobby, and even Connie are revving up to go out and stake their claim on a deer of their own. Hank just has to get a hunting license for the season and they'll be good to go. Spoilers, he doesn't get one in time. Good hill hunting feels like the natural progression from how to fire a rifle without really trying. Bobby is a known avid shooter and a talented one at that. He has earned going out on his first hunt and Hank just totally whiffs and fails to get a license. You feel bad for Bobby as he's bringing a cardboard deer out to practice while knowing he won't be able to go. We see Joseph do it, hear Connie cheer about hers, and when Hank feels guilty for denying Bobby that rite of passage, he tries to set him up at the hunting retreat at La Grunta Resort. When they go out to their nest and see the corn feeders turn the deer into effectively fish in a barrel, Bobby refuses to pull the trigger because it just doesn't feel right, that this isn't hunting. Now granted, not 3 minutes later he rams their truck into a deer by accident and gets his first kill, but still, in that moment he had the wherewithal to know that what they were doing wasn't the right way to do things. Bobby is a great character, and more importantly, a good kid. Throughout the show, he has this through line of growing and adapting and never losing that inherent integrity. It just goes to show the morals that Hank has instilled in his son. Sure, he's still dreaming of being a stand-up comic, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want the same rites of passage as the other kids or to not spend time with his dad. He has plenty of things to still accomplish, and Good Hill Hunting is an excellent reflection on just how much Bobby has grown since the start of the show. Good Hill Hunting is a great 8 out of 10. I wonder if La Grunta has any other attractions. Maybe like a dolphin tank or something. That'd be cool. Wouldn't anyone want to swim with the dolphins? It's Christmas time, and Bill is a depressed, crying mess. Ho, 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 ho! Yeah, he's remembering his ex-wife Lenore and spiraling as Hank and the gang try to look out for him during the hardest part of the year. I mean, this is an episode I struggle to watch every time. Like, again, from a concept standpoint, these are not bad episodes. Season 3, by and far, is probably the best season of the entire show. But man, there are some low points. Bill tries to make sure he doesn't see Christmas by jumping off his roof, so Hank and the gang try to keep him alive. Bill gets an iguana, gets real awkward with a date, and then finally snaps after Hank yells at him. He begins wearing Lenore's old clothes and calls himself Lenore, refusing to believe that she could ever leave him and that he was totally fine. Like, what's the joke here? Bill is heartbroken and just a shell of a man, and Hank doesn't know how to approach helping him heal, so he just tries yelling at him to fix him. There are iguana parts that I do find funny, but overall, the episode is just painful to watch as you see Bill genuinely hurting, and no one seems to listen until Hank dresses up, goes out, and tells him that he's Lenore and never loved him. The resilient spirit Bill shows at the end of the episode is good to see, but man, it doesn't feel right in the context of the episode. I mean, compare this episode to the last Christmas episode where Hank went blind seeing his mom with her boyfriend. It didn't need to bash Hank when he was already down and out and gave us something hollow delightful. This episode just ties Christmas lights into a noose, says happy holidays, and spits on your feet. Pretty Dresses is an uncomfortable and undeserving 4 out of 10. The episode opens with Hank and the gang under investigation by the fire chief shown back in Propane Boom. The fire chief is played by Barry Corbin, who you'd recognize from The Closer or as the General in War Games. The episode is very usual suspects and mostly tells the story through flashbacks and is an excellent example of an unreliable narrator. The firefighters have the red flu, aka they're striking until they get better benefits, much like a blue flu. And so the volunteer firefighters are looking for, well, volunteers. So naturally, Hank and the gang sign up. They go to the firehouse and meet Chet Elderson and his sparking beer sign, and Chet would be played by Buddy Ebsen, who would most probably be known as Jed Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies. And so the gang gets to pretend to be firefighters, and they are just really not great at their jobs. Chet even ends up dying in the middle of the episode, and they totally bungle carrying his casket. I mean, this is almost Stoogian how bad they are. They start attacking each other and fracturing until they get a call to put out a dumpster fire, and when they team up to save the day, it's quick resolved, and then the firehouse burns down. Dale had plugged in Chet's sparky sign, and the whole place just smoldered. We actually get to see each person's perspective as they recount what happened, and it's pretty cool. Boomhauer speaks fluent English, Bill imagines himself fatter and balder than he is, showing his negative self-image. There's a lot of creativity at play in this episode, and it's one of the few times a narrative device like this would be used in the series. There's a lot to really love about this episode, and between outstanding voice acting and it being a gang-focused episode, I don't know, I think there's a lot of greatness to take in. Even as they're giving their testimonies and Hank realizes what happens, he doesn't sell Dale out. He knows what's going on, and he looks out for his friends. That's who these people are at the end of the day. They're brothers, not through blood, but through what they've endured together. They went to state. This episode isn't building a deeper narrative or recounting the blast. It doesn't have Bill putting on Lenore's dresses. It's just four friends living their boyhood dream together. A Firefighting We Will Go is a must-watch 9 to even 10 out of 10. This is an episode. I just want to start by saying Kathy Najimy is really, really good as Peggy. She has brought the character to life like only she can. Anything I have to say negative about Peggy or really any of the characters is just directed at how the character is written. Vocal deliveries are a staple of King of the Hill, and I genuinely believe they're what has helped it maintain its longevity. I really don't want to talk about this episode. Peggy is assigned to teach Spanish when she gets evaluated. However, Dooley and Clark are in the class and start harassing her and distracting other students. She gets a negative evaluation and just told she needs improvement. She lost control of the classroom. It happens, and Dooley and Clark were just being bullies. You know, kids will be kids. The next day, however, when she goes to confiscate their watches that they were using to blind her, Dooley reaches over and pantses Peggy in front of the entire class. Peggy is understandably mortified and in a moment of weakness snaps, whips Dooley over her knee, and spanks him. She ultimately gets fired for her actions, even though Dooley's parents forgive her, because they know that their son is awful. On the one hand, I really don't think I can blame Peggy for doing that. What Dooley did is horrific, and yeah, someone would snap if that happened to them. On the other, this is kinda where that understanding goes out the window. Peggy is miserable after losing her job, and Cotton, of all people, comes to her defense because she got fired for spanking a kid, and he doesn't see the problem in that. He even gets the principal of Hank's old school to fight for her to get her job back, and gives her old Spanky the infamous paddle that sends a chill down even Hank's back, and that's a man, canonically, with no ass. She takes the paddle and uses it as an instrument of fear in her classrooms, and goes mad with power. She realizes the paddle instills just fear and decides to teach Spanish with the flair that only she can, and a mace instead. I don't know, this is a complex episode that I feel like it was more of a social conversation than an episode. It oddly puts Cotton in a better light when he agrees to help Hank's wife, but the whole paddle thing, especially her whipping it out to smack Joseph, just does not make Peggy look good at all. This is a rough episode, and I'm not about to say it's a must-watch for anyone. Skip it if you have to. To Spank with Love is a 2 out of 10. And before you go, it's not a mace, it's a flail. Fine, I acknowledge it's a flail. There you go. The Cougars are faced with a losing season, and Bobby is struggling on the team. Hank tries to instill the guidance he got from his coach, Coach Sowers, that helped take him, Bill, Dale, and Boomhauer to state, and when he can't do it on his own, he actually brings in Coach Sowers himself. I actually love that we get to see how Hank and the gang got to state. While we do know what happened at state and the tragedy that ensued, it is still good to see how their teamwork got them that far. Coach Sowers is played by Phil Hendry, who you'd probably recognize as like every fourth voice in F is for Family, and I promise that's not a bad thing. I genuinely believe Phil Hendry is a huge part of why F is for Family has the chemistry it does. His delivery is absolutely astounding and his comedic timing is second to none. I really enjoy Phil Hendry, and having him as Coach Salt Tablet Sowers is fantastic. Anyway, he starts running the boys ragged in drills, and they get enticed by the soft, non-violent world of soccer, mused to them by Coach Lucas, played by a little-known actor named Will Ferrell, who, a few years after this episode, would actually play the dad in the short-lived animated series, The Oblongs. Bobby and Joseph see that the team is struggling when everyone defects to soccer, and their competitive spirit gets the best of them as they head back to football to save the day. Mostly just Bobby convincing Joseph to go back and fight for his team. I genuinely believe Phil Hendry defines this episode. Like, I didn't even realize Will Ferrell was in the episode until rewatching it for this time. And now, while it does make a lot of sense, it makes me wonder if he did kicking and screaming because of this episode, Phil Hendry just brings such an energy to the episode as Coach Sowers that he pulls you in and honestly overshadows Will Ferrell of all people. I don't know, sometimes there's just one character that you can't believe got greenlit, and then there they are kissing Bill because he got him to state because the coach said he would. 3 coaches and a Bobby is a surreal but most righteous 8 out of 10. Con invites Hank to take a look at his system analyst job after he drives home in a brand new company car. He takes him into a super confidential area and shows Hank a new driver that he gets to hit a ball with and watch it fly clear across the hangar. Now, should Con have gloated about a giant secret government contract? No. Should Hank have turned around and blabbed it to his friends when he knew it was top secret and promised Con he wouldn't tell anyone? Also no. Do I think he probably could have told everyone except for Bill? Definitely. Do I think it would have gotten around to Bill anyway? Absolutely. There's no escaping it. Maybe just keep your mouth shut, Hank. Maybe everyone would do a lot better. But I really kind of feel Hank was definitely more in the wrong. As the episode goes on, Con loses his job and disappears to try and find another job to provide for his family. He can't face them as a loser. He can't lose. He's an immigrant. He has to be better. He has to try harder. We see Hank helping Min out because Peggy tells him to, and then gets jealous when he does too much for her. The episode has some jokes and a solid through line that does make sense by the end, but getting there is a bit of a slog. It's just a grind in the second act that doesn't really feel like it accomplishes much. Sure, it does build out Min and Con's relationship and shows that they genuinely love one another. They have a chemistry that works for them, but also that she needs Con and he needs his family. Everything he's doing is so he can be a proud beacon to inspire Connie and make his wife proud of him. In his own way, he has to be right. He has to get the approval that he is doing a good job. Deconstructing Henry is probably the best Hank and Con episode so far, and actually develops Con a lot better than before, but man, that's still just not saying much. The episode as a whole is a 6 out of 10 that at least has some of the better jokes of the season to buffer and get you through, but it still just kind of grinds in the middle half. Bill is upset Boomhauer is letting Bobby watch his house while he's out of town. Sure, grown man jealous of a child, these things happen. Not the focus of the episode, however. No. Luann is cutting the hair of an absolute legend. One Rad Thibodeaux, aka Rad Thibodeau, a man in the industry, the entertainment industry. His smooth southern drawl would be delivered by none other than Matthew McConaughey. He does an absolutely dynamite performance. I mean, he is easily one of the best guest stars in the entire show. When he hands Hank the AOL CDs with the confidence of a man that's killed a god, I mean, it makes the episode sing. He starts to drive around romancing Luann and even impressing Bobby until he finds out about Boomhauer's house and decides to throw a massive party that Hank and Peggy have to stop. Now, this first half of the episode, oh, that's easily 10 out of 10. That's some peak Hillage right there. But halfway through, Rad is just gone. The rest of the episode is Luann and Bobby getting into a prank war that ends up with Bobby replacing Luann's birth control with candy, and then they trick Bobby into thinking he got his cousin pregnant, and that they need to get married, so they throw a fake wedding to make the two miserable and teach him a lesson. Did you expect that that was where the episode was going? If not for the episode title, there really aren't a ton of clues. It's just such a shame that the first half is so strong, and while the second half does have jokes, like, how is this a good punishment? What do they really learn from this? Not to trust Hank and Peggy, that anything can be fake? It's an episode that starts brilliantly and then just kind of drops the plot halfway through into a vat of molasses, picks it up, dusts it off, and says it's good enough. Man, that first half is really, really good, though. I mean, I could listen to Rad just ramble for hours. Matthew McConaughey brought such an incredibly scummy character to life masterfully. I mean, the man is a talented voice actor, having been in Sing and Agent Elvis on Netflix, but man, this was just something else. The Wedding of Bobby Hill is an odd 7 out of 10. The gang go to a magic show for a surprise birthday for Nancy. Hank, being the Sergeant Buzzkill he is, guesses how all the magic tricks are done until Peggy is brought on stage and disappears, and no one agrees to tell him how the one joke that stumped him was done. This, coupled with the fact that he refuses to let Bobby paint clouds in his blue room, shows that he's just not imaginative. Personally, I think this is a bridge too far Hank episode. Hank has been shown to be a musician even earlier in the season. He should understand the importance of creativity and imagination. He makes his own songs. Why wouldn't he encourage some kind of artistic liberty? I don't know. You'd think Handyman Hank would actually be interested in the mechanisms needed to help make such impressive tricks possible. No, he locks Peggy in a box until she tells him what the trick was, and even then she still refuses. Like, good on Peggy for staying resilient, and this is an episode where she's definitely in the right, but man, it just feels awkward. I'll also say I don't see why they were mad at the Bobby Jesus Magic Show. I thought that was great. Plus, there was a very niche but still very prolific amount of Christian magicians in the 90s that would peddle all kinds of home VHS tapes to get you to learn magic tricks with the Lord. I feel like it could have been something of a deep cut reference that just never really materialized. The end fight also just feels unearned. A kick to the shin and everything's better. Got it. Cool. I don't know. I like that Hank is trying to be imaginative at the end, but it just doesn't wipe away the rest of the episode. The end of the episode has Bobby in a mask explaining how the trick was done. This was a reference to Val Valentino, aka the Masked Magician from the Fox series Breaking the Magician's Code, where Val would show off how some of the most famous magic tricks were performed. It's a great reference that honestly, watch this episode, then watch some Breaking the Magician's Code, cause it's a surreal watch. Mitch Pileggi from X-Files was the narrator/host, and that's just some good reality TV right there. Sleight of Hank is a magical 8 out of 10. When Luann gets a job as a drink girl at La Grunta, she finally gets enough money to pay Hank back for his kindness and decides to get him time in a tank with a dolphin! Yay! What a relaxing thing! It's like Echo the Dolphin, you guys! Hank pretends to go golfing and instead goes to swim with the dolphin that Luann paid a lot of money for. The dolphin then proceeds to slam him against the wall and try and have its way with him. La Grunta pays Hank off and has him sign a waiver, but the nightmares of that horrible day haunt Hank. He gets mocked as he struggles through his day. We also see him and Peggy still actively trying for kids, but naturally he can't perform because all he hears are dolphin noises. Meanwhile, Billy West plays the most punchable golfer who gets handsy with Luann and causes her to shut down and try and keep quiet about it. She tries to dress herself down so that they won't find her attractive and tries to hide away. But when Hank sees what's going on after returning the ill-gotten swag of silencing, he grabs the golfer and chucks him into the tank with the dolphin for some one-on-one time. This episode really serves a greater purpose in that it shows Hank genuinely and unequivocally cares for Luann and will never tell her to be quiet about being harassed. It's much like Bobby at the racetrack. He had no idea it was that bad, but once he found out, he took matters into his own hands. Like, on paper, this sounds like an episode that jumped the shark and was just being absurd for the sake of being absurd. But honestly, I think it was handled really well. They'd already set up La Grunta as this wild resort with all kinds of amenities, and I don't know, they take the necessary time to humanize Hank throughout it all. Weirdly enough, the episode where Hank gets assaulted by a dolphin might be one of the strongest written episodes of the season, and that's a very weird thing to say. There's commentary, jokes, and a satisfying conclusion. Everything you need for an episode to feel truly whole, even if it's got Flipper in the A story. John Vitti Presents Return to La Grunta is a 9 out of 10. Hank's mom, Tilly, is taking her friends to a miniature museum, but Hank is afraid that they're not going to be able to handle it on their own, so he decides to drive them. Tilly's friends include Maureen, played by Uta Hagen, Lillian, played by Phyllis Diller, who would also play Peter's mom in Family Guy until she passed. Oh, and I don't think you've heard of her, she's a little bit of an older name, but Delia is played by the taken well before her time, Betty White. And so Hank takes the girls to the island where, lo and behold, it's MTV Spring Break, hosted by DJ, played by the king of Spring Break himself, Pauly Shore. I had to Google to see if they were still doing MTV Spring Break post-2020, and I actually found out they stopped doing it back in 2014. Man, talk about a cultural phenomenon taken with a whisper, not a bang. And so yeah, Hank has to corral a bunch of old ladies on Party Island and get them out of there in time for the last ferry. We find out that Tilly used miniatures to escape her horrible marriage with Cotton, and that they may very well be the reason she's still around to this day. Hank learns to appreciate the quiet strength of his mom, and honestly, huge shout out to Beth Grant for how she brings Tilly to life. You can tell she's not Tammy Wynette, but she still brings such a charm and grace to the role, and does a downright beautiful job. We also get this great B story where Peggy keeps the family safe from a very forward and invasive Bill. I mean, they are really character assassinating Bill this season, but it really kind of works here. Just seeing her be no nonsense with him is absolutely great. Escape from Party Island is chaotic. It's a lot going on, even though it's a really simple premise. It's got great quick jokes, but the middle does drag quite a bit. They talk about how they have an hour till the last ferry and the sun is clearly up in the middle of the sky, and then the next shot it's the end of dusk and they're racing to make it on. Like, what? It's an episode that can never quite figure out the proper pacing and just loses itself to that spring break vibe. Escape from Party Island is a bodacious 8 out of 10. It's a weird callback episode. What 2 episodes do you think will be referenced in an episode in the back half of Season 3? And they call it Bobby Love? Hey, great and smart guess. Good for you, you critic in training. Hank's unmentionable problem. Why would you guess that? Are you psychic? Do you have the ESPN? Yeah, no, Bobby gets obsessed with deli food and Hank's meat pack colon MRI is used as an art piece. Bobby has a dance coming up and Connie wants to go with him so they can dance and kiss and enjoy themselves. However, Bobby is scared of being hurt again, like with Marie, and so he keeps finding excuses to blow Connie off and consume more chicken liver, eventually developing gout and needing a rascal to get around because of it. Hank wants to fight an artist for showing his colon at an art gallery without his consent. Which, you know what? That's pretty dang fair. There's a fine line to be crossed there, and I actually am on Hank's side every step of the B story. The A story just kinda drags. Deep down, you know what Bobby is going to do, but he just keeps spinning his rascal wheels and looking for more and more excuses. Again, the show handles the awkwardness of being a kid great, but I don't know if it works all that well in this episode. Bobby is taking a rascal from his school to the mall to load up on deli food, and just what kind of magical 90s rascal is getting that kind of battery life? There's just so many things you have to suspend your disbelief on that just doesn't mean anything. Now, is the end where he fights through the pain to dance with Connie sweet and well-deserved? Absolutely. It just feels like an episode that could have been 10 minutes and been fine. Love Hurts is a sweet, though long in the neck, 8 out of 10. When Hank and Bobby go to visit Wichita Falls, home of the training camp of the Dallas Cowboys, Bobby falls in love with the magic of Wichita and wants to move out of Arlen when he gets older to stake his claim as a stand-up comic. Hank decides that he wants to give the kids something to stay for and tries to revitalize Arlen by putting together a recruitment video to entice the Dallas Cowboys to move their training camp to Arlen. Just in case you were wondering, Arlen isn't real and the Cowboys had their training camp in Oxnard, California in 2023. But suspend your disbelief for just 23 minutes, if you will. Hank's cowboy movie is bar none the best episode of the season. There is a small town magic to Hank's attempts to bring the Cowboys to Arlen that even if you know he won't succeed, you really, really want him to. He wants his family to have a future in Arlen. He doesn't want to lose Bobby and he wants to help the city he loves. This is who Hank is. Now sure, he gets all his friends in on it, Nancy and Peggy clash over if it's Arlenites or Arlenians, Boomhauer gets attacked by a mouse while he's in an armadillo costume, Leonard Skinner plays, there is a wackiness around it, but seeing him on the trip with just him and Bobby and seeing them bond and then having him try and keep that flame going is genuinely touching. Cotton would have never even humored the idea for Hank. There is just such an unabashed passion in this episode, and it really does feel like they captured the magic of the show in just 23 minutes. You could end the entire show on Hank's cowboy movie and it would feel complete. Sure, the first high-production video gets absolutely destroyed, but the second, made of mostly original footage, is terrific. It shows that these are families, not individual characters. The scenes they animated aren't done for just comedic effect, they're supposed to show how the families have grown through the years and how they give life to Arlen. And the final shot of the gang on the couch they worked on from And They Call It Bobby Love just brings it all together. Hank's cowboy movie is a perfect episode. It's an 11 out of 10. There's nothing that needs to be changed because beat for beat it is the strongest the writing has been and will ever be. It's episodes like this that cement King of the Hill as one of the greats. Dale borrows Hank's mower after his breaks down and takes it for a joyride before filling its tank with soda and returning it. He then gets a brand new state-of-the-art mower and refuses to let any of the gang mess with it while telling them how much better than them he is. Hank gets fed up and decides to steal Dale's mower and hold it hostage while sending him cryptic messages to torment him. Bobby finds the mower and confronts his dad, who has to explain the prank, and the more he explains it, the less funny it really sounds. So Hank decides to return the mower and gets chastised by Nancy for breaking her husband's trust, which I don't know. I get why she'd say that, but also she's kind of the last person that should. Stones in glass houses and whatnot, all I'm saying. Like, John Redcorn is literally climbing in her window not 10 minutes prior in the episode. I just feel like Joseph would have been a better person, or, just Hank's conscience. Didn't really need someone there. Don't need anyone really spelling it out for him. Anyway, the police get the wrong idea when Dale is spraying a clock tower and think they have an active hostage situation. And because Dale is Dale, he starts to spiral. And the episode comes to a standstill at the standoff. Now, in any other show, that would be a bad thing, but in this episode, we really see how Dale operates, and his conspiracies start to unravel as you figure out why he thinks like he does. He's scared, he's squirrely, and he doesn't even trust himself, but he trusts Hank more than anyone. Sure, he's a horrible friend most of the time, but when the cards are down, you can expect him to run with his tail between his legs. That is not the glowing mark I thought it was gonna be. But he trusts Hank. He knows if he's in a bad situation, he can count on his best bud. Dale's a good dad that in his own way trusts and loves his childhood friends. He's just got a really horrible way of showing it. This is a great episode that gives Johnny Hardwick a chance to just go all in on Dale and have some real, genuine fun. His line delivery is top-notch, and this is one of the funniest episodes of the season, in no small part due to him. Dogdale Afternoon is a conspiratorially funny 10 out of 10. Awkward is the best way to describe this episode. It's our first appearance of Reverend Stroop, the new reverend at the Hills Church. In her freshman outing, she's voiced by comedy legend Mary Tyler Moore of, you guessed it, The Mary Tyler Moore Show. She'd be replaced by Ashley Gardner for future appearances. Reverend Stroop is from the beautiful snow-covered land of Minnesota there. Go Vikings, you know. And she is just so delighted to be preaching in little old Texas, so she brings some lutefisk for everyone to enjoy from her home. Bobby has a love of all things deli food. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think Bobby was in the wrong this episode, but he sure should have said something. Bobby eats the entire platter of lutefisk and throws it in the trash. Stroop thinks they hated the lutefisk and threw it in the trash without eating any of it. Lutefisk is fermented whitefish. If it was in that trash, you were gonna smell it. If she took the time to look in the trash or even see the dish was empty, she'd see somebody at least ate it. Now, should he have thrown out the platter? No, but I at least get why he'd feel guilty. Anyway, not a great start with Stroop. Then Cotton comes to town, hates that there's a female preacher, and scoffs at it. Bobby, having had an entire platter of lutefisk the previous night, needs to go to the bathroom and unleash the Krakatoa of bowel movements. When he does, Cotton lights a match and calls him the Stink Man, unaware that it was Bobby, which that sounds like the most Danny DeVito thing Cotton could call anyone, just the Stink Man. Bobby takes the matches and tries to burn away his devastating odor, and accidentally lets a lit match end up in the trash as the church burns down. The boy feverishly shook every match, and sure, he should have run them underwater first, but I mean, it's not like he was just yeeting matches in the trash. Naturally, he does feel horrible about it, but doesn't want to fess up so people think he's starving himself in solidarity instead, when he most certainly isn't. They find the matchbook, thinks it's Cotton that burnt the church down, and the town turns on the actually innocent Cotton. Now, I had someone say that Cotton is not a bad person, just from a different time. I would say that that's at least wrong for how he's portrayed for the first 2 seasons. Season 3 has spent a lot of time rehabbing Cotton and putting a lot of work into showing he is not without some redeeming qualities. He does want to do right by Dee Dee and the baby. He does love Bobby more than anything. Yes, he did steal Santa Anna's leg, but he did not burn down a church. I know people get upset that Peggy tries to turn him into the authorities and tries to get his confession on tape, but this man has been downright vile to her and her husband for decades. Sure, he helped her get her job back, but he also has just been a monster that has ruined at least her most recent Thanksgiving. Like, I don't know, I get the anger there. But when Bobby tells them it was him, Cotton takes the fall for the boy. Cotton will do anything to keep Bobby safe, and it's that kind of self-sacrifice that I think makes Cotton just a little better, slowly but surely. All things considered, you could have looked at Dee Dee getting pregnant right after they think Cotton has dementia as kinda weird and unsettling if you think about it for too long. But here he is, perfectly aware of what's going on, and honestly seems the sharpest out of anyone, and is willing to pretend to be the unaware old man if it saves his grandson. This episode needs to happen for Cotton to have the growth he has next season. Revenge of the Lutefisk is a coming to God and a solid 8 out of 10. Peggy gets a letter from a former student that is currently 40 and in prison on death row. Peggy, the substitute Spanish teacher with a 12-year-old son, has a former 40-year-old student in prison. It's probably fine. He talks about how much she inspired him and how he wishes he could learn from her again. Peggy agrees to teach him how to read and even decides to teach him Boggle. He just wishes he could play on his grandma's Boggle set just one more time before he goes to the great prison in the sky. So naturally, Peggy goes to pick it up from his girlfriend on the outside to bring it to him. Meanwhile, the entire time, Hank tells her not to do it and seems incredibly suspicious of the man. What's to be suspicious of? Anyone can get put on death row. Anyway, yeah, unlike 3 days at the condo, this time Peggy actually is a mule and she's been smuggling booger sugar into Wesley under the guise of timer sand. He threatens that if she doesn't keep doing it, he'll rat her out to the warden, and so she has to keep doing it or lose her freedom. Hank can't think of a way to get her out, and they try to make the most of their time together before she has to turn herself into the warden. I love that they're so deeply in love and they're crying and he doesn't want to lose her, but also Peggy just should have listened to Hank in the first place on this one. He's not always right, but there was more red flags there than a ski resort. Peggy is the smartest person in any room until she isn't, and I really kind of hate that there's so many episodes dependent on just stripping away all the weight of her character and just making her this fighting for the sake of fighting, awkward interpretation of her character. I will say the end of the episode at least feels like a return to form for Peggy. It doesn't salvage the episode, but it sure does help. When she goes to meet the warden, Wesley tells the whole story and doesn't embellish a bit, but she tells him to present the evidence. If she brought in all this Scarface sweetener, there should be some left, right? Nope, he snorted his evidence. She calls his bluff and gets to walk free. That is Peggy. That is what Peggy does. And it's not to say that there aren't episodes that do that side of Peggy well, it's just upsetting when you get overly confident, incompetent Peggy juxtaposed with the Peggy we're used to in the exact same episode. She's as dumb or as smart as the episode needs her to be, and it's setting her up for a great fall. Death in Texas is a powder-filled 8 out of 10. Con buys Buckley's old trampoline, and Hank and the gang want to fix it up, which he'll let them do if they mow his lawn for a week. They're weird, but you gotta love the gang. Anyway, Luann is struggling through beauty school with a final coming up, and she is spiraling bad. She's at her lowest point, and as she looks outside, she sees Buckley on his trampoline. She goes out, and one of the most magical scenes of the entire show jumps on the trampoline with Buckley's angel, while Life in a Northern Town by the Dream Academy plays in the distance. She goes on to tell everyone what she saw, what she experienced, and no one believes her. Or almost no one. Con really is shaken up from the loss of Bucky. He'd never say it, but he misses the Hey Man. While Luann is going to her beauty final, the ghost of Buckley shows up while she's already losing her mind and tells her that she's going to fail, that Jesus has a purpose for her that isn't beauty school. He can't say what, but while she's screaming at him and telling him how horrible he is and was, she runs off the road and her car gets wrecked. There's no way she'd make it to her final in time now. However, in her time of crisis, she's saved by some women at the community college who think she was a student much like them. Luann, who had always been told she was dumb, told she wasn't good enough, now sees herself in a new light. She gets her deposit back from beauty school and enrolls in community college to just try, to just do something to move up in this horribly unfair world to her. Hank offers for her to stay with them while she goes to school, and Buckley walks off into the sunset after finding his halo. This is the magic of King of the Hill. You can believe Buckley is an actual angel, and you can believe he was just a metaphor given form or something. No matter what, you have to acknowledge that this is a beautiful piece of animation. I will never be mad at a show for trying something different or trying to be unique. Much like the mysterious voyage of our Homer, this is the upper echelon of creativity in network animation at the time. Sure, we always had things like Heavy Metal, Robot Carnival, Aeon Flux, but this was on broadcast TV, and look at all the incredible things they were able to do with it. Look at the spirit, the heart they were able to imbue into some animation cells. Wings of the Dope is an enlightening, awe-inspiring 10 out of 10. Hank is the coach for Strickland's softball team, and Thatherton gets a former pro to join his team to beat them in the league. So Hank has to put together a team and crush the competition. Peggy is a star softball player, and you know exactly where this is going to go. Peggy joins the team. Hank is the coach. She doesn't listen to him because she knows what she's doing and starts to get the yips when he throws her off her game. You've seen it before. But honestly, it's a nice return to zero for the series before going into the season finale. Here you have Peggy in her element that we've seen as far back as Hank's Got the Willies. This is one of the things she knows better than anyone, and the only reason Hank is challenging her is because people are listening to her over him. It's Hank being petty. Wanna guess what cures her yips? It's gonna blow your mind. Hank walks off and benches himself, learning to trust his wife and knows that she knows what she's doing. Wow, that's wow. I'm so glad they're cutting against the grain this go around. So good to know that we're getting really inventive morals at the end. I don't know. It's good to have a palate cleanser episode like this, especially towards the end of the season, because they allow you to look back and appreciate the journey. Megalomart blew up so long ago, and it finally feels like there's a semblance of normal again. Luann is going to college, Bobby has a romance with Connie, Hank is living life again, and we even got closure on Buckley last episode. Take Me Out of the Ball Game is not a bad episode, just a predictable one, and sometimes predictable is perfectly okay. Take Me Out of the Ball Game is a perfectly enjoyable and a knock out of the park 9 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. It's Hank and Peggy's 20th anniversary. They throw a party, get their friends together for a slideshow, and through it all, Peggy just seems so out of it. When they have a weekend to themselves, or so they think, with Luann eventually sneaking back in, and Bobby with Cotton and Dee Dee while they wait for Dee Dee to have the baby, Peggy confesses she hates that she doesn't see who they were 20 years ago anymore. She misses who they were when they were younger. They go to a revolving restaurant, and I'll admit it, Hank is just the worst here. Peggy wants a drink, he asks about his beer if she gets a drink, so she just goes with water, and then instead of getting a water in solidarity or something, Hank just goes ahead and gets his beer instead of letting his wife celebrate in the way she wanted to. I don't know, it feels kinda scummy, especially on the finale. Anyway, after this, they get drunk on tequila, and in the morning get some hair of the dog in them when they decide to go skydiving, all while Dee Dee is giving birth while Cotton and Topsy are at the strip club, so Bobby has to drive her to the hospital. Hank goes down and lands with a smile on his face and ecstatic, even radioing up to tell Peggy to do it before telling her that Dee Dee is having her baby. Peggy decides to jump after all, and when it's time to pull the string, nothing happens. She pulls her back up, and nothing. She falls and falls until, boom, she lands right in the dirt. I told you the show is setting up for Peggy to have a great fall. Like, this episode has a very rare sped up intro because it's just so packed with content to set up all the stories that need a payoff when we start up season 4. There's so much to take in that by the time Free Falling is playing over the end credits, you can't help but laugh hysterically. As Old as the Hills feels like the best way to kill off a character if they actually want to go through with it. Now, of course, Peggy does miraculously survive, spoilers, but man, makes you wonder what could have been. As Old as the Hills ends the season on that same panicked energy it started on. They got you feeling comfortable and safe with Take Me Out of the Ball Game, and then, bam, Peggy Pancake. As Old as the Hills is a free-falling 9 out of 10 that keeps you on the edge of your seat and laughing in shock. A delicate balance only King of the Hill could pull off. And there we have it, that's Season 3! Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Season 3 was a lot, but after Megalomart went up in smoke, you could feel the story take steps into uncharted territory. Season 3 was very much about changing the status quo, about healing and facing an uncertain future. We saw Bobby grow as a person, Dale and Cotton get better humanized, and we even saw the descent of Peggy Hill, literally. Just straight down. And as we turn towards Season 4, we're going to get a much more out there season. We'll get another two-parter, a downright obsolete treasure of an episode, and of course, we get to meet the Propaniacs. And like always, if you like what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. Thank you all so much for watching, and I promise not to be a bore when we delve into Season 4. Remember to keep fighting, stay strong, drink plenty of water, and know I believe in you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time, Arlenites. It's Season 4, the season where things start to become just a smidgen less believable. Now, to the series' credit, we do still get more than our fair share of down-to-earth episodes that actually have a lot of charm, but alongside them, we're going to get some truly weird stories that kind of make the show as a whole genuinely shine. We're going to get more of Hank and the gang, a murder mystery, and even find out what happened to everyone's favorite character after she fell out of an airplane. So without further ado, what worked? What failed? I really think Peggy should have just bailed. We've got a lot in store as we review Season 4. The episode opens with the aftermath of Peggy's parachutes failing as she plummets to her seeming demise. However, Peggy ends up landing in a field of mud and narrowly survives with her life. That being said, her body is broken, but her spirit as the substitute Spanish teacher Peggy Hill is unwavering. Diedrich Bader appears as the doctor in this episode. I'm not going to say he guest stars because both Diedrich Bader and Phil Lamar, who shows up as the physical therapist in the next episode, would become frequent appearances in the show, what with Diedrich Bader even being in Office Space, though he was something of a big name at the time due to his work on The Drew Carey Show. All of this while Dee Dee has just given birth to GH, aka Good Hank, and is suffering from PPD, something fierce. To the show's credit, they never mock Dee Dee for it, and they do make an effort to show the crippling nature of the affliction. Meanwhile, Hank feels an intense amount of guilt because he was the one that told Peggy to jump. He blames himself for her injuries and it eats him up inside. Which you see in the previous episode what he said. He just said it was amazing and that she had to try it. He didn't know her shoot would fail, how could he? But as he thinks it over again and again and his nightmares get worse, he contorts what he said until he believes it's his fault she fell. Until Peggy says she doesn't blame him. The episode has funny moments, but it's literally just the family healing after two giant events taking place one after another. They get Peggy and GH home, and since Cotton refuses to do women's work, Bobby actually steps up to take care of GH when he can while Dee Dee recovers. When Cotton just leaves GH in the hall when he starts crying, it's Bobby who gets out of bed to go and console his new baby uncle while taking care of whatever he needs. Cotton just doesn't want to put any effort in. And in perfect juxtaposition to that, while Hank may fumble from time to time, he is taking care of Peggy as best he can. He's not perfect, but he wants Peggy to get better. Meanwhile, Peggy is grappling with survivor syndrome, where at first she's downright euphoric about surviving, but as the reality sets in, she feels powerless in her own body. There's a terrific scene where Bobby just unloads that it is not his responsibility to raise GH and that he can't be responsible for him. He's just a kid. Hank never forces Bobby to take care of GH. He never tells him he absolutely has to. Bobby chose to do it because that's just who Bobby is. I will say I wish Dee Dee had a breakthrough moment or something in the episode instead of constantly running away, but I get it. It just feels like a missed opportunity to give her any kind of character growth. And so with Cotton outside drinking with the gang, GH left with Peggy as he's screaming and she's in a full body cast, she understandably calls out for help because she feels like she can't do it on her own. But in the end, when there's no one else around, she's able to rock him with her toes and soothe him to sleep, and that's where the episode ends. Again, I wish there was just a little bit more, but you're not gonna get that perfect fairy tale narrative in real life. It's miraculous enough that Peggy survived that fall, much less makes a full recovery in just 3 episodes, so you just kinda gotta roll with it. But that's literally the entire episode. Healing. It's kind of wild comparing Season 3's premiere to Season 4's, where Season 3 is much more about healing through emotional trauma and damage, where Season 4 is much more physical. Personally, I prefer Season 3's premiere more, but this episode really makes you feel for Peggy, and at the end feels like it earns that almost return to normal moment. Peggy Hill, The Decline and Fall is a healing 8 out of 10. Peggy is out of her cast, but her body is atrophied, having been unable to move for weeks. I will say I'm glad that she's not just hopping out of bed and running marathons after the fact, but yeah, we're still dealing with her arc, which actually goes pretty deep into the season. When she goes to physical therapy, she's basically told to exert as little effort as possible and doesn't feel like she's accomplishing anything. Meanwhile, Cotton isn't even giving her any sympathy at home and is pushing her with stories of his accomplishments in war, all while talking about needing his application finished for his spot in a military plot of land. However, when Peggy starts digging even just a little bit into Cotton's backstory, she realizes there's no way he could have been in the Eastern and Western theaters within days of each other. Seeing that his stories might be a sham, she starts to second guess everything and slips on her PT and even wants to go back to the old facility. Hank actually convinces her otherwise by explaining that Cotton lost his shins and still managed to keep going. He was torn down in war and found the will to keep fighting. Peggy helps him fill out his application and submits it so the war hero could be honored with a proper funeral plot. This episode was necessary. We needed to see Cotton's rage and fury actually used for good. Peggy starts to understand her father-in-law just a little bit more. Again, I don't think this is something that Season 1 Cotton would have done, but as we get deeper in the series, we see new angles of the man, and you can sympathize with what he had to go through and understand that he saw genuine horrors of war. Now, does that forgive everything? No, absolutely not, and it shouldn't. But even if you don't like Cotton as a character, you have to respect what he'd gone through and who he is now. Cotton's plot is an episode that shows Peggy at her absolute strongest. Here she is just months after falling from an airplane, trying to reclaim some part of her life. She's pushing herself to get better and doesn't want to lay around doing nothing. This is the Peggy that people love. This is the character we saw in the first couple seasons. Now, will it always be the case? No, absolutely not. But these 2 episodes make what comes later just so disappointingly jarring. Cotton's plot is an honorable 8 out of 10. Hank and the gang are listening to the Jock and Chad Sports Show, where Jock is played by the late music legend Mac Davis, and Chad is played by country music's own Clint Black, who will show up later in the season as well. Basically, a new running back is about to take Bill's all-time run record, and while Hank and the gang think this is going to absolutely destroy Bill, he's there week after week cheering the kid on to beat his record. However, when the kid gets injured and tears his ACL, they let him hobble his way to breaking the record anyway, even when he obviously couldn't do it on his own, which understandably upsets Hank, especially when we find out that that was Bill's last major accomplishment before enlisting in the army. He didn't get to go to graduation or senior dance or anything. He was in basic, which gives Hank an idea to redcoat Bill and let him try and tie the record again the right way. So they have him rejoin the football team for one last run. One last hoorah! And even as his body is breaking down, he's playing against kids half his age who could eat him alive any day of the week, and yet the man perseveres through the pain, pushes his body past its limits, and finally gets the touchdown he needed to tie the record up once more. Where Cotton's plot was necessary for Peggy and Cotton, Bill's Are Made to Be Broken was essential for Bill. While we'd seen pieces of his life in episodes like Pretty Pretty Dresses, we always saw him at his lowest. We always saw him as depressed, sad, and fat, and mocked because of it. Here we see he was a kid that loved his country, loved his friends, and was something of a local legend. He was the Bulldozer. The community adored him, and seeing him have this time in the spotlight is terrific because he never sabotaged Ricky. He never wished for the kid to fail. He saw a mutual respect for what they did and the stress they put their bodies through to get to it. It's a story where I would argue no one is really in the wrong. Sure, you could argue that they shouldn't have just given it to Ricky, but it's not like it was Ricky's call to make ultimately, and they gave Bill the chance to make it right. This episode showcases that small-town, homegrown Americana that has become so ingrained into the soul of King of the Hill. You need episodes like this to show that these guys aren't complete losers. Even Bill has something that makes him stand out. Even Bill has something that makes him stand proud. Bills Are Made to Be Broken is an asterisk-free 10 out of 10. When the school needs a substitute teacher for shop class and Hank is forced to take a vacation at work, he begins volunteering his time at the school to teach the kids shop. Dennis Berkeley as Principal Moss is just perfect in this episode because he's equal parts an insufferable antagonist and just powerless in the face of the district. Meanwhile, it's time for the Substitute Teacher of the Year awards, and Peggy, having just survived falling out of a plane, is determined to win, despite having stiff competition from her husband, who is quickly becoming a school celebrity. Now, there's 3 key elements to this episode that make it stand out compared to all the others. 1. Hank is never more critical of Bobby or gives him favoritism of any kind in class, and Bobby doesn't expect it. They actually don't even interact all that much. He teaches him like he'd teach any other student. 2. Hank is not actively competing with Peggy, and Peggy is trying to win her award on her own merits. She's not sabotaging him to win. 3. The main conflict of the episode comes from Hank bringing his own tools into school and being kicked out for something that shouldn't be a big deal at all. Like, Hank is loved by the kids and is teaching them practical lessons so they can be better equipped to handle things on their own. It's a great episode. Now, granted, Peggy decides to run as Mrs. Hank Hill in the end so she can get more votes, but I don't know. They set up throughout the episode that she is riding high on the idea that she survived falling out of a plane, and this is the perfect way for her to get her groove back. If Hank didn't step in to help the kids, she'd understandably be a shoo-in, and Hank is never interested in taking that glory away from her. If it was a later season and Peggy did this, it would be a showcase of how far her character has fallen. Here, it feels like the perfect way to show her character growth and how she's healed in a way. I don't know. I like it as a joke here because she sees herself as a protagonist of her own story, and that works for her. Any other time, this just wouldn't be a good episode. Little Horrors of Shop is a well-crafted 9 out of 10 episode that never sticks around for too long and is just good, solid watching. Con and Min are going out of town for Con to present at a conference in Maui, and so they leave Connie with the Hills for their trip, which excites Bobby since he gets to have a sleepover with his girlfriend. Hank and Connie joke around, Connie helps with the dishes, and Bobby even starts helping out more to impress her. Everything is going great. And then Connie gets her first monthly visitor. That's it. That's the whole episode. Connie dealing with her first period, and yet there's again that emotional core that makes the episode worth watching. Not only do you see Connie struggling with hormones and lashing out at Bobby and not understanding why, you see Bobby trying to understand and struggling to fully grasp because they're still ultimately kids. You have Hank going way outside his comfort zone to get Connie the help and supplies she needs, even when he didn't do the same for Peggy. Con, the insufferable man that he is, the instant he hears what Connie is going through, he and Min both immediately fly home from Maui. That's at minimum a 9-hour flight. They wasted no time to be home and care for their daughter when she was going through something that was uprooting her whole life. You see Con be cold to Hank and the gang and mock them, but he never hesitates in his unquestioned love for Connie, and that's honestly great to see. He and Min love her more than anything. Even at the end of the episode when Connie and Bobby are talking and they reach their own compromise on what's happening, the episode just ends. There's no dynamic element that completely throws a wrench into everything. It's literally just Hank helping Connie until her parents can take over. Hank even consoles Con so he doesn't feel completely helpless. I don't know. This is a very humanizing episode for Hank, and this season as a whole has been very kind to him. He's getting a lot of episodes while also knowing what to do to get things taken care of. He could hear how scared Connie was, and he jumped down 8A to help her. The scene where she's spiraling because she doesn't have enough money to cover what she needs, and he just consoles her and tells her he'll buy everything, may seem small, but it's those small acts of kindness that matter most. Hank didn't do it for a thank you from Con or for him to owe him. He did it because he didn't want Connie suffering. It's things like that that make Hank such an endearing character most of the time. Aisle 8A is awkward intentionally. It's not supposed to be this fun, happy adventure, but by the end of it, you get that emotional closure that makes it a perfectly prescribed 9 out of 10. When Luann, the 19-year-old, opens a can of beer and wins a contest to go to New Orleans, Hank then suddenly gets to go to Nolans and either have Don Meredith, played by Don Meredith, throw the ball to win $100,000, or he can throw it himself and win $1 million. And yeah, the Hills are going to Louisiana. And I gotta say, I love that Hank builds his own beer can to practice throwing the football into to maybe win $1 million. The man practiced time and time again, and when he was confident he could do it, he decided, why not take the risk? Why not go all in? Like, we've seen Hank be the most reserved, held back guy most of his life, but now he has a shot to go big or go home, and he's welding a giant beer can to maybe make his dream a reality. I don't know, seeing him with that fire is just so beautifully written and showcased. And then we hit the only major roadblock of the episode. Bill tags along for their trip down to Nolans because the Dautreves are from Louisiana, and he decides to meet up with his family. His cousin's widows, Rose, played by Emily Strayer, Violetta, played by Natalie Maines, and Lily, played by Marty McGuire. There's also his cousin Gilbert, played by David Herman, having way too much fun with the character, and I am here for it. And of course, the matriarch of House Dautreve, Aunt Esma, played by a little-known actress by the name of Academy Award-winning screen legend Meryl Streep. If you don't say the whole thing, it just doesn't have the same weight, you know? Now, the reason it's a roadblock in my eyes is that neither story really gets the time to breathe. I would have loved if this episode was a two-parter. Instead, we get rushed through Bill trying to figure out which of the three women that are super into him is actually his cousin, while Hank battles with his inner doubt to see if he could actually throw the ball, eventually handing it over to Don Meredith, who doesn't even take off his jacket for the throw, and fails. Granted, Don had been practicing the entire time with his jacket on and didn't want to throw off his groove. But imagine how soul-crushing that would be to swallow your pride at a once-in-a-lifetime shot just to have the sure thing fail. Have him battle his yips like he did back in Season 2. Have Peggy coach him for a change. You could have fleshed the story out as an episode all its own while Bobby learns the ways of a southern gentleman from Gilbert that makes Hank throwing all of Bobby's new attire off the balcony that much more earned at the end. Give us scenes of Bill with each of the girls and being his awkward Bill self. Give us more of Aunt Esma. Give us more of all these different plots that just absurdly end with nary a whisper. The episode is not bad at all, it just could have been so much better. A beer can named Desire is a frustrating, but enjoyable 8 out of 10. Hank has smoked a turkey for Thanksgiving, where they're visiting Peggy's family in Montana this year, leaving Bill by his lonesome. Joanna Gleason would play Peggy's mom. Hank doesn't get Luann a ticket to Thanksgiving, so he has to buy one at the airport and then finds out he can't bring a tank of propane onto a plane. Who knew? Bill finds an excuse to pick up a fake uncle so he can spend time with the Hills. Dale drives John Redcorn to the airport, Boomhauer's picking up flight attendants, everyone is having a happy Hill-a-day. Anyway, some sleet shuts down the airport, and Hank struggles to find a way to get the family to Montana. They end up sleeping at the airport, and all the while, Peggy is coaxing Hank to break the rules to get what they need. We see Con just hopping behind a counter and serving up food for his family and stealing because he has to look out for them. And then in the morning, when they're ready to take off, they think Hank's smoked turkey is an explosive and detonate it, causing him to, understandably, freak out. The sleet comes down again, and Hank even lies to another family about a shuttle that could take them to their flight. Now, is that what Hank would do? He's slept in an airport, he's been pushed around, he's at his wit's end, and he wants his family to have a happy Thanksgiving. He runs clear across the airport, and when he finally watches them all into the bus and looks out to see the disappointment in the eyes of the other family he had lied to, he disembarks. Remember, Hank is not an altruistic guiding light. He will mess up from time to time. He's human. But at the end of the day, more often than not, he's going to do the right thing. And as they all huddle in the airport food court, joined by their closest friends, the Rainy Street Gang make the best of their sleeted-in Thanksgiving. Happy Hanksgiving doesn't jeopardize any characters to make the episode work. Sure, it walks back Hank caring about Luann, but not in a way that's downright malicious. He doesn't even need more convincing than he gets to get her a ticket the day of. A family snowed in an airport is probably the most cliche trope of sitcom writing, but it works because they've taken the time to make the characters believable. We get a great little side adventures with everyone, and honestly, it's a fantastic holiday outing and a smoky TSA regulation 9 out of 10. Hank and the gang get a backhoe to install an industrial septic tank at Bill's house. Bill, my guy, are you okay? However, as the gang loses control of the project and Dale drives the hoe into the side of Bill's house, Hank needs to go and decompress at Megalomart and get an L-pipe when he hears an equally frustrated lover of hard work yelling at another retail associate. Hal, played by now Price is Right game show host and then star of the Drew Carey Show, you guessed it, Drew Carey. I'll probably never review the Drew Carey Show, but just know, the Drew Carey Show was Americana to the Midwest as King of the Hill was to the South. And that is no small part due to Drew Carey's outstanding delivery and personality, which shines through in his voice work for this episode. And so yeah, Hank and Hal become friends and the gang gets jealous. It's an episode about guy love, that's all it is. I'm not entirely sure, but the music in the bar when they're drinking, I'm almost confident is Drew Carey singing, which is an extra added fun touch. I mean, you get Hank and Hal jamming out while Bill and Dale spy on them, and there's a lot of charm to Hank having someone he can actually bond with. Dale and Bill are just morons in the best dumb way, and it's great to see the two hanging out and actually bonding together. When they ask Hank to pick between them and Hal, he picks Hal, and they decide to take the backhoe and train to win their friend back. They end up burying themselves in a pet cemetery like only they can. We also get our first reveal of spaghetti and meatballs! Yum yum! Jimsy is played by Dave Thomas, who keeps popping up in the show, and it's just a nice touch. Anyway, Hank finds the two stuck and helps them get free. It's nice to see Dale and Bill bonding after they've been beating each other up constantly through the show, and it really shows they're friends and just have a weird way of showing it. I don't know, I wish we got more of Hal, and I get why we don't, but it's just kinda tragic Hank doesn't have someone that he can bond with other than the gang. Not in My Backhoe is a W-shaped 8 out of 10. Lady Bird doesn't want to play and only listens to Hank. Bobby finds a raccoon and decides to start feeding it. We all make mistakes when we see a trash panda in need. And so Bobby joins his new friend Bandit for a trash can feast, which is actually pretty wholesome in its own way. He then starts letting the raccoon live in the garage, and Dale gets sent to take care of it. He fails, and Lady Bird fights with the raccoon, who bites both her and Dale. Lady Bird then runs off, and they have to find her. Dale starts to believe he's developed rabies because he's a hypochondriac that worries about everything, and that's the episode. Dale, Lady Bird, and Bandit are out in the wild and need to be tracked down. I mean, it's a Dale episode. On the one hand, it's touching to see how much Hank absolutely loves Lady Bird, and you actually see him cry over her missing, but then they're captured by Rabies Dale, who's going to drain their blood to replace his infected blood, and through that also learn about propane and propane accessories. I don't know, man. I usually enjoy Dale episodes, but this one is just insufferable. This may be the weakest episode of the season. It's not even because of Hank or Bobby or anything. It's literally just Dale. If you take Dale out of the equation and focus on the story of just Hank and Bobby understanding the bonding of pets and companionship, I think it would have been substantially stronger. Even when Bobby has the gun and is ready to take the shot, he takes out Bandit instead of Lady Bird because he thought he was going to attack. If you take the naked Screeching Man out of the episode, there is some emotional integrity to be appreciated there. It just feels like Dale detracts from everything on display. To Kill a Lady Bird is a perfectly tolerable but bogged down 5 out of 10. Ah yes, one of the most dated episodes of the entire show. You see, back in 1999, there was a fear of Y2K. Basically, computers registered year valuations in 2 digits. So when the year 1999 shortened to 99 rolled over to 2000, or just zeros, no one knew what was going to happen and feared the worst. Remember, we were largely using analog technology and even analog TV broadcast until about 2009. As such, a lot of people and companies feared that Y2K was going to be the fall of man as all technology as we knew it failed or short-circuited. Computer stores would even sell computers that were Y2K proof. The problem? Literally any computer is Y2K proof. As someone that remembers the turn of the millennia, it really was one of the wildest conspiracies known to man. This episode focuses on that. Basically, it's our Christmas episode, and as the entire town freaks out over the incoming disaster that is Y2K, where even our nukes would fail and fire all willy-nilly, they start panic buying. Fun fact, our nuclear program still uses floppy disks. And yeah, that's the episode. Hank navigating the Y2K fear-mongering while trying to keep his family intact. Even when a propane shortage rattles him, he tries to keep a level head and looks towards the future, terrified of what may happen to his family, but ready to face the danger together. Sure, instead of getting Peggy the computer she wanted, he gets her a giant clock, because he's, practical about that stuff, but it just, I don't know. The further detached we get from the time period, the more this episode may seem foreign to a lot of people. But it was a genuine fear a non-zero amount of people actually had. Sure, doomsday prepping is a very real thing now, but back then it was still very much in its infancy of being mainstream. Helenium is an episode that closed the blast doors and locked itself as a time capsule to a long-forgotten panic. And I mean, the episode came out in December of '99. They weren't making this episode on the other side of Y2K. That's the most important thing. They made it with the hope that everything would be okay and that things would continue business as usual. The episode is great, packed full of terrific jokes and satire, while also not totally invalidating people's fears. It did everything it needed to for its time and is honestly a great example of an episode that's a product of its time, but still great to see. Helenium is an end of days grade 9 out of 10. Despite getting a brand new computer in the last episode, Peggy is still using her broken computer, which wouldn't be such an issue if it wasn't such a big part of the previous episode. Meanwhile, Bill sees the flag he saluted for nearly 20 years being ready to be ceremoniously burned and properly retired when he decides to give it a loving home like the patriot he is. We also get the new substitute teacher, Peggy Donovan, played by guest star and acting legend Heather Locklear of Melrose Place and Spin City fame. Bobby gets an F on his English paper, and he speaks English. How is that possible? Bobby looks outside and sees Bill's flag and gets inspired to write about his love of America. However, Peggy starts to write his paper for him while Bobby games and does all the work. When Peggy keeps floating around to see what happens with the paper, Mrs. Donovan returns an A paper and it goes straight to Bobby's head. Peggy, jealous of her son and with her musings being rejected, starts to spiral until she admits that she wrote the essay. I'll say this. Hank is 100% in the right here. Peggy should have never written the paper, and Bobby should have never taken credit for it. Meanwhile, Khan tries to take down Bill's flag that's blocking out the sun and unleashes the patriotic beast that Bill is. Bobby starts stealing Peggy's musings to help his friends and basically just admits to plagiarism. Yeah, they both deserve it. Like, sure, Mrs. Donovan could have been softer with the delivery, but she was justifiably upset. And again, Hank is the voice of reason without being overbearing about it. He didn't rat them out, but he sure didn't offer them any quarter either. Peggy and Bobby try to scheme, and when Peggy backs up over the flag, they shred the tire marked Majesty. Basically, Peggy has Bobby help her commit a felony and set off the fire alarms in the process. Poor Bill in all of this. Bill has watched the flag he loved just get mutilated as two people try and hide their shame. I don't know. I feel bad celebrating what Peggy was doing earlier in the season after everything she's been through, because this is just not how you do it. You see her spiraling and it just doesn't work. Sure, you find out that Mrs. Donovan was ready to watch Peggy fail, but and? It's not like she did any intense snooping to figure out they did it. She was literally reading the paper. It's a bold episode that makes me dislike Peggy and feel sympathy for Bill in the same strokes. Old Glory is a proud flying, but overall lackluster 6 out of 10. Hank takes Bobby out on a propane run to a ranch where he gets inspired to take Bobby to the rodeo. And so Hank starts to train him to be a solid wrangler and even lassos a wild Bill. Hank is really excited for Bobby to go to the rodeo and be a true and proper wrangler. Remember when Bobby loves stand-up comedy and loves performing for people? Hank sure doesn't. Yeah, Bobby falls in love with being a rodeo clown instead of being a wrangler. It reminds me a lot of Husky Bobby, except I imagine his passion would be more welcomed here. Like they serve a purpose and help de-escalate situations at the rodeo. I mean, Bobby walks into that trailer with the confidence of a true comedian. I don't know, in Husky Bobby he was being flaunted for being on the heavier side. Here it's his genuine talent and comedic wit on display. But of course, clowns are looked down upon and Hank is ashamed, while Dale couldn't be prouder of all of Joseph's accomplishments, even having Joseph win buckle after buckle until he says he doesn't even know who Bobby is to hang with the other cowboys. Bobby never jeopardizes who he is. He never changed. He has always been the same goofy kid who just wanted to entertain people, and even in the end, when Hank helps him dress up to save Joseph, you never feel like there's a proper resolution that celebrates all of his hard work. Bobby didn't do anything wrong. He didn't commit some heinous crime. He saved Joseph and put on a show. I don't know. I really like Bobby in this episode, even if the episode as a whole is just sort of sped through and, fine. It's a background filler episode that doesn't really go anywhere, but at least it's believable for all the characters. Rodeo Days is a bucking bronco of a 7 out of 10. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I swear he has used that joke for the last 3 seasons, and you see the evolution of a joke in real time as he tries to find a way to make it work. It's a weird bit of continuity, and I'm gonna be sad to see it go. But we need a lighthearted John of an episode like this before we turn into our next big 2-parter. It's the first time we see the Blue Flame of Valor being awarded. We also see that Buck is very obviously having an affair with Debbie. But sure enough, Hank wins the Blue Flame of Valor award. We also learn that Buck found Hank working at a jeans store and gave him the dream he never knew he had: selling propane and propane accessories. However, halfway through his acceptance speech, Ms. Liz Strickland barges in and kicks Buck out of their homes after finding him and Debbie necking. Let's just get this out of the way right now. This is a jam-packed episode full of talent. Not only would Debbie be played by Reese Witherspoon, we also get the late great Lane Smith playing the propane chairman Charlie Fortner, and of course Ms. Liz played by legend of screen and stage, one Kathleen Turner, aka the villain from the critical darling Baby Geniuses opposite Christopher Lloyd. That was a joke, in case you needed me to say that. She's timeless. Anyway, because Texas has an asset seizure procedure, Buck sells Sugarfoots to Hank for just a few bucks so that Liz can't come after it in the divorce. Peggy then believes she owns half of Sugarfoots and decides to be more hands-on with her new establishment. We also get the return of Phil Hendry as Liz's defense attorney, Jewel Crawford, which I swear, man could read the phone book and make the pages sing. Miss Liz then takes over Strickland Propane and counts on Hank as her #1 confidant. We also get to meet the Sugarfoots crew, including the absolute legend, Little John. There's just a lot here to love. Hank visits Buck at the singles apartment where we meet Debbie's roommate, Gail, an absolute legend of a person who spends his days buying Hot Wheels off eBay. Liz starts buttering up Hank, even giving him his dream position as manager. However, she has other schemes afoot. A Sugarfoot, if you will. Yeah, she tries to seduce Hank and fails spectacularly because that's who he is. Naturally, Debbie decides to try and seduce Hank and blackmail him into keeping her safe from Ms. Liz. However, when she gets violent, he speeds off only to be confronted by Buck. Hank tries to get Liz and Buck at Sugarfoots to make peace, and then Debbie calls to set Hank up, so he promises to head over and take care of it. Peggy hears a loud bang in the back of Sugarfoots and finds Debbie shot in a dumpster as "To Be Continued" floats across the bottom of the screen. Okay, I don't think I can get too into the episode without looking at the second part, but talk about one hell of a rising action. There's so much I want to say, but we gotta get through the next one. Alright, so Debbie is in the dumpster, she's not moving, she is done. Hank is hanging out with Gail as he tries to buy a Weevil and lights up. Hank tries to use his cigarette to light his own when he finds out that he has consumed the devil's lettuce. He begins to panic, fearing he's gotten too high, and that truly, this is the end of days. We also meet the sheriff, played by Mac Davis, who we heard back in Bills Were Made to Be Broken. We also get the Texas Rangers called in, where the agent is played by returning great Phil Lamar. Hank then gets roped in as he starts to panic. Debbie was found with Ms. Liz's gun, and Hank struggles to play it cool, just looking as suspicious as humanly possible. Buck and Ms. Liz reconcile, and Buck is back in business. We also saw Hank's name tag had been torn off his shirt and planted by the Debbie dumpster. Hank thinks he's totally blacked out on the Mary Jane and committed a murder. Dun dun dun. Buck slips a shotgun shell into Hank's truck while wearing a wire to try and catch him red-handed to get the heat off Buck. Like if it was any other time or any other character, this would just be hokey, but Hank is just so earnest about it all that it makes it perfect. Khan asks for Hank's autograph and gives him a Jimmy Neutron brain blast and figures out that there was no way he could have ever messed with Debbie. Hank comes clean at Sugarfoot's and admits that he was with Gail. And right as Buck is about to be arrested, the Ranger steps in and reveals what happened. Debbie wasn't murdered. She went to the get in, get out, grabbed some nachos, a big gulp, and when she was climbing into the dumpster, the gun misfired and bing bang boom, she sunset herself. And all was right with the world. The family jokes and Hank is banned from mowing the lawn for 1 week. What a roller coaster two-parter. It really makes me wish A Beer Can Named Desire was a two-parter as well, because this may be one of the strongest narratives of the entire show. I mean, these 2 episodes are probably the closest we'd ever get to a King of the Hill movie, and they're just phenomenal. Outside of just downright amazing voice work from both established voice actors and accomplished film actors of their own right, we get the sharpest jokes, dialogue, and honestly some of the best music of the series yet. There's an undercurrent of comedy that manages to undercut and yet somehow elevate the suspense. You know Hank didn't do it, there's just no way it would be possible. But Buck? Ms. Liz? Oh, they're fair game. But even they aren't shown as blatant red herrings. They have their own independent motivations that make it work that much more. This two-parter is not the funniest King of the Hill has ever been, but it's definitely some of the best it'll ever be written. Like, this is some of the finest King of the Hill you could ever show someone. If you look at the 2 episodes in a vacuum of a perfectly concise narrative that needs no other extra explanation or setup, you know who everyone is either through context clues or them just straight telling you. You know the players, the stakes, and how far the characters will go to defend their good names. Like, I know I'm rambling, sure, fine, whatever, but it has to be said that episodes like this elevate the idea of adult animation as a whole. Remember, before The Simpsons or King of the Hill, there was just some very thin, slim Ralph Bakshi-shaped pickings to choose from when it came to adult animation. It would explode in popularity in the 2000s, absolutely, and be the powerhouse it is today, but the medium owes no small part of that to these 2 episodes. These showed the possibility of the medium. These episodes need to be seen, appreciated, respected, seen again, and then sober up and watch them a 3rd time. 100 out of 10. Truly a masterclass in everything that animation can be. Bobby sees Luann naked at a picnic and Joseph wants the hot deets. I feel like there's some cosmic irony to having naked ambition right after high anxiety, because I mean, really? You build up all this goodwill and then bam! An episode that would be better off 2 seasons ago. The most frustrating part is that there's actually good stuff to the episode. Boomhauer passing out in his tube and waking up as he wanders around his city before getting sent to a mental hospital, and Dale of all people can understand him and goes to get him out and ends up getting brought in too. That's great! Connie hasn't told her parents she and Bobby are dating and promises she will, and finds she's self-conscious about her chest after finding out about the Luann thing. Bobby tries to defend Luann from Joseph, who's just obsessive in the worst way. I personally hate when stories are dependent on miscommunication for a narrative to move forward. We also get, I think, the first appearance of the Wasana song, so that's neat, I guess. Genuinely, the gang's side story is one of the most genuinely funny adventures they've been on yet, and it's a shame it's to the service of this episode. The Connie and Bobby stuff just spirals and gets real awkward real fast. The Joseph stuff is just, man, they speedrun making that kid insufferable. On the one hand, love how the gang refuses to just call Hank to get them out of the ward, even though, sure enough, he eventually gets that call. Though I will say I do love that Hank supports Bobby in trying to see Connie and is even proud of him. I don't know. The episode seems to lose the plot halfway through and just doesn't pick it back up. Naked Ambition is a bare 5 out of 10. Pops collapses on his mower, and now a new house is for sale! Hank and the gang want to turn into a clubhouse, but it already has an owner, Luann, who's tired of living under Hank's house rules. Hank is naturally proud and is more than eager to have her out. Luann gets 3 roommates to help cover the cost, and man, they are absolute legends. Tanya, played by Maura Tierney of ER and Liar Liar, Kate, played by Vicki Lewis of News Radio fame, and Griffin, played by Andy Dick, famous for, oh, just Google him, you'll go for a ride. And yeah, no, they're just absolutely horrible roommates that abuse Luann's naivete and kindness. You really feel for her as she struggles to keep everything under control and realizes that she's becoming Hank with all of her rules and desire for order. Hank tries to console her and talks about the menial tasks and projects that bring him back to his center. Luann tries to be as passive-aggressive as possible to get them to do something, anything to help out, and when she starts cleaning a pool, she starts to find her zen. And as Hank and Luann sit on the edge of the pool sipping a beer, the episode pans out, only to have Topsy and Cotton attack her roommates. When I was a kid, I hated this episode. It seemed like just a bunch of nonsense, and it wasn't relatable in the slightest. And then I got horrible roommates. Then I found myself cleaning up after people and realized those little projects really are what keep you sane. You ever reset the wood on the door under your sink with wood glue and clamps? I'm no handyman, but that was downright therapeutic to see the actual fruits of your labor. Moving on up is bittersweet. It feels rushed in a way to have Luann so abruptly moved out of the Hill house and across the street, but she's growing up and deserves a space of her own, even if it won't be mentioned too much in the future. That being said, I just wish we got more Luann growth here. Each Luann episode previously gave us something more to her character and almost feels like she's been dialed back this season so she doesn't get in the way. Of course, Brittany Murphy does a great performance like always, and it shows why she was a cut above, but it just seemed to drag in the middle when there could have been better scenes than Boomhauer playing with a spider or the gang coming up with a secret knock. Moving on up is a packed up 7 out of 10. Hot take, this is when Peggy really starts slipping. Peggy is in her office/storage closet lamenting how she misses being a manager at Sugarfoot's, where even in the most generous timelines, she ran it for at most a month. A little power goes straight to her head time and time again. Now, she's looking at classifieds under a neon Peggy sign, trying to find her new venture because, of course she is. She misses telling people what to do. Like what? Anyway, she gets wrapped up in an energy bar triangle-shaped business that is not manipulative at all. She's introduced to the fast-paced world of top-down marketing by Lainey, played by Terry Garr. And yeah, no, Peggy is a dream MLM member. The funniest part is, it's not even the only time she gets roped into an MLM, which is wild. She's just that gullible. Granted, things were different 20 years ago, and that information was much less available back then, but still, Peggy is gullible. She's very, very gullible. She starts using the family to sell her energy bars, and when they can't move product like she needs to, she turns to the man she hates almost as much as Cotton, and honestly, kinda justifiably so in a lot of points, Bill. Also, we get Dale apologizing for his Y2K freakout, and it might be my favorite lines Johnny Hardwick ever delivers. He's just so hat in hand about it, it's delightful. And so yeah, Bill is great at selling bars, and despite Peggy being literally disgusted by him, she works him to the bone to move as much product as possible by preying on his weakness and lack of self-esteem. He starts selling it all over the base and getting them to fly like hotcakes. He gets invited to San Antonio as a diamond-level salesman, and Peggy gets greedy and wants him to double down to make it to Nationals, which is basically exactly the same in the exact same room. Hank breaks the family rule, and they eat dinner in the living room. Exciting things are happening over at Hill House. And when Peggy shows Bill even an iota of kindness, he runs off in fear. Hank even gives Peggy help by telling her that Bill is only motivated by tragedy and likes being treated badly, which I can't think of any moral ground you can argue that Peggy berating Bill to move pyramid scheme chocolate is anywhere justified. And so yeah, she constantly puts him down so he can sell product and burn himself out trying to earn her praise. Remember when she fell out of a plane? Remember when she was trying to earn her Substitute Teacher of the Year award? All that goodwill is really just kinda out the window at this point. At least she shows some kind of remorse when she sees he popped a blister, but it just seems like too little too late. The damage is already done. Like, the episode ends with Peggy apologizing for abusing their friendship, but let's not forget how creepy Bill was when Hank and Bobby were out of town just last season. It's perfectly okay for them to have an awkward relationship, but you just don't abuse someone like that. This is just, no. The worst part is, the episode as a whole isn't bad, it just really destroys a lot of Peggy's likability. She wasn't like this in the first or even second season. This is new. The plot seems like it's slipping on her. Bill of Sales is a painful to watch, but well written. 8 out of 10. Khan is throwing a Laotian New Year's party, Pi. Actually, had to look it up, and sure enough, they're absolutely right. Pi, the Laotian New Year, is held in April. Fascinating little tidbit, it's usually celebrated with things like a beauty pageant, flower picking and washing to adorn Buddhist images, and releasing of animals from captivity since they believe they should be free to roam nature like tortoises and fish. They could have made some nonsense holiday up and no one would really notice, but they actually did put some effort in and it's something to celebrate. Like, they're even celebrating the washing traditions as people are throwing water on each other, and they never draw attention to that tradition, it's just shown on screen. So it's nice that they add those extra elements. Peggy convinces Hank to go to the Pi celebration so Bobby and Connie can be together, which really does show they care about him, and it's great. We also got the mention that Ted Wasanasong is a member of the Nine Rivers Country Club. They also announced that Buddhist monks will be coming to the celebration to find the reincarnation of a lama that they believe should be in the area. One of the monks is played by Sun Tak-oh, who most would recognize as the dad in Mulan, which he'd reprise in Mulan 2 as one of his last roles, but he actually had a storied career of over 50 years in television, which is just absolutely amazing. Matt had one of the greatest numbers of one-off appearances up there with actors like James Hong and Mako. The other monks are played by Stephen Root and David Herman, but it's still a great extra touch. He really brings a phenomenal delivery that elevates the episode as a whole. The monks set out ancient artifacts, with one being attached to the llama. Chang, Wasanasong, and Connie are then tasked with choosing their artifacts. Bobby, trying to defuse the situation, picks up a cane and tries to slow Chang down. The problem being, that was the llama's cane. Out of all the canes laid out, he picked the only one used by Lama Songlok. They're convinced he's the reincarnation, which naturally Hank and even Bobby to some degree refute. They call their leader to come back out and double check. Bobby and Connie then try to learn more about Buddhism, and Bobby does do some reading on his own. He starts to meditate, and Hank tries to teach him about Methodism, and even Reverend Stroop actually encourages him to pursue his spirituality in his own way. However, when he finds out that he can't have a girlfriend if he is a llama, he wants to sabotage it to prove that he isn't the reincarnation so he can be with Connie. Connie begs him to take the test for real, and Hank tries to convince him not to take it at all. And so when Bobby walks out and has to choose, he looks over all the artifacts, and when he sees Connie's reflection in the mirror, he chooses her. He had picked her in Songlok's mirror. I think the most important thing in the entire episode is how they never try and make a joke of Buddhism. It's not exaggerated. They don't make Bobby shave his head or put on robes or anything. He educates himself on the religion and tries to learn more about the culture that Connie had grown up in. We even see that while Khan and Min are Buddhists, they're Buddhists in the same way Hank and Peggy are Methodists. They eat meat, and they don't necessarily follow perfect practitioners. You don't have to be strict practitioners so long as it gives you some sort of spiritual guidance, or in their case, networking abilities. Where High Anxiety and Hanky Panky were next level writing, Won't You Pee My Neighbor is a masterful character work. Bobby teeters the line of letting that kind of identity go right to his head, but he's always respectful to the monks and is open to learning more. This may be one of the best Bobby episodes of the entire show, and huge shout out to Pamela Adlon for just bringing that husky legend to life in a way only she can. Won't You Pee My Neighbor is one of the most heartfelt episodes of the entire show, and the fact it's sandwiched between Bill of Sale and Hank's Bad Hair Day just feels off. But where else do you put it that it would make sense? I don't need to tell you it's a 10 out of 10 episode. No actor phones in their performance, every character is doing exactly what you think they would, and the direction is top notch. It's a story that could have been exaggerated, but instead it's treated with reverence and dignity. Watch this episode and just appreciate everything going on. I've seen it easily over 15 times, and that ending still brings a tear to my eye. It's an absolute masterclass episode. Hank's barber is going senile and starts messing up his haircuts. They can't all be bangers. Hank's barber, Jack, is played by Brian Doyle Murray, older brother of Bill Murray, and known for all kinds of roles including Knuckles in Flapjack and the Boss in Christmas Vacation, alongside more than a few others. Fun fact, he'd also star in The Good Family, Mike Judge's other animated family series that lasted a whopping 13 episodes. Don't worry, I'll find a time to talk about it. Anyway, Hank gets his hair bleached and Bill offers to cut his hair for him since he is a military barber after all. However, after the haircut, Hank gets an exorbitant bill from the US military and decides to write to his senator to get it expunged. He keeps fighting the issue over and over until the government agrees to dismantle the entire barber program and fires Bill before auctioning off all of his barber equipment and gives Hank a very healthy check for helping eliminate government financial waste. Did you know the US military fails their audit yearly with a margin well into the billions? I bring this up for no reason whatsoever. And so Hank buys back Bill's equipment with his check and the military secretly reinstates him barber/pinball machine technician. The social commentary of the episode is odd, but still poignant to this day, and honestly, the jokes are well written. It's just such a whiplash going from Pee My Neighbor to this in a marathon viewing. Again, these episodes really weren't made with marathoning in mind, but they do have elements that have been referenced in the past. Though I will say Hank's bad hair day kind of commits a cardinal sin of narrative: the undisclosed passage of time. Hank's hair grows out as he waits arguably months for a response back and just throws everything off. Episodes are becoming less and less connected, and while it's not a bad thing, it's just more disappointing than anything. We're going to get a lot more imbalanced seasons going forward because there isn't that constant string just heading through. Characters will have arcs, but the story as a whole has lost that narrative. It's tragic, but it makes sense for a series this old. You don't want an audience lost if an episode that was supposed to air that week gets cut for football and it had critical information for the plot. They steer more and more into the one-shots, and the end of the season is a perfect example of that. Hank's Bad Hair Day is a well-styled 8 out of 10 that showcases some of the symptoms, but is still excellently well-written, acted, and delivers on what it needs to. Bobby wants to go to a summer comedy camp to learn how to make people laugh. Hank shoots the idea down and instead offers for Bobby to come and work at Strickland Propane and observe Hank in his zone. Bobby and Joe Jack start messing around in the break room when Hank yells at them. Then, after Dale riles up a crowd as just a horrible friend trying to get his hands on a Char King Imperial, Bobby decides to intervene and get the people laughing to distract them until the truck comes with propane-based comedy. That's right, it's a Bobby and Joe Jack episode, honey. Bobby does such a great job that even Hank is delighted and loves his propane-themed jokes. Bobby gets to put together his own improv group, the Propaniacs, and they do a fantastic job as they tour through the Strickland network. That is, until Joe Jack slips and starts drinking heavily again and can't do the skits like they promised. Hank tries to step up and ends up embarrassing the Propane Association president, Charlie Fortner, by drawing attention to his adult diapers. Charlie Fortner, still played by Lane Smith from earlier in the season, one of the last bits of continuity we have. After that, Bobby tries to salvage his act by performing at a food court, and when no one laughs at his jokes other than Hank, he turns his attention to his biggest fan to make him laugh. I love this episode, because it's another fantastic Bobby episode that shows his talent is evolving. You can see his inspiration from the stand-up comics he's enjoyed as far back as the defensive driving course, and his love of Johnny Carson. He never lets it go to his head, and you can see how much he loves just making people laugh. He's so genuine, which is why it's so tragic when Joe Jack ruins it all. Bobby's just a kid trying to bring some light into the world, and the fact that now his dad is actually encouraging this hobby warms my heart. They finally bond over something that Bobby loves. And even that last bit, where you know he can tell his jokes aren't landing in the food court, and he makes a conscious effort to keep going because he's making Hank laugh so hard he has tears in his eyes, might be one of the best scenes in the show. You could genuinely end the series on this episode and be one of the highest points of the entire thing. Meet the Propaniacs is a clean-burning 10 out of 10, and easily one of the best episodes of the series that warms the heart evenly without ever having to taste the heat, so you can focus on the meat. Hank saves the owner of That's Amore from their locked walk-in freezer, and he gives him a free dinner for 4. So Hank and Peggy decide to take Dale and Nancy. Nancy tries to refuse for her Redcorn nights, but John Redcorn wants a night off and they get into a fight. So Nancy, in protest of her fight with John Redcorn, goes to dinner with Dale. That'll show him. The shocking thing is, by the end of the night, Nancy actually finds herself attracted to her husband and doesn't know why. Check out Sir's John Redcorn. It's a really solid song with a wildly creative music video. I gotta plug it somewhere, and it really feels like it belongs here, mostly because a lot of the scenes in the music video are based off of this episode. But yeah, Nancy battles with her feelings as she cleans her sheets and feels like she betrayed John Redcorn. She is a really hard character to support. Like, I get that she's married to Dale, and that's a challenge in its own right, but Dale thinks that Nancy's headaches are because he's been neglecting her, so he drops to his knees and begs for her forgiveness and talks about how amazing she is. It's wild that an episode like this actually shows that Dale is just hopelessly in love with Nancy and he genuinely cares about her. Dale actually has charm and talent when he tries. He's just really, really, really dumb. Nancy tries to take back John Redcorn and he refuses, so Dale goes to apologize to John Redcorn after hitting him with a lamp thinking he was an intruder. Dale actually helps John Redcorn by filing with the Freedom of Information Act to help him get back the land he petitioned for. Dale and John forgive one another, Dale blissfully unaware of what John really means when he's saying sorry. But there is a bit of closure there. And yeah, Nancy tries to go back to having her headaches and sleeping with John Redcorn with Dale's blessing again, not understanding what he's agreeing to, and John Redcorn refuses because he sees Dale as a real friend and wouldn't want to betray him like that. And so Dale and Nancy walk off ready to try and be a married couple. Leave it to this episode to make John Redcorn actually likable. Nancy, I can't imagine anyone really sympathizes with her all that much. If they didn't show Dale as genuinely loving her as much as they did, it would be different, but he really does care about her and shows that she's his whole world. John Redcorn is just doing his own thing, and the way him and Dale bond is actually touching in a way. Again, just held together by Jonathan Joss bringing it all to the role. It's just, yeah, this is an episode. Again, it's uncomfortable because it's written well. Nancy's Boys is a freely informed 8 out of 10. It's a heat wave in Arlen, and so with the drought going on, poor Texans are forced to ration their water. Hank has his water meter checked and gets recommended to get a low-flow toilet since they use half the water. And so Hank does just that, but sure enough, they don't produce enough water and he has to flush multiple times, defeating the purpose of the low-flow toilets. Meanwhile, Khan has been bribing the water meter technician and has a lawn lush and vibrant as all get out, while Hank's withers on the vine. Bobby finds out about what Khan is doing and starts blackmailing him so he can get front door privilege and get his precious baths. Bobby knows what's up. If Khan was keeping his mouth shut about it, it'd be one thing, but he fooled around and now he's finding out. Bobby making Khan fear him is great. He doesn't overplay his hand and works like a pro. Anyway, it's illegal to install a high-flow toilet, and Hank has to fight to repeal it. However, Nate Hashaway, played by the still phenomenal Lane Smith, who could make a movie like Son-in-Law with Pauly Shore entertaining, fights him tooth and nail because Hashaway Fixtures supplies all the low-flow toilets, and he makes a mint so he controls the board. Bobby uses his connections with Khan to try and get Hank's lawn watered, but gets caught in the process, embarrassing Hank. Bobby was just trying to help, but ol' Icarus and wax wings and whatnot. So Nate tries to blackmail Hank into backing out, which he agrees to do after fighting to allow high-flow toilets one more time and discovering a clause. If he doesn't vote, he can keep the board there, and if they leave, they forfeit their votes. So he wears them down by reading Peggy's column, and sure enough, when they have to use the low flows themselves, they side with Hank and he uses his high flow with pride. See, Peggy's understanding of local laws and everything works great for her character here, and honestly makes the last 10 episodes or so feel like an absolute fever dream. This is the Peggy you love to see. This is a team that can face anything together, and honestly it's just annoying that we still get these really well done episodes where it shows they can write Peggy well. It's just like they choose not to, especially as we head into the end of the season. Flush with Power is a patriotic and well-developed episode that washes away the competition as a solid 9 out of 10. Hank and Peggy go out bowling with Dale and Nancy, but Peggy gets very self-conscious because she has a complex about her size 16 feet. She has bigger feet than Hank, and you can really actually sympathize with her plight. This was well before custom shoes were anywhere close to affordable, which they're still not cheap today, and she's understandably uncomfortable with drawing attention to it. She finds out her feet are getting bigger, and she breaks down thinking she could end up having size 20 feet. And as she breaks down, another large-footed woman stomps her way into Peggy's life to hand her the business card that's going to change her life forever. A doctor who can appreciate a woman with a good soul. Get it? Like the shoe? You don't have to laugh, these jokes are for me. Grant Trimble, the foot-loving doctor, is actually played by Academy Award-winning director Sidney Pollack, who directed classics like Out of Africa, They Shoot Horses, Don't They, and Tootsie. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Quentin Tarantino was making movies at the time, but he was far from the household name he is today. He was too busy being an Elvis impersonator in an episode of Golden Girls. Real talk, you can thank Golden Girls for Reservoir Dogs. It's wild. I don't know what it is about Sidney's delivery, but it's genuinely one of the smoothest performances I've ever heard. It's much like Walter Cronkite in that kind of audible butter kind of way. It hits the ear right up until he talks about how hot Peggy's feet are. Yeah, he runs a foot-based pay site for people to appreciate the larger-footed woman. Peggy, having no idea, agrees to film her feet to help inspire other women like her. Dale and the gang overhear what Peggy was talking about, and they show Hank Peggy's Feet website. Bill is concerningly infatuated with it. Hank goes to confront Trimble, and I am so frustrated that Sidney is out here giving this giant, glorious speech defending foot content creation like the auteur he is. Like, I don't stand behind his message, but man, the man was a one-of-a-kind orator. Peggy has such a great self-confidence about her feet now, and Hank hates that he has to show Peggy the website so she understands just what her videos are actually being used for. If she knew and consented, it would be one thing. But this is just cruel, especially for someone we've seen struggle with this as early as season 1. However, Trimble manages to convince her to keep going with it, and so she lies to Hank and starts going behind his back and sees that Grant is obsessed with just pushing the foot and food angle. When she starts getting suspicious, he offers to pay her for their videos, and she storms out and starts to spiral all over again. And when she's at her lowest point, she talks to Bobby, who admits that he's fat, and that's okay. That he likes who he is, and has people that love him for who he is, which inspires Peggy to start to walk with pride. Even having the episode end right back at the bowling alley where she proudly announces her shoe size. I had to double check and make sure Sidney didn't direct this episode, because man oh manity! I don't revisit this episode often, because I always remembered it as the foot episode, but it really is greater than the sum of its parts. That Bobby line as a larger kid most of my life helped me come to peace with who I am. Sure, I still try to eat healthy and exercise, but if I got some extra cushion, hell, that doesn't mean I'm not undeserving of love, and neither are you. We're just ourselves, and our harshest critic will always be on our own mind, and I think that's perfectly encapsulated here. This is an episode so brilliantly written, directed, and voiced that it's mind-boggling it's coming this late in a whirlwind of a season. I mean, I can't fathom it. Transnational Amusements presents Peggy'sFeet.com is a size 10 out of 10. Peggy sent song lyrics to every country music star she could think of and heard back from Randy Travis, who thanks her for submitting it but rejected it all the same. It's our first season finale since season 1 that isn't a two-parter. There is no cliffhanger. There is no will they make it out. It's just a giant, star-studded affair. I'm gonna shotgun these because there's a lot. Charlie Daniels, played by Charlie Daniels. Brooks and Dunn. Clint Black is back with Lisa Hartman Black. Terry Clark. Winona Judd. Vince Gill plays Pastor Larry. Martina McBride and Bob Loblob himself, Tony Danza, playing himself. Oh yeah, and Randy Travis, played by Randy Travis, who proceeds to steal Peggy's song and uses it, and no one believes her when she tries to call him out on it. Peggy takes over the church bus trip to Nashville for the giant country music celebration. Connie gives Bobby a phone card so he can call her, and when he calls, Con lies and tells him Connie is spending time with Chang, and Brooks and Dunn know a lie when they see one. Randy gets decked by Peggy, who shows how passionate she is about her songwriting. Randy then goes on to take Peggy's inspiration for her song and uses it as his own. Imagine agreeing to play just the worst version of yourself. Peggy gets upset that no one believes her that Randy stole her song, and Hank honestly brings up a lot of good points. She's taken over the trip, spouts facts as if she came up with them on her own, and these are things she's been doing for entire seasons. It's very much the Peggy who cried wolf, and she has to prove that he did in fact steal everything from her. Now that being said, while Hank brings up valid points, he was right next to her when she was telling Randy all the things he then went on to steal. Had he not been there, it'd be one thing, but there's no way that wouldn't be just a smidgen suspicious to him. Anyway, she goes to TP Randy Travis's trailer and ends up causing it to slip into the swamp with Randy trapped inside. Hank swims out and saves Randy from his watery grave that Peggy inadvertently doomed him to, and he's understandably upset. Peggy brings an apple brown Betty, the same kind that put Kix Brooks in the hospital, when Bobby paid his kindness back with it. Hank agrees to eat the brown Betty to prove that it isn't poison, but it was made for Randy Travis, and Peggy tries to stop him. He eats it anyway, and Season 4 concludes with Hank and Peggy walking off as Randy Travis sings. Peggy's fanfare is a complicated finale. As a viewer, you are getting just an absolute powder dump of country music's who's who putting on a downright dynamite performance as they parody themselves. Something that shows at least some of them were true fans of the show and just wanted to be on for the sake of being on. You gotta be something special to get Randy Travis to agree to play a character like Randy Travis. As a critic, you just want to scream at the TV that yes, Peggy is that unhinged and has ego trips constantly, but you just gotta shrug and go, that's King of the Hill. At the end of the day, sometimes a season finale is just like a fireworks show. Is there substance? Does there need to be? You got some of the biggest names in music joining your favorite characters for a wild 23 minutes of fun. Does it spit in the face of the growth Peggy had at the start of the season? Yeah, sure, but that doesn't make it bad. As far as I'm concerned, Peggy got concussed on her fall and she's just turned into an entirely different person that sometimes lapses into her old self. That's my headcanon and I'm sticking to it. Peggy's fanfare is an episode that King of the Hill has earned over 4 seasons. It's a celebration of the show's cultural impact to have it surrounded by the powerhouses of country music at the time, which their key demographic was obsessed with. Peggy's fanfare is a smooth ballad and one terrific 9 out of 10 that wraps one wild season. And there we have it. That's season 4. Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your least favorite episode? Most favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and let your friends know we're out here. Season 4 is, woof, what a whirlwind. Where Season 1 built the family, Season 2 built the world, and Season 3 looked to the future, Season 4 just ended up being good King of the Hill. I guess if you had to call it a season of something, it would probably be reconciliation with the reality of the future. Now, does it have any grand sweeping cliffhangers or anything left to wrap up? No, not really, but we got some absolute bangers of episodes from this season. Whether it was a masterful 2-parter, a spiritually sound Bobby smorgasbord of quality, or an episode about feet that had no right being as good as it was, Season 4 gave us some of the best and some of the most bland King of the Hill has been yet. Though I will say, there's been more solid episodes this season, and even looking back, I kind of miss my journey through Season 4, knowing what's in store for the future. Now, it's not a bad thing, we're still not even halfway through the show, but Season 5 just doesn't have the consistent peaks of 4. There's still a lot to love, but with a shorter season order, no 2-parters, and one of my least favorite episodes of the entire series, it's not exactly a perfect season. So, all that being said, thank you so much for watching, and remember to stay strong, keep fighting that good fight, and know I believe in you. And I'll see you all next time when we take a dive into Season 5. It's Season 5! I think this season is definitely one of the shakiest yet. There's still some absolutely great episodes, but yeah, it's got some cracks. So, what works, what fails, and what accomplishments can be hailed? It's time to shake the hive as we cover Season 5. It's Heimlich County Fair time! Oh man, this is a whole episode, gang! So they go to the fair after Peggy tries to make the perfect voting booth. At the county fair, they meet fringe candidates for president, and we find out that Hank is very much in favor of then governor turned president, George W. Bush. And yeah, the episode is in 2000s. Spoilers, George W. would in fact win that presidency. Bobby becomes enthralled in the diving antics of Mitch the pig, but after poor Mitch gets his foot stuck on a tube underwater, Bobby jumps in to save the day. Bobby, after saving the pig, becomes something of a hero, and a Bush-Cheney spokesperson comes up and asks the Hills to join them at a rally event. Meanwhile, Luann joins the Communist Party and laughs about canceling out Hank's vote, which, she's got some pretty sound logic there. I'm not saying she knows a thing about her candidate, but she's a pro of getting under Hank's skin, even calling him a communist in his own home. Peggy convinces Hank to take Luann to the Bush meeting so that she can see what a real candidate is about. I'll say, as someone that was a kid in Bush America, the King of the Hill impression of Bush is probably the most reserved of all time. They paint him as a politician, and the delivery isn't that twangy Texan a lot of impressionists would latch onto, much like how Trump impressionists only focus on dropping their jaw or lingering on words. The world of impressions is tricky, but the fact that King of the Hill does it with any amount of reverence, even again in The Father, the Son, and JC, is commendable. Bush walks through the crowd after his speech, and Hank begins to spiral after shaking Bush's hand. The man doesn't have a firm handshake. The gang mocks him for having any doubt. He starts to obsess over the handshake and just watches it on a loop until he gives up and just goes with Dale to Christmas shop. When Peggy opens her polls, only Bill is there. And when Luann finds out that Hank isn't going to vote, she tries to hunt him down. Dale takes Hank to Mexico so they can wait out the election with assumed identities, which, sweet of Dale to save Hank from any kind of civil unrest. But sure enough, Luann convinces him to come home so that they can vote together, and he even gets a police escort. The end of the episode even just ends with Hank and Bobby reminding everyone to register to vote. Not to vote Republican or Democrat, just to vote. Any other series, I think there'd be a slant one way or another, but King of the Hill stands firmly in the middle ground. Hank's fear of George Bush's limped wrist is never resolved by the end of the episode because it doesn't matter. The episode is about the 2000 election, sure, but with some very minor changes. You could replace Bush with any presidential candidate and the episode would play out the exact same. It's not a celebration of a candidate like an episode of Broad City. It's a celebration of the ability to vote in a free democracy. A message that rings true 20 years later. Remember to vote. Remember to let your voice be heard. Apathy is the greatest form of surrender. There's an untainted idea of patriotism in King of the Hill. The characters love America while trying to celebrate the best that it has to offer and criticizing the parts that fail society. You can love your country while critiquing it, and the fact that while Hank may be a Republican, the stories are so down to earth that anyone can relate makes the messages of the show that much more digestible than other media. No other show could have an election episode as effective as King of the Hill. The Perils of Polling is a strong candidate for an 8 out of 10. Bobby's on summer break and wasting his days away sleeping in after Taxi reruns on Nick at Night. Don't worry, I feel old too. Hank decides to get Bobby a job. Meanwhile, Peggy runs into Min and they compete at giving blood. Buck helps Hank get Bobby a job as a golf caddy. Buck naturally takes a shining to Bobby, which is very unfortunate for Bobby. He starts taking it easy and gets involved in racing an ice block down a hill and taking out a golfer. Bobby is then sent to Buck's to apologize, and he's celebrated as Buck makes him his personal caddy and the two truly start to bond. We also find out Buck has a son. Doesn't quite remember his name, though. Bobby starts using Buck's mannerisms until Buck cheats in front of Bobby and teaches him to be smart about how he cheats. Hank drops him off for Buck to babysit till he's tired of Bobby, and Buck never does, and he ends up taking him to Hot Springs, Arkansas to gamble, where Bobby starts to see the darker, more adult side of Buck. Hank comes to Bobby's rescue as he renounces Buck's old ways. Bobby already found out the hard way that Buck is a wild card of a person. He's always going to be weird and off-kilter. You can't trust someone like Buck, but he makes a round of golf infinitely more interesting. Buck Strickland is a great character, but overall a pretty selfish person who rarely does anything for the good of anyone but himself. Yet this episode paints him as genuinely caring for Bobby through all of it and doting on him in a way that humanizes him. Sure, he manipulated Bobby at the end, but in the start, that was just him having a good time. His friendship with Bobby didn't start because he needed anything from him. Even having Hank slow down so Buck can get hit once by the gamblers he stiffed shows that while Hank may idolize the man, he's not dumb of what's really going on. And all of this while I'm not even talking about Peggy's B story. The season can be best described as sectional. Where the early seasons didn't do it as much, Season 5 is a resurgence of scene gags. Gags will play out, and that's the whole scene, and usually has nothing to do with the overall story. They're usually merged into a kind of B story. The perils of polling lingered on so many scenes to get as many gags as possible, something that would be more common in, say, Family Guy or The Simpsons. You know, the shot at any convention where they're walking past absurd panels so you laugh. It's not that King of the Hill ditches the dialogue comedy that made it so strong, it's more like it's wading into deeper waters. It's pushing the envelope on what they can do, and it still feel like King of the Hill in the end. And what they do with Peggy makes this episode one of the best showings of her character in the whole show. Min and Peggy are competing to donate pints of blood to get a mug. Peggy, just out of spite, is willing to drive to Houston and give blood until she's crawling with her victory mug in hand. Kathy Najimy is an absolute powerhouse as Peggy in this episode, and makes it just a truly delightful side story that captures the real essence of Peggy. But I mean, even Stephen Root giving 120% makes Buck a whole persona and feel. He brings what could be just a scummy boss into the light as a fully fleshed out super champion of business. The Buck Stops Here is a 10 out of 10 episode on a hot streak. Bobby is going to see Tilly and Gary for Bobby's 13th birthday. Interestingly enough, Tilly is actually voiced by Kay Cal in this episode instead of Beth Grant, who is actually shown in the last episode as one of the nurses. Neat! Gary would be played again by Carl Reiner. Bobby is tired of being treated like a little kid. Gary decides to take Bobby around and teach him all the things it takes for him to be a man. Meanwhile, Hank is building coffins in the garage. However, he skirts some work on Peggy's coffin, and she is not pleased. Gary gives Bobby some pins and he starts to feel like a man as they head home and get ready to meet up with the Gribbles. And where Bobby feels spiritually like a man, Joseph is going through one doozy of a puberty. And a grown man needs a grown man actor. Brittany Murphy, you were great and all, but it's time for America's #1 hype beast to take over. That's right, folks. Joseph is now voiced by TV's Breckenmeyer. You want to supercharge your show? Throw some of the Breckster in there. Robot Chicken, Franklin and Bash, Rat Race, that movie from the 2000s with Mr. Bean. Anything is better with the Breckster on deck. I hate this Joseph so much. He's the worst. But I dislike him because Breckmeister, his friends let him call him that, does such a good job voicing him as he becomes a regular cast member. Yeah, he's going through puberty, and you do feel bad for the kid, but as Bobby is trying to get him a date, he just keeps screwing up until he eventually ends up kissing Connie, shocking Bobby. She tries to apologize, he refuses, and before long, they're joyriding the Winnebago and crashing it into a light pole. It's another Puberty is Awkward episode that is really well written, and you get why Joseph is the way he is, but man, it's just more of the same. That being said, again, where the Peggy Blood B story was terrific, Hank building coffins is just incredible. He goes all out on building Peggy the best coffin possible, making it better than his, and then they just get drunk and eat pizza in their matching coffins. He wasn't making them because he fears the future or anything, he just genuinely wanted to make a coffin. He was just fascinated by the woodwork. Like, all things considered, this might be one of my favorite Hank episodes, and he's barely in it. It's just whenever he is, he's his best self. He loves Peggy, romances her, treats her like his best friend, all while just making coffins. It's a weirdly wholesome thing to see. And again, just peak Peggy even with the 13th cake reveal. Kathy Najimy is a generational treasure. Never forget it. I Don't Want to Wait is an awkwardly hairy 7 out of 10. It's our next Thanksgiving episode. How does it stack up compared to the other ones? Probably the worst. John Redcorn is over to see Dale about their lawsuit first mentioned back Nancy's boys. He sees Joseph has grown up and wants to spend more time with him and try and impart his teachings. Which, to Nancy's credit, she does say that Dale is Joseph's father. Like, you get John Redcorn's frustration, but also his actions, his consequences. However, when Joseph doesn't pay attention to his speech at class, Bobby is actually laser focused. Luann tells Peggy everyone hates her Boggle tournament, so she decides to find a new game, and when she can't, she develops a new one. Spin the choice. John Redcorn gives Bobby literature, and he gets just a few twinges of white guilt, so much so he protests the entire spectacle of Thanksgiving, while John just wants to use him as a bridge to Joseph. We see Bobby's love of cooking pop up, and kudos to Bobby for finding a subject and wanting to learn more about it. He's an inquisitive kid, and we've seen it time and time again. It fits his character. Granted, John Redcorn shouldn't have dumped all that on the poor kid just to get closer to Joseph. We also get the first appearance of the Boomhauer family. Boomhauer's brother Patch would not be in attendance. John Redcorn crashes the Thanksgiving, and Dale even gives him his settlement from the government for 12 acres. Hank lets Bobby talk about the Native American traditions, and he brings up the local Asanazi tribe that were cannibals, and John runs off. Dale tries to console him, and he tries to tell Dale that he's Joseph's dad until he loses it over his people being accused of cannibalism. Hank even admits to Bobby he agrees the land should have never been taken away, and they reconcile. The family picks up dinner at John Redcorn's new land, and everyone sits down together. Again, the B story of Spin the Choice and Peggy is absolutely phenomenal. Honestly, these little bursts of Peggy feel like a return to the side story we got all the way back in Season 1, with the Order of the Straight Arrow. It feels like they remembered how to write Peggy in a way that isn't just her being a monster all the time. Give her these quirky bursts, it's what she specializes in. That being said, the Peggy parts bring out just an otherwise fine episode. The John Redcorn bits are stretched out, but huge props to Jonathan Joss for going all in with the character. His delivery is fantastic like always, and he's legitimately trying. Spin the Choice is a free choice of a 7 out of 10. Peggy really does shine in the B story, where she doesn't have to carry the whole episode. Anyway, Peggy has to substitute at the high school and ends up teaching the star quarterback David Kaliki Ali, the flying Hawaiian, and what could possibly go wrong? She runs into Miriam Caney, played by Natalie Canarday, and the star Spanish teacher of the school, who she tries to get on the good side of. Hank is at his Booster Club meeting, and there we meet the Booster president, Preston Rogers, played by none other than Terry Bradshaw. Terrell Cartwright is played by Howie Long, and Digby Wilkins by James Brown. Oh, but the star power doesn't stop there. No. Not only do we get the return of Amy Hill as Mrs. Kaliki Ali, but David is actually played by award-winning nice guy, Brendan Fraser. David doesn't do anything in class and stumbles in late because he has protection from the teachers, cutting him some slack because he's an absolute legend on the turf. Peggy is determined to teach him after being called unteachable. She stays up late trying to come up with a playbook to help him learn, and he just blows her off. So, Peggy fails David so he can't play for 3 weeks because he scored low on the test. The Booster Club confronts Hank to get David back onto the team. They even have him work at Strickland Propane as a work study to circumvent Peggy's failing grade. When he mocks even Hank's final, he has to force an A just to let David pass. I gotta say, Peggy is not in the wrong for doing her job. If she was extra harsh on him or harassed him in any way, it would be one thing. But she tried to make the information digestible and relatable to him and offered to take time out of her day after his practice to teach him so he wouldn't fail. She gave him all the tools to succeed and he took none of them. They then cheated the system around her to get him to play. Usually I can say with confidence Peggy is wrong and just a problem throughout, but it feels like Season 2 Peggy got slingshot into the future and she's a perfectly reasonable person doing a perfectly reasonable thing. It's just disappointing. That being said, huge shout-outs to all the guest voices. I mean, Terry Bradshaw is downright inspiring with how into it he gets. Howie Long plays Terrell in such a unique angle as this jittering, awkward guy, and James Brown steals any scene where he's got lines. I mean, the three work together for years, they know how to play off of one another, but even then, it's great seeing it like this. I actually remember the Football Sunday where they talked about this episode before it aired. It was a wild time to watch TV, I tell you what. It's kind of messed up the Booster Club got David's mother to defend him as well, but I mean, that just gives Amy Hill time to kill it yet again. You'd think she'd want her son to learn, but hey, everybody does things differently. But David finds out they were setting him up to succeed no matter what, and he goes to Peggy to teach him geometry, and instead she helps him learn about propane with Hank. It really shows who Peggy is as a person that she's so dedicated to helping David because she just loves teaching. She didn't do it for an award or anything by the end. Genuinely, this is a great episode of King of the Hill and one of the best Peggy episodes. She's not overly zealous, fits her character with where she was in the series, and it just feels like such a return to form. Peggy Makes the Big Leagues is a Hail Mary 10 out of 10. Peggy is doing a float of the flags of Iwo Jima. Yes, she means Iwo Jima. Peggy wants to use Cotton's medals for the float until they bump into Cotton's clan at Megalomart and they find out they've been living at the VFW. Peggy thinks Cotton is being horrible to Dee Dee and GH, but when Hank finds Cotton turning in cans for money, he finds out that he lost his house and is basically struggling to keep his head above water while refusing any help. Hank does his best to help his dad get a job and eventually gets him one at Burton's as a greeter, but he ends up growling away that job for men's room attendant. Dave Thomas returns as Lane Prattley, and he's just so god-dang iconic. Cotton's car gets collected. He tries to get Veterans Day off, but his boss refuses. Hank goes to collect him instead of leaving him to just wallow. When Cotton sees Prattley driving in his Cadillac, he decides to take back what's rightfully his and disrupts the entire parade. He then goes on a warpath while Hank stays in steady pursuit. Cotton goes home to Bobby to make his final amends before getting his medals and trying to go out on his terms until Dee Dee drops GH on him and he starts bonding and taking care of him. Cotton then decides to claim the money he spent on Hank growing up as his and demands Hank pay him back. If this was Cotton's last episode, I think he'd leave on the highest note possible. Not only does the episode focus on his time as a veteran, it makes him a sympathetic character in a lot of ways that we just didn't get earlier on. Now he does absolutely still have the same flaws he always has, but Toby Huss just gives him so much more depth than you'd think was necessary, and gives us just a knockout performance that makes the episode one of the best of the season. The episode covers a lot of ground but feels like a cohesive story. Sure, Cotton deserves to be stuck in squalor to some degree, but Dee Dee and GH don't, and sure, Cotton has been horrible to Hank, but he genuinely wants a better life for GH and loves him wholeheartedly. Cotton's not perfect, but he still has his own code. When Cotton Comes Marching Home is a hard-fought and well-earned 9 out of 10. Connie is the yearbook editor, and Bobby wants her to slap his mug on some pages. She denies him, and he feels like he doesn't have any chance of being in more than just his class photo until he sees auditions for the Landry Longhorn. Jason Ritter actually returns as Mr. Grandy, and man, nuanced performances are something special. Man crushes it like always. Hank actually builds Bobby a prop for his audition, and sure enough, he steals the crowd's hearts and steers them in the right direction. Get it? Because he's a Longhorn? He's the new Landry Longhorn, and it honestly feels like the natural progression of his comedy. Just last season, he was sharpening his comedy as a rodeo clown. Now he's the Longhorn mascot. Our little Bobby is growing up. The gang then proceed to spook Bobby about being the Longhorn by telling him about the McManerberry pounding where the other team will beat him up. And when it starts to happen, he just bolts instead of taking his lumps. Which, like, yeah, why wouldn't he? He didn't want to be beaten down in public. And in his all is lost moment, he's hit with inspiration. The ultimate armadillo-shaped scheme that only one Dale Gribble can help with. He goes to steal the Dillo, but in the process gets locked in the storage room that they're trying to break into to steal the horns. The mascot is stolen with no sight of Bobby. Daffy Dubs is an absolute icon. The way he yells and cheers people on, it's insane in the best way. I love him. And after Dale bashes Bobby for being a coward, and Hank considers it the all is lost moment, Bobby hops out of the costume trash can, snatches the Dillo, and runs out onto the field like an absolute champion, and takes his aforementioned lumps. I mean, what can be said about a perfect episode? This is just Bobby shining like an absolute star. We've seen his comedy evolve, and now he's actually getting credit for applying his love towards what he's doing, much like in Meet the Propaniacs. I know I keep bringing attention to it, but it's important to see that even if the episodes and story as a whole aren't really keeping a set narrative as much as they used to, Bobby has stayed consistent. He's still himself, he's still growing, and we see him, Connie, and Joseph growing in real time as the series moves on. The episode is smart, has a ton of great emotion, and is a fantastic closed adventure for Bobby and a celebration of his hard work throughout the series. What makes Bobby run is a very peppy 10 out of 10. Another year, another Christmas. Man, I sure hope it's not a Bill Christmas episode like Pretty Pretty Dresses. That'd not be great. I'd take another Helenium, I guess. Well, Bill gets addicted to gifting kids gifts after taking letters from Santa since it gives him purpose. When Bill finds out that the kids won't even see Santa from the presents he delivers, he decides that's not enough. That's not enough for these poor kids who deserve something better. He wants to give them something special. And so Bill decides to build a Santa's village so kids can come and play and get toys and feel seen and appreciated, giving him a way to work through his holiday trauma while helping his community. That's just really touching and shows Bill just wants to help and make people smile. That's kind of sweet. We get our first mention of Octavio. Everything is a hit. Bill even gets a date with a mom played by Katherine Harold. Things are looking up. I also haven't talked about it much this season, but there's a lot more sharp comedy bits, quick snaps between characters, dumb gang gags. It can just be Dale saying something and Bill gets upset, and that's literally the whole scene. These little vignettes that do absolutely nothing for the overarching story, but flesh out the characters. They make the season more fun and honestly add some momentum. The season has felt a lot more swift than previous seasons, and I know that doesn't quite make sense. Past seasons loved to linger on scenes and get the comedy from the characters, and it did produce a lot of heartfelt moments, but here we're seeing the show stretch its legs more and see what they want to get away with. Well, after Christmas, Bill decides to get a bounce house and try and make Santa's village a year-long tradition. He genuinely wants to help kids and make sure they aren't beaten down by the world. But Bill hasn't cleaned his suit in months, and by MLK Day, it's worn down and stained, and his house is falling apart. Yeah, he starts to fall apart until he runs into Wally at the dryer, who needs Santa's help something fierce. Wally is a grown adult, played by Ryan Philippe, and decides to take advantage of Bill's kindness. And yeah, he takes over the bounce house and betrays his kindness, gives Bobby and the kids a 40. He's just the worst. Granted, Bill shouldn't have been Santa in February. There was fault on both sides. But that's the episode. Some horrible monster abusing a very obviously suffering man. Wally gets arrested and Bill feels like he can't let his son down and begs Hank for help even after he tried to rob him blind. So Bill lets Wally enlist in the military instead. Bill deserves a win. Not a huge win, but something. It's just been bashing down Bill time and time again, and it makes you hurt for the poor guy. Granted, he's had his fair shares of just being weird, but I don't know. The episode starts strong, but spirals so fast. Where Pretty Pretty Dresses served a bigger purpose, this is just kicking a man when he's down. 'Twas the Nut Before Christmas is a festive, but uneventful 5 out of 10. The episode opens with a butterfly flying through the sky, and that sets the tone for this very special episode. Peggy chooses a romantic Rose Farm set movie for everyone to go see in theaters. However, Hank's truck gives him trouble and refuses to start. Hank finally gets the old girl to turn over, and they see the flowers of time. When they're watching the movie, for once, Hank starts to cry and terrifies Dale. Peggy thinks it's because he related to the film and is thinking about Bobby, but it's him worried about his truck. He has to live with the embarrassment of crying at the theater and pretending it was just some eye-watering. The prognosis is grim, though. He found water in the old girl's exhaust. He finally takes her to a mechanic, and he tells him he only has 500 to 600 more miles as he tries to fight through the end with the poor thing. This was the going merry sinking of the 90s. This was everyone ugly crying as an iconic character disappeared once and for all. Hank remembers all the times in his life the truck helped while he tries to bring life to it somehow. Again, we get these quick jokes that help build the characters. Hanky snaps at Peggy and Bobby is genuinely worried about his dad, but Hank just keeps lashing out at anyone and everyone that gets in his way. And yet, still, Bobby finds a chance for the truck with Pickup Heaven. There he runs into Marty Mendez, played by Marcelo Toubert, who actually played Carlos Shenton in Starfield. Topical! Hank's truck dies on train tracks, and as he's trying to fix it, a train starts to barrel through. He can't stop the train in time, and it destroys his precious truck. Hank then turns and blames Bobby for losing said truck. Bobby decides to walk home instead of letting his dad down one more time. It starts to rain, and Hank decides to test drive a new truck and find his son. As he's driving, he starts to fall in love with the new car and all its futuristic features, like a built-in compass. This was the 2000s. That was a selling point for some people. And sure enough, Hank finds Bobby, they make up, and Hank gets his brand new truck. Chasing Bobby makes you feel for Hank. It really, truly does. And seeing him break down as the truck that he loved breaks down is something a lot of people can relate to. Again, it's a small thing, but the episode is a perfectly constructed 22 minutes. It's a fantastic pocket adventure at Hill House that shows how great pickups can be, I guess. As I look back, this might actually be one of my favorite episodes of the season. If only for the emotional core of Hank losing his beloved truck and Bobby just trying to help his poor dad. Chasing Bobby is a heartstring pulling 10 out of 10. Dale gets a new Texas license plate for Texas natives. Bill can't get one since he's from Louisiana, and Hank can't find his birth certificate, so he calls his mom, who's played again by Kay Callan. Cotton has been filming everything GH has done and has no idea where Hank's birth certificate is. He and Peggy start to speculate that maybe he's adopted. Wouldn't that be nice? However, when he finds his info online, he discovers he was never born in Texas, but rather NYC. Cotton tells him he took Tilly to New York for a little baby moon, and ol' Hank is a Yank now. He's absolutely destroyed by this revelation, despite Bobby's excitement, and old Cotton is scheming something with his old war buddies. Erwin Linkler, played by Jack Carter, and Stinky, played by Ed Asner. We find out that Cotton had taken Tilly to NYC to take out a supposed Fidel Castro at a Yankees game, and that's actually when Tilly had Hank, in a Yankee stadium. Cotton decides to use Hank for his truck so he can complete his plan. Man, this really takes away all the goodwill Cotton built up not 4 episodes ago. Like he pretends to love Hank just to frame him and use him as their fall guy. They hoist him up and toss him into the Alamo Museum, where he discovers that soldiers from all across the country fought at the Alamo, including New York. Cotton did all this to get to Fidel Castro and take him out once and for all. In case you're wondering, Fidel Castro died in 2016. Like, there's no redemption for Cotton in this episode. There's no moment where he tries to make things right. All he says is for Topsy to jump in and save him after firing into the water, and even then, Hank had survived on his own. Literally, the only resolution we get is that Hank is a Texan in spirit, and that's good enough for him. Woo! It's not a bad episode, mind you, but it is just a horrible, horrible look for Cotton. He's really got a swinging pendulum this season, and it's kinda wild. Yankee Hanky is a well-defended 8 out of 10. Someone's got a birthday, I wonder who? That's right, it's Bill's birthday, and the gang is going on a road trip to Austin, the party capital of Texas. They even wait for Hank to leave exactly at 5 to go with them. The B story has Peggy and Bobby going to Luann's pool party and loving hamburgers. The only problem? They were cooked with charcoal, not clean burning propane. And so, while Bill, Boomhauer, and Dale are partying it up in party capital USA, Austin, Hank is being a perfectly reasonable guest and refusing to have any fun with the gang, like mooning everyone in the Great Glass Elevator. Hank finally gives in and decides to drop trow and moon the entire hotel, including former Texas Governor Ann Richards, played by Ann Richards, while all the other guys keep their pants tightly secured. When Ann Richards' security detail come to the room, Bill takes the fall for Hank and ends up having a blast with Ann Richards, and they even spark up something of a romance. Ann Richards actually put some effort into her performance, much more than James Carville did back in season 2. While you can definitely hear the politician in her voice, her cadence is really solid and her delivery is a lot better than you expect of someone with no voiceover experience. She just seemed to genuinely enjoy the series. And so they start up a romance and start falling for one another until Lenore shows up to throw a wrench into everything. Lenore is actually played by Ellen Barkin. Lenore gets in the way, Bill buckles and wants to get back with Lenore, then Ann helps him find his spine, and finally moon Lenore and move on with his life. I know I'm speeding through the episode, but make no mistake, it's easily one of the strongest written and best performed episodes of the season. The absolute knockout story of Bobby and Peggy cooking their own charcoal burgers and talking about how good they are as they get addicted is just fantastic. They're just so ravenous for flavor, and it's glorious. It seriously may be one of the best B stories of the entire series, running parallel to the great Bill Healing episode. All the elements he's struggled with are tackled with one fell swoop by the former governor, who supports and empowers him to retake his own life. She gives him the tough love and understanding ear he needed for all these years, and he finally seems to have some genuine happiness. Hank in the Great Glass Elevator is a 10 out of 10 episode that eclipses the competition. Hank and the gang are watching golf while Bobby practices his singing. When he's on the retirement home stage, he runs into Jerry Popper, who decides to give him a gift. Chip Block, the all-American running back puppet. Mr. Popper is played by Tom Poston of Newhart show fame, a storied old comedy legend who was a part of everything from Mork and Mindy to Princess Diaries 2. All classic comedy classics. And so Bobby goes down the dark, dangerous, and mostly cursed road of being a ventriloquist. Dale has a completely natural and common reaction of abject terror at the wooden abomination because, and this is true, that puppet shouldn't exist. He is an affront to all that is right and touched by the sun's life-giving light. Hank, probably due to all of his years of emotional abuse, finds a connection with that dummy devil. Bobby starts learning sports to better bring Chip to life, and it's sort of bittersweet to see Hank bonding with Chip and not registering that it's Bobby saying all these facts. Dale, in a horrific flashback, shows how his parents nightmarishly gifted him one of those wooden wraiths as a birthday gift. We get our first appearance and voicing of Octavio. He'd be voiced by the absolute acting powerhouse and machete-themed action hero, Danny Trejo, who would also go on to play Enrique. I mean, nowadays everyone knows Danny Trejo, and he's a beloved actor and fantastic restaurateur. But this was back before even Spy Kids had released. Fun fact, Mike Judge actually stars in Spy Kids too. So that's your weird relation of the day. But the preferential treatment just gets worse and worse as Hank just blissfully blows off that he's laughing at possessed wood chips. He neglects Bobby for a puppet that Bobby is puppeting. It's just downright satanic. However, Dale does his patriotic duty and throws Chip in a wood chipper to destroy him once and for all. He saved Rainy Street from a monster, and Hank just can't see that. And yet, like some kind of ghoulish Geppetto, Hank decides to try and cobble a new hell beast together. Peggy, the flawed saint she is, tries to tell her husband he's committing crimes against humanity, and arguably, just as importantly, a crime against his son. And so Hank tries to rectify his darkest moments, and he makes a puppet of Bobby for Bobby's new act. It's a cursed episode. It's just the Propaniacs without the charm and more of those fiendish, foolish fiends. 1 out of 10. I hate puppets. The Dale parts are pretty funny and are expertly executed. If you're some kind of puppet apologist, it'd probably be like a 9 out of 10. But the superior puppet hater squad can skip this episode outright. Buck hired a new employee over at Strickland Propane, Tammy. Tammy is played by a tiny talent of the 2000s, Academy, Golden Globe, and British Academy Award-winning actress Renee Zellweger. That's right, Vanessa Bloom from B-Movie, one of the most important pieces of cinema in the modern age. Peggy takes Tammy out and they start to bond. She even invites Tammy to dinner at their house. Peggy vows to help Tammy get her GED and even has her move into the house while going out with all kinds of gentlemen at all times of the day. Sure enough, Tammy is a lady of the night. But she even earns Hank's respect by standing up to Buck as he harasses her. He offers to take her out and meet the guys on his route to find a guy to settle down with. Still just blissfully unaware. The friendship between Peggy and Tammy is just so genuine, it's great that she has someone to bond with and actually take an interest in her. Tammy pays Hank early for the rent while she's staying with them, buys Hank a hat, and gives Peggy a makeover that blows Hank away. Tammy is a net positive for Hill House and is just an absolutely delightful character, brilliantly brought to life by an award-winning superstar. She also gives us the one hat that truly makes Hank shine like a supernova. And so Hank cruises in a caddy and even defends Tammy with the fury of 10,000 suns. Yeah, he becomes her pimp inadvertently. And that does not fly with the flyest guy of the OKC, Alabaster Jones, played by the smoothest, meanest, chronic king himself, Snoop Dogg. Alabaster Jones is a magical force. Tammy just has this infallible heart of gold, and this episode is one of the strongest of the entire series because everyone in it is giving 120%. We get the Mac Daddy of Heimlich County, and Tammy gets to walk out of this a free woman. Oh yeah, is just good television. Again, if there's a special guest star, 9 times out of 10, they are going to bring the absolute pepper. Renee Zellweger makes herself unforgettable as Tammy, and Snoop Dogg voices a legend. The episode is such a simple premise and yet delivers with so many well-done jokes and solid emotional points that it is an easy and unquestioned 10 out of 10. Dale gets poisoned on his own supply at work and has to give up exterminating. His doctor is Stephen Tobolowsky, who you'd recognize from Groundhog Day, but would also be featured heavily in Silicon Valley, another Mike Judge series. Since Dale can't work as an exterminator, he has to get an office job with Hank's help, and he ends up at a paper company working on special post-its. He's stripped of his individuality and, worse, his hat. His boss, Amy Pittman, is played by comedic tour de force Lisa Kudrow, aka the owl in BoJack Horseman, and nothing else. Dale goes from bonding with Joseph over raising cockroaches to firing people because no one else wants to. He starts climbing the work ladder more and more by selling away more of his soul by callously firing coworkers left and right. However, when the roaches he was raising with Joseph get out and invade the office, he's the only one with the guts to fight back against the six-legged horrors, and in the process reclaims his identity as Dale, the Exterminator. Not only does Lisa Kudrow play Amy with a perfect subtlety that makes her feel like middle management in the best way, which is something very hard to do without living that life yourself, she also again just brings an iconic voice to a timeless series. The other wild thing here is, this is a Dale episode. Hank is part of very little of it altogether, but for the most part, the main focus is entirely on Dale in this completely new and foreign environment to him, and it's probably the most humanizing episode he gets in the entire series, including Dreamweaver. The jokes are sharp, and the episode is carried by Johnny Hardwick bringing his career best to Dale in one of the wildest episodes yet. Nothing happens in the bulk of this episode until it just brilliantly shines and he walks off exiting the corporate cage with pride. The Exterminator is a highly toxic 10 out of 10 and a must-watch for any marathon, as it just makes Dale that much more of the icon he has lived to be through the years. Luann gets broken up with at the Photoshop where they develop your photos from your film for you. Simpler but weirder time. Luann reveals she's not a virgin, and so Hank takes her to church where Reverend Stroob offers to make her a born-again virgin. Hank and Peggy agree to be her celibacy sponsors. I gotta say, while Mary Tyler Moore did do a good job with Reverend Stroob, Ashley Gardner really brought her to life. I mean, she harnesses that Dairy Queen thick Fargo, Minnesota accent just right. They go to church group and learn more about the program. We also meet Rhett Vandergraff, played by the lightning bolt on the track, Owen Wilson. However, as they go around in their circles, we find out that Peggy was not a virgin before she met with Hank. Her friend Wayne thought he was gay and wanted to see if he was, so they tested, and sure enough, he was. Luann gets dunked and baptized where she's accosted by a frisbee man, played by then unknown Nathan Fillion, Professor Mobius himself. Peggy actually goes to Nancy for help, and she listens with a concerned ear, which is great and shows off how they have a multi-tiered relationship no matter what happens. Hank tries to set Luann up with a guy with strong values, so he hooks her up with Rhett, and it really shows that Hank just can't pick a good guy to go out with Luann. He's got no idea. They go out dancing, and sure enough, Rhett asks Luann to marry him. Luann reveals that Peggy wasn't a virgin when she met Hank, and he's horrified. He goes to help Rhett and Luann get married, and Peggy tries to stop them. Hank catches Rhett and Luann in their van and decides to speed up their wedding. Peggy is trying everything to make it right in Hank's eyes, and he still refuses to accept any form of apology until Luann calls off the wedding and Peggy gets born again. Hank carries Peggy from the lake, and they finally make up. I think they shouldn't have milked the Hank being mad for as long as they did, and maybe gave more screen time to Rhett to just let Owen Wilson be weird with him for a few more lines. Just one more scene or something. I feel like I was denied proper cringe. That being said, it is a great episode, and I mean, Kathy Najimy would even win an Annie for her voice work for Peggy this episode, and it's very easy to see why. She delivers an absolute powerhouse performance, and it's just an episode where the greatest complaints are nitpicks. Luann Virgin 2.0 is a born again 9 out of 10. Bobby is sick as a dog. Ha! I am so witty, you guys. Peggy takes Bobby to the doctor and they did an allergy test and he's allergic to dander. Dog dander. Hank gets Bobby allergy pills while he builds a special radiant heat heated floored doghouse for Ladybird. Ladybird has absolutely no interest in the house whatsoever. Bill really went all out for the christening of this doghouse, and it is just great. Again, short bursts of comedy that bring the whole thing together. But then, Hank just keeps pushing Bobby to double his dosage of allergy meds to just get through it, and then introduces the 5-brain idea of having Bobby, his son, live in the doghouse instead of the dog. Bobby actually agrees completely and starts living there, inviting his friends over. Peggy hates that everyone knows that Bobby lives in a doghouse, and Peggy misses him. Bobby gets his allergies under control and decides to stay in the doghouse, and he has his own little slice of heaven. Dale and Nancy celebrate their anniversary at the gun range. Dale and everyone mocks Peggy and Hank for Bobby living in the doghouse, and ultimately Hank has to give Ladybird over to Bill. But when Bobby is back in the house and he has to follow house rules, he looks for any excuse to go back to the doghouse and refuses to go back home. And then Bobby outbarks a dog and uses a scratch pad in front of Connie. It's a whole thing. Hank and Peggy then tear everything away to keep the house sterile for Bobby, who just wants to stay in his doghouse. Hank has lost his dog and everything he loves. Bobby sees the despair in his eyes and decides to get Ladybird back and stop the act. Did Bobby take it too far? Yes. Should Hank have even recommended Bobby stay in a doghouse? Absolutely not. It's a tricky episode that doesn't paint Bobby in the best of lights, and Hank understandably doesn't want to get rid of Ladybird, but he's just so distant to Bobby that it's insane. I don't know. Hank's choice isn't the Sophie's choice they wanted it to be, and just feels like an episode that had a good concept but failed in actualizing it. And the most tragic part is, this is the 100th episode of the show! Everybody get out your sparklers! Woo! 100th episode! It's the one where Bobby lives like a dog! You know, nothing but quality here, folks! Yeah, imagine your 100th episode is Hank's choice. Hank's choice is a hair-raising 5 out of 10. Boomhauer is polishing his car when Bobby comes up and informs him that his car is older than 1980 and is a major pollutant, and begins writing him up alongside anyone that's polluting the environment, and the more tickets he writes, the better he does in Mr. McKay's history class. Mr. McKay is played by the only man I'd let play me in a biopic, the brilliantly billion-talented actor, Paul Giamatti. They dig through Strickland's trash, and Hank even decides to go to environmental court, where he is railroaded as he tries to stand for having a dumpster. Arlen wants to put a new landfill in, and it'll destroy an algae habitat in the old quarry. But when Hank hears that they'll drain the quarry, he bolts to tell Bill and Dale that their greatest cover-up will finally be revealed. Boomhauer left his precious last car, Sally, on the side of the road, and Hank, Bill, and Dale decided to take his car as a prank for a joyride. They do donuts in the quarry, and then Dale can't work a stick and ends up driving her into the quarry as Live and Let Die fades away and their jackets are trapped in the car in its quarry-sized grave. Hank decides to help protest to save the itchy algae to keep the quarry maintained. They fail, and they try and strategize to save their collective asses. The worst part of the whole thing is that Boomhauer didn't give any of them a reason to do this. Sure, he didn't let them drive his car, but he was also just very protective of the car he took exponential care of. He's always been a friend to them, and they just blatantly betrayed his trust. Bobby overhears Hank admitting that he was pretending to care about the environment to hide what he did to Boomhauer, so he calls Boomhauer and tells him as Boomhauer speeds off. Hank comes clean, and Boomhauer walks off disappointed. Hank gets arrested, and Boomhauer takes Bobby to safety. However, when Bobby asks how long they're going to be mad at his dad, the saint of a man says like 2 or 3 weeks and to just let bygones be bygones. Like, Boomhauer is the moral core of the gang, and it's moments like this that make you see that. It's just tragic that it's when he suffers that we get these moments. Every time I revisit the episode, it's just wild that it ends with Hank getting arrested. That's it. What's the message? Hank comes clean to Boomhauer and shows remorse, and Boomhauer's big enough to help when he's needed. But man, that doesn't excuse anything Hank did, so it totally makes sense he'd be in cuffs. Which is like, This is a much stronger potential 100th episode. Just switch the two and you've got something a lot more substantial. It's Not Easy Being Green is an endangered but perfectly serviceable 8 out of 10. Nancy gets an early birthday wish for the big 4-0 on air, so everyone knows Nancy is getting up there. We also see that Luann is still doing the Major Baby shows. Dale even takes Nancy for a relaxing resort stay. However, while she's enjoying her birthday getaway, when the studio doesn't have anyone else, they throw Luann in a blue dress in front of the blue screen and she's a hit. The studio manager even replaces Nancy with her. Nancy wants a facelift and they can't afford it, and so Dale starts concocting a plan involving suing the cigarette company because it made her wrinkled. He thinks no one is gonna show, so he'll just get a default judgment, but sure enough, they show up and escalate to federal court to countersue for $1.3 million. The CEO couldn't afford to hold back against their literally most loyal customer. This episode is amazing for a lot of reasons, mostly because it's a Wild Dale story where they think he's public enemy number one and he's just being Dale, but also like the CEO, Reynolds Penland, is played by Robert Stack. You've got unsolved mysteries dropping some butter lines, just make the whole affair a golden brown delight. Also, while I have plenty of other series to talk about him in, David Herman knows how to bring it. He plays all kinds of characters and never lets his delivery waver, and it's kinda great. Dale gets a bugged Manitoba smoking singing fish, and all this while Nancy is struggling with getting older and getting no support, while her husband argues she's so ugly to him and anyone she sees, she can't maintain a job. He even starts insulting her throughout the house to get picked up on the bug. He spikes her cream and causes an allergic reaction and gets her fired from the station. Like Dale is going way, way too far and just rides the wave thinking he's right no matter what. Like he is doing all this so she'll get what she wants. At his core, he just wants to help her, but he just doesn't know how to do it right. He even subpoenas her to court like a monster. Robert Penland even offers Dale $75,000 to just walk away, but he insists through it. Dale insists on representing himself and interrogating himself on the stand, showing that none of the hottest women in People's Magazine even hit his radar for true beauty compared to his incredible wife. He throws away his entire case just to reassure Nancy that she is the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. He genuinely loves her more than anything, is just an idiot of the nth degree. He even manages to get Nancy her old job back and a filing cabinet. The Trouble with Gribbles, a play on The Trouble with Tribbles, is a second-hand 8 out of 10. Dale is entering into mower races and needs a pit crew. The gang decides to enter alongside him. Hank declares confidently that he is the man. However, as he's training, he starts to hurt and can't sit down, but refuses to go to the doctor. He still talks a tough game, but can't do anything to back it up. The poor man is in agony until he finally meets with Dr. Tate, played by Harry Groner, who tells him that his ass has disappeared. He gets a butt pad to help with the discomfort, and now he's got a dang problem on his hands. His saline slappers prove to be a nuisance, but he does find a support group, people that are going through the same butt-related affliction he is. Sure enough, Hank can practice on his mower again and starts strategizing his way of going for mower gold. Dale and the gang steal his pack of ass, and they even tell Cotton on him before getting them stuck on a power line, and Hank has to go knock him down with a stick. He's too embarrassed to even bother mowing again. Peggy drives him to a support group, forcing him to recognize that he does have a community. He gets inspired to keep trying, and it really feels uplifting in a way. He's willing to grow and adapt to his condition. Now, if the episode ended here, it would be a good episode, but we're only halfway through. Hank continues going to his meeting and wants his fellow ass plasters to join him in the lawnmower race, but they refuse, not wanting to out themselves. Hank is determined to spread the word about DGS, and we get to see Dale with his prime pit crew of Octavio. And so Hank shreds through the lawnmower races with CCR playing in the background, and then tragedy strikes. he blows his pivot cheek. It's not long before he's a one-cheek wonder, and then Dale pops his second cheek. The assless chap pulls off the track in agony until he sees his support group standing there ready to fling him new butt cheeks to mow his way to victory. However, Boomhauer naturally takes the trophy, and Hank takes a respectable 7th. But he takes it firmly seated in his mower like a man. He even finds someone by spreading the word about DGS before riding off to get new cheeks. It's a dumb episode, but it's dumb in the best way and fits King of the Hill so perfectly. Hank needs a fake ass so he can win a mower race. He blows his cheeks out in the race, and it's all your standard racing movie tropes, just with ass and mowers, and it's just good, dumb fun. I don't know. It was around this time my dad had a decal on a race car for a race for the cure, so this episode always kind of rang home a lot to me. Hank's backstory is a get dang 10 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. It's not a two-parter or a majorly star-studded country music celebration. No, it's a Bobby and Connie episode. Okay, that's not entirely fair. No doubt, including Gwen Stefani, do make a guest appearance voiced by themselves. That should at least be said. Bobby and Connie are planning for prom, and so Connie decides to ride through the high school parking lot alongside Bobby. He tries to save her from some high schoolers, and they chase him down in their car. Poor Bobby has just been brutalized this season. Dale decides to get a porta potty installed in the alley to make a fortune. Hank refuses to get Bobby's bike back for him, so he has to go with Joseph and Connie to get his bike back. However, the security guard grabs him and throws him into the school, thinking he's just a freshie. Bobby then realizes the food court is Liddy 5000 and shares his exploits with the gang before sneaking back over to the school as much as he can. He tries to squeal his way from being bullied by saying his kidneys caused him to not develop right, and he's in fact a senior while the high school competes to get No Doubt to play at their prom, and his tiny figure comes in handy. They struggle to get through the dishwasher of doom until their hero, Bobby, takes the stage. Also, major shout out to Breckenmeyer, aka the Breckster, for bringing the high school kids to life perfectly. Man knows what's up. Bobby decides to stuff students in Dale's porta potty to make them stand out. Bobby even gets them to believe Connie is a hamster girl. No Doubt is in fact coming to the prom thanks to Bobby, and Hank has to use Dale's porta potty and gets pranked right as Bobby goes with the high schoolers to prank the middle school. However, as they're about to throw their water balloons, Bobby takes the shot for Connie and gets soaked. Connie uses Joseph to get back at Bobby, but he convinces the high school to let him and Connie go to the high school prom as they dance to a totally live and not pre-recorded performance by No Doubt. Talk about impressive, animating a song as fast as they're singing it. One of a kind from King of the Hill. Kidney Boy dies as Connie and Bobby dance the night away. And that's how the season ends. It started with nothing particularly gripping, and it ended just the same. But the adventure as a whole was genuinely fun. The writing was solid, topical for its time, and the performances and jokes were still top-notch. I mean, Dale does this whole porta potty experience literally just to prank Hank. That's great! Bobby cares about Connie and finds a way to survive his own way in high school. It doesn't have the flair of the last season's finale, but it's still an expertly written little adventure. Kidney Boy and Hamster Girl is No Doubt a 9 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 5. Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Honestly, season 5 I remembered being a pretty miserable affair, but looking back at it after the rewatch, it's probably where a lot of modern King of the Hill tropes actually started to take root. We got more B stories and more Hankless episodes like The Exterminator. Season 5 explored the different members of Rainy Street. It gave us some resolutions, but for the most part, it existed to just tell a good story. What if King of the Hill just gave you singleton episodes packed with quality? And Season 5 excellently delivered on that premise. What we got was great, and it's almost sad that we're reaching the halfway point so fast. But look at how far the show has come from its freshman outing. And next season gives us even more to love. We get a return of two-parters, some pretty great guest stars, and one of my favorite episodes of all time. So make sure to get your fix when we talk about Season 6. It's Season 6! Where Season 5 was more experimental than the seasons before it, it almost feels like it was necessary for us to have Season 6. Which, yeah, that's how numbers work. But anyway, Season 6 is honestly one of the strongest seasons of the series, and there's a lot of really great reasons why. We'll get a lot of Dale, Bobby, a Nakatomi Plaza freebaser makes an appearance, and we even get two-parters in a season! So, what works? What fails? If your friend wanted to drive a tank, would you join or bail? It's time to tell Season 5 to hit the bricks, because we're reviewing Season 6! This is one of the few times I'll actually be able to talk about this, but I want you to imagine you're in America right after one of the most catastrophic events of modern history. You're reeling from a truly devastating event, but the world cannot stop spinning. You try and find some semblance of normal in an otherwise chaotic world. People go back to their lives anxious and stressed. They try to find humor where they can get it, some openly mocking The Amazing Race for its premise after it had just premiered. Imagine you see commercials for the new season of King of the Hill. It's exactly 1 month after no one knew what to say, and you turn to the one place that felt comfortable, that felt like home. No matter what, this series would always be a guiding light that helped you refocus. And then Bobby just starts cranking his foot back and drilling guys in the nuts again and again and again. Let's say it together, gang. That's my purse. I don't know you. You know the episode, whether from the memes or just being one of the most familiar, beloved episodes of the series. Like, this is what America needed in its time of healing. Just Bobby cranking back and smashing nuts. The absolute absurdity is what makes it such an iconic episode. But let's take it from the top. Bobby hops over to save Connie's sleepover by stripping for the girls, which, like, wow, what a start to an episode. Then Chain Wasana-san comes over and bullies Bobby and makes him eat dirt. Not a good look for the Bobster. Then he goes to the Y, doesn't get to take boxing, instead takes a women's self-defense class because he doesn't want to feel powerless anymore. He was tired of feeling powerless in the face of danger. And when Chain comes up to humiliate Bobby again, his reign of vigilante nut-busting justice begins. Bobby protects the meek and smashes Sack until his dad gets called in to teach him better. Hank decides to box his son, starts to push him around a little, and when he won't stop, Bobby goes for his danglers. You pick on Bobby and you get the thunder. I mean, he puts Hank down. One doesn't even drop again. Man's got no ass and one nut. It's tragic. Khan actually convinces him that he should rule the roost since he put his dad down, and Bobby starts throwing his weight around until Peggy comes out, and when he tries to self-defense her, she tackles him to the ground and teaches him some manners. Bobby goes on a smash nut spree until he gets stopped by his mom. That's the whole episode. That's the whole thing. It's like a kaiju movie where they're just moving the nut kicker to a new place to fight. There's nothing deeper to it. Hank has to call Peggy to fight for him, and she has to actually fight her son, who just went blind with nut-based fury. Obviously, the episode was made well before its air date, but it's incredible to look at the media that was released in that time period that gave a nation hope. Sure, Spider-Man is another probably much more significant example, but I don't know. I think there's a non-zero amount of people that found solace in one of the most absurd in the best way episodes of King of the Hill. Just to put it in perspective here, this episode aired and 11 million Americans watched it live. 11 million. At no point in Rick and Morty's history has it ever broken 3 million viewers for an episode premiere. And that show was influential enough to bring back Sweet and Sour Sauce. We cannot discredit the impact media has, especially in times of crisis, and I genuinely think this is a perfect example of that. Where there is just nothing else but Bobby just going nuts. You don't need me to tell you this is a 10 out of 10 episode. It's more like one of the best of the entire show. Like, this episode was nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program. This is what the core of animation looks like right here. It gives you a laugh and shows you that everything is gonna be okay. This is what makes King of the Hill shine. It's a glorious, glorious Dale episode. 2 top episodes just back to back, I gotta tell ya. It's almost like they're trying to make you forget about something, but I have no idea what. Dale is up for re-election at the gun club and is handing out macaroons and regaling the other members with his very obviously fake exploits as a soldier of fortune. His claims are challenged by Mad Dog, played by, and I'm just so happy this is true, Gary frickin' Busey. I love this episode. I gotta tell you that right here, right now. It's a good'un. Dale accidentally discharges and gets laughed out of the gun club and spirals, feeling like a complete and utter failure. This episode is incredibly important for Dale because not only does it establish the gun club more, it also establishes Dale as the de facto leader. He has some amount of authority to these guys, and that means a lot to him. He actually fights for re-election and willingly tries to impress them. He has a community away from the gang, and when that's stripped from him, he feels hopeless. So Hank and the gang try and hire him through his ad, and he is just the most incompetent bounty hunter ever. We get pocket sand, and that's right. That's my purse, directly followed by pocket sand. It's the meme season, everyone! Anyway, the guys get captured at the gun club by Mad Dog, and Dale has to go and save them using the flower delivery trick he talked about in his dictator story, and yeah, sure enough, he's re-elected president, takes charge of his group yet again. But I just want to take one moment and highlight a character in the episode who has about 5 lines. Earl, the black gay member of the gun club. At no point is he bullied or mocked for it. At no point is it used against him. He is just Earl, the gun club member who loves the man who's at home making his dinner. It's a nice touch. It didn't need to be there, but because it is, it elevates the episode as a whole. It's pushing back on stereotypes about middle America where people just really want to survive and live as best they can. They really don't care about that kind of stuff, and as we've even seen recently, support for LGBT is at an all-time high. Dale's community, no matter what their sexuality, race, creed, what have you, just really loves guns, and there's nothing wrong with that at all when you're careful with them. And the whole reason Dale got laughed out was because he wasn't careful with his firearm, which is also a great touch. Soldier of Misfortune is a perfect bullseye of a 10 out of 10 that gives Dale time to be both the dumbest man in the room and President Eternal. I encourage anyone to fight me on this opinion. You are welcome to bring whatever proof or evidence you need. This is the worst episode this season and one of the worst of the entire show. It is offensively bad. I am sure someone somewhere likes this because it fits their flow of comedy, but it is just not for me. Peggy is asked to fill in for Spanish Club, and they'll reschedule their Mexico trip when the teacher is available again. Peggy insists that she's perfectly equipped to take the kids down to Mexico because her Spanish is great. Some positives of the episode. Outstanding cast! We have special guest stars like the late legend Fred Willard playing Herr Geiger, Academy, Emmy, and Tony Award winner Kathy Bates playing Officer Cooper, and Carlos Alzoraki playing a Mexican cop, though you'd probably recognize him from Reno 911 or as Rocco in Rocco's Modern Life, or like the 4,000 other voices he's done through his career. Man is crazy prolific. It's just a shame that all these legends are attached to this episode, though Fred Willard would return later on. Hank has a cop flirt with him, and he tries to be as Hank as possible about it. Peggy, while in Mexico, not only tries to use Bobby to guide the class into loving her, but showcases she has absolutely no idea how to speak actual Spanish, and ends up taking a young girl from her family on the bus back to America, even when she tries to slow down and tell Peggy in no uncertain way that she lives in Mexico. Hank even packed a Spanish-English dictionary for Bobby that Peggy throws away because she was just that confident things would be okay. Okay, even if we just leave it at that, she took a child illegally across the border and kept her in her house. That's not a good look. She also endangered an entire bus full of kids, and when she brought the girl back, thought that the people were worshiping her when they were justifiably arresting her. The whole episode is Peggy is an overconfident idiot. That's it. That's the whole thing. She never understood Spanish, and she leaves the episode blissfully unaware that everyone is mocking her behind her back for what she did. And honestly, for what crime she committed, I think that bliss needs to be taken away. She needs to see the harsh reality. She needs to understand that everyone was mocking her. It's only fair. No, this is not it. 1 out of 10. No, that's not fair. At least a 3 out of 10. Kathy Bates and Fred Willard bring it, and it's just, it's one of the most insufferable Peggy episodes. It's way too long, and there's not enough of a buffer of a good B story. Sure, the cop seducing Hank is a bit of a B story, but it never really delivers. It just feels awkward and weird. I don't know. A missed shot on all fronts in my book. Man, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I guess this is our Christmas episode? Hank goes to pick up Buck from the drunk tank and gets volunteered to build a Habitat for Humanity house in Buck's stead. Buck even buys him a Christmas tree! Yay! And this is all after Cotton mocked Hank at the mall. Buck announces that Hank is going to be promoted to manager, and in thanks, Hank tells Buck he loves him. Now, Cotton was there when he said this to his boss and then lost his promotion in about 5 minutes flat. Why was Cotton there? Oh, because Peggy was trying to mend Hank and Cotton's relationship. You know, the same Peggy that considered him a bitter old man and hated how he treated Hank in the past. Like, what? The rest of the episode is just dealing with that horrible idea. Cotton gets jealous that Hank likes Buck so much and wants his son to say he loves him. I mean, I guess I can see that, but also anytime Hank says or does anything, he just gets berated and torn down. So Hank eventually snaps and tells his dad he hates him. And he's so happy when he tells him, too. Every time he says it, he gets happier and happier, like a weight has been taken off of his shoulders. He's finally able to get all the anger out he's had for all these years. Sure, he stood up against his dad and 9 pretty darn angry men, but now he's full on told him, I hate you. He has had true closure. And when he tells Bobby his son never needs to love or even like his father, Bobby gets shook. It feels like a callback to the pilot in a lot of ways, where Bobby was afraid Hank didn't love him. He needs a guiding light in his time of need, and who better to help than President Peanut himself, Jimmy Carter, played by David Herman. I'll say this about David Herman's Jimmy Carter. It's really good until like the last 2 lines when he cracks a little bit. I hope it haunts him forever that an internet micro-celebrity has a critique of 2 lines he recorded 20 years ago. Take that, David. Know that I am disappointed. Jimmy frustratingly argues with Cotton until the episode just kinda ends. I don't know. I really wish Hank got to be manager, but I mean, like, yeah, it was weird he said that, but he said it in a time of just being absolutely elated. I'm focusing on that because I want to. The rest of the episode is dependent on Peggy having the dumbest idea imaginable and Cotton actually caring about Hank when not last season he was ready for him to be his fall guy. I don't know. It's an awkward episode that just never seems to find its footing, but does still have solid jokes and creative writing. It's a heaven sent 7 out of 10. Con offers Bobby 300 smackaroos if he dumps Connie. He refuses and actually stands up to Con, professing how much he cares about Connie. When Connie hears about it, though, they decide to use it to their advantage. They fake a breakup and then use the money to get a motel room where they can hold hands in peace. They get caught and Connie starts letting her grade slip and even passes a note to Bobby and gets it confiscated, where they think Connie will hurt herself if she's not with Bobby when she was just bored out of her mind learning about how to clean your ears. And this is where Con and Min show their true colors. If it's between letting their daughter date Bobby and her not being around anymore, they're going to welcome that walking marshmallow with open arms. They schedule hangout time, take the 2 to dinner, and try and take care of them as much as possible because Con would do anything for Connie. He loves her more than anything, as does Min. And even when Connie comes clean to Min, she isn't mad. She genuinely listens and offers her advice. It's kind of funny that the general, Min's father, doesn't really change at all in his appearance, but they keep changing Peggy's mom every other episode. However, with all this new available time, Bobby and Connie realize they just don't have anything in common. The episode ends with them both deciding to break up. It's Bobby's first true breakup. Sure, he had the older girl and they call it Bobby Love, but this is him breaking up for real with Connie. Sure, he seems okay now, but I guess in a way, this is our first 2-parter of the season. Father the Bribe is surprisingly an excellent highlight on Con and Min. Not only do we get the backstory on how they met, we see they are the living definition of a power couple that just genuinely loves each other. I don't know, it's nice to see a character like Con have such an unquestioning soft spot for his daughter. He just wants her happy and to have a better life than he did. Connie even says she doesn't overachieve just for her dad. I'm not saying they're perfect, no one is, but this episode did a great job of adding an extra layer to the Sousa-Newfoundphones, a last name I avoid saying if I can because I'm almost going to definitely butcher it. And that's not even mentioning the glorious B story of Dale setting up a low-frequency pirate radio for him to broadcast throughout the neighborhood all of his wacky conspiracies and how people just sit around listening to him. Like Khan has it in his car, drives off past the neighborhood, and it cuts off. That it's such a small but important intentional detail that it's crazy, and it adds so much charm to the episode. Father of the Bribe is a sly 9 out of 10 that does not prepare you for what you're about to see. It's Valentine's Day, and Bobby and Joseph are afraid they aren't going to get a flower. But sure enough, Bobby gets a flower and even gets another one from Connie. Charisse is also back, played by Eliza Schneider, and Bobby is just a legendary wingman and ladies' man, even getting Joseph a flower with one smooth move. Hank and Peggy are so proud of their little boy that they decide to let him babysit himself for the night. They then ask Bill to check in on Bobby to make sure he's okay. Leaving Bobby on his own? He earned that. Good for him. Hard working, and it's finally paying off. Telling Bill to check up on Bobby? Come on now, I thought Hank and Peggy loved their son. Why would they do that to him? Yeah, Bill rushes over to the house to have dinner with Bobby, and Bill takes him right on down to Depression Bay, Population 1. Bill is just a sad sack who wants to bring Bobby down with him, and he starts making Bobby second-guess everything, even starting to stress-eat his pain away. Like, imagine watching your dad's friend's wedding videos on Valentine's Day and just finding out that nothing works, you're just gonna end up sad, fat, and bald. Understandably, Bobby gets depressed. He gets horribly depressed. He begins to spiral just like Bill, and when he needs someone, Hank sends him along with Boomhauer. Boomhauer takes him to the mall and sits there trying to pick up chick after chick, and sure, he fails time and time again, but then he gets one. And that's a win of the day in his book. He teaches Bobby it's all about perspective. You can strike out 100 times, but eventually you'll hit a home run that'll blow everyone away. But the important thing is, you've got to keep putting yourself out there. You've got to keep trying. The through line between I'm with Cupid and Father of the Bribe is thin, absolutely, but these episodes needed to happen like this, otherwise neither would be as strong as they are together. We see Bobby in deep pain as he lets himself believe that nothing will matter, but Boomhauer, like a cleansing rain, washes all that away and shows that it's okay to keep going. He revitalizes Bobby when he needs it most, and that kind of resurgence will actually carry him through the rest of the season. I'm with Cupid is a love-struck 7 out of 10. The world is gearing up for the 2002 Winter Olympics in balmy Salt Lake City, Utah, and Arlen needs a hero to run the torch as it makes its way across America. Hank reveals he built Bobby an award shelf that now has plants on it compared to Hank's massive collection of trophies. Bobby starts to get a little self-conscious. Peggy decides to repurpose one of Hank's old awards for Bobby, and it's a literal participation trophy. Hank then tells Bobby that you need to do something worth earning an award like that. Bobby is then determined to be the torch carrier for Arlen. Sure enough, Nancy comes up to Hill House to congratulate the winner, and oddly enough, it's not Bobby, it's Hank. It's an interesting contrast. Hank thinks he isn't deserving of the torch even though he's won awards, and Bobby thinks he is deserving of the torch without having any. But in a touching movement, the gang actually wrote in and nominated Hank for being the hero of Arlen, and while Peggy is upset, I kinda don't get why. Of all the people that deserve it in Arlen, it would especially be Hank. When there's propane emergencies, there he is to heat people's homes. When people need a trusted confidant, they turn to Hank. He has earned this in every way imaginable. You'd think Peggy would be even somewhat happy for her husband, especially after finding out he didn't even nominate himself. Hank feels like he doesn't deserve the torch, and he's embarrassed by his showboating that he did before he got injured and took it as a divine message to never be happy. I'm not gonna lie, this is another fantastic episode. Bobby sits there and just genuinely has a heart-to-heart with his dad and tells him it's okay to feel good and not be afraid of some divine punishment just for the sin of being happy. It's great to see Hank actually start to train with a smile on his face, to have hope again. Hank gets the torch passed to him and Dale lights his smokes off of it. Bobby is a great coach who motivates his dad to keep going, and Hank is ecstatic and starts skipping his way through. And then he hits a puddle and extinguishes the torch. Not saying divine moment, just watch where you're running. He decides to run with a fake flame, and as he gets to McManerberry, he knows that his flame is a lie and extinguishes it right in front of the runner. However, Dale comes in clutch with the world's longest burning cigarettes and reignites the torch, giving Bobby a chance to run with the Olympic flame and even pass the illustrious torch, as it were. This is a genuinely funny and heartfelt episode. This is a truly magical episode of King of the Hill. Outstanding performances, dynamite character work, and an introspection into Hank we just don't really get the time to appreciate. This is a beautiful episode that shows we have the strongest season yet, and there's just so much to love and take in. Torch Song Hillogy is a celebration of everything Hank has done for Arlen, and it's a wonderful message that shows why everyone flocks around him. It's a beautiful 10 out of 10 episode that never gets old. Hank gets a new potential deal at the Renaissance Fair, led by King Philip, played by the legend Alan Rickman, aka Professor Snape. Obviously, you know Alan Rickman. You have seen him in something. He was one of the most iconic British actors of the modern age. Like, the man was a legend. I gotta say, in this episode, he crushes it. He owns it. I've talked about special guest stars, but I mean, Alan Rickman is just next level. The best guests are when there's someone completely different. Renee Zellweger, Kathleen Turner, Robert Stack, and now here Alan Rickman is personifying the perfect Renaissance Fair owner with his propane-powered dragon that just blows Hank away. I love it. King Philip is one of the most iconic characters in the entire show. And it's not like it's a bad episode at all. Laura Dern is also in this episode. Now, is she bringing the groundbreaking performance she does in F is for Family? No, of course not. But it's still frickin' good with a great fake accent. It's just not Alan Rickman going full ham with it good. Hank makes the deal and agrees to take the family to the Ren Fair, and he was just so god-dang enchanted by that propane beast. At the fair, Peggy decides to point out the historical inaccuracies to Philip, and he offers Hank for Peggy to come work for him. He then runs her through the ringer, and they show that they only offer wench roles for women, and she ends up smacking a rug. Peggy speaks about the future and gets accused of being a witch. Peggy then tries to work with the other girls and finds out they don't have basic working rights and challenges the king, who tries to hide it behind it being the 1500s at the Ren Fair. Hank also seems to get kind of swept up in it and tells Peggy to not do anything. I don't know. On the one hand, if she was just this reasonable Peggy all the time, yeah, that wouldn't be cool and Hank would be an ass for telling her that. But literally earlier in the season, she thought she was in the right and she trafficked a kid. I don't know. He isn't entirely in the wrong for wanting her to not make things worse and ruffle feathers. But she gets put in the stockade after throwing tomatoes at Philip, who challenges Hank to a jousting match. Hank loses the joust, and when he's at his lowest, Peggy rides in and strikes Philip down, and he quickly loses his accent when he finds out he's getting sued. Now, that being said, Alan Rickman just can't do a good Texas accent. Even the Groupster had a flaw or two. Joust Like a Woman is a dumb episode that works because of it being an unapologetic excuse to take the family to the Ren Fair. It is setting up the setting more than anything else and just letting the family have fun with it. Joust Like a Woman is a chivalrous 9 out of 10 that showcases what happens when the show is firing on all pistons to deliver peak quality. Like, you may not have even noticed the third story, where Bobby is looking for costumes, and what costume does he pick? The court jester. Not the knight, not the wizard, the jester, which will be played on much later on. Connie is playing her violin and driving the gang understandably crazy, so Hank decides to bust out his guitar and play in the alley. Connie hears Hank's guitar and gets fascinated by bluegrass music and starts playing along. It's a genuinely really sweet moment, and yeah, Hank wants to nurture her bluegrass talent while Con wants Connie to focus on classical studies. The gang and Connie rock out with some Blue Moon of Kentucky. Bobby starts to feel out of place, and the gang wants to take Connie to the beautiful musical city of Branson, Missouri to compete while they back her up. Hank even stands up for Connie in front of Con, and Connie decides to skip camp so she and the gang can compete. And so they go to beautiful Branson, and the stars are aplenty. Charlie Daniels is back, and Yakov Smirnov makes an appearance. Yeah, what a wild talent, that Yakov. And Boomhauer's singing voice would actually be returning great, Vince Gill. Hank is just really passive about Bobby this episode, and I don't know, he just wants to be a part of the group. It's not like Bobby's trying to steal the show or anything. Like, even when he's just working on jokes in the van, Hank is just unnecessarily harsh because he just has to have his precious, precious order. Hank starts to take the fun out of bluegrass that Connie appreciated, even willing to skip a Yakov Smirnov show to practice. Fun fact, Yakov has been performing in Branson for 30 years, and is still performing to this day. Con finds out that Connie is in Branson and decides to go and get her back. Connie blows up at Hank because she doesn't want to be a professional bluegrass musician, she just wanted to have fun. Bobby and Connie actually have a nice moment where they talk about running away to the Appalachian Mountains. The gang trick Charlie Daniels and get him to play in Connie's stead. Connie decides to play by the street to earn money for their bus ticket to the Appalachia, and Con and Hank actually have a genuine heart-to-heart and learn to appreciate their kids in a new light, Hank even appreciating Bobby's joke writing. The episode ends with the Blue Moon of Kentucky yet again. This is another just perfect episode. Sure, you can argue that there are lulls in spots, but those are nitpicks at best. This is a 10 out of 10 episode that when looked at in a vacuum is a perfect encapsulation of what the show is about. You get all the character motivations, a solid resolution that actually matters, and a perfectly compact 23 minutes. Like, Connie doesn't go back and win the Big Fiddle contest. It was never about that for her. They play by the side of the road and her dad sings along. That's all she needed. That is a proper conclusion for Connie. And it just shows that this season really is just banger after banger. Look, I hate a lot of Peggy episodes, but this one might just be my favorite, if not my favorite episode of all time, and I doubt I'm alone in feeling that way. When Peggy can't explain a test question, she worries about her intellect, while Hank looks towards retirement and getting the best RV to tour the country. Peggy takes a genius test and gets invited to a special dinner for geniuses like herself. And there she runs into the man behind the whole scheme, Dr. Vizosa, played by the Fly himself, Jeff Goldblum. That's 2 Jurassic Park actors this season. Coincidence? I think not. Lupe Ontiveros would also play Anne in the episode. Remember Bobby's boss at the racetrack a few seasons ago? Guess what? Jimmy's a genius too! Just like Peggy! And Luann! And yeah, it's a scam. Hank keeps trying to help Peggy figure out that it's a scam and wants to help, but of course, Peggy refuses. I've seen a lot of Jeff Goldblum roles. The Big Chill is one of my mom's favorite movies, and I gotta say, Dr. Vizosa is one of his most inspired characters of all time. He is the most realized, fully fleshed out, just next level character in his repertoire. The whole episode is effectively a heist movie, and the key to a truly great heist movie is someone worth robbing. So, after Dr. Vizosa scams Peggy out of a grant for a fake doctorate, she decides to take the other geniuses and get even by setting up a fake casino. I don't even want to get in the nitty-gritty of the scheme or anything, because it's just an episode that needs to be enjoyed and witnessed. It's the perfect way to handle this newer Peggy. This episode is perfect. Again, one of the best of the show, cementing the season as one of the overall greatest. Again, it shows that Kathy Najimy will play Peggy however she needs to and will bring it 1,000% of the time. Through all of this, Hank was in the right and he really should have just handled it. And she even planned for him to interfere. But also, she wouldn't have been in this problem in the first place if she didn't think so just dangerously high of herself. Again, remember, same season she did a wacky little kidnapping. I don't know, just feels like we should linger on that for a minute. The Substitute Spanish Teacher is a perfect evergreen episode. You can watch it whenever, wherever, whether it's your first time or your 30th, and still have a good time. I remember days I was homesick from school and I watched this episode, or when I was eating dinner with my family, or waking up at 6 in the morning to have it blasted on Adult Swim before school. And even after growing up with this episode, it's still one of my favorites of all time, and probably the episode I revisit the most. The Substitute Spanish Teacher is a cunning and out of this world 10 out of 10. The VFW has come on hard times, and Cotton and the rest of the World War II vets have to sell their most prized medals and trophies. Which, like, we'll get into the bulk of the episode. That's a tragic thing that's going on. But this one has easily one of my favorite B stories of the entire show. Dale buys a falconer's glove and decides to get a falcon. And then, every time he gives the falcon a command, it just violently attacks Bill, who is just shrieking in fear. But because Stephen Root brings it to the next degree, it's frickin' hysterical. Dale accuses Bill of looking like a vole. It's incredible. Hank sees how bad it is when he has to collect their propane and decides to help the vets out by getting the Vietnam vets to join in. We'd get Dave Allen of Ned's Declassified and Naked Trucker and T-Bone fame opposite David Koechner as Jesse, and John C. McKinley, aka Dr. Cox in Scrubs, as Ronnie. Ed Asner and Jack Carter would both return as well. Basically, the World War II vets don't play nice, and Cotton refuses to respect Hank since he could never enlist in the military, what with his narrow urethra. However, when the vets set off the non-vets into a frenzy, Hank and Cotton have to work together to survive. Hank even has an ingenious idea to follow the moss because it always grows on the north side of the tree. Hey gang, so, fun fact, moss grows on any side of a tree. Please don't use it as your guiding light. Cotton admits that Hank is capable of being a competent military leader, and he admits defeat and takes in the Vietnam vets. Unfortunate Son is tricky because it's an easy episode to explain, but a little bit harder to get into why it works. Where I detest the resolution of the Father, the Son, and the JC, I think Unfortunate Son has the better reconciliation where Cotton sees in real time that Hank is and has always been strong enough, good enough, and that the younger generation is okay. They were mocking the Vietnam vets, but as they actually took the time to listen to them, they understood they saw the horrors of war as well, no matter what the public opinion of the war was. King of the Hill does a surprisingly, almost surgically effective job of not only humanizing, but respecting our troops and veterans. I don't know, a lesser show wouldn't have taken the time to have that last resolution at the end of the episode. They would have just focused on Hank and Cotton making up, and that's really just only part of it. Yeah, Cotton screwed everything up, and he even admits it, but man, it's gotta have solid writing to really stand out, and Unfortunate Son checks all the boxes it needs to check to make it just that much better. It's a 10 out of 10 episode that kind of cements Season 6 at this point as one of the strongest of the entire series, and I really hope the next episode doesn't do anything to shake that foundation whatsoever. Gee, that sure would be horrible. It would be even worse if it was a Peggy episode. Man, thank God the last episode cemented this as a good season. Get it? Thank God. On a roll here, gang. Keep up. Peggy has decided that the world deserves full-time teacher Peggy Hill, so she goes out into the market just for a statewide hiring freeze to happen. Hank offers for Peggy to work at Strickland Propane, and she does for a time until she hears about a job over at the Catholic school, and bingo bango bongo, now she's pretending to be a nun to teach Spanish. Same season, she yanked a kid across country borders. Just saying, maybe reconsider. Like, she's watching Monsignor Martinez to learn Catholicism. Credit where credit is due, she doesn't weaponize the ruler when it's handed to her. Low bar, but an important one we've already discussed earlier on in the show. Now, all this being said, I should mention that Kathy Najimy does know something about playing a nun, because fun fact, she was also in the Sister Act movies alongside Whoopi Goldberg and Maggie Smith. And they do reference the movie, so I'd be failing you if I didn't also mention it. Yeah, no, Peggy just starts shotgunning Catholicism opinions, and the kids are just eating it up. What could possibly go wrong? There's also this undercurrent of Donna just robbing Strickland blind, and it's just terrific everything she got away with. It's all petty infractions that built up so fast. Anyway, Hank makes a surprise visit and finds out Peggy has been pretending to be a nun, and is understandably upset with it. Also, Peggy debates with Sister Mary Catherine, played just brilliantly by Cynthia Stevenson, who reminds her of the potential of eternal damnation. She then has nightmares of a propane-fueled hell and realizes the error in her ways. She comes clean and gets understandably fired, and then gets fired from Strickland, but gets to keep her mug. Peggy pretends to be a nun, Peggy gets caught, end of episode. There's nothing to grab onto, and the episode just kind of flounders around trying to convince you that Peggy isn't totally in the wrong, but like it doesn't do anything more with it. It doesn't add to it. There's no B stories or enough cutaways to make it next level. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret Hill is like 5 commandments out of 10. It's not worth it. The army is having war games, and Bill is starting to struggle with his wrists. Dale bashes Bill for being worthless, and Hank tries to back him up. I'm just gonna get into the A story real fast. Dale convinces Bill that when he got into the military, they experimented on him to develop a kind of walrus super soldier. Bill begins to spiral and thinks the army stole his life and body from him, so he decides to drunkenly steal a tank and drive it around while Hank and the gang have to help him get it back onto the war games field while they sing Free Bird and it plays in the back. Bill finds out he was actually just given a placebo and Dale is just a moron. Like all things considered, this is a perfect A story and a brilliant Bill episode. It hits all the notes it needs to hit and gives you all the emotional points to show you the gang truly does love Bill at the end of the day. They're willing to drive a tank with him into an area with live ammunition. They care. If the episode was just the A story, I think it would have been a 10 out of 10. And then the B story happens. Peggy Hill gets challenged to guess the weight of her frozen yogurt, and if she guesses correctly, she gets a free one. She fails, and this causes her to spiral into perfectly calculating the individual weights of her toppings to eventually get her free frozen yogurt. This is the perfect Peggy palate cleanser after the last episode, and cranks this episode to an absolute Spinal Tap 11 out of 10. Like, the wild thing is, there's no special guest stars or anything. They just had this story and thought it would stand on its own merits, and then it proceeded to do just that. Make no mistake, this is one of the best episodes of the series and just a terrific part of any marathon. Again, I don't know what it is about this season, but it feels like there's a steady groove of noticeably improved quality. Also, 0 puppets compared to the last season, so a marked improvement no matter what. Tanking it to the streets is the kind of Bill episode I wish we got more of. He gets whipped into a frenzy, gets drunk, but when he needs his friends, there they are ready to jump in and save the day. It's an episode that gives you hope, and sometimes that's just all you need. Joseph just absolutely concusses Bill with a lacrosse ball while trying to practice. Bobby is in a performance of Mice and Men, so you know, they're both doing things. Bobby wants to practice with his dad, and Hank just pushes it onto Peggy, who swiftly Uno reverse cards. Dale eats a ball and takes Bill out again through a sliding door. Joseph and Hank actually begin to practice lacrosse together, and Hank gets enthralled by the game. And Dale and Hank decide to switch, and so Dale goes to help Bobby act because he and the gun club go to theater every week. And sure enough, at Bobby's play, Dale and Peggy show up, but Hank's a no-show, deciding to watch Joseph play instead with Nancy. They bump into each other, and Hank and Dale start to beat themselves up. And while they commiserate, Dale comes clean. He knows deep down, Joseph isn't his son. No, of course, Joseph's father is only one thing. An alien, because Dale was getting too close to, the truth or something. I don't care. Dale is so convinced of it, he just tells Hank he's a bad dad. Hank agrees to be in Of Mice and Men for Bobby after the boy shows he can cry on command. Dale tells Joseph he's an alien, and yeah, that's the episode. Joseph spirals thinking he's an alien after Nancy does not reassure him at all, and Dale has to go get Joseph back after he runs away with Bobby to Marfa. Hank convinces Dale that he's Joseph's real dad because he raised Joseph, and it's more important to have raised the boy than to have fathered him, and they find the boys with 2 glowing lights in the sky. Dale and Joseph rationalize that they are flesh and blood related, and Hank and Bobby bond over their bodyguarding of the Gribbles, which is actually really sweet in a way. I don't know. Of Mice and Little Green Men is still very much tiptoeing around the fact that Dale isn't Joseph's biological father. Like, we've had 5 episodes about it already. Just go all the way with it or don't bother at this point. I will say Joseph does at least seem much more tolerable in this episode, but the Hank and Bobby stuff gets the weakest resolution of the bunch, which is just a darn shame. It's a very terrestrial 6 out of 10. In one of the most wholesome opening scenes of the entire show, Hank and the gang decide to build a putting green in their backyard after the golf courses all fill up with reservations. Con naturally mocks them for having fun and talks about the dream of watching golf at Nine Rivers Country Club. Hank, mad with power, then decides to turn the entire neighborhood into a golf course. Con invites Ted and Cindy over to try and get into Nine Rivers, and when Ted parks on the street while Hank and the gang golf, wow, nothing bad could possibly happen. They then proceed to subvert expectations and smash Khan's pitcher with a golf ball, and when they go to confront them, Ted ends up actually inviting Hank to Nine Rivers as their token white guy. Of course, not telling him that and just wanting to be friendly. And yeah, Hank gets to live Khan's dream just because Ted, quote, he's super white. Khan sneaks onto the course as Hank's +1. We then get the introduction of Mr. Ho, played by Peter Kwong. Ted tells Khan to get Hank to join Nine Rivers so the PGA doesn't rescind their license, and Khan can join as well. I gotta say, I love how Toby Huss plays Ted. He's just so schemy in the best way. You can feel how fake he is, and it's just so delightfully mechanical. And when Hank wins a round of golf with Tiger Woods and sees his name was jammed into the raffle so it was rigged, he understandably gets upset. And to his credit, the entire time he is asking why he's getting preferential treatment and why Khan isn't being treated like him. He understands that there is a serious discrepancy. Then, when Ted can't tell Hank what kind of accessories he sells, he just walks off so that he can rejoin his friends and join in their little backyard games. Like, it could have ended there and been fine, just an 8 out of 10. Then Khan gets dropped from Nine Rivers and thanks Hank for taking away the one place he belongs. So Hank makes him an honorary member of the Rainy Street Country Club and gives Khan a sense of community right in his own neighborhood. This is easily one of the best Hank and Khan episodes. It goes that extra mile to give a satisfying conclusion that actually feels complete. Because, for once, Khan is not the active antagonist. You could argue it's Ted. Khan is just jealous of Hank getting to live his dream. Khan is trying to get Ted to let him in Nine Rivers. It's never expressly about Hank. It could have been any white guy. Hank is just the one that they knew that they could probably control. Man Without a Country Club is just another 10 out of 10 episode that shines because it's just good core King of the Hill. Hill comes up dry on Alamo beer, and everyone is shocked when Alamo has been pulled off all the shelves in Texas. Peggy calls to find out what happened and decides to take a swing at it in Espanol and gets a temp job at the call center. There, she's taught by Teresa, played by Megan Mullally, comedy legend, and Hank and the gang start to spiral when they have to decide on a new lager and contemplate going down to Mexico to get some good old classic Alamo beer. Peggy finds out that batches of Alamo have been tainted and that they're still selling it in Mexico after pulling it off of US shelves. However, she can't tell Hank what's going on, and he keeps trying to push it so that Peggy will eventually spill her secrets. It's just people keeping secrets and suffering the consequences. And yet, this is still one of the best episodes of the season. This is one of Peggy's strongest episodes, at least as a character, and it makes Lupe's revenge feel like a distant memory. Like she does corporate espionage and starts peeling away the layers of crime one beer at a time. The episode is suspenseful and yet manages to interweave comedic bits and has the perfect balance of jokes and story that makes it a downright classic. Hank even goes to confront Alamo and the president directly and gets thrown out, while Peggy brings the company down from the inside. It's much in the same vein as The Substitute Spanish Prisoner, and shows that they know how to write Peggy when they want to give her an absolute knockout episode. Like, Peggy uses her powers for foundational change to help people that are being poisoned and manipulated without them being aware of it. She can't keep a secret if it's endangering lives, and yeah, no, that's great. That's a wonderful motivation for a character to have. More of this. Less of her thinking she can speak fluent Spanish. That's what you want to see. More of this, less of Lupe. Beer and Loathing is an accidentally soap-filled 9 out of 10 that is another phenomenal example of classic comedy writing structure of the late 90s and early 2000s. It's 23 minutes of just good, classic hillage. Buck tasks Hank with putting down his emus when he's supposed to have a date night with Peggy. Luann comes over for game night, and when Peggy is too busy, she decides to join a sorority. Anna Faris guest stars, and yeah, it's a Luann episode. Something that's become rarer and rarer, and I'm pretty sure it's her only one of the entire season. Not to say Brittany Murphy hasn't been playing other characters throughout the season, but yeah, this is one of the only times we see Luann as the main focus. Luann then unknowingly joins a cult. And that's the episode. Hank and the gang bond with the emus they're supposed to put down, and Luann joins a cult. Classic normal King of the Hill fare. I will say, on the one hand, I'm disappointed the episode depends on Luann just being oblivious and dumber than a bag of rocks. But also, Brittany Murphy plays dumb Luann really, really well. Plus, they animate the emu like they're raptors right out of Jurassic Park, third reference in the season, and just adds an extra element of terror into the mix. Hank runs into Luann selling jam on the roadside and gets taken home, where Peggy swears it's just hazing. So naturally, Peggy gets swept up in the cult herself because she didn't have friends when she was her age. It makes me wonder if Hot Scoop was inspired at all by this episode, since there's more than a few parallels. And while the gang is trying to get enough meat that they can pass off as emu, Dale tells Hank that Omega House is a cult and they need to get them back. And so Hank starts grilling steaks to assault the house with the scent of cleanly seared, hearty beef flavors. They save the girls by hand-feeding them steak. It's an episode. I don't know what you want from me. There's not even a real conclusion for Luann. It's much like when Boomhauer got locked in the mental ward. There was no extra bit to it just had a conclusion. I'll also say I love the end of the episode where the emu attack Buck and let Stephen Root just screech again like an absolute pro. Fun with Jane and Jane is one of the weirdest episodes of the show, and I'm kind of about it. Sure, it does nothing for Luann, but it makes sense Peggy would get lost in a cult. Not to mention the emu side story is so surreal and yet so entertaining in the best way. Just having it open with Buck just tossing Hank a gun is great. That's how you know the entire episode is just gonna be wild. The episode is an 8 out of 10 that doesn't break the mold, but it's just a solid little weird adventure. It's Dale and Nancy's 20th anniversary, and 1 year since she's been exclusive to Dale. Aw, that's nice. Nancy invites Dale's dad, which sends Dale into a fury because Dale's dad kissed Nancy on their wedding day. Don't think anything of it. Dale thinks he's a big rodeo star that abandoned his family to be the womanizer he detests. So Nancy asks Hank to go and invite the womanizing ladies' man at the local rodeo he's at. The rodeo is in fact a gay rodeo. Dale's dad isn't a womanizing monster, Dale's dad is gay. I'll say this, everyone handles that Bug is gay incredibly well. Bug was getting ready to make out with a caterer when he panicked and kissed Nancy by accident when he heard Dale coming and didn't want to come out to him. Bug's boyfriend finds out about him being previously married and having a son, and they get understandably upset. Bug then goes to Dale's to apologize, and they legitimately make up as they have a tearful reunion. But of course, Dale still doesn't know his dad is gay, and he even ropes Juan Pedro into hanging out, just blissfully unaware of their relationship. Bug even tells Nancy he needs to come out of the closet with Dale. Like, the whole conflict of the second part of the episode is Dale thinks his dad is a government agent and he yells at him. That's it. When he finds out that Bug is actually gay and not a government agent, he doesn't care. He's just so elated he doesn't work for the government. I don't know. The episode is great and it's wonderful to see Dale rebuild a relationship with his dad. Granted, this isn't his dad we were shown earlier in the series, but I honestly prefer this pivot since they keep him like this for the duration of the series. My Own Private Rodeo is surprisingly restrained for LGBTQ representation in the 2000s, much in line with Gun Club Earl earlier in the season. They're just trying to live their lives and be who they want to be. No one attacks them for it. It's literally just misunderstandings that get in the way. My Own Private Rodeo is a solid 8 out of 10. If it was anyone else, the misunderstandings wouldn't be half as believable, but because you have zero faith in Dale understanding literally anything, it does actually make total sense. This is the same season he thought his friend was a walrus and his son was an alien. Dale, be not proud. Huh. That could be an episode title. Hank is selling a customer an Imperial when Nancy comes in with a propane emergency that she wants to set up a new hot tub for her anniversary. Sure enough, he gets that jacuzzi humming and rushes off so Dale and Nancy can celebrate. Hank goes to sleep that night, satisfied while Peggy is pent up. Hank then dreams of searing burgers on the grill in the nude with Nancy. This is an episode. Hank then tells the family he was grilling burgers in the nude, and Peggy counters with how she took out Principal Moss in her own dream. Hank goes to see John Redcorn and sets him off when he tells him about the dream. John then spills Hank's dream to Dale, who tells Hank, Peggy, and Nancy, and Peggy feels betrayed that she wasn't in the dream and instead it was Nancy. The dream becomes a recurring nightmare for the poor man. I mean, he's starting to lose sleep and keep seeing Nancy in his dreams. It's understandable that he'd be concerned about it. Peggy just thinks he's bored of her, and so she tries to reignite their love life by recreating the dream, even going up to a nudist beach so that they can do it uninterrupted. She then figures out that Hank wasn't attracted to Nancy, he was attracted to the use of propane. He didn't see the potential in propane and saw it as this noble gas, but now he's learning to love it all over again and figures out all the weird things you can do with it. It's the episode where you find out that Hank really, really loves propane. That's it. That's all the episode boils down to. It's not really all that funny. It isn't all that bad. It's just kind of there. I mean, even at the end, it just feels like Peggy's being annoying for the sake of being annoying. And once Hank realizes what's going on, there's just a swift resolution that doesn't do anything. Suge Knight is a 5 out of 10 that just kind of drags its way limping across the finish line and never really delivers on a good seared adventure. Bill is alone in the alley when he sees a runner and naturally begins to spiral like only he can. Boomhauer is still seeing the ice cream girl he's been shown with from time to time. That's right, it's a Boomhauer episode! Yeah, no, Bill is stalking this girl. Like, it's kinda creepy. He's got cameras and everything. Dale offers to help Bill dig up the alley so that the runner will twist her ankle and be forced to talk with him. They are willing to destroy the road so that she can get injured and he can come and save the day. Boomhauer runs from his ice cream girlfriend to try and make her go away. And after their whole trap works way too well, Boomhauer, instead of Bill, carries the runner to his place to take care of her. Even gets her a taxi that he covers after the fact. Like, Bill gets upset at Boomhauer for stealing the jogger from him, and it's very apparent he never stood a single chance. Like, the man is delusional in this episode, and it hurts until the end. Boomhauer actually starts to fall for the jogger and wants to spend actual time with her. Marlene, the jogger, is played by Laura Linney. Boomhauer is in bliss and invites the gang over to her house where he and Bill get into it again. And when Marlene comes back and finds him there, she's understandably upset. Turns out that Boomhauer just got Boomhauered. He starts to obsess over a woman that used him for a quick fling, and he is absolutely devastated when she doesn't want to marry him. As he begins to spiral into an all-too-familiar pit of depression, Bill comes to his aid and pulls his friend out of the darkness. Because you have to keep going, and if you get hurt, you just force yourself to heal and keep moving. There is still a chance if you keep moving forward. Some great advice he gave back in I'm with Cupid. We see Boomhauer drag down into the pit that Bill calls the normal every day. But then Bill is the one that pulls him out of it before going to a women's prison to pick up chicks. Like, Boomhauer uses and tosses out women. Bill will destroy a road to get a woman to sprain her ankle in front of him. Neither character is particularly in the right in the beginning of the episode, but by the end you at least feel that Boomhauer learns quite a few lessons. It's just this wild shotgun of Boomhauer content to make up for lost ground, I guess. Dang Ol' Love is an odd 7 out of 10 that never quite gets its footing, but it's some memorable and inspiring moments to perk you up before we head into our next two-parter, and it is a doozy. Peggy invents family vlogging by trying to get her family an all-inclusive trip to Hawaii by pitching a journalism article. Cotton is watching a celebration of World War II vets on TV and storms off, even refusing to tell people about how he killed 50 men, his favorite story. Dee Dee begs Hank to help Cotton since he seems like he's just so depressed lately, and so Hank takes him to John Redcorn's new healing lounge. Dale compliments Bill. It's nice. At the sweat lodge, they start to trip from the exhaustion, and Hank gets the conversation he knows he'd never get with Cotton. Basically, Cotton is also haunted by the ghosts of the men he removed from their earthly tethers. Bobby even goes to check on Cotton afterwards, where Cotton confides in him. Cotton wants to go to Japan and apologize, and Bobby tries to get Peggy to write about it for a trip, and she just doesn't see a story there. Great journalistic instinct there, Peggle. Sure enough, when she's desperate, the bystander agrees to send Peggy and her family to Japan. And yeah, the Hills are going to the land of Nihon. They pack forks, pork pies, and their sense of adventure. Hank removes Bobby from the emergency seats because he knows he just could not handle the responsibility. Dale and Bill break into Hank's house. Once they get into Tokyo, Cotton gets approached by a TV film crew, and James C. is actually in the episode, who funnily enough played Jackie Chan in the Jackie Chan Adventures. Obviously the animated parts, the live action parts, were played by Jackie Chan. The Hills get to their hotel and sleep in the entryway because they don't know that the rest of the room is available. This is a 2-part season finale with 3 stories to it, which is just wild. Luann gets another dog to try and pretend to be Ladybird when she thinks Ladybird died. Bill and Dale pretend to be Hank and Peggy to deter invaders by living in their house, and Cotton has to find his old love. It's a lot to take in at once. Hank helps Cotton, but then a valet drops off flowers and cologne, and Cotton had even tried to dye his hair with shoe polish, or what we call in the States, a Rudy. Turns out Cotton is trying to find an old love to reconnect and wanted to show Michiko, Hank, and Bobby. And as the family joins Cotton at Michiko's apartment, they knock on the door and boom! Hank's got a half-brother. End of part 1. Again, much like the other 2-parters, it doesn't feel right going in depth right after part 1, but it's wild where all the stories are left off. The episode is a lot, but probably one of the best for Cotton yet. Now on to part 2! I feel like I just need to get this out of the way. Michiko is voiced by again returning great Amy Hill. Junichiro, Hank's half-brother, surely has to be played by some wild guest star, right? Ken Watanabe, beat Takeshi of Takeshi's Castle. Oh, what about Naoki Tatsuda? Get the Japanese voice actor for Hank to play his Japanese brother. Wouldn't that be neat? Junichiro is actually played by David Carradine, aka Bill from Kill Bill, and avid hose enthusiast. It's a casting choice. Michiko isn't there, so they invite Junichiro to dinner. Cotton was healing up in a US hospital in post-war Japan, and he fell in love with a nurse and then got shipped back to the States even as he tried to stay and be with her. Cotton actually loved Michiko and wanted to stay with her. It's wild to see how he actually felt something for someone else. He had a human connection. Hank is ecstatic that he has a brother, and Junichiro is much, much less excited. Bobby goes out to explore the nightlife and finds Definitely Not Dance Dance Revolution and begins dancing in front of everyone and even finds a girl to dance with. A simpler time before the arcade started to fall out of fashion, sadly. Cotton and Michiko reconnect, and Cotton gets invited to meet the Japanese emperor. Cotton tries to apologize and earn the forgiveness of Michiko and Junichiro, but Junichiro refuses, sending Cotton into a shinless fury. Junichiro works in robots. He's even the assistant manager of the factory. Yeah, he's just Japanese Hank. They team up to look for Cotton while Bobby dances his way to love. The brothers share a well-vended beer and commiserate about the limits of their bodies. Hank gets fed up with Junichiro being a pushover, and so he helps him harness his inner Texan to be more effective. I'm just going to be that guy for a second here because I'd be fascinated to find out what Japanese fans of the series think of these episodes. They paint the Hills as ignorant of the culture but still trying to be respectful of it, and that's great. But when you get to David Carradine as Junichiro, sometimes he uses actual proper Japanese, but most of the time he just mumbles a bunch of kind of Japanese words. Which, if you know anything about David Carradine, especially David Carradine in the early 2000s, that's par for the course. Cotton takes off to spit in the Emperor's face. Bobby misses his 6:30 date. It's the all is lost moment. Hank and his brother then go to try and convince Cotton to not spit on the Emperor, and sure enough, he accepts the medal gracefully and actually tears up introducing his 2 sons, Hank and Junichiro. Cotton, in a moment of genuine wholesomeness, stops the cab to the airport so Bobby can dance and say goodbye before never seeing his dance girlfriend again. The episode ends on a DDR screen. And that's the season finale. The Hills go to Japan, Hank has a brother, Cotton gets a lot of redemption, and Bobby dances. Returning Japanese is probably the least impactful of the multi-part season finales. There's no lasting consequences, no season-long arcs afterwards, but it's still an incredibly well put together final adventure to wrap a season. I genuinely believe the smartest thing they could do was not focus on Peggy. She got them there, she gets to deliver her jokes, but she doesn't get an adventure to embarrass herself, and I think that's super smart. They don't overcomplicate things. Sure enough, Luann, Dale, and Bill get their stories resolved swiftly, and we really only have the 3 stories in Japan to wrap up alongside it. Which, I mean, huge kudos there. The two-parter tried to do 5 stories, and somehow manages to wrap them all so succinctly. Returning Japanese is a solid 9 out of 10 that knows what it wants to do and sticks to it. And there we have it. That's Season 6. Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Season 6 was honestly probably one of the best seasons of the entire series. It has a ton of timeless episodes, some of the sharpest writing, and just gives you all the best you'd expect from King of the Hill. Is there a narrative through line or anything? Not really, but we did get 2 two-parters and just a ton of really solid King of the Hill outings. Season 6 wasn't trying to be more than it was and just wanted to entertain people, and honestly, I think it absolutely succeeded on most counts. When a season has maybe 1 or 2 less than stellar episodes out of a whole 22 episode run, oh yeah, you gotta be doing something right. But don't you worry, we still have 7 more seasons to review, and next season we're even getting more great one-offs. We're getting the only banned episode of King of the Hill, and Love for Bill. Aww. So, don't go to heaven before we talk about Season 7. It's Season 7! I was warned that Season 7 was when the noticeable quality drop happened. I actually did something different this season. Instead of writing while watching the episode, I waited and went ahead and just marathoned the whole season and then went back and watched it again. And I really wanted to see if the drop was that noticeable. And the funny thing is, it's right in episode 1 and never really goes away. Yay. So, without further ado, what worked? What failed? What, pig-themed Halloweens will be curtailed? Let the tension lessen. We're talking Season 7. Man, I don't know. Rhymes are hard. That's what I got. I'm really not trying to be hyperbolic when I say that, like, Scene 1, you can already feel something's off. Bobby is dancing in the middle of the road, and Con is waiting behind him until Hank pulls him off the side of the road. Why would Bobby dance in the middle of the road? In the past, he may have had his dumb moments, sure, but walking in the middle of the road? It feels odd. But then Hank listens to Bobby's music and is disgusted by what he hears. Music needs to be like it was back when he was a kid. Parental advisory warning, I gotta listen to it and make sure it's okay for my boy. Oh, this boy band sounds like they're good, godly performers. Who is this Hank Hill? Where did he come from? Remember back when Hank jammed out with Willie Nelson, or all the times he canonically listened to things like Boston, Foreigner, Journey? Like, he didn't even take Bobby's comedy tapes away from him. But now, all of a sudden, he's got to make sure nothing happens. He takes Bobby, Connie, Joseph, and Jordan, played by Eliza Dushku, to a 4-score concert and sees Bobby dancing explicitly and immediately steps in to stop all that nonsense. Jordan's dad then calls Hank over to tell him he overreacted and he has to be more laid back like how he is with his kids. McVie is Dave Herman, but Jordan's mom is actually played by Deborah Messing. Mila Jovovich of Monster Hunter and Resident Evil fame, and Elizabeth Perkins also guest star. Do I have an opinion on any of these guest stars? Not really. They read their lines. Oh, the B story? You want the B story? Min, Peggy, and Nancy are arguing about who the sexiest man on the street is, and Bill and Hank are always at the bottom of the list, which understandably sets Peggy off. She's determined to show that Hank can be sexy, and Hank is trying to be a sensible parent, and forbids Bobby from going to a boy-girl party because it'll be unsupervised and a sleepover. Peggy, trying to be the cool mom, gives Bobby bus fare and he goes to the party where the boys and girls will be sleeping in the same room, and then this girl Serena comes in and corrals all the kids and decides now's the time for 7 minutes in heaven. But don't worry, Bobby is cool and tries to keep Jordan relaxed as they're harassed to strip, and Hank comes and saves the day. He treats the 13-year-olds like kids and has them play pin the tail on the donkey, and Min says that yeah, his sternness is kinda hot. It's Straw Man the episode. Like, yeah, leaving your kid alone to do parties, much less sleepovers at 13, is way outside the norm, no matter how bohemian the parents are. But here they're the most intentionally exaggerated parents to make Hank seem like a downright stick in the mud. I know all this sounds super petty, but you need to just listen and watch the episode. Go just cherry pick some episodes from seasons 1 through 6, and then jump into season 7. It feels like the ground has settled. Get Your Freak Off just doesn't feel right. It's giving us a drastically different Hank that kinda loses the progress he's made over the last 6 seasons. Hank had no problem with Bobby learning about deaf comedy, but now he can't listen to certain bands. Hank will become whatever the show needs him to become now. This is his role. He is every dad, a multi-purpose tool that will sometimes be a perfect vehicle, or just bland and uneventful. Get Your Freak Off is a vapid 5 out of 10 that is the equivalent of watching a tumbleweed roll across a dusty tundra. You feel cold, alone, and have no idea how that tumbleweed got there. Bill inhales all of Hank's hot dogs since he was in a rush to leave and go see a movie, to the disgust of literally everyone. Hank is somewhat impressed, but Dale just straight up calls him disgusting. Peggy gets Bill a date, and when they go, Bill is determined to finish 10 bowls of soup so that their dinner is free. He discusses his date, but a competitive eating fan, Cindy, played by the secondly surprising guest star of this episode, Pamela Anderson, takes a great interest in Bill's eating prowess and how it might be able to get American hands on the mustard yellow belt. They go to a competitive eating champions party where they meet the old champ himself, Dan, played by Jeff Garland, who explains that Nozawa and the Laotian legend Irrawaddy are the big clinchers of the year. Oh, and then we get surprise speed-eating superfan, Kid Rock. He doing a voice or sing anywhere in the episode? Nope, just Kid Rock really loving competitive eating for some reason. Okay. Bill goes to his first meet and starts by going unopposed, and then Dale jumps in and starts sucking down dogs. Man, even triple dogs it. And I think that's where the big difference is. The episodes are going for the bigger jokes. They're going for the wackier elements because they know if they can get there, bam, you got something cooking. However, if the concept doesn't work, the whole episode that hinged on it just immediately falls apart. I'll say this, The Fat and the Furious sorta kinda redeems itself. Dale reveals why he's so harsh on Bill about competitive eating, and he shares that he used to eat bugs and was called a freak for doing it for the amusement of the other kids. He even eventually refuses to compete against Bill, and just because he is morally against the entire competition. The B story has Peggy doing everything to keep Bobby away from the wondrous world of competitive eating. It's a move. Bill realizes that they're laughing at him and not with him, and he does eventually back out of the competition. The episode is fine. I watched it when I was a kid, and I watched it now, and it's just fine. I remembered Kid Rock was in it, but I swore he was a bigger part of it, and he just kind of stands around and talks about how great competitive eating is, while Hank talks about how it's Bill's patriotic duty to shovel dogs down his maw. It's just, I don't know. It's just weird, and it's fine. The Fat and the Furious is a perfect, I don't know, 5 out of 10. Who cares? Oh, hey, I know this one. Yay! So just gonna go over the positives now because it's the right thing to do. Lucy Liu guest stars as Tid Pao, Connie's cousin. Other positive? They bring back the deli owner back when Bobby had gout to run the local sushi restaurant, which made me remember back when I was a kid and those were rare. Now they're on every corner. My, how the passage of time is great. I don't want to talk about this one. Did you know there's a band episode this season? Did you know it's the only one in the entire show? And it's not even this one? Wild. Ah, shucks, let me just spoil the whole thing for you. Bobby gets a crush on Tid Pao, who uses him as a way to steal materials for her little shed science project where she's making meth. This is 2002. Breaking Bad wouldn't air for another 6 years, and here Bobby is just cranking it up. Okay, just setting this up. Bobby and Connie are science fair partners till Bobby meets Tid Pao and trades with Joseph, who is crushing hard on Connie, who still cares about Bobby. It's not complicated. Keep up. Bobby just starts robbing and graffitis a fence, gets caught by Hank, who is just so god dang disappointed in kids these days. And, well, the day of the science fair, Bobby decides to take the science project to school and starts cooking meth in the gymnasium, thinking he's just making rock candy, until Connie tells him he's doing a felony right in front of a cop judge. Then, when the judges come over and he's panicking, Connie takes a potato gun and just blasts the equipment away, but the cop still had a rock in his hand. He could still test it. He was told it was candy. What if he ate a meth? Yeah, it's the episode where Bobby makes meth. There's no two ways about it. Like, sure, yes, jumping crack bass did happen, but that was Hank being very, very misinformed and screwed over. This is Bobby being straight up manipulated to do a crime and keeps trying to get it to stop. There was never a part in the episode where I was smiling and like super ecstatic, like, wow, that joke really landed. I'm so glad I sat through this. There's no hidden joke that breaks this episode up. This episode barely feels like a King of the Hill episode a lot of the time. It almost feels like a very special episode, except there's no, like, special message at the end, just that, like, meth is bad. Like, what was Tid Pow? She's stealing meth, making deals, she's like 13 or 14 and getting into all this wild stuff. Then there's just Bobby being a weird new Bobby. This episode is the one that broke me. Bad Girls is a 3 out of 10. This one hurts. Like, this actually kind of sucks, though. Bobby's in home ec and gets a major assignment from his kinky teacher and the janitor. The coding is a lot less subtle than I remember. He's got to clean a mystery stain out of a cheerleader outfit. Yeah, don't think about it. Just better that way. He fears he's going to fail home ec and Peggy goes to help him. Oh, this is the Thanksgiving episode, by the way. Keep up. Just figured you should know that. Dale makes Bill a $1 million bet he can't toss a beer, and when he fails, Dale attempts to collect $1 million from Bill. Bill writes him a check for $1 million, and Dale proceeds to cash it, taking all the money Bill has to his name. Dale cashes it the same day Bill is buying his Thanksgiving dinner. Bruh! The worst part, that's the highlight of the episode. It's Monday, so Peggy whipped up some of her Frito pie with wolf chili and helps Bobby with his homework, ruining both it and his dad's favorite jeans. Bobby goes to his home ec teacher hat in hand and she teaches him how to fix his jeans. Bobby then makes Hank's jeans from scratch from some denim and sands it down to give his dad that worn-in feel. Hank is downright ecstatic and Peggy is bewildered. Bobby makes a roast for an assignment, and Hank can't get enough of it and compliments Bobby, talking about how great his cooking is. Every time he's around his son, he's smiling and happy and engaged. Peggy decides while getting her hair done to crank up her sex appeal because she feels her son is stealing her husband from her. Yep, make it make sense. Maybe I'm supposed to read it a different way, but when Hank and Bobby are sitting in the bedroom together watching the news, that's one of the most wholesome things in the show I've ever seen. That's like, yeah, man, that's what this show was about. And I really, really, truly love the connection that Bobby and Hank have in this episode. It's just so nice. And then Peggy tries to sabotage Bobby by showing he had a women's magazine hidden under his mattress, and it backfires when Hank says Bobby can cook Thanksgiving dinner and she can just relax and enjoy a home-cooked meal prepared lovingly by her son. The audacity! He asks her to throw his butter-basted turkey in the preheated oven, and she steals it and runs off on his bike, ruining his bird. She spirals hard and goes to her hairdresser to vent while Hank prepares all of her old dishes, and Bobby takes his Thanksgiving dinner to Bill, who then proceeds to try and get $1 million from him to pay off Dale. It's such an unfortunate episode. Hank and Bobby bonding is great, but then Peggy just spirals when she feels replaced by her son, and it just sours the whole thing. I like a lot of scenes from this episode, but as a whole, it's just painful. It's a 6 out of 10 that feels like even that's a little high. Hank and Peggy go to dinner, and Bobby takes the alone time as a chance for him and Lady Bird to partake in the mystical world of dog dancing. This episode is about dog dancing. Sure? Okay, fine, whatever. Hank comes home early and catches Bobby, who doesn't have an excuse, and gets barred from, dancing with the dog. I'm just gonna TLDR this because it's dog dancing. Hank dances with Ladybird, Bobby dances with Doggy, Connie's dog, and Bill gets a dog from the pound to compete and gets a Rottweiler who proceeds to trap him in a bathroom where he has to drug the dog, get it in a muzzle, and take it to the competition where it proceeds to maul him. Hee-haw! I liked when the Falcon attacked Bill too. His shrieks are amazing. That's all that is, just done again. Bill is just there to be hurt now. Bill isn't just a joke. Hank keeps smack-talking his son about how he's gonna dance his dog in circles around him, and Bobby is gonna bring the absolute pepper with Doggy. Like, I get the sentimentality it's supposed to be in the episode as Hank stares into Ladybird's eyes, but man, sitting through it this time, I was just bored. I remembered loving the Rottweiler scenes as a kid, but seeing them now, I feel like I've just seen it too many times. It's not a comfortable episode, it's a familiar episode. Like, if you walk by a TV and see Hank sidestepping with Ladybird, you go, oh yeah, that's the dog dancing episode. Like, yeah, that did sure happen, huh? Bill is the only source of comedy this episode, and it just doesn't feel like it does anything. Dances with Dogs is exactly what you put on when you don't want to focus on anything. It's just ephemeral. It's a 4 out of 10 that just kind of dances its way into obscurity. Alright, here we go. Redemption time. Last time, dog dancing. Pshaw, one-time fluke. Bobby's the towel manager on the football team. There we go. That's different. Bobby learns from Min about roses and starts to get interested in growing roses, even starting his own hydroponics in his closet, where he cultivates them away from his dad's prying eyes, until he misses a game and everyone struggles without a towel because he left his team hanging. Hank is then encouraged to take Bobby to a rose-growing competition, and he's got some pretty stark competition in the world of growing flowers. We've got Dorothy, played by returning great Betty White, and Morgan, played by the late incredible Michael Clarke Duncan. Gone way too soon, and he brings Morgan to life with baffling passion. I mean, he is bringing an absolute masterclass performance. He is easily one of the best guest stars of this entire season, and we've got a lot of big names. And so, yeah, Hank, Bobby, and their peace pipe sponsors have them cultivating the most beautiful rose for the competition. Hank naturally gets competitive, while Bobby is just trying to use the roses as a way to relax and unwind. Bobby keeps offering suggestions that Hank keeps refusing until they get to the competition and they fight and damage the rose, so he's got to do inner petal pruning, which makes them lose, and peace and love is fake, and whatever. They built this whole backstory to Morgan, and he has all these moments where he's confronting people, and it makes you really want to shift the focus to him, even having him win in the end, but no, you came for Hank and Bobby. This is a Hank and Bobby episode. And it's sad that it's following one of the true rules of anime, that the main characters are the third most interesting characters in the lot. Like, we're gonna show you snippets of something interesting, but then hop on back to see Hank take charge of Bobby's hobby. I loved last season. I thought it was great. Probably one of the best the show has had. This season, I just did not remember all these episodes being in the same season or them being as bland as they are. But it really is just night and day when you compare it to the earlier seasons and look back, and it just doesn't feel right. This is a prime example of why it doesn't feel right. Hank is walking in his kitchen when his floor gives way and he has a tunnel underneath his house that Dale had constructed as a means to travel between houses. Now, I'd say one would be justifiably upset, but wait, it gets worse. Their home isn't safe to live in now because of Dale, so Dale offers for them to stay with his family, and he proceeds to bug Hank day in and day out. And when Hank is using a silk saw to fix the damage that Dale caused, Dale starts hopping around like a madman and moving his hands like crazy when Hank accidentally cuts his finger off. Dale proceeds to get a restraining order, and Hank gets assigned to anger management. You know, Hank. Well, yeah, that's the joke. That's why he's so mad, is he doesn't belong there. Yeah, cool. But Boomhauer and Bill were both there and saw Dale just moving around all loosey-goosey without any protective gear. They could have said anything to show that Hank wasn't in the wrong. But Hank goes to anger management, learns about the happy kitty, makes friends with Big Jim, who will die of a heart attack like 5 minutes later, so don't get attached to him. And then, because it was such a good idea, Dale starts tunneling under the road as a garbage truck is coming through. So Hank yells for them all to get out as the dump truck crushes the hole. Remember last season when Dale had his gun club and was a soldier of fortune and he kinda failed his way to success? Remember when Dale said Hank was his best friend and then he got a restraining order against him? From season 7 onwards, characters are whatever you need them to be for the good of the episode. Sometimes that's gonna work, and sometimes it isn't. When I was a kid, I absolutely thought Hank deserved to be in anger management, and now I think he wasn't mad enough. Dale dug under his kitchen and made it inhospitable. Like, that's thousands of dollars worth of repairs, but he'll throw Rusty Shackelford out and then just run off. I don't know. It tries to paint Hank in this bad light like he needs to control his rage, but he's one of the most controlled people we ever see. Which, if that's the joke, it just sort of fails. It just doesn't deliver on what it's trying to fix. You're supposed to be in awe and suspense, but I was just straight up bored. The Texas Silk Saw Massacre is a dull 4 out of 10. Like, please understand. I wanted to love this season. And there are episodes I do enjoy out of it, but there's just a lot of episodes that make you scratch your head and wonder why. Peggy is tired of having shallow conversations about literature as a substitute teacher and wants to do anything to fit in with cooler crowds. She goes to a bookstore and hears the ladies talking about their book club and wants to join. She even buys the bookstore from Laura, played by Allison Janney, and has her own bookstore now. Cool. Just outright buys it, huh? No one is buying books from the tiny mom and pop shop, so Dale comes in and uses it as a place to sell his guns. Oh, and there's a B story about Bobby reading a high fantasy book and his dad judging him for it, which really just feels like the animators want an excuse to draw a bunch of elves. It doesn't circle back, it doesn't even get a resolution. It's just Hank going, "Dang it, Bobby, you still reading those?" And he just goes, "Yes," like 4 times, and that's it. Cool. So yeah, Peggy sells her books for like $600 and gives guns away free with it. Dance around the laws. Why not? They take some of the books down and start blasting them as a makeshift shooting range. You can always just, get paper though. Like, this is one of the big reasons Peggy kicks him out at the end of the episode. Spoilers, but it just doesn't make sense. It's an easy thing to rectify. But the book club happens and Peggy and Hank go, and she keeps throwing herself into conversations and gets the club to announce it's their last meeting, so she never comes to another one. She crumbles, Hank sells the bookstore, and one of Dale's customers comes looking for Peggy so she can discuss the book, and she gets the book club she always wanted. I don't hate this episode, and I think it's a much better representation of Dale than Silk Saw Massacre. This is more on brand for who he is, and honestly, he and Peggy were a pretty good team and will be a good dynamic for episodes going forward. She could have steered into it and done something more with the book club, but alas, what can you do? I don't know. It's a 7 out of 10 that at least feels like it ends on a positive note. Listen, before we get to the next episode, I just want to say, I'm sorry, and viewer discretion is advised. Full disclosure, this is it. This is the banned episode. You can find it on streaming services and it'll air on cable syndication, but this episode was yanked from broadcast syndication because it was, well, we'll get into it. Peggy gets Luann fired from her job, so she goes to an entrepreneurship seminar led by Trip Larson, the pork product king, played by Batman himself, Michael Keaton. Trip is so impressed by Luann, he offers for her to come by his home for an interview, and so Peggy takes her. Okay, if last season was the decline of Luann, this is the bottom. Welcome to the new Luann. Trip calls her ignorant as a compliment and a hot air balloon, and they kiss. Luann isn't the nuanced character she was anymore. She's just kinda there, and it's definitely on a writer's side more than it is the acting, because Brittany Murphy is still going all in. But yeah, she's dating Trip, and he's very, very controlling. Peggy goes to confront him, and he shakes Hank in his hot air balloon to make a point. But, none of that is really a reason for this episode to get banned, so why? Well, Luann wakes up to discover her hair was dyed deep red in her sleep. Cool. Hey, that's creepy. She gets ready for a Halloween party and gets dressed as a sausage girl when she sneaks into Tripp's lair and finds a promotional picture, and Tripp asks if Luann will marry the man in the shadows. That way, Tripp, who's now in a horrific pig costume, can play the family pig. He wants Luann to help him realize his fantasy of being a pig. She runs out and he chases her, even having Peggy join in as they go to the processing plant. They get up on the conveyors and run off, and when Tripp gets shocked right before he gets impaled, he feels refreshed and fixed, and then gets brutally torn asunder right in front of Luann and Peggy. Oh, so that's why it's banned. Yeah, in no uncertain steps, Luann and Peggy both have blood on their hands. Like, sure, yeah, self-defense, but also like, do you really feel good about arguing that with an episode of King of the Hill, whether or not murder was justified? I need to know more about this episode. Michael Keaton is chilling as Tripp, and he does play the role very, very well to his absolute credit, but like, did he know? Did he want it to be this weird pig man? Was this the prototype for Birdman? I need to know. Pygmalion is skippable if you absolutely have no desire to watch the banned episode, but I think it's a Halloween episode that should be seen at least once. Controversial as it may seem, I'd actually give the episode like a 7 or 8 out of 10. Sure, Luann is just really, really dumb now, but I genuinely do enjoy the episode. It feels like a dark 80s direct-to-VHS horror movie. It ironically kinda reminded me of Tusk. Like, there's a lot here to go, yeah, it's wild and weird and dark and twisted, and here's my evil hamburger helper, but it works. It works because of how unnerving it is. There is no other episode like it, so in that regard, it will live in infamy as the one banned episode, and it's really not even that bad. Alright, just gonna get this out of the way. The two Megalomart workers are played by Topher Grace and Danny Masterson. Gee, I wonder why. Tom Arnold would also show up and read the lines in front of the microphone, though I don't think I could call that acting. Like, Jeff Garlin put in more effort, and he's Jeff Garlin. He made a career about being the guy who seems like he couldn't pretend to care. I know Tom Arnold can at least bring something, but here it's just the most wooden guest voice I've ever heard. Hank recommends Dale to help get rid of the Megalomart's rat problem, and Dale rushes in because he thinks that Hank believes in him, and he's just so god-dang excited about it. Dale goes in and starts finding that his traps are failing, and that this monster would be bigger than a man at this point. He was on the hunt for an ape. He stakes out the store after hours, and when Hank hears of it, he, Bill, and Boomhauer all rush off in Dale's extra work uniforms to go along with him and get the rat problem taken care of. Hank tells Dale he never actually believed in him, then realizes the phone line has been cut, and they're barricaded inside the Megalomart, where they start to get hunted and picked off one by one. And yeah, it's just the dumb teenagers, but also Chuck Mangione is just straight up living in the store hiding there. It's wild. They catch the kids and Chuck Mangione plays his song under the moonlight. Alright, now here's where you're expecting me to just absolutely tear this episode apart, right? Just announce it as the worst episode ever made? Honestly, other than Tom Arnold just appearing to not care, the episode as a whole is actually closer to an 8 out of 10 for me. I love it, and I always have. Boomhauer getting caught in the Gyromaster, the mongoose finding a new home in the ball pit. There's enough quality jokes that keep you engaged and pull you from set piece to set piece. Like I said, they go all in on a joke and you either love it or hate it. I'm sure I've already upset some people with my review of this season, but I think even they can agree this season is very wishy-washy. There's a lot of peaks, but a lot of valleys. Season 7 is the rough seas season, but I really, really love Megalodale. It's the perfect sick day episode that gives you great jokes and a solid little story that has a complete conclusion by the end that makes Dale actually look somewhat impressive. Remember when Buckley died in an explosion and Luann needed basically an entire season to grieve? Remember when a guy died gruesomely in front of Luann and Peggy 2 episodes ago? The writers sure don't. Luann is doing Tybo when she runs into Angela, played by Carmen Electra. Buck gets cornered by his brother Randy, played by Bruce Dern, father of Laura Dern. They decide to go to the gym to watch Luann and everyone practice and decide to make Luann a female boxer. They start setting up matches, Pink plays in the background, and it looks like Luann is really, really good, except literally all of her matches have been staged and she hasn't actually won a single one. With false confidence, she goes to challenge boxing great Frida Foreman, daughter of George Foreman, who gladly accepts the chance to break her down. Naturally, Frida, played by the actual Frida Foreman. Hank goes to George Foreman to try and stop the fight, and then they argue about George Foreman grills, and the fight is back on after George 3 steps in. I'd be mad with this kind of guest star usually, but honestly, George Foreman does such a great job with his performance, it makes the whole Hank confrontation actually work. I don't know, you can tell who wants to be there and who doesn't. Luann boxes Frida for real and actually lasts 3 rounds, and then it just sort of fades out and she gets a photo with a classmate. The ending scene really kind of feels like a dopamine drop, so you forget about the episode you just watched. Here, let me try something. Buck schemes and manipulates Luann. Do you know which episode I'm talking about? Because I can think of at least 2 in this season alone. It's sad that there is no Luann growth anymore. Sure, we get fine stories like this, but they lack the weight they had just 3 seasons ago. We don't even see Luann in her house anymore outside of her pool. Boxing Luann is a TKO of a 6 out of 10. John Redcorn is worried about Joseph falling in with the wrong crowd when he starts hanging out with Steve, played by Kyle Howard. And so he asks Hank to take Joseph on a vision quest so he can have a vision and John can translate it for him as a rite of passage. Joseph doesn't really have one. But you know who does? Dale! The man that wants his son to be popular and doesn't want to deal with all the difficulties of being a dad. So what's his vision? That a Native American man slept with Nancy and then Joseph was born. So naturally, the only thing that can be taken away from this is that Dale is in fact Native American, even speaking at Joseph and Bobby's class about his heritage. This is Of Mice and Little Green Men, but worse. It doesn't add anything other than Dale wanting Joseph to be like the popular kids and is willing to sabotage his son's identity for it. Then he makes the whole thing about himself. Like I said, if you're gonna just keep teasing the whole John Redcorn and Dale thing, it just comes across as lazy. Just resolve it or leave it alone. So yeah, Joseph finally has a vision and goes to Dale instead of John Redcorn and gets led astray as they go to take out the pandas at the zoo. I'll say, I loved the moment when John Redcorn caught the arrow right as it was being fired, but also that's just flash and no substance. That's the show now. They forgot all about a deeper story and just wanted quick 23-minute episodes that play off the goodwill of the previous seasons. In a lot of ways, these are filler episodes. This episode is just especially egregious about it because it's just returning plot points we've seen already before, just done worse. Vision Quest is fine. It doesn't try to be anything more than it is and is perfectly fine just spinning its wheels until next week's episode. It's a 4 out of 10 that just feels like a long, droning dream. I just feel so bad for Jonathan Joss here. Like, he's really trying with John Redcorn. He's really trying to elevate it to a new level, and it's just to the effect of nothing. By the end of the episode, you know everything's going to return back to the way it was. Peggy is tired of Hank making knee-jerk plans without ever consulting her, especially when they clash with plans she has already made. Hank gets told by Dale of a marriage counselor that will always take his side, and he just has to lean back and let him tell Peggy Hank is always right. The counselor in question is Dr. Tim Rast, played by E3 hosting legend Jamie Kennedy of Son of the Mask and Malibu's Most Wanted fame. The doctor finds out that Peggy and Hank want to ride motorcycles and collect spoons in their retirement, so he tells them to get a motorcycle they can share. Gee, thought they were going to get an RV, but I guess it's motorcycles now. As they're buying one, they run into bikers, Lumpy and Pepperoni Sue. Pepperoni Sue would be played by Office Space's own Jennifer Aniston. The couple tell Hank and Peggy about the Sturgis biker meetup, and they agree to a cross-country journey. Peggy even falls in love with driving the motorcycle when she has the opportunity to take it for a spin. The B story? Dale is given a treasure map by the doctor that will lead him to true happiness. It's a picture of his house, so naturally he thinks he has to dig in the backyard. Hank refuses to let Peggy drive until he loses his glasses, and Peggy finally gets to take over and he learns to trust her. Remember earlier in the season where Peggy was feeling jealous of her son and thought he was stealing her man? Remember when she saw a man die right in front of her? This season doesn't. It also forgets that Hank usually would trust Peggy, and we've had other, better episodes about that trust. Take Me Out of the Ball Game was a perfect example of this exact same story, just done better. Like, I want to sit here and say that Jamie Kennedy and Jennifer Aniston did a good job, but I legitimately couldn't tell you their names in the episode without looking them up. Dr. Vizosa? Oh, I can hear him in my dreams. Same with Debbie or Ms. Liz. But here, it just feels like they're not doing anything. There's actual effort put into those characters. Here, they just feel hollow. And I promise this isn't nostalgia warping these seasons. This is 2002. The show still has 6 more seasons after this. This is just... it's empty. The episode is like a 3 out of 10, I guess. Nancy, Peggy, and Min team up to save an after-school program and then decide to compete against each other for a school board position. I'm gonna be honest with you. There are like 2 more just not great episodes to the season, and this is one of them. Yeah. Min, Nancy, and Peggy get super passive-aggressive and fight dirty to try and win a school board seat. Are you having fun yet? Are you entertained? There's not even a special guest star for the episode either, and like you kinda need one for an episode like this. The new mom that throws the board into chaos, or, someone that's super strict or something. Anything. Having it just be Min, Peggy, and Nancy just doesn't do anything. It's these 3 fighting, and almost like they're trying to replicate an episode where Hank and the gang are fighting. Quick, give me a Bill, Dale, or Boomhauer episode. Now, you can probably do that pretty quickly. Quick, give me a Min-focused episode. When have we spent time with Min or even Nancy as our full-on protagonist? Why do we care what their aspirations are? We have never seen Nancy be anything other than beat down or cheat on Dale. We have never seen Min on her own yet. And Peggy, spin the wheel and that's the kind of crazy you're getting that episode. I don't know, Board Games is a prime example of losing the plot. No, see, it's funny because they're the moms of Rainy Street, that classic wacky group that was rating how hot all the men in this neighborhood were. It really feels like they were going for the moms to have an almost Sex in the City dynamic, and it just doesn't work because they haven't given it time to develop. It's like all of a sudden they're all hanging out and gossiping, and everyone's sneaking around and doing their own things. The worst part is, you could have this episode, make it with Hank, Dale, and Con, and have a pretty fun little adventure. I'm not saying that in any way like women can't be main characters or anything. It's just we have a more foundational idea of who Hank, Dale, and Con are as characters. They all start out wanting to save the after-school program. Hank wants reasonable school rules and regulations, Con wants stricter testing, and Dale wants funds allocated for a cryptid club or something. It would be more natural for them to get together and fall apart, and it would at least make sense why they did it. You can tell right from the get-go the moms are at each other's throats, and I get that's supposed to be the joke, it just isn't funny. Is it the worst episode of the season? Amazingly, no. It's close, it's like a 2 out of 10, but there's still one more out there. Bobby isn't listening to Hank and refuses to do chores. When Hank goes to Cotton's, Cotton tells Hank that he needs to send Bobby to military school at Fort Burke, Cotton's old stomping grounds. Cotton then starts to terrify Bobby about the draconian training he'd go through and how he hoped he'd wish he was dead by the end of it. Naturally, the Academy is transformed in 60 plus years and is no longer actively trying to kill kids. Bobby does well. He goes to crafts and gets the full military school experience. Hank and Peggy even go and get to see what he's being subjected to, and Hank makes a bowl with pride. However, when Cotton finds out that the Academy has gone soft on him, he relents and goes to Fort Burke and demands to take command of the outpost. Sure enough, Cotton rides out ready to bring torture and pain wherever he tramples. And Bobby, as class clown, is target numero uno. Make him sit on a block of ice, he'll sit till he has a chair and relax in the warm sun. Make him eat everyone's lunches? Okay, give him a spoon. Throw him in the brig and lock it tight behind you. He'll come out after lasting even longer than everyone's favorite shinless wonder. You can't shape goo, but you can't beat it down either. Goo is goo. Bobby won't be pushed around. He won't be beaten down. He's just always going to do his own thing, and that's okay. I actually really like this episode and think it stands well on its own. It shows that those violent traditions were done away with, not because the new generations are soft, but because there's just more effective methods. Bobby endured what Cotton went through and even lasted longer than him without compromising on who he is. It actually feels like it's some growth for Bobby. That takes some severe mental fortitude, and it's incredible that Bobby's developed like that. Now, does it feel like that growth is going to stick for Bobby? No, not really. Hank respects Bobby, and Bobby respects Hank a little more now too, and Cotton even compliments Hank. It feels like a weird episode. It's still an 8 out of 10, but again, it's got this sense of emptiness that lingers that reminds you that this episode doesn't matter. None of these episodes matter. It's the big sales competition, and Bobby is front row and center to see his dad in action. The first customer that comes in, Hank gives a pamphlet and sends them on their way to do research and talk it over with a trusted confidant. The B story has Bill in a lawn chair attached to weather balloons as he sails high as a bird and is living his dream until he falls and gets snagged on the rope and is left at the wind's mercy. Bobby sells a grill when Hank isn't looking by just trying to get the customer to like him, and Buck is so impressed he lets him be a salesman alongside Joe Jack, who actively wants to beat Hank. Joe Jack and Bobby become a dynamic duo selling grills left and right. And as Hank's numbers slip, he gets sold in a poker game to go work at Thatherton Fuels. Naturally, all the lies and grand promises come back to bite Joe Jack and Bobby in the ass, and they find themselves with a fury of customers ready to go for the throat. Naturally, Hank is there to come to the rescue and jumps in to save the day because of course he has to, and sure enough, the guy from the beginning of the episode comes back and wants propane for his entire trailer park, making Hank the big winner right at the last minute. How convenient. I know it sounds like a sped through summary, but the miseducation of Bobby Hill is genuinely one of my favorite episodes of the whole show, and probably one of the most impactful personally for me. It feels like an older King of the Hill episode, and the B story with Bill is just terrific. Don't get me wrong, there's episodes of the season I still genuinely enjoy. This is a super strong 10 out of 10 that knows exactly who it's for, what it's doing, and how it can get to a satisfying conclusion. Where the early seasons were about building a story about a neighborhood, these seasons we're diving into are very much in the Andy Griffith Show vein. The episodes are just pocket adventures. You don't have to worry about one episode leading into another or really having any impact. Want to guess how many two-parters are in the back half of the series? Like none. You could argue one, but that's being generous. It's a whole thing. The miseducation of Bobby Hill shows that this new style can work for the show, but what they're going for has to be incredibly polished for it to stand on its own. Buck gets left by Ms. Liz again. He goes on a bender and starts really tying one on, and so we get a flashback to Hank being saved from the world of jeans and denim by Buck, and so Hank decides to take Buck to get right with the one man that can help him. God. Buck relents at first, but then he's visited by a beautiful blonde angel and his whole mood changes. It's Luann. Luann has Buck as her first student for her Bible study class in her pool, where she offers fellowship hugs if you participate. Octavio and Joseph also join in. Buck gets jealous and wants Luann to marry him and help make him clean yet again. It's another Buck and Luann episode, except this time Luann doesn't want to marry the rich old dude. You know, the same plot point used twice in the same season. I am really not trying to be a stickler on this or overly critical, but Luann just exists as a story piece and doesn't really have an identity of her own outside of boxing Luann. Oh, do you care what the B story is? Bobby is in cross country for gym class and they run around the city, so Bobby sneaks into a little tea and crumpets place and dines with the grandmas in there so he doesn't have to work out until his coach catches him. And yeah, the episode goes out with a whimper staring at the sunrise. The Good Buck is like 3 scenes away from being a series best episode. Go deeper, go darker. Let Buck hit that true and proper rock bottom. We've been shown Buck going wilder than he said he was in this episode, and yet they pull back as much as they can. It's also a lot more God involved this season. Hank goes to church, sure, but he never really prayed on a ton of things to make them better. He would always find practical solutions for it. I'd believe he'd check Buck into rehab before he told him to let Jesus take the wheel. It just feels like people that had never written these characters decided to take a spin with them. Again, some episodes are really, really good, but then there's episodes that if they just had more time to cook, they might actually be onto something. The Good Buck is a promising but underdeveloped 7 out of 10. Peggy takes over the organic garden, so Bobby and the other softer kids have a place to work and learn. Peggy convinces the football team to let them supply the players with veggies in exchange for letting them still use the space. At first, everything is going great. Martin Starr of Silicon Valley and Monica Keena both guest star, but before long, bugs are crawling through their produce. The B story? Dale gets compost fever with Boomhauer and Bill, and they decide to go under the bridge and collect bat guano to make the perfect compost. Hank actually gets impressed by how Bobby rallies the troops in the 11th hour and really wants to make the organic garden shine. He and Bobby start doing all kinds of home tricks that are safe for the environment, while Peggy goes to ask the old teacher what he did. He used insecticides, but you can't tell anyone. So Peggy goes to use insecticides on the garden in the middle of the night and passes out only to be discovered by everyone that's understandably disappointed. They all eventually just agree to work together. The best way I can describe the episode is toothless. What's the commentary? Poison works? Support secondary programs? No, not really. Okay, so then there's gotta be really good hearty jokes, right? No, they're just kinda fine. It's mostly just David Herman yelling. Oh, it's the emotional core. I mean, yeah, it's great to see Bobby and Hank bond yet again, and Hank see that Bobby can take charge, has people gravitate and listen to him, and has perseverance and creativity that should be celebrated. You know, just like in An Officer and a Gentle Boy, Vision Quest, The Sun Also Roses, Dances with Dogs, and Goodbye Normal Jeans. It's okay. That's only 7 episodes in one season with basically the same boiled down theme and dynamic. Who cares if you have more than the 1 in 4 chance of hitting an episode where Bobby is creative and earns the respect of his dad in one season? Like, okay, it's time to talk about how the syndication sausage is made. A good rule of thumb is that a series will go into proper syndication when it has more than 100 episodes. The reason for this is it allows for repeats to not be the same episode over and over again. Well, we hit episode 100 back in Hank's Choice in season 5, meaning any additional episodes are just sticks to throw onto the syndication fire. Now, the problem with making a show with the goal of making your money back in syndication is pretty obvious. People will not be watching it in order, especially in the 2000s. It's why you saw multi-part episodes of Family Guy steadily get phased out through the years, unless they were these big, glorious events. Because, much like King of the Hill, Family Guy did really, really well in syndication. It's what saved the show. Granted, this was a pocket in time before streaming became commonplace, so now even the idea of syndication isn't as important as season-long narratives again. We keep swinging that pendulum. Anyway, I'm rambling. You've seen the episode before. It feels like you've seen the episode before. It's a 5 out of 10 and not the best one of that dynamic. Bill gives the gang lice and they all have to shave their heads. When they shun Bill, he goes day drinking in town and ends up getting arrested and thrown in the drunk tank where he becomes something of a local celebrity. When they're shaving Hank's head to get rid of the lice, it reveals a Bill tattoo on the back of his head that he got right before Bill went into training. Hank, seeing how much Bill does mean to him, gets the tattoo lasered off, but goes to save him before the cops let him admit to a crime he didn't commit, and so Hank has to get arrested, get Bill's name re-tattooed to the back of his head with a pen, and convince Bill that his life is worth living outside of prison. It's a Hank and Bill episode where Hank realizes what a good friend Bill is, and Bill appreciates Hank after having his come-to-God moment. There will be like 9 of these kinds of episodes going forward. It's sweet to have a non-consequential Bill episode where he's not battling with missing Lenore or thinking he's gonna be a walrus, but the man gave his friends lice and then became a drunk tank celeb. Yeah, sure, I guess. Like, what good does this do? What does this accomplish? It just sets up the disappointment later in the season that much worse. It just shows that Bill exists to be tortured in some degree. Oh, the corrupt cops will let them take the fall so that they can get away with their crimes. Who cares? Be True to Your Fool is an episode that, again, was missing like one less prison scene and one more flashback to really bring it on home. I really can't emphasize enough how jarring this season feels coming right off of season 6. This is when the shuffling begins. Be True to Your Fool is... oh man, I don't know. Another 5 out of 10. Oh boy, this episode. Bernie Mac guest stars. Hank installs his water heater incorrectly and the house fills with gas. Bill actually jumps in and saves everyone from the silent killer. And when Hank is getting his water heater fixed by Mac, played by the great Bernie Mac, he gets agitated and Lady Bird attacks Mac. Mac then accuses Lady Bird of being racist because he's black. Hank tries to prove Lady Bird isn't racist. Isn't this a fun episode, gang? Hank having to prove his dog isn't racist? Remember when Lady Bird got into a fight with a raccoon and was a race to see if Hank could get to her and if she was infected with rabies? Remember when Lady Bird helped Hank relax enough to finally have a kid with Peggy, and Bobby got to grow up right alongside this lovable dog? Well, what if this dog just vehemently hates black people? A dog being racist. That's just crazy. Hank even takes her to a training class and the instructor tells him it's crazy and it's actually him that is in fact racist. And don't worry, they all go to church together, so Reverend Stroop is in on the action. I swear, they've gone to church or involved the church more in this one season than ever before in the show. Spirituality, sure, and they talk about what happened at church or have a church moment in the episode if it was calling for it. But I mean, here, Hank gets a prayer circle right on his lawn to hopefully just pray his racism away. Remember the defensive driving course? Remember where Chris Rock got real about black comedy and it was a very nuanced episode? Good, because the writers want you to. Bringing Buddha back, voiced by Phil Lamar doing his best Chris Rock impression. He helps Hank take a racism test and his results say he prefers white people. Man, this hurts. I have been doing these and I have been loving each one and then bam, Hank and Lady Bird are racist. Turns out Lady Bird attacks any maintenance people because Hank is uneasy around them. Why would that idea not even be remotely humored before jumping straight to race? You can argue that that's the joke, but it kind of goes back to the straw man argument of the first episode of the season. What parent in their right mind would act like that? Who would immediately jump to a racist attack and then have Hank accosted by the entire church? Why would Stroop even humor that? She knows the Hills well and has seen their son almost become the next llama. And now she's running prayer circles to pray the racism away? Why would Buddha, of all people, believe what an online test says rather than the man that's always been nice to him and Enrique? This is a 1 out of 10 episode just because of how lazy it is with setting up its conflict. It assumes that everyone is just a moron and can't critically think for 2 seconds. Would the season 7 Stroop have told Bobby to pursue Buddhism if he believed it would bring him spiritual happiness? Again, in a vacuum, it's probably not as bad, but when it's put up against everything we've gotten in the past, you just kind of shrug and stare blankly. I love Bernie Mac. His stand-up is legendary. The man had a great show and was a fantastic creative mind. His performance in Transformers is legendary. But even then, this performance just feels awkward. It just feels like a promo for the Bernie Mac show, now on Thursdays at 8:30, right after that 70s show, and before a new episode of the hit puppet comedy Greg the Bunny. I don't know. Racist Dog just isn't it. It just feels like an affront to everything King of the Hill has set up to this point. It shows that they're going for shock value rather than actual deeper messages. It just doesn't do anything. There's a horrible pigeon infestation, and so Dale knows he's outgunned and needs to bring in a pro to help him. He enlists the help of Sheila, one of the most professional pest control specialists in the entire U.S. Sheila would be played by Janine Garofalo, who was instrumental to stand-up comedy in the evolution of comedy writing in the 80s and 90s. She's probably one of the biggest gets of the entire season, right up there with Bernie Mac and Michael Keaton. Well, Sheila wants to sleep with Dale and keep seducing him right in front of Nancy. Of course, Dale is completely oblivious to all of it, but Nancy doesn't want her shug taken away. She pretends to take an interest in what he does, and it might be one of the best scenes in the entire show, where they're shotgun blasting marmots and she's freaking out. Like, that's just great Dale insanity. Oh, the B story? Hank is the designated driver for Luann's big 21st birthday. But then Hank gets drunk. Wacky hijinks ensue. Dale gets whisked away to the rooftop, and when Sheila makes a move, he rebukes her and says he only loves Nancy, and he vowed in front of God and all of his friends. Again, there's God. It's so weird. Like, I'm sorry I'm drawing such attention to it, but it just keeps being brought up. Would Dale of last season say things like this? Act like this, absolutely. But talk like this? I don't know. This is a big turning point for Dale. It's hard to explain without the later seasons, but know that this is where Dale starts to get a lot more of the spotlight. Hank puts a song on repeat at the jukebox, and he and Luann get blackout drunk, and he wakes up on his front lawn. Hee-haw. The episode plays out exactly how you think it would. They hang on the actors to bring the characters to life, but yeah, that's it. Night and Deity is a 7 out of 10 that does try, it does have solid writing, it just always feels unfinished and rushed in the third act. Khan's mom is in town. Aww, and she doesn't get along with Min. Aww. So, Lao Ma, played by Amy Hill, decides to go around Rainy Street offering her cleaning services for super cheap so she can get out of the house. At first, she goes to the Hill house, but Hank's too weirded out and Bobby gets hooked on being treated like a king since he's the firstborn son. So they introduce her to Bill's house, and where they expect her to be disgusted, she loves it, and even weirder, starts to fall for Bill. They start up a romance, and yeah, Khan's mom is dating Bill, and Khan just can't have that. The worst part is, Lao Ma and Bill are genuinely happy and good for one another. Khan lies to Bill that Lao Ma has fallen in love with Harrison Schmidt, the astronaut, and that Bill should let her go so that she can be happy. Bill begrudgingly agrees and breaks up with Lao Ma and comes clean that he hopes she's happy with her astronaut lover. Khan confesses and Lao Ma and Bill smile and naturally get back together. The loving couple highlighted by the sun. Isn't that nice for Bill? He's got a loving and supportive partner that would only want the world for him. Wanna guess the next time we see Lao Ma? Never! She's mentioned in like 3 other episodes, including the next one, but it is never established what happens between Lao Ma and Bill. Bill dating former Governor Ann Richards? Oh, well, you can't have that last. You gotta wrap that up in a tight 23, Billy boy. But Lao Ma, played by Amy Hill, who's been a recurring guest star, may as well come into the full rotation, and Lao Ma is a great character to do it with. She has interactions with Khan and Min, she can make sure Bill doesn't spiral, but nope, that's too complicated. Man, it sure would be unfortunate if a recurring guest star from the next season would actually be a series staple going forward. This episode is the perfect encapsulation of the problems with this season. Nothing matters. Bill can be happy and on the path to feeling better about himself, and then boom, Lao Ma is never seen again. It doesn't matter. Made in Arlen is an infuriating 6 out of 10. It's just a failure of the show at this point. Like, how do you spin your wheels this bad? How do you end a character introduction episode like this and never follow up on it? Just a quick addendum since Mr. Grandy shows up again in this episode. He is voiced by John Ritter. I accidentally said he was voiced by Jason Ritter, who is in fact John Ritter's son, who you'd recognize as Dipper in Gravity Falls or even the main character in Captain Fall, which was surprisingly good and I highly recommend it. I don't know, I have to wonder if he was inspired by his dad's voice work at all. He's definitely left his own footprint in the voice acting world, but it's just something great to see. Oh yeah, sure, the episode, whatever. It's our season finale! Yay! Bobby picks up tarot cards from a flea market and delves into the world of the dark arts, courtesy of Ward, played by David Cross. Full disclosure, just give Bobby like a deck of Magic the Gathering cards or something. Make them Burgle Brunglemon or whatever. It works better with that crowd of characters, I feel. But Bobby unlocks the powers of the dark arts and can now read the future. Oh, he saw a painful future for Bill and Lao Ma. Oh, that is so fun. What a great little callback. I want to scream into the void. Oh, wait, I've seen this episode. Bobby joins a group, gets in over his head, and has to be saved somehow. Hank tells Bobby to ditch the nerds, lest he be a nerd, and then they try and get him to drink dog blood. Remember last season where if you panned out from the DDR machine, you could end the whole series on a high note? Sure, you have a joke about Dale and Bill getting arrested, but that can be hand-waved away. Very easy to fix. You throw in the last scene of To Sirloin with Love and boom, perfect conclusion to a brilliant show. Or what about when No Doubt played at the prom, or when they went to the country music festival? Good, solid, hearty season conclusions. Here, Bobby has to fight back on drinking dog blood. Like, don't get me wrong, David Cross is a big get. Man is hugely prolific in comedy, and he and Bob Odenkirk are 2 of the smartest writing minds of the modern age. But also, this is such a dud finale. There's no higher stakes, no build-up, no oomph, it just kinda drags. Ward and the gang are great though, they are just absolutely spot on. I have played Magic against people like him. I have seen them smashing 4 locos in the back of a gas station and jamming out to whatever German grunge mysticism house music was big at the time. They're very easy characters to personify, and David Cross does it perfectly. He just does it a season too late. If this was season 6 or 5 and it wasn't a finale, I could see this actually being good. I could see this having the potential to be a real finale. But this just proves the point that the through line doesn't matter anymore. These are just episodes that will fall where they may. Maybe they'll be good, maybe they'll be bad, but no matter what, they'll be comfortable. And there we have it. That's season 7. Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Season 7 was a lot of things, but I don't think any of those were categorically good. While we got some really strong episodes, the overarching issues of a lack of a through line and consequences made this season just feel like a bunch of nothing. And I can't even say I was spoiled by modern storytelling. I was spoiled by the storytelling present in the show for the previous 6 seasons leading up to this one. It's a tragic send-off to the structure we had for over 100 episodes, and I am sad to see it go, especially as we swing our weight into Season 8. It's Season 8! Woo! I was not expecting this season to be as brutal as it was. We'll get some huge star power, some more solidly unique one-off episodes, and a timeless Christmas classic. So, what worked? What failed? What mold exploitation will be curtailed? What all is there to hate? Here in Season 8. Boomhauer runs into his old flame Catherine, played by returning great Laura Dern. Catherine tells Boomhauer that she's actually marrying his brother, Patch. Patch is played by Brad Pitt, doing just an impression of Boomhauer. Patch is the wild dog of the brothers and isn't quite ready to settle down. But Boomhauer only wants Catherine to be happy and will do whatever it takes. In case you're wondering, since they're both the Boomhauer brothers, Boomhauer's first name is actually Jeff. Jeffrey Boomhauer. Boomhauer covers for Patch and gets caught by Hank talking with Catherine while she's in her wedding dress, and Hank accuses his friend of trying to ruin the wedding. Okay, it's Boomhauer though. He's always had a code and just wouldn't do that. Hank has known him for decades. He slighted him. He should know that Boomhauer wouldn't do that. Even when ladies of the night get brought to Patch's bachelor party, sure enough, Patch blames Boomhauer, and Hank believes Patch over one of his closest friends. Who is this Hank? Remember when Hank got arrested to atone for taking Boomhauer's car for a joyride near the quarry? Some people used to be able to understand what Boomhauer was saying, but now they all just seem frustratingly deaf to his words of reason. Much like the last season, the number one source of conflict in this season is miscommunication. Someone mishearing, misunderstanding, or whatever. Here, it's just Patch being the most forgettable character I've ever seen. Yeah, I know that's Brad Pitt. I can hear Brad Pitt, but he's literally just doing a Boomhauer impression. There is nothing he does that makes the character feel truly unique or lived in. It's a shame, since it's the season premiere and all, but what can you do? Patch Boomhauer feels like an episode that should have been a 2-parter. Maybe everyone goes to Boomhauer's family's house in Florida where his parents moved. Boomhauer does kinda try and rekindle things with Catherine, and it would give Patch a chance to actually develop into a character. Otherwise, this episode is just too rushed for no real payoff. Again, remember, episodes don't matter to the overall narrative except for one. There is one episode this season that is more important than all the rest, and you may not even recognize it. Patch Boomhauer is frustrating. Hank not listening to or believing Boomhauer just doesn't work for his character, and I am just not a fan of this episode because of it. We got an evolution of Hank as a character from Season 1 through Season 6. You could close your eyes and imagine how he'd act just from what we knew about him. Now he fits whatever the story needs him to be. There's no way the old Hank would do this to Boomhauer. Patch Boomhauer is a disbelief-suspending 6 out of 10 that introduces us to a whole season of wheel spinning. Hank thinks Bobby needs to get closer with the Lord, so he takes him to Reverend Stroop to get him in a youth Bible study. And as Bobby walks out to meet them, he gets accosted by skateboarding warriors of God's good word. The kids would actually be played by the band Sum 41. Gene Simmons would also guest star as the youth pastor's father, Jesse. So, Bobby finds power in his one true Lord and Savior Jesus Christ by shredding half-pipes and rocking out Something Righteous. Hank naturally clutches his pearls over the children having too much fun celebrating God, and they need to be more respectful of the messages. The kids are praying, they're learning biblical messages, and they are finding their own paths within their religion. Hank should be ecstatic that Bobby is learning anything about the Bible. He has a community. He's skateboarding, which, I'm gonna be real, does take some exercise to do, and all the boxes should be checked for him. And looking at last season with all the episodes where Bobby earns Hank's respect, you'd think he'd just leave it alone, but absolutely not. That'd be too easy, and we got 14 more minutes to fill. Having them do a skate contest against a rival church group, maybe make Bobby have a crisis of faith. If you're going to steer into a more religious angle than earlier in the show, go all the way. Like, these are things they'd all do in the future or have done in the past. There's easy ways to inject confrontation into a series without rewiring your main character to get there. I don't know. You know what? There's actually a very refreshing and dumb B story. Dale, Con, Bill, and Boomhauer start a Last Supper club where they look at convicts' last meals and decide to have what they'd want as their last meals together. Of course, by the end, they get too scared to eat their final meal and run off, which is great and on brand. Honestly, I think the B story is stellar. We see Con actively engaging with the gang and hanging out, and it's got the best jokes of the entire episode packed right inside. But I mean, the conclusion of the A story is honor thy mother and thy father. Respect your dad, he's always right. If he doesn't want you at this dry religion-based concert where there are responsible adults everywhere, then you shouldn't be there. I don't know, it again just doesn't feel like the old Hank, especially after the 8 Hank and Bobby episodes we got last season. Reborn to be Wild is a tame 6 out of 10. A retired Cowboys player that blocked a kick that one time moves into the house across the way from Hank. Hank and the gang are ecstatic when they see his Super Bowl ring, and he invites them over to watch the big game. They sit in their Sunday best and head home satisfied, but not before Big Willie calls his buds over and proceeds to party all night long. Fred Willard would return to the show as a recurring character, Officer Brown. Kind of funny that the other guest star in the first episode he was in was Kathy Bates as a cop, and now he plays a recurring one. Wow! You've seen this episode. Hank is the block captain and has strict rules that he enforces for everyone, no exceptions. But then a Cowboys player moves in and he starts to look the other way. Would old Hank do that? Would old Hank be swayed? I think he'd be swayed once and would eat him up alive as he reanalyzes it over and over and over again. He wouldn't need Con to tell him to step up and do his job as block captain. And yeah, Hank and the gang proceed to try and annoy Willie into acting right, and when that fails and he punches Hank in the face, his Super Bowl ring leaves an imprint that Hank can use as evidence he was assaulted. Yeah, okay, I guess. What a weird way to describe a show that aired before The Simpsons every week. Big Willie is just annoying, too, and the fact that Hank has no backbone in this episode is just disappointing. It's not like he cares who people are, usually. Remember when he tackled Don Meredith for not making the throw? Like, he should have been firm right from the beginning. Maybe have everyone in the neighborhood gravitate towards Willie and ostracize Hank, but Hank stays resolute. The ultimate temptation right there, and he still has to do the right thing. Instead, we get this. We get Hank not being Hank for the sake of the episode being 23 minutes long. It's like a 4 out of 10 that just drags its feet and keeps reminding you of that one kick they blocked at the Super Bowl. The B story? Bobby can't shower in the gym showers, and if he doesn't get the courage to do it, he'll fail gym. The A story? Peggy is worried about Hank when he shows all the symptoms of low testosterone, so the doctor prescribes testosterone boosters, which Hank refuses. Peggy takes the prescription and proceeds to stuff them into Hank's food or plops them into his coffee. Peggy is feeding Hank testosterone, and when she needs him more energetic and ready to take on the world, she ups the dosage, all while he's running circles around everyone and helping her organize a running of the bulls for a Spanish culture celebration, and decides to run with the bulls himself to get some funding. Bobby can't shower, and Peggy is willing to drug her husband and completely throw off his body's hormone balance because... yeah, that's the episode. Hank runs with the bulls after losing his pep and gets assigned sack patches to help him balance out after Peggy blew out his glands. The Incredible Hank is just baffling. Again, minor tweaks and you could have a really good episode. Peggy has done almost irreparable damage to Hank's body, but because nothing matters, you'll be A-okayed by next episode. running with the bulls and gets gored in both his legs and he's crawling across the finish line where his hand gets trampled? Psh, he eats pain for breakfast. He'll be back in action next Sunday at 7:30. There are some funny bits with Muscle Hank, but I think my biggest problem with all this is the stakes. Take an episode of The Simpsons or Family Guy, for example. Remember when Peter just straight up declares his house as sovereign soil and rules as the leader of Pretoria? Or even when the Hinden Peter crashed and burned? Imagine if those events had to carry over from episode to episode. It just wouldn't work for Family Guy. King of the Hill, on the other hand, was much, much more reserved. It was supposed to be more human, more down to earth, and these small but impactful events shape us and those around us. Remember when Megalomart blew up and they were still rebuilding well into Season 3? It takes one giant chicken fight in Family Guy to take out the entire Eastern Seaboard. Family Guy can do those grandiose stories because no one expects the episodes to matter. King of the Hill spent 6 seasons more or less making sure each episode mattered and could happen as just a constant stream of events. Now, you can watch any episode of Season 7 or 8 entirely out of order and not miss a thing. The Incredible Hank is an uninspired 4 out of 10. 1 out of 10. Skip it. For all that is cringe, please skip this episode. The actor behind Monsignor Martinez is coming to Arlen, and Peggy has Bobby pretend to be a sick kid, so the actor will come to her school and talk to the kids. When he and Peggy talk, he offers for Peggy to come down to Mexico and tutor his kids so they can get ready to go into American prep schools. And so Peggy goes down to Mexico to tutor Monsignor Martinez's kids, and exactly what you think happens. Peggy misunderstands and thinks that his wife is dead, and he's seducing her as she wonders if the taboo wouldn't be worth the thrill. There's never a point where you'd believe he'd be into Peggy at all. Honestly, at least with Lupe's Revenge, there's at least a satisfying payoff. They actively mock her for it. Everyone understands that Peggy is the clown. Here, this is the whole episode. It's just Peggy reading way too much into something like she literally did last episode for absolutely no reason. Like, I know I should have something more to say about this episode, but I really don't. I wonder what a Monsignor Martinez show would have looked like, I guess? Would it have had a season-long narrative or just episodic adventures? You have a good day today? Who's padding? I'm not padding. Flirting with the Master asks the question of how can we make a fun and entertaining Peggy episode, and then proceeds to do the opposite of every right answer. There's nothing here to latch on to, and by the time we get to the conclusion, it's just a rush reveal of his and her sinks and a hug to fade to black. Looking at all the other episodes on this list, there's only one that I would say is more offensive to the eyes, but definitely nothing this season is conceptually worse than this episode. It's the Parade of Homes! Hank is determined to prove Con wrong and enters the Parade of Homes to show off his ranch house with pride. As he's looking through Bobby's room, he installs a cabinet to hide Bobby's Trolls dolls and his shame. However, that night, Bobby freaks out, and Hank sees that he actually punctured a pipe and caused a leak inside the wall, which proceeded to leak onto Bobby's bed. Bill has foot fungus. It's an episode. Hank files an insurance claim and then gets tested for mold. When it comes back positive, he's visited by Rob Hogan, played by Chris Elliott, who would be a recurring actor in the roster, who you'd probably recognize from Schitt's Creek. Yeah, there's a mold outbreak in the home, and he's got to do everything he can to keep the Hills safe. He begins locking them out of more and more of their house, and by the time Hank is pushed out of his house, he's bare-assed in front of the Parade of Homes. They go to a hotel, and Hank decides to go and give Rob a piece of his mind. Yeah, his insurance is exploiting him to make more money. Not really funny, just more harsh reality. Hank gets mold certified and tests by Bill's feet in Rob's home as a form of blackmail. Then he makes them all walk around the house and listen to his Parade of Homes speech that he didn't get to deliver. I think Stephen Root saves this episode. From playing the fellow Parade of Homes participant to the wild neighbor the Hills have at the hotel, just hearing his voice kinda coaxes you through the episode. To Chris Elliott's absolute credit, he makes Rob sound absolutely slimy in a masterful way that only he can. He makes Rob insufferable because he's just that good. After the mold rush is fine. It's fine. And it being fine puts it in like top 3 of the season contention. It feels like a return to form for Hank and has some pretty solid jokes. It doesn't matter if it's just a weekly adventure because they resolve the start and end in one solid episode. It's a well-fermented 8 out of 10. It's the Christmas episode, and probably one of the most famous episodes of the entire series. When Hank's mom, Tilly's friend, dies, she leaves Tilly all her antique furniture. Hank promises to get the furniture out to his mom by Christmas, but a trip like that is going to need something a little bigger than a moving truck. So Hank rolls up on Rainy Street riding high in a semi. That's right, Hank and Bobby are gonna drive their big rig to Grandma's for Christmas. And the sheer charm of that concept pushes Peggy and Luann to make a Christmas song out of it. Dale, Bill, and Boomhauer sneak into the truck and wait in the back as Hank drives across a desert and they cook alive. Because, yeah, he's going to Arizona. That's kind of the interesting charm of Christmas King of the Hill episodes. There's never really snow or other imagery. It's shown in the decorations or the mugs. When Hank and Bobby try and go into a truck stop as proper truckers, they're laughed at and mocked by real truckers. A lot of the truckers are actually special guest stars, as is the waitress. Just gonna shotgun these. Brad Paisley is Chip. George Strait is Cornell. Travis Tritt is Walt. Diana Carter is Sally, and this is one of the first of many appearances of Trace Adkins in the show, as he plays Big John in this episode. He would also sing the song at the conclusion. Trace Adkins would actually be in 2 different episodes of the season and would be a recurring actor in the series until its conclusion, which is just wild to me that that's not even the biggest get of the later seasons, and if you've seen the show, you know exactly who I'm talking about, and he premieres in this season. I'm talking about all this because you know the episode. It's one of the most played King of the Hill episodes, and honestly, controversially, I think this might actually be the best King of the Hill Christmas episode. You have well-hidden guest stars, the creativity is on point, Hank even gets a convoy at the end of the episode. There is a genuine charm to everything on display, and I mean, Hank is living his dream of being a trucker with his son by his side. Even when they're stranded up a mountain, he punishes Bill, Boomhauer, and Dale, but not Bobby, because he knows Bobby was just trying to help and it was the adults that failed. This episode feels like old Hank and old Bobby. This is a Hank that respects and loves his son and trusts him as his ride buddy, and Bobby wants to make his dad proud while also just loving being on a trip with him. Now obviously, the antagonists of the episode are Bill, Dale, and Boomhauer, but I think that's okay. It's on brand for them to do something like that, and it would be believable. The Christmas song B-Story is okay, it even has a new animation style, which is nice to see, which I don't think we've seen since Hank had his nightmares about Peggy falling or the Green Day episode. But the even better part is Luann harassing Nancy about the entire Christmas song as she's panicking because she has no idea where Dale is and is even filing a missing persons report with the cop because she's worried about her husband. It's a kind of nuanced joke that I wouldn't expect from a later episode like this. Genuinely, this is a 10 out of 10 episode that checks all the boxes it needs to be good King of the Hill. Peggy has shown that she enjoys songwriting in the past and was good enough that Randy Travis stole a song from her. Her wanting to make a Christmas jingle makes sense. Luann being next to her for it? Hell yeah, man! Banana bread at work, dude? Hell yeah! Like, this is such a fascinating and frustrating episode because of what it's surrounded by. This feels like an episode from 5 seasons ago and is so great to see and is such a breath of fresh air. Bobby thinks Hank is secretly rich because Bobby doesn't understand the concept of money, and Hank is secretive about their funds because he thinks it's not something to talk about. The rumor then spreads around and everyone starts thinking Hank is secretly rich and just being stingy. How did we get this far? How did we get to this point where everyone just doesn't understand who Hank is? John Redcorn even comes up and tries to proposition him to invest in his business at his work. This is a serious anxiety-inducing episode. I mean, look, we all love Bobby. He's everyone's favorite little comedic magician. But this episode? Oh no, I am unwell. Bobby starts trying to convince Hank to spend money so he's not some heartless miser, and when he won't, Bobby steals the emergency credit card and goes on a spending spree. Hank is an assistant manager of a propane company who has to cover random bookstore purchases from his eccentric wife. Now his son has just decided to take his credit card and go on down to the Sharper Image and have himself a field day. Imagine that. Imagine your son yanking your emergency credit card and doing a spending spree that includes a jet ski of all things. This episode is some of the most effective birth control imaginable. Hank shows Bobby that they're comfortably middle class, and yeah, that's the episode. Bobby finds out that he's not rich at all, but hey, they decide to keep the jet ski for a time because Hank is genuinely having fun with it. I just don't know about that message. It's okay to spend your dad's money. He'll love that jet ski. Rich Hank, Poor Hank is again miscommunication and speculation being the source of conflict, and it's just overdone at this point. We're 8 episodes into the season, it's already been used 3 times this season alone. It's just lazy. I appreciate the premise to the episode, but I feel like it would have been handled better in an earlier season, even having Bobby work at Strickland to pay off his debt. Or have Hank play along and make Bobby think he's rich while teaching Bobby a thing or two about the value of $1. Or showing him how to pay their insurance. And wait a second. Buck gets his lot approved by the city council, but he needs to put art on a median to try and beautify Arlen, so he sends Hank out to buy him some art. Hank has his classic pearl clutching from seeing wacky and out there paintings. I think the absurdity of the art gallery scene would have worked better in something like Family Guy. Again, it feels like they're trying to make King of the Hill wackier and weirder, and just sort of forgetting the point of the show. Like, the B story has Dale harassing and bullying people while walking around in a suit of armor and just being the absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, Dale is a good character, but like a commenter pointed out, he is a horrible person, and this is not the first time we're gonna see that. But when Hank is at his lowest point and can't find any art, Peggy sees some propane tanks and comes up with an idea and makes a propane robot to put on the median, waving with a smile as he welcomes Arlen to the future. The city councilman, Margot, played by Rosie Rosemont, says that Peggy is no artist and that the propane bot is a cruel joke. Peggy is devastated and Buck calls in Ambrose, an art dealer. He drives past the propane robot and is absolutely enchanted and has to meet Peggy, and even offers to set up a gallery for her. Peggy gets super hyped up and really goes ham on these little propane buddies. They sell really well and she goes to the gallery where she's introduced alongside Jimmy from the track as an inbred hick idiot. You know, the hook these propane bots need to sell well. So yeah, Peggy is absolutely understandably devastated and is ready to destroy her entire collection when people approach her at Strickland to get her to build them propane sculptures of their own. I can't even say that this episode hasn't aged well. Like, the message is art is subjective. Yeah, duh. Sure, the councilwoman that was stuck up didn't consider the propane bot art, but the everyday people that drove past loved it. You ever see median art? It's a lot of the same idea. It's a lot of recycled art and a lot of just iron. The episode almost hinges on Peggy being a bad artist and keeps trying to convince you that she is, but the propane bot isn't even that obnoxiously bad. It's repurposing tanks and beautifying junk. Something like that nowadays would probably do incredibly well, and there's so many content creators and artists that never went to school for their work that make some pretty incredible stuff. I don't know. Obviously, Ambrose is supposed to be the bad guy, but it really just shows him and the councilwoman are idiots, and David Herman can still do Jimmy. Jimmy is really only there to yell about his cans. Like, sure, yeah, that's necessary, I guess. A lot of the jokes in the later season hang on you laughing when David Herman yells. Not that he's not a good voice actor by any means, but he is involved in like every episode just to do a wacky line. You have to be a pretty remarkable episode for me to want to defend Peggy of all characters. She doesn't deserve any of the treatment in this episode. She actually did something great and deserved the conclusion where everyone is celebrating her. And honestly, I would love if this was her arc for the season. She makes these propane bots and she and Hank bond in a way over it. Just have her tinkering in the garage in some episodes. That's all you need. It feeds her ego, allows her to be creative, and is a source of income. It checks all the boxes for her as a character. But nope. Last we ever see of it. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the episode, but it's a 6 out of 10. Hank has a new employee at Strickland, Rich, played by Ben Stiller. You know him. I don't need to put up pictures. You know who Ben Stiller is. He's the new guy and doesn't feel like he belongs, but he does his training and starts joking around with his coworkers and whips out the age-old classic, "That's what she said." Rich becomes the new favorite of Strickland and starts joking around and gets a very harassing game of grab-ass going, and yeah, it's pushed past the point of believability when everyone is afraid to stand up lest they have their cheeks clenched. Hank even thinks of filing a sexual harassment claim against him. Hank, then fed up with Rich's mouth, decides to wash it out with soap. Do you know the last time I heard "That's what she said"? Like 3 days ago. That's what she said, phrasing, even a very rare "I'll have what she's having." All very commonplace, and ironically, where the "that's what she said" jokes were getting tired in the early 2000s, a series would come along not 2 years after this episode aired and revitalize the "that's what she said" craze. When you hear "that's what she said," most people don't think Ben Stiller, or even Chevy Chase, who's accredited with the first use of it in SNL before it's showing up in things like Wayne's World. No, people will usually attribute it to Steve Carell as Michael Scott in The Office. Imagine the cultural rehabilitation needed from a show to bring "That's what she said" off comedic life support. Studying jokes and their impact on society is something that's always fascinated me, especially the evolution of metacomedy, because it just introduces so many wild elements. The study of Tim and Eric is really underappreciated, and even Paul Rudd or, yes, Ben Stiller, which is so tragic that when we get him in a modern, contemporary animated series, a guy that's been in Wes Anderson movies, he delivers this. I know he was only in one Wes Anderson movie, but I want to pretend. The evolution of "That's what she said" is entirely more fascinating than "That's what she said" as an episode. Ben Stiller feels stilted, and it's just taken to such a ludicrous extreme that Hank can seem in the right for being so worried about it. People, I would argue, have become much more aware of the laws of comedy than they may realize they are. As writing on shows has gotten smarter and we go for more and more niche programs that are more readily available, you start to understand the rules of comedy. Shows like Community and Rick and Morty even spell out the tropes and structures they're mocking, which teaches the viewer when they don't even realize it. "That's what she said" suffers from a smarter audience than 20 years ago. It just doesn't work and feels frustratingly out of place. It's a 4 out of 10 that never quite pulls up. Luann is doing hair in her class and decides to go and get her stylist degree and finally become the beautician she always wanted to be. You know, that thing she struggled with and gave up to pursue college. Oh, does that mean we're going to get the return of all of her beauty school people and we're going to get a proper conclusion to it? Are we going to see her get that final episode that just really wraps her character? Am I a joke to you? Do you think that's what we get? Well, Bill agrees to help teach her so she can get her certification. You know, Bill, the guy that's lived across from her for years and could have offered his help at any point in her journey to help her get her certifications. And sure enough, with some very quick tutoring, Luann aces her exam and gets her certification. 5 minutes to wrap like a 9-episode arc. You'd love to see it. Cool, so she's back to being a hairstylist. I'm sure that'll be stuck to and not just swept under the rug. Makes sense. While on the market, she runs into Colette of Hottie's Hair Salon, played by comedic wonder legend Christina Applegate, who handpicks her to join Hottie's if she can pay the chair rent. Amy Adams would also guest star as Misty and would show up like 4 more times throughout the season. That's wild. Lois Lane is in King of the Hill. Luann can't make her booth rent on her own, so she and Bill split it, and Bill pretends to be gay to attract clients. Remember back in season 6 where Hank got a bad haircut from Jack, who was very clearly no longer fit for his job? Well, guess what? Not only is Hank back at Jack's, he's getting a haircut from him too. Jack is even played by Brian Doyle Murray again. Like, it's not them reusing a character for no reason. This is implicit and shows they didn't pay attention to the episode. Just that Hank has a barber. Sure enough, Bill can't handle it and comes out as straight, and he and Luann leave where Luann starts to work at Jack's. Don't worry, it won't matter. To their credit, Amy Adams and Christina Applegate give some of the best performances of the season and actually seem like they're putting an effort into the characters. They did a pretty decent job, all things considered, and the episode does at least focus on one of Luann's passions. I wish it stuck. I wish it gave her more time. Let the impact of this episode be felt, please. That's all I ask. My Hair Lady is a 5 out of 10. Hank decides to teach Bobby to be self-reliant by taking him out on an eat-only-what-you-catch camping trip with him, Bill, Dale, and Boomhauer. Fred Willard returns again, but as a park ranger this time. Jamie Kennedy, Anna Faris, and Melissa Etheridge all guest star, and we get one of our first introductions to Appleseed, a recurring character that would be played by show regular guest star Dave Allen. We stan Appleseed in these parts. I'm positive I didn't use that right. I like Appleseed. It's just Dave Allen's self-insert King of the Hill OC. It's perfectly inoffensive, and I love it. So yeah, Bobby needs to respect nature and learn responsibility by going out in nature. Oh, you mean when he was an Aero Scout? Oh, or when he was shown to be a skilled huntsman, cook, tailor, and to a lesser degree, comedian, the most important of roles? This episode spits in the face of any kind of growth Bobby had in the series. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Hank and the gang's trip is overtaken by hippies who construct a commune around them, and Bobby gets addicted to hippie gumbo. And when they come to collect from him, they rob Hank blind. I don't know. There was never a point in the episode where I think I even smiled, which is just horrible. The writing hopes you've never seen another episode of King of the Hill to see that it doesn't make any sense. The jokes don't really land because, again, they lack the nuance of earlier seasons and just gives you hippies bad. Like, okay, just to show you I'm not being a prude about this, a year after this episode aired, South Park did an episode called Die Hippie Die, which was a thinly veiled The Core parody. The Core is a great movie. It's just the worst. But it had Cartman being a hippie exterminator. Before they know it, without Cartman's help, South Park is overrun with feral hippies putting on a giant concert. Now, the reason that works for South Park is because they've set up that weird things happen in South Park. Things are going to be exaggerated and wild. The episode is great. It's easily one of my favorites of a great season of South Park. But South Park never lies to you about what it is. Here, they're Simpsonizing King of the Hill. It's like Flanderization, but for a whole show. They're trying to make King of the Hill more uniform with the absurdity of The Simpsons and the later returning Family Guy. It just doesn't work, though. Fish and Wildlife is a 2 out of 10 that just kind of sits there. There's no resolution that feels earned or satisfied. It just kind of ends. Genuinely, I feel this episode is the most offensive of the entire season. It just tears away everything we've loved about Bobby and just completely rewrites him into this lazy do-nothing kid who has to keep learning responsibility. Bobby left his heart and brain in Japan. I'm so tired. I saw the sunrise today. We all like King of the Hill. You didn't click on this video because you didn't. And while there are episodes that we will watch ad infinitum, there are some that we know to just skip. There are some that we know just don't work and we can't explain it any other way. Now, these episodes will probably be different for everyone, but I can guarantee you the bulk of them come from the later seasons. Cheer Factor is that episode for me. I can't watch it. Perry Gilpin, aka Roz from Frasier, is Joe Rita, the coach of the cheerleading team that's more focused on dance routines than hyping up the crowd. Amy Adams would return as Marilyn. Peggy sees the girls more focused on dancing than cheering or leading, and so she jumps in on the action and starts hyping the crowd up and gets them all to lose it. She then gets promoted to cheer coach and starts having to figure out how to hype up the crowd. Oh, I know. What if we just straight up murder the mascots, get some fake knives, run Bobby down, and just start shivving him? So yeah, Bobby runs around in mascot costumes and then gets taken out week after week until they run up on the fighting Irish leprechauns and do a funny little hate crime with some shillelaghs in front of Irish representatives invited by Joe Rita so she could snake her way back in charge. Oh, cool. Positives? Connie gets to be a cheerleader and makes Peggy proud by rousing the crowd in a cheer at the end of the episode. That was good. That was heartfelt. They also remember that Bobby was a mascot. That sure is attention to detail. Otherwise, who cares? Like, there's no B story. It's just Peggy v. Joe Rita for the cheer squad. Ooh. See, make Joe Rita a competing artist while Peggy enters her propane bots in like a folk art contest. Smack that as the B story to a different A story, and you've got a solid episode. Each episode of the season, other than the Christmas episode, is just a few degrees off of being really good. Maybe there's small changes, maybe it's like one or two things, maybe they just need to scrap the whole script. But if you just scale the adventures down more, you can build on the characters instead, which is where the comedy was in the show to begin with. Maybe then I'd care about Peggy having to figure out how to kill a tornado. You have to earn those kinds of episodes with an audience, and this far into a season where Peggy has been an artist, drugged her husband and blew out his glands, and thought an actor was hitting on her, you'd be understandably all over the place with your sympathy for her. Again, the show's not meant to be marathoned, I'm doing it wrong. But when you forget your show's formula, you get cheer factor. A 3 out of 10 that comes and goes. Hank and the gang go down to the track to watch the drag racers, and there they run into drag racing icon John Force, played by John Force. After he has to be escorted off the track and taken to the hospital, Hank and the gang give blood while Dale adamantly refuses until Hank finally ropes him in. They find out that John Force needs a kidney from Dr. Tabor, played by Larry Miller of the Larry Miller Hair System, and wouldn't you know it, Dale is a perfect match. Dale is terrified and doesn't want to do it, but everyone starts convincing him, and after Hank pressures him, he agrees, but only if Hank will take over his duties while he's out, and they're removing his kidney. Dale drinks constantly and smokes while chugging soda. I find it hard to believe he's a great candidate for transplanting one of his kidneys to anyone, but that's just me. Well, turns out John Force didn't actually need it, but it's already out of Dale and they want it for a kid who's getting flown in for immediate surgery. Dale doesn't want to give it up to the kid and takes his kidney and scurries away. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I get it's the point of the episode, but seeing Dale act like this is just not it. The scene where he agrees to give the kid his kidney is touching, but like again, I'm amazed his kidneys are fit to transplant, much less into a child. To the show's absolute credit, it does have a pretty decent B story. It's Bobby's turn to do the morning announcements and he's got stage fright. So Peggy, while waiting for a teaching opening, joins him as his hype man, his Andy Richter, his Ed McMahon. We've seen Hank play off of Bobby's comedy in episodes like Propaniacs, but this is really a first time we've gotten to see Peggy really be a part of it. I wish he got to do the announcements more often or had more of a showcase for it, but for what it is, the B story is solid and it's a perfectly well wrapped up story. Overall, if you suspend your disbelief, the episode is a 7 out of 10 that does have some good jokes, a pretty solid B story, and Dale does have a heart and one less kidney by the end of it. There's heavy rain and flooding in Arlen, and Hank is getting everyone situated. He sends the family to the shelter before dropping Ladybird off at the animal shelter and trying to get back. However, the roads have become impassable, and he's left going up to a dam monitoring site where he gets a call on the red phone. If he opens the floodgates, he'll flood entire neighborhoods. If he doesn't and the dam bursts, the damage could be even worse. And so he sits, watching and waiting, fearing the worst, as a crack shrinks and expands. Meanwhile, Khan tries to weasel his way into a position of power, and Bill is selected to help people since he's military. He starts being the go-to contact for small decisions, and the power goes straight to his head as people worship him. Because of course it does. Hank has to open floodgates and rushes back to see if he can help at the shelter and keeps butting heads with Bill, who eventually locks him up, and then when he finally comes clean, he reveals that the rain let up hours ago and he couldn't bear to let people know and lose his influence. Sure enough, everyone leaves and it's business as usual. And that's kind of my biggest problem of this episode and this season. People were furious with Hank for opening the floodgate. Opening the floodgate devastated neighborhoods and people lost their homes. It is never shown, never brought up again, or relevant in the slightest. I hate to keep doing it, but remember 2 days before the day after tomorrow? The South Park episode where Stan and Cartman burst a dam and flood the good people of Beaverton? They actually show the devastation. They mix it into the story. Hank doing that gets him chastised once, and then everyone moves on. His guilt is temporary, and people just kind of yell and then just back down. But then why have the scene at all? Why have him monitoring the floodgates? You could just have the emergency response team give Bill control and have Hank not be happy about it. You didn't need the damn scene if you're not going to do anything else with it. There's no ramifications in South Park because of course there isn't. But even something as small as a breakup used to mean something in King of the Hill. Après Hank le Deluge is a 5 out of 10 that gets worse the more you think on it. Hank thinks someone is sneaking into his house to drink his grapefruit juice and insists that Con install a privacy hedge because he's tired of seeing him dance in his bathroom. Cotton comes to visit while Dee Dee and GH go out of town. So Hank decides to take his dad to an adult daycare when he drives him and Peggy mad, where they can take care of him. There is actually a great part where Hank takes Cotton to work and he blows a guy's eyebrows off. It's honestly a very funny episode. However, Cotton thinks that the adult daycare is a brothel, because of course he does, and then gets into a fight and the cops bring him home, designating him as their eyes and ears on Rainy Street, and he goes on a whip-cracking frenzy. Dale, fearing that his security company, Dale Tech, would be challenged by Cotton, decides to get his power and whip stripped from him until he sees he's a broken man without them. And Cotton is determined to redeem himself in Hank's eyes and catch the person breaking in and drinking Hank's grapefruit juice. Sure enough, with Dale's help, they figure out that it's Con, and that he and Min love sneaking into Hank's house and getting handsy. So he installs the privacy hedge and thanks Hank for his time. Is this early season Cotton? No, not really, and honestly this might be one of the few times I like it. Cotton is actually great in this episode, and I'll admit, I find Dale Tech really funny and well written. Cotton here actually feels guilt. He actually wants to redeem himself in Hank's eyes. He admits he's wrong in not so many words. Plus, Dale and Cotton is a great combo for a story, and it really just adds this extra layer throughout. It's an episode I'm perfectly fine with being a filler episode because it feels like one. It feels like it's just a dumb story about something that happened on Rainy Street, and it works. People didn't lose their homes in a massive flood no one talks about. That was last episode, remember? There's no bigger scheme or big bad, it's literally just a small whodunit over some grapefruit juice. It's a 9 out of 10 episode and easily one of the best of the season. I don't know what you want from me. Cotton cracking that whip will never not be funny. Hank is upset when he sees that Bobby's history book barely mentions anything about the Alamo, but brings up the first Taco Bell. Hank goes to a PTA meeting to fight back against the school not teaching anything about the Alamo and demands they do something about it. There, he meets a director that completely agrees and wants to put together a historical reenactment stage play to show people the truth about the Alamo. Hank and the gang all sign on to help, and Hank gets legitimately teary-eyed working on the project and seeing Bobby practice, seeing Bobby really take an interest in Texas history. The way he gives his lines, and he rouses him and Bill and Boomhauer and Dale, there's just some magical charm to it. But sure enough, the director takes a lot of creative freedom and makes the entire thing an avant-garde depiction of all the heroes of the Alamo, especially old Davy Crockett, presented as cowards. Hank is devastated, but does give a very impassioned speech before the show and tries to instill in Bobby the true history of Texas. The B story has Peggy taking Nancy's flat Stanley, who's supposed to show kids what the world has to offer, and decides to use him to teach them about workplace safety, having him run through the gauntlet and mutilated so the kids will know. Think twice about heavy machinery. Do you think that's her response? Is that her way of working through Pygmalion? Seeing a guy just absolutely mutilated on pork products? I don't know if it's nostalgia, but revisiting this episode, if I knew nothing about the show, if I knew nothing about the characters, I'd say this is one of the strongest episodes. Sure, it's got annoying parts, but all the characters are acting like themselves. Everything is on brand, and it feels like a classic King of the Hill episode. Again, no huge stakes, literally just putting on a stage play, and you get great writing, funny jokes, and excellent line delivery. How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Alamo is a patriotic 9 out of 10 that does a great job of instilling Texan pride into anyone and giving us a glimpse of the old Hank all these episodes in. Hank goes to the state fair to enter in the grilling competition, but they'll only allow charcoal and not clean-burning propane. So Hank decides to protest and show that he can create quality meat with the most noble of gases. It's sort of a vignette episode. With Hank protesting, the gang turn to Bobby to figure out what they want to do. Luann wants to be seen as more mature, so she starts telling Bobby and Connie what to do, and helps with Hank's protest, and we even get Nancy, Luann, and Min teaming up to see the laundry room of a murder house. It's a lot going on. Luann hears get more people passionate for the cause, and decides to get some protester college kids that will always go as extreme as possible just to rile people up. In them, we get Jason, played by Elijah Wood, and Zach, played by Dax Shepard. Mary Kay Place would also guest star as Melly Ann. Basically, the guys want to sleep with Luann, so they agree to protest and turn the protest when they start throwing eggs and harassing the competitors Hank was trying to impress and prove his point to. Luann gets into the giant and just wants to be heard as she uses the megaphone to give her 99 theses. Yeah, not gonna lie, the episode really loses steam in the third act. Cops get called and look the other way and let Hank and Luann sneak on by. Cool. At least it has the scope down, but it never feels like you get any kind of closure. I guess we get the confirmation that Luann dropped out of college, so that's still canon at least? The episode spins its wheels, then forgets halfway through what it's even doing. The B story of the murder laundry room is fine, but it's just Peggy refusing to back down. If it wasn't Kathy Najimy, it wouldn't be half as good, but she really is going all the way with her this season. We've seen a wide spectrum thanks to her. Elijah Wood and Dax Shepard absolutely melt into their roles, and you can barely tell they're there, so that is an excellent touch, and they really do bring it. But overall, the episode is just like a 7 out of 10. The comedy is there, Big Tex is there is stuff to appreciate, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of fine. Bobby impresses Connie with his encyclopedic knowledge of pop culture and gets brought on the debate club as their media specialist. This would unfortunately be the last episode that Mr. Grandy would be in. John Ritter sadly passed before this episode aired, and there is a tribute to him at the end of the episode. John Ritter was a one-of-a-kind talent that in no uncertain terms helped the idea of sitcoms be what it is today. And he tried his best to bring Mr. Grandy to life, and you know what? I'll say he succeeded. No matter what, I knew exactly what he was going for, and he truly made a character you could have otherwise forgotten into someone that earned returning time and time again. John Ritter was one of the real ones, and this show is better for having had him for even an episode. This episode was very formative for me when it first came out. Full disclosure, I was in fact the pop culture kid on my school's debate team because I loved this episode so much and I was inspired to do it. And I'll say this, it's surprisingly accurate with the stress on debate team kids' shoulders. They need to relax a little bit. Basically, Bobby is thrown under the gun and told that it all hinges on him to come through and show that he can do it. His teammates' futures are riding on him being able to remember that Kelly Clarkson was the first winner of American Idol only on Fox. Which is definitely not only on Fox anymore. Kelly Clarkson would voice herself in this episode. Bobby begins to spiral from the pressure and gets anxiety, terrified that he's not going to be able to come through and deliver. All of that? Great, fantastic. A very true portrayal of the pressure people can try and put on your shoulders. Hank's advice to just tough it out even if he burns himself out because it's for the good of the team? Horrible, horrible advice. Like, just the worst. It's just debate club. Don't burn yourself out over it. It's not that deep. Hank offers to help Bobby study, and they watch TV together while Hank tells him fun facts about the Beverly Hillbillies. That end scene is probably one of the best of the entire show and showcases what the show is about. We learn media from those we consume it with. We sit and watch our parents' favorite movies and shows, which shape our tastes, then we'll pass those tastes off onto our kids. And understanding that media and the connections behind it is integral to being a smart consumer. Stress for Success is a great little Bobby episode that actually feels like old King of the Hill again. If you take Hank's advice out and replace it with literally anything else, it's a 10 out of 10 episode. With the advice, it's like an 8 out of 10. Oh, and Ben Stein guest stars as the quiz host, literally just does his voice, and that's it. Ton of fun. Anyone remember Win Ben Stein's Money? Very young Jimmy Kimmel was the host in that, right before The Man Show. See? Media history is weird. Hank throws out his back-moving propane tanks and refuses to go on workman's comp because he refuses to accept welfare. Yep, a workman's comp for an injury he actually sustained is welfare. That's the episode. Hank desperately wants to get back to work, but sure enough he has to file workman's comp, and the insurance agents start keeping tabs on him. Mark Helgenberger, who you'd probably recognize from CSI, is Mrs. Hanover, who investigates Hank. Hank decides to try yoga under Yogi Victor, played by 21 Jump Street's own Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp plays a weird yogi who will suck his diaphragm in on itself to impress one of his students. It's a dream role for the man. He is one of the most obnoxious individuals known to man, but sure enough, his yoga does help Hank, who starts to feel better in no time. I have to wonder if he inspired the capoeira guy from Bob's Burgers. They just seem so intertwined, I think is the best word for it. However, when they catch him feeling better and getting ready to go back to work, a likely story, the insurance investigators have to investigate whether he was making up all his back pain, and Hank brings in the good yogi to show that he's so insufferable that if he wasn't getting anything out of it, why would he go to the yoga practice? And that's the episode. Johnny Depp does a decent enough job, as does Mark Helgenberger. The story is exactly what you think it is and has no larger repercussions, which is honestly fine. It set a timeline for the episode and stuck to it, and I genuinely respect that. Again, if you make it within believable parameters, it's totally okay to do episodes of the week, but they gotta be peak King of the Hill. Hank's back is totally okay and a solid passive watch. It's a 7 out of 10 that makes the season as a whole better because it's there. Connie gets denied from getting into the Rice math camp because she's too smart and too Asian. Con is furious because he doesn't have the 10 grand for a bribe and wants to know where he went wrong. He worked hard, he fought for everything he had, and it's still not enough. Connie can't get in because she's a smart Asian. And then one morning after his rearview mirror breaks and his boss keeps calling asking where he is, he runs into Elvin Mackleston, played by returning great Trace Adkins. Elvin convinces Con to be his own man, and he starts to embrace his inner redneck ways as Rainy Street tries to get in on that sweet, sweet gentrification. However, Con's redneckery drives the value of the neighborhood down. He gets an El Camino, he and men go out partying, and through it all, Connie keeps studying. Whether in her room or at the hills, she's just trucking along pursuing her dreams. We also get our first appearance of Lucky, played by rock and roll superstar Tom Petty, who would become a recurring character throughout the rest of the show, and I'd argue the last true main cast member. Tragically, Tom Petty has since passed, and he would be an integral part of the story going forward. Not Lauma, Lucky. I don't know. If it's just based off this one episode, he's an absolute legend, what with how he done slipped on that pee-pee and got him a $50,000 settlement. Man'll never have to work another day in his life. We also get to see Con fight, which is absolutely wild. Man, the man just goes ham. Honey glazed, even. But yeah, no, Hank comes to talk with Con about how he's probably going to lose his house, and how no matter what, Connie never stopped trying, so why did he? It's a great angle to take with a Con episode. It just hurts knowing that next week the lawn will be back to normal and it'll be like none of this ever happened. It's one of the best Con episodes yet, and seeing Min along for the ride but still drawing clear boundaries is fantastic for her character and their relationship. I don't know, there's a lot to appreciate about the redneck on Rainy Street. They just tragically only made Lucky consistent and not the actual story. It's an 8 out of 10 that hopefully brings us out on a high note. It's the season finale! Alright, you know what? Maybe I've been too harsh on the season. Maybe this season finale is going to turn things around. We've had a pretty solid back end of episodes, all things considered. I mean, it's been solid. I have not hated this. Bobby becomes a student counselor. Right on, right on. He likes talking to people, it makes sense. He becomes a counselor because he thinks it's an opportunity to meet chicks. Huh, well, that's just wrong on a lot of ethical and moral levels, but surely he won't use his position of power to manipulate girls into making decisions to do what he wants to do. Oh, he tries to. Oh, no. Among the girls on Bobby's client list is Jenny, played by Lindsay Lohan, Stacy, played by Buffy's own Allison Hannigan, and we would also get April, the leader of the program, played by Laura Prepon. Tune into that 70s show! Bobby tells Stacy to break up with her boyfriend while convincing Jenny to go on a date with him. However, Stacy begins to stalk Bobby, and seriously, what is this season finale? There's no B story. There's nothing to pad out this episode to make it at least a little more palatable. We only get a conclusion when Hank gets Bobby and his stalker together to fix a car and actually talk before she leaves. I don't get it. Why use this as your season finale? Sure, it's got a lot of star power for the time, but you could have just as easily done Stressed for Success and even had a tribute at the end of the finale. It would have been a way better Bobby vehicle to go out on. Talking shop is just rough. It's uncomfortable, and it's all a prison of Bobby's own construction. The worst part is, this is the chance Bobby could have taken to be like his dad and learn how to listen more. Instead, he just goes off on his impulses because he hasn't learned anything even throughout just this season. Talking shop is a final middle finger to the idea of structure in this season, and I can't believe it was willing to go as far as it did. Talking shop is a 4 out of 10 that just never really finds its feet and feels out of place every step of the way. And there we have it, that's season 8! Any episode you think I was right on, wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Season 8 was, it was a lot. Throughout it, we did get some highs and even the best Christmas special the show has had yet, but also a whole lot of lows that make you suspend every fiber of your disbelief. Is it a good season? I'm honestly gonna say no. But there's more solid episodes in the season than I did remember. This definitely feels like the most disjointed the show has been yet. And yet, controversial statement, I actually believe season 9 is where things start to rebalance out. We'll get another new mom for Peggy, my favorite episode of the entire series, the return of Brendan Fraser, and a very special squatter. It's season 9! And season 9 is just kind of fine. Like I said in the last part, if season 8 was the full-on descent, season 9 is the bottoming out. This is what King of the Hill was going to be going forward. New animation being fully incorporated, stories getting more and more disjointed, and yeah, you're gonna have more holes in the episodes the more you think on them. And yet, for what it is, the season does have some gems, including easily one of my favorite episodes of the entire show. There are things to appreciate about this season, and I'm so excited to get started. So, what worked? What failed? What property value dropping elderly guests will be curtailed? Fresh off the vine, here's season 9. I promise I'm going to be as positive as possible this season. That being said, this season premiere really pushes that kindness. Peggy gets a call from her mom, who she's been in no contact with for 20 years. Remember when Peggy's mom was Bobby's secret Valentine, or when they were going to visit them in Happy Hanksgiving, which is the whole reason Hank wanted to bring a cooked turkey with him? Like, I'm not trying to be comic book guy about this, but Peggy's mom has been brought up pretty frequently and shown in the earlier seasons, and now, not only does she look different, there's just a completely different backstory established for Peggy now. Anyway, Peggy's new mom is played by Joanna Gleason, and she wants the family in Montana for the weekend, and so the Hills are going to Platter Ranch. We find the ranch is going to be lost because all the Hollywood fancy pants moved in, and now Henry Winkler won't let the ranch use his land for their cattle drives. Also, Peggy's dad is just full of old cowboy wisdom. Bobby gets his head out of his gat-dang Game Boy and discovers nature and horseback riding. Hank gets to live the cowboy life and immediately regrets it. And Peggy tries and fails to earn her mother's respect and show off how rugged she is, which has just never been how that dynamic has ever been presented before. Peggy always seemed to prove she was just as good as any man and had a rebellious spirit. If it was her dad calling her weak, that'd be one thing, but here it's her mom, when previous versions of her mom were caring, almost overly doting mothers. If this change to her mother brought an increased narrative value, that would be one thing, but there's nothing there that couldn't be tweaked. Have her original mom call her and show that it's her aunt that's gonna lose her farm. Her aunt being a role model to her, and she wants to show her she has the stuff, and maybe she fumbles along the way, but it builds her character. Have Doc be her uncle instead of her father. Very minute changes, and you can increase the impact of the episode tenfold. It just hopes you forget you've seen Peggy's mom quite a few times and shrug it off. I know I'm harping on it, but think about it. How many characters have had their mom just completely rewritten out of nowhere? Even shows with no through lines anymore, like Simpsons and Family Guy, still use the same designs for characters and do at least have some consistency with their personalities. If I say Homer's mom or Lois's dad, you have a pretty concrete idea of who that character is. Even Tilly and Cotton are largely the same throughout the series. This issue is a symptom of a much greater disease you'll see creep throughout the series. It's going to forget a lot of stuff you've seen and just wave it away. Like, all this is more interesting than the episode itself. Hank talks with Henry Winkler, and then Peggy leads a cattle drive down the street with an old ordinance that forces the Winkster to let them use his property, and then Hank gags about fly fishing. Peggy doesn't get the approval of her mom, but gets to see Bobby on his horse. If you've never seen King of the Hill before, it's a perfectly serviceable episode. If you never watch King of the Hill ever again after it, you'll be satisfied. Otherwise, the episode ultimately does more harm than good. Henry Winkler is fine, but all they do with him is have him go no and then yes. I don't know. A rover runs through it is a prodded along 4 out of 10. Alright, here we go. This is the episode that's gonna redeem the season. Oh yeah! I can feel it. Oh, and it's a Christmas episode. Those are always a toss-up, but it's okay. I've got hope. A taxi pulls up to Hill House and an old woman gets out, introducing herself as Miss Wakefield, played by Marion Ross, who you'd recognize as the mom from Happy Days. Miss Wakefield used to live in Hank's home, and she reveals that her sister actually passed in the home, which is what every homeowner wants to hear on Christmas. But don't worry, it gets better. See, she wants to take her last breath in that very house. An old woman wants to come into your house during the Christmas season and just slip on off to Valhalla. You'd understandably not want that to happen, and so Hank, justifiably, kicks her out and even gets the police involved when she refuses to leave. Hank's neighbors then proceed to all criticize him for doing this, even though again she refused to leave when he politely asked her to. The episode reminds me a lot of Racist Dog, where it makes everyone as dumb as possible to push the narrative forward. Miss Wakefield even fakes her demise and puts up a fake obituary to sneak into their house while they aren't home and finally succeed in her mission. The end of the episode has Hank inviting her to his white elephant Christmas party and shows that there's still stuff in the world to live for. Is that incredibly gracious of Hank? Of course! It's what you'd expect Hank to do to de-escalate a situation with an elderly woman. But having his friends all judge him for having a problem with her going out in his house is just wild. I do appreciate how the episode got very Silent Night Christmas slasher towards the end, except instead of a deranged sociopathic Santa, it's just some old lady. But overall, the episode is just eh. It's not an episode I revisit fondly or repeatedly, but I can at least say it's competently put together. Miss Wakefield is a snoozing 5 out of 10. You know what? I'm not even gonna joke. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. I don't hate this episode. Nay, I'd even say I enjoy it. Starting off with Cotton coming to visit during a heat wave and revealing that his friend Topsy left him $10,000 to pay for his funeral, and after Cotton's cremation, he had $9,920 left. He had an $80 cremation. Again, it's annoying, but I'm just gonna say it. Hank mentions he could use the money to get his car back from Lane Pratley back from when Cotton comes marching home and be able to not have to take the bus everywhere. Except we've seen his car since then in episodes like Dale Tech. It was just kinda hand-waved away and you'd assume he'd get his car back, and now they're saying nope, it didn't come back, even though we'll see it later on and he has gotten it back. That's the frustrating thing, and it's so bizarre, because in one sentence they challenge what happened in like 3 different episodes. Again, there used to be a solid through line that made sense for the show. Now it just does whatever it wants. Dissecting one sentence aside, how's the rest of the episode? Actually pretty dang decent. Hank, Cotton, and Bill go to a timeshare just to enjoy Mexico, confident they won't get sold on anything, only for Cotton to use his Topsy funds to buy a condo and get to meet with O'Kelly, the founder. Hank finds out Americans can't own land in Mexico and gets Cotton out of his contract, but when he sees how defeated he is, he wants to give him that experience back, even buying a weekend at the resort so his dad can meet O'Kelly. The B story has Peggy, Dale, and Bobby pool hopping to get some relief from the heat. Both of these stories have great writing, solid jokes, and it's a perfectly solid little adventure. We're getting into more and more ridiculous adventures for the Hills, but I mean, they've already gone to Japan. You can suspend your disbelief a little bit. The way the salesmen use different yet effective strategies, I don't know, makes them a much more menacing antagonist than you'd initially think. They never really lose in the situation, and Hank sees there's no way out. He has to play by their rules. The timeshare salesman presented Hank with his true Kobayashi Maru. I don't know, it's hard to explain that the episode just really kinda works for me. All the characters act like they're supposed to, Peggy, Bobby, and Dale make for an actually really fun B story, and just overall, it's a really fun little episode. Death Buys a Timeshare is a great deal of an 8 out of 10. Beth Grant comes back to the show. It's so fun to have her back. When Peggy doesn't know anything about the yard or have anything to brag about while Hank takes pride in his front lawn, Peggy goes shopping and discovers a gnome at an estate sale that just brings the whole yard together. A Winklebottom. Peggy becomes a part of a small circle of collectors and finally has something to brag about that Hank just utterly detests. There is no B story to take away from the episode, and honestly, I gotta say, I'm fine with it. Yard She Blows feels like an old episode of King of the Hill, and I'm honestly kind of about it. It's an episode that could come out in 2004 or 1997 and still make sense. Bobby, while protecting the gnome like it was the president, fails in his duty and his sworn protectee falls and loses an ear. When Hank decides he can't fix it so it doesn't get left out anymore, he decides to take it out and bury it and blame it on some kid so he can get rid of it once and for all. He and Bobby have to deal with the telltale gnome heart after driving over the gnome hole, and I just kinda love it. Again, this is just a really solid episode. It's an episode that feels like old, genuine King of the Hill. It's such a refreshing, horrific, gnomicide adventure. Bobby gets thrown under the bus, Hank tries to fix it, and then eventually replaces Winklebottom with a Figgleforth to placate Peggy and give her the talking point she so desperately wanted. Does Peggy getting attached to a gnome make sense? Absolutely. Does it make sense she'd feel out of place without it? Of course. Hank and Bobby deal with it masterfully, and ultimately there's nothing in the episode I'd change. It hits all the notes it needs to hit to just be good, smooth, King of the Hill viewing. I think it's because of the lack of stakes. There's no big, wacky, wild adventure this week. It's literally just Peggy gets a lawn gnome that Hank can't stand, so he does a hit on it. That's great! It's such a surface-level conflict presented perfectly. Yard She Blows is a well-sculpted 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Easily one of my favorite episodes of the entire series. The Hank story? Oh, he gets his new license and it says he's a female instead of male, and he tries to correct it, right? All kinds of red tape as the doctors talk about how loose the terms of female and male are nowadays. All of that? It's whatever. But the main focus? That sweet, sweet, beautiful A story? Ooh, and I cannot emphasize enough, Dale is reading Joseph a bedtime story about a famous grassy knoll and a little-known felon by the name of Lee Harvey Oswald. However, when Joseph asks him a question, he has to bust out the dining room table supporting addendums. He starts to question everything that happened on that November day. He starts going through the report more and more until he even goes to Dallas himself and tries to listen to anyone that could give him a conspiracy theory to latch onto, but there's nothing. He realizes there is no greater conspiracy. He has hit his lowest point. And when he's at this lowest point, he's rescued by a cop and goes into full freedom mode. American flag dripped out and being the best gat-dang patriot he can be. I love this for Dale. I love everything about it. He is perfect. When he paints an American flag on Hank's roof and then reports him to the feds for trying to wash it off, terrific. Absolutely terrific. No notes. It's not because Dale is a good person or anything, it's because he's so unhinged. Ernie Gunwald would guest star. It actually takes Nancy to convince Dale to fight for Hank, and before long, he's threatening a bureaucratic red tape reckoning at the DMV to get Hank's ID changed, and realizes that if the government can make a mistake on an ID, what else could they have gotten wrong? You see Dale as a father, professional, and crazy man all in the same breath, and it just really, really works. I love that Bobby and Peggy poke fun at Hank and seemingly have each other's back, especially with what happened in the last episode. It's a nice addition to it. I don't know. The compact adventure of it all just works. Much like the last episode, it's a very contained little story that still gives you a solid Hank and Dale story. The writing is some of the sharpest the show has had in some time, and yeah, no. I think Dale to the Chief is a must-watch episode and a solid 10 out of 10. Bill agrees to look after a soldier's dog through a program and starts looking after a loyal golden lab that helps him be his best self. Hank, while planning for the family vacation, decides to adopt as well and try and get an active service pet. However, instead of a dog, he gets a cat that terrorizes the family. Hank decides to take the cat to their preferred vet, Dr. Leslie, played by Jason Bateman, Arrested Development Sundays on Fox until they give up on it and wait for Netflix to pick it up almost a decade later. And yeah, that's the episode. Hank hates cats, the cat keeps terrorizing the family, and he blows through the vacation funds to cover the cat's vet bills. The thing I do like about this episode is that it's obvious that Dr. Leslie is the antagonist, not Bill. Hank may be jealous of Bill, but Bill isn't rubbing it in Hank's face or anything. He deserves all the great things that are happening to him, and I love that it's not played up as a joke for his expense. It's refreshing to see Bill get a win. Genuinely. But that's to the service of an episode you've seen before. Hank convinces the vet to sign off on his release papers by pressuring him. Yeah, it's just after the mold rush with a new coat of paint, and honestly introduces this new shakedown Hank that will always go there to get things fixed. It's weird. It feels like a resolution to problems that you should not jump to. You've really just kinda seen it all before. Jason Bateman does a solid job as the vet, which is one step closer to his acting masterpiece of Zootopia. It's just the natural progression of things. Just look at Jerry Seinfeld. First, he was in Seinfeld, then he was a bee. There was no in-between. Anyway, the Patriot Act is a hair-raising, perfectly mediocre 5 out of 10. Enrique starts popping up at work and being super friendly with Hank, who thinks he just wants a promotion. However, Enrique has been having issues with his wife and turns to everyone's favorite family man for help. Meanwhile, Bobby and Joseph try and get past Hank's parental lock on Fox so they can watch the scandalous and suspenseful winter sensation, the Daytona 500. Blissfully unaware it's just a race. Interestingly, the episode aired the same day as the Daytona 500 on the same network, which I'm sure was not planned at all. What a coincidence! Hank tries to help Enrique get back with his wife as he tries to keep spending time with the Hills instead of going home and facing his issues. The episode feels like nothing. It's definitely not the best Enrique episode, and it's really not all that memorable. Patriot Act at least has some jokes in it. Here, it's just a man refusing to face reality. Though I will say this much. Danny Trejo steals the show and does a fantastic job as Enrique. It's wild to see him doing this while still very much in the era of him being considered more of a tough guy actor. But he really does bring a lot of nuance to Enrique and makes him feel very fleshed out. It's literally only because of his performance the episode is worth seeing. Genuinely, people don't talk about Danny Trejo's voice acting enough, but he really is a multifaceted talent. The man puts a lot of care into his work, and it really shines through in not only his delivery, but his inflection with it. Enrique could have been just generic Hispanic character 1, but Danny Trejo really plays him like a real person, and makes him this fat, lost husband that doesn't know what to do with his life now that he and his wife have grown kids. Enrique's Sayable Differences is an episode that shows that Danny Trejo has a ton of talent, and that's about where the positives end. The B story feels more like an ad than it does an actual B story, and the whole of the episode is just a vapid dream. Enrique's Sayable Differences is a annulled 4 out of 10. Hank decides to teach Bobby a lesson about responsibility and has him go through the process of filing an insurance claim when he breaks the garage door. However, while doing it, Hank finds out he forgot to mail in his insurance payment, and his family isn't insured until the check makes its way to the company on Monday. That's right, insurance checks. It's another only in this time period episode. However, this kicks off our comedy of errors. With no car insurance, Hank tells Peggy and Luann to stay put, so they have to fight a vending machine for sustenance. Dale decides to harvest honey and takes up beekeeping, but he finds out people are more interested in bee stings than honey for the holistic properties, so he starts working that angle. Meanwhile, Boomhauer and Bill are introduced to the world of frying their own food, courtesy of a fried banana, and quickly begin experimenting in the driveway. Hank and Bobby start to spiral and start safety-proofing the entire house. However, Hank gets carried away, and when Dale, who's allergic to bee stings, tries to cure a broken arm with bee stings, and Bill and Boomhauer fry a beer can by accident, he snaps out of it and keeps Bobby calm while they put out the dangers and get their friends taken care of. I really truly do love this episode. Not only is it a bunch of side stories all tied together by a lack of insurance, it also has sharp jokes, great writing, and delivers on everything it sets out to do. Mutual of Omabois is a 10 out of 10 episode and a great contained adventure. Sure, it's a little more outlandish than traditional episodes, but it's still things that could happen. We also get a glimpse into Bill and Boomhauer's friendship and their experimenting, which is just great. Dale is the perfect snake oil salesman, and even Luann and Peggy have a great little road trip adventure that pays off right as the credits roll. There's nothing this episode lacks, and it's a perfect mini adventure that also cements itself because it plays off of the character traits we've seen throughout the series. If you're gonna do a filler episode, this is how you do it. Mutual of Omabois is an underinsured 10 out of 10. Arguably one of the most important episodes of the season, and honestly, it's not half bad. Smitty is the longtime caretaker of the Longhorns who Hank fights to save his job, even though he is starting to slip. Smitty would be played by the Rickspiration himself, Christopher Lloyd. Meanwhile, Khan is harassed by the rednecks that used to hang out with him, and when Luann goes over to confront them, she gets infatuated with Lucky, much to Peggy's chagrin. This would be the start of Lucky as a main cast member, played again by the late great Tom Petty. Talk about a wild inclusion into the series 9 seasons in. The episode does a great job of elevating Lucky from a side character to actually worth taking the time to learn more about him. He treats Luann well and she is absolutely in love with his truck and him, and it all seems very genuine. Lucky has a very pretty truck and he wants to show off its power, but all the other rednecks won't let him play in their little redneck games. It's like a Texan fairy tale. The A story is, pretty predictable. Hank and the gang sneak onto the field to groundskeep so Smitty can keep his job, but their hard work gives Smitty an inflated ego and he goes mad with power, ready to destroy the field when he finds out Hank's actually been keeping it for him. So Hank calls in Lucky, who does a wacky little act of God and takes the police for a chase across the field. You know what? The more I think on the episode, the more it just kind of works. It's this almost mystical narrative with Christopher Lloyd giving an absolutely dynamite performance on top of it. Fantastic writing, great performances, and a solid intro to Lucky makes Taking Care of Business a necessary and well-groomed 10 out of 10 episode. It's probably some of the best of what newer King of the Hill is. It has actual spirit to it. Luann has run up an impressive amount of credit card debt and needs to get a second job to pay it off. She finds work as a roller derby girl in a team owned by Lane Pratley. Peggy also joins up and they start to fight for equal rights for the players and even go off on their own to try and be an independently funded team. It's honestly a really solid Peggy episode. I know I ran through it, but it might be one of the strongest Peggy stories of the series. It's the perfect fumble and resolution of Peggy as a character and it just kinda works. However, there's a B story to this episode. Lucky tells Bobby he will only eat a potato chip if it comes right off the line. He vows to get Bobby this enlightening experience. And it's Lucky getting himself injured so that Bobby can taste a potato chip right off the line, and it changes that little boy's life. That's a core memory right there. That's a branching moment. String theory is a potato chip fresh off the line. Arlen City Bomber is just another really solid episode that I do revisit somewhat frequently. Also, the guest cast is stacked. Glenn Morshower, who will appear in more episodes, Neil Flynn, Mo Collins, and Stephanie Weir. I think we're missing Will Sasso, and we have almost all the Mad TV cast at this point. Isn't that kinda neat, though, how they actually baked this cross-promotion into the core of the show? If you don't have the context, they're just really great guest voices, and that's great. But with that context, I don't know, it makes me appreciate how subtle the push is. Arlen City Bomber is a brilliant 9 out of 10 that hits hard and checks every box. Big Mountain Fudge Cake, John Redcorn's band, hasn't had the success he was hoping it would, even being kicked out of a venue they offered to play for free at That's Amore. Buck needs Hank to plan a family weekend for Strickland Propane, and he needs to find a musical act. John Redcorn starts to beg for the chance to perform. Dale is their manager, and that is definitely an inspired decision. John Redcorn then gets the idea to build a casino on his land, and right as he's gearing up, it gets shut down because it's illegal to have a casino in Texas, and he just got screwed over on his loan. Things are not a-looking good. John Redcorn then takes over the Family Day performance and turns his heavy metal ballads into kid-friendly bops, and enchants the audience and finds a true calling in life. He turns his casino into a Charles Entertainment cheese variant, and yeah, John Redcorn makes kid content now, and that's very King of the Hill. Also, Trace Adkins is still great every time he pops up. You can tell the people really wanted to be on the show. I really can't think of more than like 4 guest stars that just fell off, and even that's personal preference. I don't know, you love to see it. Also, again, Jonathan Joss really does deliver a stellar performance that carries the episode. Redcorn gambles with his future, feels like it could stumble at any minute, but it clears every hurdle with absolute grace. It's an episode about understanding it's okay to pivot. I don't know, there's a charm to the episode, and it feels like you could look back and say, hey, that's a pretty solid conclusion for John Redcorn if we never see him again. It is a full character arc for someone that was basically just Joseph's dad at one point. Redcorn Gambles with His Future is a hard-rocking 8 out of 10. Hey, I'm gonna be real weird about this. So remember when Peggy was a journalist at the Arlen Bystander? No? Well, this episode expects that you know all these characters already. This is so weird. The reason for that is, Bystand Me, an episode batched in the next season, was supposed to come out before this episode, and from what I could see was even ordered several seasons earlier than this. Looks like it was ordered back in season 6. Does it ultimately take away from the episode? No, not really, but the episode sure does make a lot more sense if you watch Bystand Me first. Peggy has the Waffle House beat at the Bystander and wants a real story. Meanwhile, Joseph won't listen to or respect Dale, and so Dale tries to impress him and get him to listen to him. When he's stopped from smoking in a restaurant, Dale decides to become the smoking bandit, illegally smoking in restaurants to protest the no smoking law because he knows, and I can't believe I'm saying this, the cops won't be able to make it in time and no one will be able to get a picture of him. You know, because this is an era before smartphones. It's wild. Hank tries to find the smoking bandit because he's causing Joseph and Bobby to act out and rebel at school, and so Dale has to help them catch himself while Peggy fights with a bouncer played by Tone Lock. It's a well-written episode that is better on a rewatch after seeing the first time Peggy works with these characters, but still stands strong in its own right as a solid Dale and Joseph episode. I think I prefer this to Vision Quest and actually gives Joseph something to look up to in his dad. While yes, the smoking ban and everything is a bit of a dated outrage, it was topical for the time, and the episode as a whole is an up in smoke 9 out of 10 that feels like it's everything it should be for just a quick in and out adventure. When Nancy gets the weather wrong for the big barbecue festival, she gets yelled at and the station agrees to get a brand new Doppler to make sure their weather reporting is more accurate. Of course, Nancy can't understand any of the readouts, so they bring in the new meteorologist and weatherman, Irv Bennett, played by returning guest star Brendan Fraser. I mean, this is mid-2000s Brendan Fraser. This is a pretty high peak period for him, and he's been on King of the Hill not once, but twice. Man's gotta be a fan. He comes in as the plucky go-getter Irv, who is just all about the weather, and it's honestly great to see how wholesome he is compared to Nancy, who tries to make him self-conscious about his nose before going on air. And so yeah, Nancy doesn't have a job at the station anymore, and Peggy decides to help her get her job back by having her and Dale charge into the wildfires and cover them like no one else can. It's honestly probably one of the best Nancy episodes and has some of the best comedic writing of any A story of the modern seasons. I'd say it was a 9 out of 10 if the B story didn't exist. There's a kid that jumps out and barks at Bobby, scaring him before running off. He's in his locker, under the table, in his house, and it understandably unnerves Bobby. Hank is disappointed that Bobby is scared of this kid and tries to teach him to fight back. I'll say it. Do you not remember what happened last time? Do you not remember the last time Bobby learned how to fight back? You find that other nut, Hank? Did it descend for you? Calling your son a wuss after he hospitalized you. That's a bold move, Cotton. Turns out the kid's dad is also scared of him, so they all work together to scare the kid straight and get him to stop jumping out at people. There's no, bigger lesson there, it's just a kid running around barking. The worst part is, I think that story is more relatable than they thought it was gonna be, because I'll be honest, I get it. We had a kid like that at our school. What are you supposed to do in that situation? You just let him bark and scurry off. That's really it. Again, it feels like a downgrade of Bobby, but I don't know. The B story is just very surface level. It blows Gone with the Windstorm into a category 7 out of 10. Bobby fails at the charity fun run, so Hank gives him a step counter and makes him earn his charity fun run money. However, while he's putting him through the paces, the track coach comes over and recruits Bobby as his stick. While he promises to teach Bobby and nurture him, he really wants to use him as a threat to keep his athletes in line. If they act up, they're going to lose their place to Bobby, who will lose that event in record speed. That's the episode. Hank finds out Bobby is just the stick and will never actually improve, and talks about pride and all that in this episode you feel like you've seen before. Bobby has to actually compete at the end of the episode, the other runners all fall over each other, and wow, Bobby did the thing! Full character arc, 22 minutes. It's predictable, it's simple, it's everything it needs to be. I don't have as much of a problem with it as I did with the episodes in the last season, mostly because this is really the only Hank and Bobby-centric episode of the season, other than Mutual of Omaha, which also had many other Arlen stories. You gotta have at least one of these episodes a season. Is it the best of this idea? Absolutely not. But it's not the absolute worst either. It's a perfectly fine background noise episode, and again, Phil Hendry as the coach is just... the man's got range. He sells you on so many different characters. Whether he's the boss at the bystander or the coach here, he can both feel scummy and skeezy and professional all in the same voice. The man is a multifaceted talent that really elevated the show when he was added on as a recurring guest. Bobby on Track is a finish line crossing 8 out of 10. Speaking of background noise, it's our season finale! I'm just gonna get the B story out of the way so we can focus on the real bulk of the episode. Peggy and Bobby get obsessively competitive over a game of Pong, even playing to the point that they pass out. The A story has Bill depressed because he feels like he's just a cog in the machine in the army. An idea that's never been visited before, and it's great to see such creative ideas over at our friends at King of the Hill. With him in despair, Hank decides to take him to the one place he can get help: church. Much like Bobby on Track, I don't mind Hank doing the whole church thing in this episode because it's really the only time it happens in the entire season. They held back, and I think it works for the betterment of the episode. Bill starts to feel better about himself after helping Reverend Stroop, who is laying it on thick that she is into Bill and available. However, Bill is enchanted by the siren song of men's show choir. Bill gets lost in a group that accepts him and makes him feel unique. He ostracizes his friends, abandons his job, and gets swept up in the flare of men's choir. Sure enough, he uses all his sick and vacation days for the good of the choir, and is at risk of being considered AWOL if he doesn't come back to work at, the army. So Hank and the gang have to get him back, even having Hank unleash Dale in a last-ditch effort to snap Bill out of it in glorious, insulting fashion. I mean, it is the best Dale monologue you have heard in a minute. It's an odd season finale, but I gotta say I like it a whole lot more than Talking Shop. It goes out on a high note that has all the guys coming together for Bill and gives us a low-consequence B-story of Bobby and Peggy bonding over an old arcade game. It doesn't try to be more than what it is and shines as just a high note to walk out on. It Ain't Over Until the Fat Neighbor Sings is an on-tempo 9 out of 10. And there we have it, that's season 9! Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Season 9 was honestly short and sweet. It had some less than stellar episodes, but overall the season never outstayed its welcome, and actually did a great job of adding Lucky in as a new main character. Season 10 is going to be interesting. We're going to get some very intriguing episodes, including one of the worst Peggy episodes of the entire series. We'll get Lumber guest starring, the proper introduction of the Arlen bystander crew, the worst episode of the series, and even a jackass with a heart of gold. So don't run in a glen before we talk about Season 10. It's Season 10! The season that probably has that episode of King of the Hill you can't stand. Which episode? That fluctuates, but a good number of the episodes I see people talk about come from this season. So I gotta ask, what worked? What failed? What artistic clownery will be curtailed? Where have you been? It's time to review Season 10. Hank and Bill get ditched by Dale and Boomhauer, who go on their private fishing trip every year. However, this year Hank finds out they've been doing it and forces them to take Bill along, and turns into a family trip, much to the chagrin of Dale and Boomhauer. And so, the whole family heads to the beach for a relaxing weekend, and when Bill gets to ride in the A car, while Hank has to fall back into the B car, Hank finds out they weren't avoiding Bill, they were avoiding him. He was too strict and told them too much of what they could and couldn't do. They go off and have a great time while Hank feels dejected. Peggy and Bobby go metal detecting on the beach and fight for space with the local detectees, even having to fight dirty by the end. Hank decides to relax thanks to Peggy's advice and goes out on the boat with the gang and starts having a blast until they all jump off the boat and no one set up the ladder before doing it. The gang are now stranded, and they reveal that the ride was chaos without Hank, and that he's the tether that, for better or worse, keeps them all alive. Thanks to Hank's quick thinking and Dale's emergency sig, they're able to get rescued and come home shaken, but okay. Not gonna think about the ship or them having to be rescued or anything, just happy they all walk into the sunset together. It's a contained episode that really only works as a later season episode. We have seen tons of examples of Hank acting like this throughout the series. The further into the series this episode is, the more effective it is, and I think it makes for an excellent Season 10 premiere. Hank's on board is a high C's 9 out of 10. Oh look, it's the start of the Arlen bystander arc. Peggy is a journalist for a little bit. That's it. The Arlen bystander is under new management, and they've decided to fire their grown, uncomfortable, confrontational paper boys, more like paper men, for actual kids. Meanwhile, Peggy goes to interview with the Arlen bystander for a role and ends up having to come up with down-home cleaning solutions. She and Min team up so Min extracts cleaning tips from Lauma, who is only on the phone and has no lines, and then gives them to Peggy in exchange for that day's crossword puzzle. When Min can't help her anymore, Peggy inadvertently writes a recipe for mustard gas and almost takes out the whole town. The B story has Dale begging Bobby to take over his paperboy route, and he can sleep in the Winnebago while he does it. Bobby gets to wake up before the sun, get into a grown man's van, and sleep while that grown man chucks papers and tears up people's lawns, offering van-to-door service. It's a, very weird, very dated episode. Go ahead, correct me. Tell me the last time you read a newspaper. That being said, it's weird, but it works. The Peggy and Dale stories are exactly what those characters would do, and having Min and Khan attached to the story actually gives it that extra depth. I didn't talk about it in Smoking and the Bandit, though I do encourage you to revisit that episode after watching this one, just so you can see what was supposed to happen. But Jenkins, everyone's favorite sassy one-eyed reporter, was actually played by the late Henry Gibson, who I gotta say makes a side character that will continue to pop up through the series, and is honestly one of the most positive additions to the later seasons. Like, even after Peggy moves away from being a journalist, he's still around. He will be around until the final season, if only in some appearances, as he would pass in 2009. Bystand Me is a recipe for an 8 out of 10. Hank and the family fall horribly ill, and when they can't take care of themselves, Bill jumps into action to nurse the Hills back to health. That's a really noble thing for him to do. Good on Bill for looking out. Bobby and Peggy make different promises to God if they make it through their illness, Peggy even swearing she'd learn how to ride a bike since she grew up riding horses. And when the family is all healed up, Bill tries to poison them to get to take care of them a little longer. There it is. There's the Bill ruining part of it. Hank miraculously isn't kicking Bill out of their house and banning him from ever coming near his family again, but instead he's helping him channel his caring nature into helping run a halfway house out of his own home. We get the return of Appleseed, who tells us he is in fact an alcoholic. Bill burns himself out caring for other people, and Hank has to fix the problem. You've seen it before. Bill's House is the most Bill episode to ever focus on Bill, and you're either going to love or hate it. Personally, I think the jokes keep the episode up, and the Peggy Bobby B story at least helps the episode along. We keep getting these cuts to her not being able to swim or ride a bike, and it's a sweet moment between her and Bobby. The leader of the halfway home group is a perfectly slimy person to hate. I just kinda wish it was a special guest star instead of just David Herman again. He's not a bad actor by any means, and he plays his characters well. I've just heard that Draper voice so many times. It's the exact same one from the timeshare episode or in Redcorn Gambles with His Future, which just had that with a little bit more of a Yiddish touch. It feels more like a placeholder than anything, like they were going to put something else there. I don't know, the episode just feels samey and bland in a lot of parts. It's a perfectly okay 7 out of 10 that is really hoisted up by the jokes. If the writing didn't feel as fresh as it did, it'd be just a slog. Instead, it at least feels more lighthearted and plays off of itself well. When Hank finds out his beloved Tea Kettle Rock formation has been defaced, he goes to the city manager to get it cleaned up. Vance Gilbert, the city manager, is actually played by voice and screen legend Gary Cole, who you'd recognize from everything from Office Space to Family Guy. He's Birdman, attorney at law. He's in the Brady Bunch movie. You know him, you love him, he's an icon of comedy. Peggy begins to do a deep dive into the history of the tea kettle to find a reason for it to get cleaned up, and actually discovers that Arlen was founded by women and was known as Harlan. Well, it goes deeper. Turns out these women were professionals of their trade and were two outstandingly talented madames that put Harlan, or Harlottown, on the map. Hank tells Peggy she can't share this history, but she's duty-bound by her journalistic integrity to tell the whole truth, which is honestly pretty respectable. She puts out the article and people are intrigued. It even gets the city manager to call them to his office, and he wants to clean the tea kettle and open a heritage museum, which Hank is completely opposed to. He tries to petition while the rest of the city celebrates this dug-up part of their history. Then, Vance goes behind Peggy's back and announces that the Texas Adult Film Awards will be held in Arlen, and there will be a whole museum of prostitution now! Again, it's overstepping what should make sense. Hank helping two adult film stars, including Candy, played by Shannon Elizabeth, and they get this big change of heart and convince all the other adult entertainers to leave Arlen? Sure, fine, yeah, I guess. Honestly, the whole rediscovered history of Arlen is kind of swept under the rug by the second half, and it's like they're trying to rectify a completely different thing. Yes, Hank brings up that the city was founded by women, but it never goes further than that. It never comes back to that. It just sort of drones on. Like, at its core, their initial plan was solid. A heritage museum and a kind of racy backstory to the town could draw much needed tourism. Remember Hank's cowboy movie? He should have been all on board if he really cared about Arlen. Instead, he goes back to his sensibilities, and it's just weird and kinda out of character. He makes a lot of odd calls this season, and not a ton I agree with. Also, what award show is willing to be held in a pork processing town? It wants you in shock and laughing so you don't ask questions about how they get from point A to point B. The first half of the episode is really solid and shows Peggy at her best. The second half feels completely disjointed and like a radical jump needed to justify Hank being upset. Harlottown is a leg-lifting 7 out of 10. The B story? The neighborhood plays kickball in the street, and while Dale was picked last, it's actually John Redcorn that is just the absolute worst player. Alright, cool, that's out of the way. The A story. Bobby is goofing around and experimenting with prop comedy at school and church, much to Hank's embarrassment. Hank, determined to put an end to this, signs Bobby up for a community college course about learning to be a clown. Professor Twilly, the avant-garde master of the craft of commedia dell'arte, is played by comedy legend Paul F. Tompkins, aka Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman, an iconic voice playing a less than iconic character. Yeah, Bobby goes from just being a lovable class clown to learning about the nuance to the he, the ha, and the ha-ha. It's a lot like media studies. You learn all the different elements of media criticism so that you can look at different artifacts under an assortment of lenses. But if you stop halfway through your studies, you end up with Wes Anderson as your favorite director, and you're begging for a chance to talk about how he's inspired by the classic German filmmaker Ernst Lubitsch. Professor Twilly is someone so self-absorbed and uses their craft as a means of acting superior to everyone else. This was written by someone that had a media criticism professor they hated. It's too specific and too accurate for that to not be the case. On the plus side, Bobby learns about the deeper levels of comedy and joke delivery. He just learns it from a guy who doesn't play his audience. Bobby's character is Tartuffe, the spry wonder dog, which seems very inspired by Doggy back in Dances with Dogs, and just, yeah. Hank sees his son about to make a fool of himself on stage and begs him to use his props instead of the clownery shenaniganery, and the episode ends. I like the kickball parts, and Paul F. Tompkins brings it 10,000%. It just reminds you of Bobby's comedic roots, and you want to see it actually reinforced so bad. I don't know, I really want to love this season, I do, but there's some struggle bus episodes coming up. A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Clown is a hee-hawed 6 out of 10. Khan gets invited to Ted's house and he falls in love with his pool, and Ted introduces him to Ngok Fong, a legendary Laotian guerrilla fighter, and they judge Khan for forgetting his Laotian heritage. Khan just really wants a pool. He doesn't really care. He looks at that pool and he's like, man, that is the American dream right there. I want a pool. Hank and the gang offer to build it for him if they get to use the pool from time to time. I really love how the gang comes together and they just build a pool. That's terrific. All of that is great. Ted then pressures Khan into being a better Laotian, and so he decides to uproot all of his Western ways and try and live like a true Laotian should, even offering to sign up for the guerrilla fighter training, even though he's, a soft and squishy computer developer. Meanwhile, you keep seeing Ted in a giant mansion driving imported cars and proud of his giant pool. He guilts Khan because he knows Khan can be guilted. I really like that Khan does try and encourage Connie to embrace their roots, but you can see it's a struggle for the whole house. Ted is just a miserable antagonist that exists to put Khan down, but it works. Because every time you see the businessman of the town, there's Ted. Ted is so ingrained in Arlen that he is such a perfect antagonist. The episode does a great job of humanizing Khan and really showing he just wants to be happy. He just wants to raise his family in peace. Even by the end, he tells Ted that he's just gonna live his life while Bobby saves Bill from choking yet again. The episode has a lot of solid, wholesome moments and is honestly probably one of the strongest Khan episodes of the entire series. He and Min are handled incredibly well and it just works for their characters. I appreciate what the episode is doing, and honestly, it's one of the star episodes of the season. Orange You Said I Did Say Banana is a deep end diving 8 out of 10. Hank has managed to lead his baseball team, the Zephyrs, to an undefeated season where they speak at Tom Landry Middle School and find out that the school had to take away the baseball team due to funding, and so Hank is determined to get it back. He finds out about the Ace and his Diamonds, who will do a bunch of wacky plays, and then when they beat the other team, they turn around and give the money to the charity they were playing for anyway, because they're just that nice. The Ace is played by John Schneider, who's probably most famous for playing Bo Duke in The Dukes of Hazzard, but fun fact, he was also the runner-up in Season 10 of The Masked Singer as the Donut. Don't Google anything else about him, but that's wild, that's interesting. Anyway, Hank decides that he's gonna beat the Ace and give him a game he never saw coming. That's right, Hank wants to effectively beat the Harlem Globetrotter squad of baseball with a tight control game of bunts and walks. He doesn't get the joke. He doesn't put one and one together. He would be a nightmare at any wrestling show. The team practices, and on the night of the event, they try to play for real, understandably to the Ace's disappointment, and he decides to play for real, blowing them out of the water and humiliating them in front of the entire stadium before taking the check and walking off. They didn't play by the rules. Hank and the gang go to apologize to him and ask him to give them another chance, where they'll let him get whatever plays he wants off of them, and when he refuses, they start to tip his trailer over and threaten to do it in every city he visits until he pays them. Hank does a wacky little shakedown. Like, the episode doesn't end with them laughing and getting into little goof plays and tee-hee, oh what a wacky little adventure. It ends with the Ace giving Hank the check so they'll leave him alone and reinstating the baseball team. There's no message, there's no proper conclusion, just, we'll harass you till you pay us. Regardless of how the Ace acted, he was justifiably upset. I don't know, this is an episode where they had one joke that they wanted to do and didn't have a way to resolve it. If this was an earlier season, I'd say this was the most Mike Judge thing ever. Calm and collected Hank just going, screw it, shake the trailer. But they don't even give us that manic energy. It's toothless yet aggressive. It's like getting bitten by a frog. It's not gonna do anything, but they're gonna do it. I loved the episode. I just wish it had a better hook to hang the end of the episode on. You Gotta Believe in Moderation is a walk-worthy 7 out of 10. It's career fair time, and Bobby doesn't want to work at Strickland, instead wants to see what else is available. Joseph signs up for the Strickland work study, which drives Hank insane. Bobby runs into an entrepreneur who is more than happy to take him under his wing in the fast-paced, exciting world of domestic waste removal. Peter Sterling would actually be played by Johnny Knoxville. We forget that Johnny Knoxville is an actual actor. If you've heard his voice work, he's actually really solid. Man is multi-talented and multifaceted. You don't build an empire with your friends without some kind of that razzle-dazzle magic. He's an Agent Elvis and he was a Ninja Turtle, so you know, the man stays busy. And yeah, no, Bobby works in waste removal to the disgust of Hank and Peggy, but he shows a real talent for it and desire to go out on his own. Peter works mostly with high-end clients, he answers a very real demand, and has all the proper tools for sanitation, and makes a mint. Like you'd think Hank would respect that kind of work ethic and be proud that Bobby is stepping out on his own to answer a need in his community. Instead, he thinks that Bobby isn't attractive enough to be able to pull off a career like that, and he has Peter pretend to get beaten up to deter Bobby from the job. He gets beaten up by Jimmy Witchard because David Herman needs to do Jimmy every season, otherwise he implodes like a collapsing star. I'm so tired of Jimmy. He was fine the first 2 times, and then they kept bringing him out. He's like, I like cans. I was like, I don't care. Hank of the earlier seasons wouldn't have a problem with this, and it feels like such a non-issue. Have them run foul of a Buck scheme or something, where Buck is trying to monopolize on waste removal and they get into like a terrain war or something. There are so many ways you could have added conflict into the episode, and they chose the laziest option. This episode just doesn't make sense anymore, and it's definitely one of my least favorite of the season. Like, this should be celebrated in Bobby, and instead, they just completely put him down. Business is Picking Up is a steaming 4 out of 10. Con gets inspired by a late-night get-rich-quick scheme and decides to invest in a turnkey operation. Hank and the gang hang out at the car wash where Boomhauer impresses the ladies with his wheels, and Hank brings Buck along to try and help him get his groove back. However, Buck and Con end up going into business together, and Buck loans Hank to Con to fix up the car wash and make some extra money off of it. Con abuses Hank's dedicated work ethic and even tries to be his own get-rich-quick scheme hype beast in the form of Mr. Quarters. Look, unless you're wearing a suit made of question marks and teaching people how to save the most on their taxes, that ain't the move, Chief. You're doing it wrong. And so yeah, Con pushes Hank to quit and Buck teaches him a thing or two about not abusing your golden goose. Like, it's great to see that Buck cares about Hank, but also he was willing to throw away his project at a moment's notice and lend his greatest worker to a car wash of a man he knows hates Hank. I don't know. The Buck thing just feels sort of manipulative the more you think on it. Orange You Sad is the better Con episode, but I think it does focus on an important element of his character. It's great to see Min be so supportive of Con as well, but that's about where the positives end. The Year of Washing Dangerously is a fine background noise episode that is best watched late at night when you're slipping in and out of sleep. It has a satisfying payoff, but isn't something you need to dedicate your attention to. The Year of Washing Dangerously is a washed up 6 out of 10. Man, I hope you all are fans of the show American Chopper. American Chopper was a series in the 2000s that had a family building custom motorcycles, and it was pretty popular, even spawning more than its fair share of memes. It focused on Paul Teetle Sr. and his sons, Michael and Paul Jr., and sure enough, they all guest star in this episode and are the most interesting part of the whole thing. Buck is stuck in a gruesome price war with the other gas boys, and so he pays American Chopper to come to the Propane Expo and make the other gas giants jealous. Well, the American Chopper crew don't bring a bike and gets them all into a propane-fueled brawl. A legendary gaseous smackdown. Hank tries to get everyone to work together and end the harassment, and inadvertently causes the gas boys to get into a wily case of price fixing. Now, all of the A story is just fine, Hank has to wear a wire and convince them to stop their price gouging before they get absolutely legally eviscerated, and they use the American Chopper guys to cause some wacky disturbance. It's, whatever, it's fine. But we get the return of Lucky for a proper B story, where Brownsville Station is doing a reunion tour, and he's going to be the first one in line to pick up the tickets. I have to believe Tom Petty was just genuinely a fan of Brownsville Station, especially with how much he talked about other bands he loved. It's such a wholesome little B story where they stake out this empty theater just waiting to get the tickets, and then waiting in line where they're very obviously the first people to even know, let alone care. There's no conflict, there's nothing else. It's literally just them waiting for tickets. They don't have to fight a scalper or run into any hazards. They are literally just there to wait for the tickets. Honestly, this Lucky story is such a breath of fresh air to the whole season. It really goes to show how genuine Tom Petty was when he played Lucky. There was a true love in his delivery that made him a much-needed talent in the cast. I'll also say, like I haven't touched on it this season, but Danny Trejo has been absolutely delivering as Enrique throughout the entire show, and it just needs to be celebrated how animated he can make his voice. It makes the episode a must-watch. Hank Fixes Everything is a price gouge 9 out of 10, saved entirely by the delight of the B story. The Hills run late for church and lose their usual spot and get into a tiff with Reverend Stroop because she supported a new family in the church and doesn't believe in assigned seats. The Hills decide to try the new megachurch because it has a ton of shops and opportunities after hopping around to the different churches their friends recommend. It's a weird little collection of cutaway gags. It's odd and it definitely feels a little out of place, but the comedic timing is still there and some of them are legitimately funny. And so the Hills had to find their place in the new megachurch beast. The Reverend of the megachurch is Reverend Neely, played by Antoine Patton, aka the rapper Big Boy, aka the other half of Outkast. Peggy starts to assist the church, and Hank and Bobby start getting involved in an almost constant deluge of megachurch activities. Naturally, Peggy annoys the Reverend because that's just who she is, and after a midnight showing of The Passion, they hobble home. Yeah, it all just kinda implodes from there. Hank runs home to avoid church and watch some football and finds God through everyone's favorite hero, Lucky. Lucky decides to take Hank to his place of worship and get absolutely ripped in the name of the good Lord. Hank denounces going to church and his family denounces him. After a talk with the good Reverend Neely, Hank gets a divine message and he goes back to Stroop and sends the Smiths over to the megachurch while strong-arming the Reverend into getting his assigned seats at the church, lest he sell more people on the beauty of the megachurch. Again, Hank threatens the Reverend to get his spots. Who is this Hank Hill? Why is he jumping to this so quickly? I don't know. There's some solid writing to the episode, but man, oh manity, it is rough the more it drags on. It never truly finds its conclusion and just sort of steamrolls into it. Church hopping is a firmly devout 5 out of 10. Buck gets kicked out of Jug Store Cowboys, a gentleman's club, and is banned, so he has to spend more time at work and less money at the club. However, he gets infatuated with the way the cashiers at the ice creamery down the way spruce up their sales and tries to incorporate it into how he runs Strickland. One of the cashiers is played by Justin Long, who would make recurring appearances throughout the show. Meanwhile, Peggy uses her press pass to get free stuff and tries to get Bobby grandfathered into the perks. And so Hank has to help Strickland Propane get free of Buck, so he has to fix things at Jug Store Cowboys and get the owner and Buck to make up. It's simple, but the jokes are solid and it at least feels like a familiar episode of King of the Hill. I honestly think it's one of the best Strickland A stories that involves everyone. Again, absolutely, Toby Huss as Joe Jack is great, but Danny Trejo is really bringing it as Enrique, and it just works. And we cannot ignore Stephen Root as Buck Strickland, who just brings such an impassioned, wild man to life as only he can. We're also getting more of Donna having speaking lines, so that's fun. It's not like she'll trap everyone in MySpace or anything. 24-Hour Propane People is an episode you can predict at this point, and it doesn't do much of anything new, but that's honestly okay. It feels like one of the last solid gasps of the quality King of the Hill in this season. From here, it's a sharp decline to the season finale. I'm just gonna be real with you. You gotta appreciate that an actual iota of care was put into this episode, and of all the episodes of the season, this is the one I ironically revisit the most. 24-hour propane, people, is a solid gas of an 8 out of 10. Bobby wants designer jeans to impress Amy to go to a party. But when he goes to Hank and asks for $100 for jeans, he gets shot down and told to get a job. Remember that high-paying job that Bobby was excited about that Hank sabotaged? You know, from just 5 episodes ago? The show doesn't. Hank tells Bobby that someone who makes his own money is his own man and can't be told what to do with his money. And so Bobby is determined to earn his jeans. He becomes a sign twirler to earn the jeans and gets bullied by the cool kids. Then they run into panhandlers, including Derek, played by Dax Shepard. Bobby then decides to be like the cool panhandlers and panhandle himself alongside Joseph as they try and learn the mystic arts of being so cool they just hand you the money. They get their groove on and are so cool and laid back, everyone gawks, and they panhandle. Bobby buys dinner for his parents, and Hank can't say how proud of him he truly is. And then he finds out about him begging and yanks him out of it and turns him around and has to give away all of his earnings, so Derek convinces him to give them all of his earnings. He gets a date and goes back to Derek to get it back, and Derek and the gang just walk off. Bobby goes back for another job and starts handing out vasectomy coupons to pay for his date while calling out the panhandlers for just pretending to need money, and the episode ends with Spongy getting his spot on the street back. It's Hank telling Bobby to get a job and then dealing with the consequences. It just feels like an episode that if you marathon the season, when you get to business is picking up, it just looks like Hank shot himself in the foot. Bobby had a successful business where he would have been his own boss and had a mentor excited to teach him the ropes. They showed it could be highly lucrative, and Hank scared him away from a perfectly good opportunity, and now he's panhandling. The episode isn't anything. It's just this fluff that doesn't even have solid jokes to carry you through. And the thing that bugs me the most is all the stuff with Lucky is canon. They keep adding to the canon. They keep adding, Peggy is a journalist. That plays into Harlottown. That's something from the previous season and this season. There are season-long narratives that are included, but then they'll also just forget episodes out of the blue for no good reason. There is no rhyme or reason to it, and that's why the Texas Panhandler is a begging 3 out of 10. Hey, it's the episode no one wants to watch. The Hills get new neighbors in Jim and Lila. Jim, played by frequent star of the show Scott Clace, and Lila, played by special guest Ricky Lake. The two also have a son, Caleb, played by Kyle Butcher, who has shown up in previous episodes. Caleb is 10, and just a horribly selfish kid that starts to harass the family. Meanwhile, Dale has to store his animal corpses in the fridge until he can dispose of them in bulk and discovers the wild world of taxidermy. Peggy is intrigued by Dale's work and wants to join in and compete with her storytelling prowess. Caleb pops up and starts ruining Hank's garage and tormenting him. Hank, now labeled Dusty Old Bones, has a bully. Say it with me, gang, everyone's favorite line. Dusty old bones, full of green dust. Such a powerful insult. It spans generations. It lives timelessly in your head. I would go down to the schoolyard and call all the bullies dusty old bones and talk about how they were full of green dust. Everyone says this line. And the parents tell Hank to just ignore him and let their little genius figure things out. When Caleb pushes Hank too far, however, Hank takes his bike and tells him he can earn it back if he shows some respect, and the parents decide to, call the cops on Hank, who everyone in the neighborhood proceeds to judge. Just like Miss Wakefield. Again, Hank has done everything to try and be controlled and mature in this situation. Hank then turns to Bobby to help him fight Caleb. Bobby then starts harassing Jim and Lila like Caleb did to Hank, giving the parents a taste of their own medicine. He starts to harass them until they finally stand up to their son. Dale and Peggy make a squirrel-shaped signing of the Declaration of Independence that proceeds to catch fire when plugged in. Hank's bully is a concept stretched way too thin just for the sake of padding. I wish the B story was interesting enough to make the episode worth watching, but it just doesn't have any payoff. Peggy joins Dale in pursuing taxidermy and they fail. End of story. Give them a win. Show that their creativity earned them something, and then you have Dale plug it in and it smolders. It trips over itself right at the last possible punchline and falls on its own knuckles and gets a black eye. Hank's Bully is a nothing episode that doesn't showcase the actors, doesn't have really any jokes to hold the episode on, and has Hank doing his third shakedown of the season. He's more like Tony Soprano at this point than he is Hank Hill. He is the Hank that knocks. He truly is the Mac Daddy of Heimlich County, a Heimlich Heisenberg. He has Bobby hold the parents at squirt point to fix his problem. Another shakedown. This isn't it. Hank's Bully is a dusty 2 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. Oh, and it's a lucky episode. That means, legally, it has to be good. Peggy still hates Lucky, and he shows off his code of honor by giving Hank back the shaving cream he borrowed. Bobby loves Lucky, Luann loves him, and he's a devout fan of the Game Show Network. He could be a lot worse, but it's understandable why Peggy hates him. She wants Luann to better herself and move away from the trailer park lifestyle. However, when Lucky approaches Peggy to teach him to earn his GED, she tries to blow him off until Hank convinces her to at least help. And to his credit, Lucky actually did his homework early to get ahead. Lucky follows his code, and no matter what, even if it's detrimental, he's going to stick to it. He tells Peggy that if he gets his GED, he's going to ask Luann to marry him. Peggy spirals when she sees Luann enthusiastically polishing Lucky's truck and decides to completely sabotage Lucky's education, an affront to everything she stood for as a teacher. She didn't give up on the flying Hawaiian when he gave her time after time. Here, Lucky is actually applying himself, and she decides to actively sabotage him, to give him intentionally wrong answers. He's been a completely trusting student, and she completely abuses it. Jimmy Witchard shows up at the test. Yay. Woo. Sure enough, Lucky fails because of course he did, and he can't marry Luann now, who reveals that she's pregnant. They both crumble at the revelation, and Peggy actually feels some amount of guilt. She even later tells Lucky she sabotaged him and that she doesn't have a code of honor. Okay. Here's where you had a resolution and you go way off the line. Lucky reveals his ancestors all had shotgun weddings, so Hank has to hold a shotgun while he proposes to Luann to make it work. Like, there's no consequences for Peggy at all. She gets away with jeopardizing his future and betraying his trust. Instead of just helping him get his GED, she sets up a shotgun wedding. He could have just retested. You can do that. It could have actually been a real moment of reconciliation between the two, but nope. It's just point and laugh at Lucky's weird code. There's no B story. There's nothing to distract from it either. It's just a race to the bottom and to get to the credits. The only resolution is Lucky gets engaged to Luann, who's pregnant. That's it. There could have been more, but there wasn't. Every time I look at the episode, I think of what could have been. Tom Petty works his hardest with Lucky this episode, and it's just for the sake of nothing. Edumacating Lucky is one of the worst season finales and one of the lowest points Peggy has ever reached. It's an understudied 3 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 10. Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? What was your least favorite episode? Most favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. Season 10 was a lot of things, but confusing would probably be the best way to describe it. It set up some things as a new canon and completely ignores others. It's the last we really see of Luann's growth as a character before the next season, and while there were some okay episodes, this season really did have some of the worst the show has to offer. That being said, we only have 3 more seasons to go, and man, what a batch of episodes they are. Season 11 will be the shortest season of the show and even had a potential series finale in it. We'll get some big guest stars, some returning greats, and Hank gets into those pesky video games. There's a lot to delve in when we cover Season 11. It's Season 11! What a journey it's been. This season we're gonna get the shortest episode order and some wild episodes covering everything from A to ZZ Top. So, what worked? What failed? What snake invasion of Arlen can be curtailed? There's only one way to see. Don't go back to watch Season 7, because it's time to review Season 11. 7 and 11 are the worst to rhyme. I have rhymed 7 and 11 more than a few times, and I refuse to stop. It's the season premiere! Peggy, while at her usual shoe store, runs into Carolyn, who is absolutely blown away by Peggy's sense of fashion. Carolyn being a drag queen who thinks that Peggy is a fellow sister of the craft. Peggy having no idea Carolyn is a drag queen. This was back in 2007, where drag was not nearly as prevalent in mainstream media as it is today. RuPaul's Drag Race didn't even start airing until 2009, so the mainstream popularity was still a ways off. Meanwhile, Bobby and Joseph find a joke book, and every time they try and prank someone, good things happen to them instead. Peggy gets devastated when she finds out Carolyn thought she was a man, and Carolyn, on Hank's advice, takes Peggy to a meetup/clothes swap so she can see her fashion is celebrated as being strong and unique. I know that's the cliff notes of the episode, but honestly, it's not the story that matters, but rather the acting. There's a genuine spirit to the episode, and I gotta say it does shine through. It's one of the strongest Peggy episodes and gives Peggy a sense of community she's been largely denied outside of a doctor with a love of feet. Hank being oblivious to everything going on? That's on brand, but it's never treated in any malicious way. Everyone is just trying to live their lives how they want to, and the ending shot feels way more earned than, say, the end of Edumacating Lucky. The Peggy Horror Picture Show is one of the strongest later season episodes of King of the Hill, only bogged down by the B story being more dull or even annoying than anything. There's still a magic to this show that does peek out, and this is a great display of it. The Peggy Horror Picture Show is essential reading and an 8 out of 10. Lucky gets Bobby a python and it escapes into the toilet, and now Hank is afraid the snake may come back. So he goes to animal control and demands that they do their job. Rollo, played by Randall Reeder, and Tommy, played by legendary actor John Goodman, a man that is known in no small part for his voice acting. He was the lead star in Father of the Bride after all, and nothing else. Fun fact about that weird show, Donkey from Shrek guest stars actually played by Eddie Murphy. Father of the Bride was an odd show made for its time. Yeah, no, the animal control guys milk the snake situation for all it's worth, so they can finally get the recognition they feel they deserve, and Hank gets Dale to join up with his heroes and get to the bottom of the snake infestation. Dale fights for the animal control guys to do their jobs, and local ordinance is changed. Huzzah! I don't know. I feel like John Goodman would have been used better in an earlier season. Really give him something to sink his teeth into. Love or hate them, he went all in for Hound in the Bayverse Transformers. The man has a vocal range rivaled by very few, and you have an opportunity to really give him a character worth his name. Dr. Vizosa, great, iconic. Ms. Liz or Debbie, fantastic characters for any actor to really go in on. Tommy is just muted in comparison. This is a man that made Coen's brothers movies sing. He can act, he can do great voice acting, but here he's just sorta set to the side. Sure, they give Tommy a ton of lines, but it's all this bureaucratic nonsense. He doesn't have any quirky traits that make him something more to play off of. He's no Alabaster Jones. I don't know, it's just jarring to hear John Goodman's voice come out of Tommy. Remember when award-winning actor Michael Keaton was a pig man? Give us something like that. Give us the self-insert Brad Pitt Patch Boomhauer. Anything is better than Tommy. That being said, it is an excellent Dale episode that shows how into exterminating he truly is. Sir Punt is okay. You'll forget you even saw it after the credits roll. It just, man, the episode doesn't deserve the guest star it has. Sir Punt is a snake in the grass, 5 out of 10. Bill has no heir to pass his legacy to and starts to buckle. He then does a genealogy exam to try and find his living relatives. And the genealogist even fires up the Google to really blow his socks off. What a time. What a time to be alive. And yeah, after the report comes back, he finds out there are only 2 living Dautrives, himself and Gilbert. Now, I have been hard on David Herman characters recently, like Jimmy, but please understand, it's because the man is a talented actor who has so much range that those examples stick out the way that they do. We get the return of Gilbert, and it might be the best David Herman performance ever. Man is inspired when he slips into the Gilbert voice. This is a voice you can tell he really loved doing. However, this is where the episode gets a little confusing. Bobby bakes a cake and thinks it's something he could be good at, to the disappointment of Hank. You know, the same Hank that was excited to have Bobby cook Thanksgiving, or ate his roast, or celebrate his son's culinary achievements. Nope, forget all that. He shames his son for wearing oven mitts. Now I'll say this is where I, as a barbecue lover, love this episode. Bill needs a pit hand and has Bobby help with the barbecue on Hank's recommendation so he can learn a real cooking art. However, when given options between stacking bricks and hauling wood, Bobby just sneaks off. However, Bill even defends Bobby when Hank starts pushing him on the design. He knows that Bobby didn't help, but he doesn't hold it against him. And when the spread is done, only Gilbert shows up, his only living relative. Gilbert has made a publication to preserve his part of the Dautrive name. The Hills have some of the barbecue, and it's the best thing they've ever had, and they think that Bobby helped with it, so he's racked with guilt until he admits he had no hand in it. Everyone loves Bill's barbecue, and Bill actually finds a way to share his legacy by sharing his barbecue with the world. Buck even brings in investors for Bill's food, and it's actually amazing seeing Bill put so much care into his food, and Bobby feeling guilty as he comes to him, hat in hand, actually wanting to help. Bobby, without any coaxing, went to make things right and learn from Bill. However, Gilbert sees that Bill is trying to pass on the Dautrive recipe and lashes out, devastating Bill. A man whose passion is his food is brought to nothing by his only blood family. Make no mistake, Gilbert is a horrible person in this episode. You are absolutely right to hate his guts, but I genuinely believe he is so hateable because of David Herman's outstanding performance. Only he can say pocket weenies and have it hit with that much weight. Bill fights for his barbecue, and Gilbert still won't budge even when offered the profits. He goes home ready to be devastated by being all alone, and instead, Bill finds Bobby in his kitchen whipping up a variation of his sauce. Bill wants to pass his barbecue on through Bobby. Outside of one or two nitpicks, this episode is why I can't brush with broad strokes about this season, or really any season of the show. Blood and Sauce is one of the best Bill episodes of all time, and is one of the strongest, if not the best episode of the season. Blood and Sauce is a rare hit that can evoke raw emotion and just gut punches you with expert proficiency. The Bobby and Bill story makes you forget all the past stories, and it just gives you something so genuine and pure. Two people sharing a love of cooking, and someone passing down their cooking secrets to the next generation. Yeah. Blood and Sauce encapsulates the magic of King of the Hill. I don't have to tell you it's a 10 out of 10 episode, but it is. And it still has that emotional core that makes the series sing when it hits just right. So you have John Goodman as a guest star in this episode, one of the last Dautrives or something. Give him a bigger character to play, that's all I'm saying! We get the return of Luann working at Jack's, and we find out that Luann never got to go to prom. Lucky is going stumpin'. He goes to follow his gentleman's pursuit, and Luann feels understandably dejected. Bill has tinnitus. Lucky recruits Hank and the gang into hunting a golden stump of walnut wood. Turns out this stump is his great white whale. Fixing his winch is what caused him to slip on that there pee-pee at the Costco, and it's all connected. He is on a mission, and I gotta say, I respect that hustle. I respect that he has this project. I think anyone can respect the passion in a good old boy quest. Getting a stump out of the ground, that gets you a hell yeah right there. If that was all there was to the episode, just Hank and Lucky bonding as they get a stump out, I genuinely think the episode would have been great. But it isn't. Luann gets invited to prom, and Luann decides to go with a child to prom to get back at Lucky for ignoring her. Yeah. Fun fact, Kevin, the boy that Luann is using for revenge, is played by Jack DeSena, who you'd probably recognize as Sokka in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Elvin and Muddubber, grown men and convicts, start to threaten the child for taking their buddy's girl to prom. Yeah. To Jack DeSena's credit, he does a great job playing Kevin, which, I mean, he's super talented, but still, it needs to be said and respected. Kevin makes the very smart choice when two grown men threaten to take him out to not take Luann to prom. Peggy then forces a child to take her adult niece to prom. Like, when they go to That's Amore, the menu is literally just Comic Sans over a backdrop, and that's how empty this episode feels. Lucky feels like he should apologize to Luann and drives off right in the middle of stumping to make things right. For the record, Hank and the gang did exactly nothing wrong in this, and honestly, if Lucky had just communicated with Luann, it all would have been fine. There is nothing worse than miscommunication being the conflict in an episode. This just feels like the point of no return for Luann as a character. Remember when she was independent, was going to school, or tried to be better? Now she's throwing high school kids in the middle of her drama with her fiancé. Lucky even hands Luann over for her prom date and then proceeds to dance with her to 25 or 624 in a gymnasium full of a bunch of confused kids. Like with the Bobby episodes, it made sense that they were awkward because being a kid is awkward. This is just bad. This is a 4 out of 10, really only saved by Hank and the gang loving stumping and Kevin. Every other element just feels tacked on and crazy for the sake of being crazy. Luann Gets Lucky is an episode that just doesn't go anywhere and belongs nowhere. The Hills have a voicemail! Exciting things this episode, very exciting. Cotton is getting rid of his Cadillac. You know, the one he didn't buy back, got back, and then was mentioned to need to buy it back again. Well, he's got it. Don't think about it, and now he's finally selling it. And to who? Hank's cousin Dusty. Dusty Hill. A.K.A. Dusty Hill from ZZ Top. Billy Gibbons, Dusty Hill, and Frank Beard would all guest star in the episode as themselves. Fun fact, Billy Gibbons was actually a recurring actor in Bones, and Frank Beard is the one that doesn't have a beard. Hank is embarrassed by his famous cousin who constantly pranks him. Hank isn't a fan of ZZ Top. Hank isn't a fan of true classic rock. Man, it sure would be awkward if he looked up to Willie Nelson or had a love of music in previous seasons and he hasn't touched his guitar for a minute. I wish Hank was actually a fan of Dusty because I think it would have worked better in the grand scheme. But when Dusty comes to visit, Hank agrees to let him hang out when it's revealed that he's actually putting together a reality show and wants Hank in on it. What an episode. The producer, Paul Portis, is played by Will Arnett well before he got that Lego bank. It's wild hearing him in this episode and yet familiar all the same. And they find out that Hank is really, really entertaining when he's angry, so they do everything in their power to keep him riled up. That makes a lot of sense, and that's how you build a reality show. ZZ Top buries a gold record in Hank's lawn, and all his closest family and friends start tearing up his pride and joy. Something they would totally do and is on brand for them. Remember when Dale ruined Hank's lawn and they all gave him strips of theirs because it meant so much to him? Nah, dig up that there gold record. Everyone just falls under the reality TV spell. Even Cotton pretends to have a moment with Hank for the cameras. They decide to have Dusty drive Marlena in a demolition derby to truly set Hank off. To Dusty's credit, he does feel remorse and wants to lay off of Hank for a minute. Hank has to watch the car he has always wanted go up in flames and then run off to save Dusty inside it. Dusty even stands up for Hank and fires Paul while fixing up the caddy to bury it. I think this episode is why I have such a problem with Serpent. ZZ Top and Will Arnett are perfectly over the top in this episode. It's a biting criticism of the reality TV boom of the 2000s, especially focused on classic bands. There was a time before Flavor of Love, Rock of Love, and the Osbournes. It was a simpler time, but it was a time. Like, the episode works because of how over the top it is, and there's no muted elements. Will Arnett is probably one of the best guest voices in the show, and this was him back in '07. The episode is made by its guest stars. I just wish it cared more about Hank. There was a better way to handle the Dusty always pranking Hank angle, but that's just nitpicking. I do with any episode anyway. Hank Gets Dusted is a sharply dressed 8 out of 10. Connie tries to shadow Peggy instead of working a squid boat so she can learn the inner workings of journalism. Hank is gifted titanium golf clubs. The problem? One of them was used in a murder. They're all great clubs. Hank is infatuated and there's nothing wrong with that. Peggy has to write an article on real estate master Chris Sizemore, and Connie encourages her to actually interview him and get in the nitty-gritty. Chris Sizemore would be played by returning great Chris Elliott, who last appeared in After the Mold Rush. Peggy gets railroaded and humbled before she gets fired from the bystander for harassing one of their best advertisers. That makes sense. She wrote a hit piece, but don't worry, Chris Sizemore was waiting for her right after she got fired and gets recruited to the world of realty. This is Peggy's realtor arc. They cut one off just so that they can jump into the next one. We get the Sizemore crew, and it's fine. Peggy is run around in haze as she does all the heavy lifting for Sizemore, baking cookies, mining junk, the works. When she gets ignored, a very bad idea with her, she decides to throw her face out there and does an interview with Nancy, where she proceeds to get fired again. Peggy and Connie go into the realty business together to compete with Chris and earn his respect, but she doesn't have a realtor's license. Chris Sizemore is a perfect antagonist/boss for Peggy. They're both so self-absorbed they constantly clash, and it actually builds a momentum for Peggy to be this weird, bull-headed character she's become. But Chris Sizemore would not be nearly as scummy and self-centered as he is without Chris Elliott voicing him. Like David Herman and Gilbert, Chris Elliott does a masterful job of bringing Chris Sizemore to life and makes him the larger-than-life realty mogul you love to hate. If you like weird Peggy episodes, you'll enjoy this one. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the realty episodes, but I think that's literally just a personal preference. Chris Elliott is really the linchpin that holds the whole Peggy realtor arc together. I can't understate how bland it would be with anyone else at the helm. Also, the Hank and the gang story is perfect. I mean, that is a perfect classic B story right there. It didn't build its story too much, could be shown in just some quick burst scenes, bing bang boom, perfection. I love it even if it's to the service of a perfectly okay Peggy episode. It's also great seeing Connie doing more and just being involved. Glenn Peggy Glenn Ross is a high commission 8 out of 10. Bill's roof caves in over his bed while he was passed out on the couch, and he realizes it could have been his time. Bill actually starts to go to church more and is more religious, even helping out with groups at the church where he meets someone. There isn't really a B story to the episode because it's all focused around Bill dating Reverend Stroop. This is the only church-centric episode of the season, and I gotta say, I don't hate that. It actually makes sense. It has a payoff involving the church itself, and it just works. Bill likes how scandalous it is that he and Stroop are dating, and the mystery of it all boosts their relationship. But when it goes public and they start being judged, Stroop steps down as a reverend to spend time with Bill, and he starts acting up to break up with her. Like, that's the whole episode, and I gotta say, that's fine. We've seen Stroop had an interest in Bill even as far back as It's Not Over Till the Fat Neighbor Sings. This is something that has actually been pre-established and has a payoff. I mean, that's actually really, really great. Bill losing interest without the scandal or feeling guilty he took the reverendhood from her fits with his character. It makes sense with his ex-wife. It makes sense with his previous relationships. He needs the drama. He needs the spice. The people weren't even upset Stroop was dating, just that she was dating Bill and they found it disgusting. Like, okay, that's something. That's something to work with. Hank being the reluctant go-between, as Ted Wasana-song would say, super. It's just everything in the episode makes sense. It's not even badly written. Is it an uncomfortable Bill episode? Absolutely. But Bill is a little uncomfortable in it. Like, that makes sense. The episode is solid. It's everything it needs to be. There's not a ton of creative jokes. It's just kind of a down-to-earth story you'd expect from King of the Hill. This is an episode I would see in season 6 or 7 and go, oh, this feels very familiar. It's actually refreshing to see it 11 seasons in. The Passion of Dotrieve is a sermon ready 8 out of 10. It's the Video Games Are Violent episode. Justin Long returns as a student teacher alongside Breckenmeyer in this episode. Bobby is playing video games for PE, and it understandably upsets Hank since it encourages them to sit around and do nothing instead of preparing for the presidential fitness test, which I can only think of American Dad now. Hank runs into the video game class, and Bobby has to go back to conventional gym. When Hank finds out that the kids are playtesting games, which is a very important skill, he starts to lash out, and the student teachers visit to get research on propane to develop a game called Propane. It's GTA as a propane salesman, and Hank is ready to tear it apart until he gets absolutely addicted to it. Like, these guys build a game around Hank's passion, and he gets wrapped up in it and loses track of all time while Bobby works out and tries to keep improving himself, even making steady gains. It's not a bad episode. Honestly, it's aged better than most and actually has a bit of a nuanced conversation about the very real issue of video game addiction. Now granted, this is back when GTA Game Bad was a good enough headline for conversation, so it doesn't have the information we have now, especially about, say, the freemium marketplace, which is a whole separate conversation. But for the time period, this is a really well done episode. We get the cuts of Bobby improving, and sure enough, Peggy is the one that has to pull Hank out because that's who her character is. Obviously, this episode couldn't happen in earlier seasons. The technology wasn't there for this to be the issue it was at this point. But the narrative structure, the writing is on par with what we got back in season 6 or season 5. We're getting quality episodes again, and it's easy to see why. Remember, a lot of people thought season 11 was going to be the last season, and it shows that they are putting all their work into it. Grand Theft Arlen is just another pocket episode where nothing really matters, though I will point out the animation style has completely transitioned at this point, and it is much more digitally produced, and this episode felt a lot more flat than the rest of them. Grand Theft Arlen is an ESRB abiding 8 out of 10 that truly does shine, even if it's 15 years old. Peggy really wants to be able to sell the Wasanasong house, but Cindy doesn't want to give up her community that she sells pots to. Peggy agrees to taking over her stake in being a cozy kitchen salesperson so that she can finally sell and move on, though it's revealed that Cindy had no intention of ever selling her home. Her higher-up now is Judy, played by returning great Perry Gilpin, which I've got to be real, I love her way more in this than in Cheer Factor. This feels like a role she is a master at playing. Meanwhile, the real Rusty Shackelford comes to confront Dale and get him to sign over to stop using his name for all his crazy schemes, since it's destroyed his credit and reputation. That's a genuinely serious crime, all because Dale thought he died when he just moved away when they were kids. Thus begins Peggy and Dale's journey to erase themselves to escape from their pursuers. Peggy, justifiably in Cozy Kitchen, who she even tries to trick Luann into joining, which, bold move, Cotton, and Dale for skirting very real legal ramifications for using a fake identity for decades. I don't know. I'm not bashing the episode at all. It's kind of the perfect Dale and Peggy episode, especially after the taxidermy one, and it's great seeing them lose their minds over how to get out of the scheme. I genuinely wish more episodes were willing to go this far with their jokes, and honestly, this is one of the best episodes of the series. It's Peggy getting caught in yet another pyramid-shaped business model and knowing how hard it is to get out and still willing to push that envelope, still willing to do whatever it takes to get out of having to sell these pots. It does everything it needs to do and feels like a great benchmark episode. It's also great seeing Cindy be just as schemy as Ted, and while it may not seem like much, it actually builds the couple up. We never really saw her do anything beforehand, but she can be just as bloodthirsty. Peggy's Gone to Pots is a heat-resistant 9 out of 10. Dale is getting ready for an alien visit, and Nancy is struggling when she starts thinking about John Redcorn again, and John Redcorn tries to reach out to her at the station, so now she has to do a story on him. Again, I've said it before, but Phil Hendries is a great cast member who just brings every character he plays to life brilliantly. He makes for excellent boss characters. There's a weight to his voice when he knows how to deliver it. Again, he is a big part of why F is for Family is as good as it is. And while Dale is shrieking, he's visited by Khan's cousin in a futuristic car and thinks he's been taken on an intergalactic time-traveling adventure when he's just Tokyo drifting. All this happens at 8:48 p.m. The man is going on a ride. Nancy starts losing her hair, and John Redcorn flirts with her on live TV. Dale believes he got transported to 2048, only 24 years from now. John Redcorn lays it on thick, and Dale believes he's in the past now and might run into himself. So Hank tries to keep him away from Nancy so she isn't embarrassed by him. And she starts popping anti-anxiety meds, so what could go wrong there? Nancy then goes to see her mom Bunny, played by Rue McClanahan, aka Blanche from the Golden Girls. This would be one of the last roles she ever did. Turns out Nancy's proclivities are genetic, and when they give up their secondary lovers, the women go bald. Nancy decides that losing her hair is worth staying loyal to Dale. It's kind of a perfect Nancy episode. It has her face her vanity, John Redcorn, and her love for Dale. Dale, when he thinks that the world is ending, shows that the one place he'd ever want to be is right next to his wife. She shops for wigs with Dale, and I think that's the best way to walk away from the whole episode. That is the perfect capstone to their characters. Anything after is just gravy. Hair Today, Gone Today is a necessary episode that wraps loose ends that have been dangling since season 1. The jokes are well done and the stories are all believable. We don't get more Khan's cousin, and we don't need to. He served his purpose perfectly. Hair Today, Gone Today is a wispy 8 out of 10. Remember Perfect Hair Forever? I remember. Stop me if you've heard this before. Bill is self-conscious, finds a group he fits in with, and loses his identity for the sake of joining the group. Now the problem? I think I love this episode more than all the other Bill gets suckered in trope episodes out there. It's time for Bill's physical, and he's more than a smidgen out of shape. So Hank and the families turn his garage into the neighborhood gym and start encouraging him to work out with them to get into shape. While going to get supplements to boost his pump, he runs into Dirk, played perfectly by Diedrich Bader, basically playing the sensei from Napoleon Dynamite. It's the same inflection and delivery, but it works brilliantly. Dirk gets his buddy's coach, played by Randall Reeder, and Gorilla, played by someone that they deserve their own sentence for everything they've done. There are few that leave such a monumental footprint on the cultural integrity of humanity. There are even fewer that entwine their very being in the public unconscious. Gorilla was played by the true undisputed, the eternal number 1, the cream that will always rise to the top. That's right, folks. Gorilla was played by Macho Man Randy Savage. Bonesaw has you for 22 glorious minutes. A star that faded much too soon. Bill works out too much, ostracizes his friends, and ends up making his internal organs external somehow, and then he has to go through rehab, roll credits. You know the premise, you know the beats an episode like this has to hit, and it does hit them masterfully, but it's because of the voice work that this episode absolutely shines. Between Diedrich Bader and Randy Savage just bringing it full force and the joke delivery throughout, Bill Bulk and the Body Buddies is the perfect example of a pathetic Bill episode. We'll get other episodes that try to recapture this lightning later on, but nothing really surpasses this peak. I gotta say, the season as a whole has been really decent, and it shows that there were some really solid elements to still work with. Bill Bulk and the Body Buddies is a pumped up 9 out of 10. It was an incredibly short season, but hey, here we are, the series finale. Wait, what? Yeah, the show didn't know if they'd get another season or not, so Lucky's wedding suit is supposed to be the pseudo-series finale. It's time for Lucky and Luann's wedding, and Lucky doesn't have the funds to take care of everything. Luann wants a big ornate wedding, and so Lucky gets a job with Dale to pay for it, but when he falls off Dale's stairs, he tells him he's gonna sue and get his money. His attorney then starts trying to dig as much as he can and ends up going after Hank, and by extension Strickland Propane, for damages, because Hank told Dale to hire Lucky, and that's apparently good enough. What a note to go out on. Hank and the gang are able to trick the lawyer and get him to write Lucky's settlement that he can use for a down payment on a house for him and Luann. Hank gives Luann tickets to anywhere in the continental US, and then he walks her down the aisle. And as he does, everyone, and I mean everyone, is there. Chuck Mangione, Mac, Bernie Mac's character from that one episode that I'm sure Steve Harvey tried to steal too, Peggy's hairdresser, Patch Boomhauer and the whole Boomhauer clan, Peggy's mom, Luann's friends from beauty school, Tammy, the hooker with a heart of gold, Hank's brother, Junichiro, Leanne, oh, and the child services agent that accused Hank of beating Bobby back in the series premiere. Gags all here. Yeah, it's not a stretch to see how this could be seen as the series finale. But it's very interesting that this is how the series would go out. Luann marrying L. Ron Kleinschmidt with a kid on the way and getting a house. It's an interesting decision that does at least give us something to walk away with Luann on. Is it the life you imagined she'd get? No. Life rarely works out that way. But she's happy. She has a safe and protected family of her own in a good neighborhood. And the man that treated her like she was somewhat family was the one walking her down the aisle with genuine love in his heart. The same man that watched her grow up through the years. The episode ends with Hank and the gang in their suits in the alley drinking a beer. Just like how the series started all those years ago, just now in suits. Lucky's wedding suit isn't a perfect episode, but it gets us to the end scene. That if we had to walk away from the series right here, right now, there's enough emotional weight that this could be satisfying. Lucky's wedding suit is an anything but frivolous 9 out of 10. I can't do it. I can't keep rhyming 7 and and there we have it. That's season 11. Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your least favorite episode? Most favorite? Let me know in the comments below. While Lucky's wedding suit was pushed as a series finale, luckily we'd still get 2 more seasons with more episodes than the last 3 seasons combined. Season 11 was short, but for the most part it had a lot of really solid episodes, and ended on a note high enough you could look back at King of the Hill and at least feel somewhat satisfied. Now, did the rest of the show need to be made? Well, there's really only one way to find out. Next season we'll get a Death in the Family, one of the best Dale episodes, and a return of an oil man. It's season 12, the penultimate season. It's hard to believe we're so close to the end and yet still have so much ground left to cover. We're even getting our first dedicated Min episode. Though if I had to describe the season, I'd say it's definitely the sitcom season. It's like you can almost tell where the laugh tracks are supposed to be. So, without further ado, what worked? What failed? What basket-destroying infestations will be curtailed? There's only one way to find out. There's no better time to delve into season 12. Bobby takes an interest in football and starts watching it uninterrupted, much to Hank's delight as he and the gang try to nurture this love of the game. They decide to take him to see the Longhorns play off for a chance to play in the Rose Bowl. Yeah, it's Hank and the gang go to a game with Bobby. Bobby wanders off into a box seat. They get used to being in the posh boxes and living in the lap of luxury. However, it's actually a former Nebraska coach's box, and the sub-coach calls asking for him to make a call. If Hank sabotages them now, the Longhorns win and he can give his boy a chance to see them play in the Rose Bowl. He already got him used to all the weird football traditions, and sure enough, he tells the Nebraska team a bunk play that no one would ever expect because it's just that dumb, and sure enough, it works. Nebraska wins, and Hank did it. Now, Hank and the gang have to escape the stadium with Bobby in tow and navigate giant angry mobs and switching sides just to get through it. Meanwhile, Peggy absolutely loses it at the game on the TV and terrifies Luann. I just love that. At its core, that's really all this episode is. There's nothing deeper, nothing more complex, no real deeper meaning. And if you think at all on Bobby's history of being a mascot or even a player briefly, it'd make you question why Hank thought Bobby hated football, but it's fine. It's Hank desperate to share one of his hobbies with his son and genuinely being excited and determined to give Bobby the perfect day. Bobby was super stoked to go to the Cowboys training camp. He was throwing a ball with his dad. He was wearing a jersey. They have shared these things before. If you think on it, it falls apart. But don't. Just don't. The episode is great, and honestly, I'd say this is arguably one of the strongest season premieres of the show, and it knows its audience perfectly. This episode premiered in September, right after Football Sunday, and gives you a classic father and son adventure focused around one of America's greatest pastimes. I don't know, this felt like a classic King of the Hill episode that, while it does have a lot to love, also showcases one of the biggest problems with this season. There's just empty dialogue. There's empty scenes. This episode has so much padding of nothing in so many parts that it feels like it could have been 11 minutes long and hit all the notes it needed to hit. Scenes are lagged out, they're dragged on unnecessarily, people will just look over at something for 2 seconds too long, but all those seconds do add up. That being said, the rest of the episode makes up for the bits that started to drag in the second half. Sweet Smell of Excess is a father and son bonding 9 out of 10. In order for the teachers to be able to afford a vacation, Principal Moss sets up soda machines in the school that all the kids naturally get addicted to. Pay teachers a living wage, so nobody thinks this is a good idea, maybe. Bobby hates being single when Joseph gets a girlfriend, and he blames his loneliness on the soda that he's gotten addicted to. And so he riles the students into action and they protest the soda machines. Sure enough, Principal Moss gets them uninstalled, and Bobby is approached by junior journalist Olivia, played by Renee Bell, who would also show up in The Good Family. She tells Bobby he's the man that cares and wants him to go bigger and bolder to really spark revolution like good old Che Guevara. Hank hears that Bobby protested and is ashamed of his son for not taking the necessary steps before protest. Hank is upset that Bobby protested. Do you know how many times Hank has protested throughout the series? Remember when he protested alongside Bobby at the quarry, or when he and the other small business owners got their kazoos out to harass Megalomart before it blew up? Hank has protested and walked off constantly, but the moment Bobby does it to get soda machines removed, it's a problem. Well, the power goes to Bobby's head, and when Moss installs a ticker for an energy drink, he stages a walkout that quickly devolves into a bunch of 12-year-olds looting Arlen. Hank proceeds to scare them about the very real consequences of protesting, and they all run along as Bobby realizes he never wanted any of that power to begin with, and he'd never be radical enough for Olivia to be happy. I'm genuinely surprised Connie didn't do more of this episode. It just seems like a waste to not include her in an episode like this. Some pros of the episode? I absolutely love the teachers and Principal Moss. They're very obviously antagonistic towards the kids, and that just kinda works for me. The vocal deliveries are all top notch, and I mean, for what it is, it's at least acted very well, even if some of Bobby's lines just feel weird. I will say this, I have never wanted a B story to be updated more. Dale has a quote journal that he wants to fill with all the musings of the gang in the alley. I need to see this reimagined in the modern age. I'm begging you. Give me Dale trying and failing to do a podcast with them all. 4 white guys in a podcast. It's practically written in the stars. Do it, you cowards. The cons? Yeah, pretty much everything else of the episode. This episode is just a weird, confusing fever dream. It doesn't make sense if you think on it, and it just escalates so quickly for no reason. Bobby Ray just doesn't do anything. You feel bad for Bobby, sure, but then the episode just kinda ends. An episode like this needs a memorable conclusion to go out on. Here it's literally just, women be crazy, cut to credits. Bobby Ray is a sugar high crashing 4 out of 10. This is a tricky episode. Yeah. Joseph and the football players select Bobby to help them for their big powder puff game, where the boys become the cheerleaders and do wild skits while the girls play the football game. Bobby doesn't want to help out and thinks it's cheap, even though his dad is actually excited that he got the role. Meanwhile, Peggy starts schmoozing with the PTA and gets in tight with the PTA president and, by choice, stay-at-home mom, Alexis, played by Lisa Edelstein, and make sure to check out House on Fox, where she plays Dr. Cuddy. It's all connected if you pay attention to it. But don't think about it. Just consume media. Again, really funny how the cross-promotion is just kind of baked in. But it's definitely not the only time Lisa Edelstein has done voice acting. She was also Shari in American Dad and Kia, Tenzin's sister, in Korra, on top of the deluge of other credits to her name. Bobby starts really loving doing Powder Puff when he sees the football players actually listening to everything he has to say, and yeah, he puts everything he's learned about comedy to work for the team. This is also probably the best Coach Kleehammer episode in the series that just has fun with his character and lets Toby Huss just let loose with him. I genuinely love it. I really truly love that Bobby is experimenting and pushing his comedic talent and sharing it with his newfound friends and compatriots. But of course, Bobby can't have anything nice, and Alexis declares Powder Puff sexist and wants it canceled. I don't know. Obviously, personally, I don't see a problem with it. They're just being dumb boys for one game and having fun and entertaining the crowd. But I'm sure there's more layers to it that I just don't have any desire to get into. The episode is cheer factor with extra steps. They get banned from performing, but sure enough they sneak props and perform in the bleachers as credits roll. You've seen the episode before, but again, I think the fact that it's centered around Bobby actually using all the comedic talents he's acquired through the series is a wonderful touch. People know Bobby is funny, they trust Bobby, and he leads them without it going to his head. Now granted, it's the episode literally right after he led the school in a walkout, but don't think about it. Consume media. Don't worry about it. The Powder Puff Boys is fine. Naturally, the Peggy and Alexis pseudo-B story doesn't really do anything to benefit the episode as a whole, And I really wish there wasn't that artificial conflict shoehorned in at the last minute. Have one of Alexis's kids bring up the issue. Maybe her daughter has to play in the Powerpuff game and doesn't think it's fair. Again, there's a dozen ways to make small changes for the episode to work, and they go with none of them. The Powerpuff Boys is a spirited 7 out of 10. There's a heat wave in Texas. With it, Bobby, Connie, and Joseph get summer passes for a water park and proceed to get bullied by the surfer kids that guard the artificial wave machine and their adult friend and park employee, Bodie. When they keep getting pushed around, Boomhauer goes with the kids to set things straight, and naturally, he's the cool guy surfer of the group and completely eats it and wipes out. Meanwhile, Bill's car breaks down on the side of the road, so he tries to signal for someone to pull over, and they think he's just waving, so he becomes the Heat Waver, a friendly face on those miserable, excruciatingly hot days. He literally lets himself cook alive so he doesn't let his fans down. He is out there waving to the point Hank has to carry him home, and he is covered in severe burns. Boomhauer goes to the beach to find himself, and when he finds his center, he goes back to the park and proceeds to beat the bullies up with his surfboard until everyone gets to join in on the fun. I gotta admit, the more I think on the second half of the episode, the more it just kinda works. If this were a traditional surfer movie, or really any of those rec center gets torn down unless you win the big whatever tournament movies, he'd win with his skill and humble them. He would take that moral high ground. But life doesn't work that way. Sometimes you just need to knock some kids in the water and do your own thing. I used to hate the episode when I was a kid, and it felt like it dragged and never really went anywhere. Now that I'm older, I get it. It's a heat wave. People are always going to act erratically in the heat. Four-wave intersection perfectly exemplifies that almost restlessness that comes from an unbearable summer and gives us a strong Boomhauer episode that resolves itself in a unique way that's anything but cookie cutter. Four-wave intersection is a most righteous 8 out of 10. This is an episode I feel would have worked better in an earlier season. Hank, Peggy, Luann, and Lucky are going to a hibachi restaurant when Dee Dee drops Cotton off and he agrees to babysit Bobby while they go to dinner. Cotton tosses cold lasagna on the ground and then takes Bobby to the hibachi place, where he begins to have a war flashback, attacks the chef, and collapses onto the hibachi grill as the sprinklers kick on. This is the last episode of Cotton. He would appear in later episodes, but yeah. The episode is all about Hank dealing with saying goodbye to his dad while Peggy coaxes him. Meanwhile, Dale is following Cotton's orders to blow up Hank's weak shed. Dale just wants a reason to be weird. Oh, and Peggy doesn't want Bobby to see Cotton like this, so Luann and Lucky start parenting him to practice for their kid, and I get that it's supposed to be funny, but it really just makes me worry about their little girl. Also, Peggy doesn't let Bobby say goodbye to his grandpa, someone that loved and adored him. Sure, he was a horrible father, but he was a doting grandpa. Cotton is still miserable on his deathbed and mocks Hank over and over until Peggy just tears into him, and I think that's why I have such a problem with this being as late in the series as it is. Peggy has radically transformed through the years, and she's almost unrecognizable at this point, but this episode very much feels like the old protective Peggy again. She tears into Cotton, and he takes his last breath. Death Picks Cotton, much like Four-Wave Intersection, shows that you don't always get that nice wrapped with a bow ending. Hank doesn't get the closure he wanted. Cotton doesn't give him that one last attaboy or an I'm proud of you. The episode tries to juggle the weight of Hank losing his dad and Lucky rolling in a tire with Bobby down a hill. Doesn't quite work. I don't know. Death Picks Cotton is heartfelt and is a turning of the page, but it just feels hollow when you know there won't be a lasting impact through the season. That being said, Toby Huss will still be around. He has other characters to play. But it's just like, when Buckley blew up, you were still feeling the aftershocks almost up to the season finale. Here, it's not even a two-parter when a major character is written off. A character that has been the same since the very first season. I don't know. It feels cheaper than it should have been. Death Picks Cotton is a send-off salute. 7 out of 10. When the meat Hank gets from Megalomart is tough and flavorless, he starts to smuggle food from a co-op because it's just so fresh and flavorful. However, when he joins up, everyone starts to count on him to run the co-op, and he turns the struggling business into a profiting powerhouse while his family enjoys delicious grass-fed meat and organic fruits and vegetables. However, when Hank does too well with the co-op, Megalomart wants to buy them out, and they actually take the money and run. Hank, not wanting to lose his quality food, tries to keep cows and chickens in his backyard, and yeah, he does eventually fail. He has to have Appleseed smuggle the cows away to a safe and happy farm where they can grow and be free. I mean this in the nicest way possible. If we never see Appleseed again after this episode, that's totally okay. And honestly, I don't think we do. Having him be Hank's confidant and taking the cattle to a safe place and sending that last postcard at the end of the episode is actually a kind of beautiful bookend to one of the most entertaining side characters in the show. The rest of the episode hasn't aged well. Ha ha, the co-op is run by a bunch of crystal-loving, sunbeam-enjoying people named Sunshine. Hee-haw, they're so wacky. But other than that, yeah, they sold healthy food that is good and good for you. It's the same stuff that people were obsessed with in the Good Family. Like, you can't bash it too hard. And the great thing is, Hank is on board with co-ops, and it makes sense for his character. Of course, he wants fresh, healthy ingredients. I don't know. Like, I should hate this episode. It's predictable and very simple, but like, it's Hank pursuing good food. It's Hank fighting for his principles, and it just makes me respect the episode that much more. When he's finding ways to fix displays or open another register when they're swamped, it's not him talking down to people, it's just using common sense to fix a problem, and when he does get desperate towards the end, yeah, he does something dumb, but that's okay. That's on brand for him. Raise the stakes, raises the bar, and I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that line. It gives us just a genuine, pure Hank episode where Hank alone deals with everything. I would just like to say again that Dave Allen did a beautiful job bringing Appleseed to life, and he really is an underappreciated actor and comedian that did elevate the show every time he was on. Raise the Stakes is a fresh and savory 9 out of 10. Gang, this is why this season frustrates me. I'm sitting here in a groove, just kind of jamming along to King of the Hill. Sure, Bobby Ray was a weird mess, but it's not a symptom of a bigger disease, right? Right? Like, there was a good chunk of episodes before this that lull you into a false sense of security. They got you all complacent, and wham! Smack you with Tears of an Inflatable Clown. Tears of an Inflatable Clown has just been the choice, but way, way, way worse. I'm trying to wrap my head around this episode and make it make sense, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get into it. Bobby wants to throw a carnival and is able to convince the student board with a well thought out and thoroughly researched pitch that Hank helps him on. Bobby gets his carnival and he has to lead his team to get it done. Hank even tells him about the two types of bosses people interact with, the friendly boss and the boss that gets stuff done. Now that right there is enough for an episode. That gives you potential conflict where the kids won't listen to Bobby and he's got to be the hard-as-nails boss. He's got to get his friends in line, which is a difficult thing to do when you're 12 and not used to being in a position of power. Oh, sorry, I should probably talk about the B story too. Lucky refuses to go to the hospital and Hank and the gang have to chase him down and catch him, even after he slathers himself in Vaseline and get that man's hand fixed. It's just To Kill a Ladybird's A story if you switch Dale with Lucky. But hey, it's fun. Tom Petty is having fun. That's really all that matters. It's some brevity to the episode. Alright, let's go back and see what's going on with Bobby. So, when Bobby does struggle to control his group, a diversity counselor sent by the superintendent decides to take charge and make all the kids feel ancestral guilt for the sins of their ancestors, throwing the entire room into a depression where they decide to give up the carnival in favor of going on stage and airing the sins of their family for some reason. I think the biggest problem I have with the episode is when you compare it to Spin the Choice, it makes no sense. In Spin the Choice, Bobby jumped to his conclusions, and while sure he was manipulated by John Redcorn, it was mostly his research that led him to his belief system. Here, a school-appointed diversity counselor is throwing the carnival into disarray and teaching the kids about all the isms in an after-school planning committee. Why? They're doing star-bellied sneech exercises. Why? It's just like, okay, let's say that him getting involved is the joke, and like, ho, they were gonna have this simple story, but then this happens. then why is the resolution the way it is? Oh, during their big stage performance of all their sins, you know what fixes it? Oh, all the carnival equipment left conveniently outside for Hank and the gang to fire up and distract the kids. Like, what is this episode? What is the point of it? Your ancestors did something bad? And? Is it a commentary on diversity counselors in schools? Did you have one? I sure didn't. School counselors, absolutely, but nothing like this. I mean, this is an affront to everything that King of the Hill is. If the B story didn't exist, it may very well be a 1 out of 10 that only gets that 1 because the actors are trying. This may genuinely be the most infuriatingly bad episode of the series. Hank's bully is bland and a nothing burger. This feels like fake outrage mixed with atrocious writing for the sake of nothing. Tears of an Inflatable Clown is a sorrowful 2 out of 10. I can't tell you what a breath of fresh air this episode is. Like, when I was a kid and watched this show out of order, I genuinely enjoyed this episode. It was one of my favorites. Revisiting it for this review, whole new appreciation for it. The Men Who Knew Too Much is, you guessed it, a men episode. Not a con episode featuring men, straight up just men, and it's great! Nine Rivers Country Club needs proficient shooters for their skeet shooting team. Min is a great shot but doesn't know anything about skeet shooting, so she tries to join a local gun club, and when there's only one available, she begrudgingly joins Dale's gun club to get her groove on. I haven't talked about her much, but Lauren Tom really does put 110% to the character she plays, but Min especially. Min could have been just this snarky one-dimensional character, but she plays her with such love that she really does come to life. It's wild that Lauren Tom does both Min and Amy in Futurama. Min looks down on the dumb hillbilly ways of Dale and his gun club, but as they fawn over how cool she is and what a great shot, she finds herself softening up around them. They become her friends, and she becomes their president. She gets her spot on the Nine Rivers team, and when the gun club feels betrayed and think that she abandoned them, they go to Nine Rivers for revenge and instead realize why she was doing everything and go to cheer her on as she goes on to win, and she and Khan become Nine Rivers Country Club members. Not only do I love that Min was the one that got them into Nine Rivers, but her relationship with the gun club is just so god-dang wholesome. It's tragic we don't have much of this Dale left in the season, but it's great to see it while we have it. He cares about Min and he wants to see her succeed, and he's not actively sabotaging anyone or just tormenting them. Oh, right, the B story. It's such a dumb B story, but I'm gonna be honest, it has probably the best dumb conclusion imaginable. Bobby fails at taking the trash out because someone already used their bins for their trash, so Hank has to figure out who's been using their trash cans. He tears open the bags and can't figure it out until Lucky comes in and goes, "That's my trash," and waxes poetic about seeing your life live splayed in front of you. I wanted to be mad at it, but Tom Petty's delivery is just so earnest, how could I be? Where Tears of an Inflatable Clown was an affront to all things creative, The Men Who Knew Too Much legitimately almost brought a tear to my eye. It's just such a genuine episode that has a ton to love. The Men Who Knew Too Much is a straight shooting 10 out of 10. The B story? Bill gets a cowboy hat that gets caught by the wind and blows onto Khan's head. They spend the rest of their time trying to recreate the scene so they can put it on YouTube with Peggy's help. That's it. That's the whole thing. The A story? When Nancy is struggling to make ends meet and doesn't know what to do, she asks Dale to get a real job and tries to get Hank to take him to a vacation to learn a new craft. Hank gives him a ton of options and Dale refuses, opting to go with his one true love: basket weaving. Dale is hopeless and talentless when it comes to basket weaving, while it comes naturally to Hank and his train-loving tendencies. He quickly becomes the instructor's favorite and partakes in a little ribbing of Dale for being horrible at basket weaving, and Dale is convinced he has to take Hank out. However, after failing to take Hank out, Hank convinces the instructor to fake an infestation that threatens the baskets for Dale to do something that he knows how to do. He takes care of the fake infestation, impresses the other students, and becomes a vocational instructor as his new job, teaching future exterminators, which admittedly would be a great thing for Dale to do. Dreamweaver is a Hank and Dale story that, sure, it plays out exactly how you think it would, it's also a perfect reflection of their friendship. We find out that Dale didn't have a lot of friends, but he found camaraderie in baskets, so they mean something to him. As weird as this is to say, I have no evidence for this at all, Dreamweaver feels like the last true beacon of light to the season. We're gonna get into it. We still have well over a half a season to go, but yeah, this feels like a peak of the season. I adored this episode when I was a kid, and now I think it's waned just from marathoning the show and seeing the inconsistency of Dale. That being said, it's a strong Hank and Dale episode that has solid jokes, mostly from the instructor, played brilliantly by David Herman. Dreamweaver is a solidly woven 8 out of 10. Rain cancels Bobby's baseball game, and when the family comes home, the house has been ransacked by an unknown assailant. Hank files a police report, and we get the return of Officer Brown, played by the late legend Fred Willard. This would weirdly enough kick off his season-long arc? Yeah, the cop has an arc. It's weird. Well, it starts to rain again, and when Hank hears someone making a mess, he goes out and discovers that it's Ladybird that's tearing things up as she freaks out around Thunder. Hank tries to calm her down, but she turns around and bites him. She's at risk of being put down, so Hank calls a dog spiritualist who isn't a ripoff of Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer, at all. Officer Brown really wants to shoot a dog. I mean, he's just itching for a reason to pull the trigger. Doesn't all this sound fun? Doesn't all this sound funny? Want to guess what the B story is? There isn't one. This is all you get. Well, the dog spiritualist takes Ladybird to an old folks home and has her wander around as another storm rolls in and Animal Control and Officer Brown come in ready to hunt a bloodthirsty bloodhound. Meanwhile, Luann is telling a woman that when she passes and gets reborn to cry a certain way so she knows if she was reborn as her daughter or not. What happened to Luann? Is there an unaddressed gas leak in her house or something? Like, sure, she's always been out there, but this is getting kind of ridiculous. Well, with the storm rolling in and Hank having to find Ladybird, he finds her with an old woman and she proceeds to collapse onto her lap for pets like a good girl. Turns out that sometime in the episode, Ladybird had gone deaf. She couldn't hear the thunder anymore and was able to, not get put down by the trigger-happy officer, which should be social commentary, but I don't think it is. Just a coincidence, I guess. Doggone Crazy is the King of the Hill equivalent of ego death. It's an episode that makes you hear a sizzle in your ears and smell toast. You keep thinking you missed a joke. I have revisited this episode 3 times in the last 4 days trying to see if maybe, just maybe, I'm the problem. Maybe I just don't get the joke, but there just isn't one. It's just Hank worried about Ladybird, which is fine, don't get me wrong, it doesn't go any further. Like with To Kill a Ladybird, there was actually a feeling of suspense and stakes. Here it just feels artificial. Like they're making a horror movie for geriatrics. You can't get too scary, otherwise they might go. Doggone Crazy does transition from scene to scene and does have a start, middle, and end. It doesn't do anything with that, but yeah, they're there, and the dog whisperer is a person that exists. That's the episode. Like, the dog spiritual scenes just dragged on for way too long. Now, walk around the cul-de-sac with a cane. Okay, now do it with a top hat. But it's gonna take the exact same amount of time. And it just drags so much. Anyone else smell toast? Doggone Crazy is a dreary 4 out of 10. During the 2000s, there was a huge push against trans fats as they were harmful to the body and you could blame them for a large part of childhood obesity. But you can also blame that on soda machines in schools and depression from generational guilt, all things addressed in this season. The FDA did ban trans fats beyond a certain amount being added to food, so it is a bit of a tricky argument to have, but that didn't stop King of the Hill, no sir. Ted Wasana pushes to get trans fats banned in Arlen, which would cripple Sugarfoots, but make them a shining mecca of progressive thinking. Super! Buck decides to open an illegal food truck to sell people the trans fat-laden food they're forbidden from having. He's even able to recruit Hank to fight unjust rules he doesn't agree with. He works the food truck as his form of protest against a ban he doesn't stand by. Man, that sure doesn't sound like the kind of guy that would hate Bobby protesting something he found unjust. At this point, Bobby Ray is the outlier, and I'm fine with that. I think the reason I love this episode so much is that even though Hank is doing something categorically illegal, he refuses to let their quality drop. Everyone washes their hands regularly, wears hairnets, and keeps their space sanitary. Nancy is on the case and tries to hunt them down to show their crime. Peggy loves that Hank is a criminal and can't get enough of him. The episode is going well, and then Rooster shows up and shows a glaring problem with this season. Rooster is an old enemy of Buck's from Arkansas. He shows up out of nowhere to compete against Buck's trans fat truck with a truck of his own. Rooster is played by David Herman, and yeah, he has the creative depth of the Noid, the little gremlin that would destroy your pizza. Rooster could have been voiced by a guest star. The dog spiritualist could have been voiced by a guest star. The diversity counselor? Make them a guest star that can at least give the roles some nuance. Nope, David Herman for all of them. The man has a great range, don't get me wrong, but it's a failure of the show to make him carry that much creative weight constantly. Oh, and we have part 2 of Officer Brown's story. You see, last time he wanted to put a dog down. Now he's getting bribed by Buck to stay out of it. Yeah! What a character. I'm kind of upset that of all the people that get a season-long arc, it's him. But I mean, I'll say it, only Fred Willard could play this character. Only Fred Willard could be Riley's teacher in the Boondocks. If you know, you know. The man was incredibly talented and makes the skeevy guy have at least some entertainment to him. Everyone gets sick from Rooster's food truck eventually, and Hank turns to Nancy after dreaming of Tom Landry, George Washington, and Abe Lincoln fighting Krauts in WWII, and admits to Nancy that he wants to get out. And sure enough, by the end of the episode, trans fats are unbanned and the credits roll. You get a crazy dream sequence, musical interlude, great writing, solid jokes. Like if Rooster just had a little bit more personality, it'd be a perfect episode in my eyes. It's just genuinely fun and feels like something old Hank would do, and does prove me wrong for my Dreamweaver comment. There are still a couple episodes that are worth checking out. Trans fascism is a fried in flavor 9 out of 10. To make an animated series, you have to go through a lot of steps. You have to storyboard, script, find voices for your characters, animate the episode, listen to studio notes, etc. So it baffles me that this episode managed to get through all those checks and balances and still get spat out. Bill is set up on a blind date with Charlene, a single mother played by Melinda Clarke of Nikita and the OC fame. They hit it off, and it isn't long before Charlene and her 2 kids are moving in with Bill, except her daughter rubs Dale the wrong way and he thinks she's some kind of pod person. He decides to steal her hair and does a DNA test at one of those convenient DNA analysis stores that offer 24-hour results, which are totally real places you can just walk into. Which is a weird thing to have to suspend your disbelief for, but whatever. Not the issue. Turns out her genetic makeup and Joseph show they have the same father. Therefore, obviously, Dale is her dad. Yeah, you know, the alien crop dusting caused Charlene and Nancy to get pregnant, and they're both Dale's kids. That's the most logical explanation. Dale is disgusted that his spawn is living at Bill's, where he's taking care of and watching the kids and loving his new family, and this is easily one of, if not the worst Dale episodes, and one of the worst episodes of the series. It baffles me this episode has such a high rating because I don't see how. Dale wants to get his kid out of there, so he sends John Redcorn to seduce Charlene and sleep with her behind Bill's back. Dale decides to run the risk of emotionally devastating his friend because aliens spread his seed. Yeah, turns out Charlene was actually Candy back in the day, and sure enough, John Redcorn is the dad of her daughter. The worst part is Joseph was falling for Charlene's daughter, aka his half-sister, so Peggy kept throwing Bobby outside to get in the way. If Bill was being horrible to them, that'd be one thing. If there was literally anything else, there could be justification for it at least being an option. But nope, Dale does one of the worst things imaginable for no good reason. John Redcorn has Charlene and the kids move in with him, so I guess at least he gets a happy ending out of all of this. Like, I'm not an overly sensitive person. I've seen my fair share of media. I like to be as open as possible. This episode is just insultingly bad. This episode laughs in the face of anyone that thought there was an emotional core to the show. If it's just a one-off adventure, I'd expect this from Family Guy, honestly, and it'd probably work better there, especially around this time period. This just isn't King of the Hill's comedy styling. Untitled Blake McCormick Project is an abducted 2 out of 10. Does anyone hear that buzzing? Sounds like static. Bobby wants to buy a game station, literally called a game station, because why not? He wants to shop around, and Hank tells him that he's got a guy for everything, and he'll show him what a firm handshake and a trusted salesman can do for you. Peggy needs a new car, so Hank decides to take Bobby to the dealership, where they run to Tom Hammond, played by Good Place architect and bar owner Ted Danson. Oh, and Doctor. People forget Becker existed. Show had 6 seasons and over 100 episodes. Anyway, Peggy haggles with Tom on a new convertible and actually gets him to take $2,500 off sticker, which back in '08, that was a hefty chunk to take off. Well, Hank comes in ready to finish the deal, and they fire off a cannon. He gets a handshake and sworn to secrecy that he never tell anyone about the great deal he got. When you look at joke writing, sometimes it's okay to go with the most obvious joke as your go-to. Sometimes the obvious answer is the funniest answer. And I truly and genuinely believe the first half of this episode is some of the best King of the Hill of the season. Hank, for over 20 years, has been paying sticker price for his cars. That right there, that's great. I love that. I love that the entire neighborhood mocks him for it. He's understandably upset that he's gotten taken advantage of, but it's such a Davy and Goliath in the real world story. He's so trusting to a fault, and he has been paying for it for decades without realizing it. That's the kind of stuff I love in King of the Hill. That's the kind of writing that just sings in my eyes. Hank is justifiably upset, so he prints off flyers at the local Kinko's and runs into a scraggly-haired guy, and they decide to join Hank's fight against the auto dealership. Hank arrives at 5 a.m. ready to put flyers on all the cars talking about Tom Hammond's slimy dealings. He runs into the guy as well as his friends, including someone named Falcon, who are crawling on their stomachs in ski masks. Remember, met them in a Kinko's. Hank thanks them for their work and drives off as the car lot goes up in flames. What? Yeah, these total strangers that never show up again just straight up blow a car lot up. Hank gets caught, the cops interrogate him, and then Tom comes in. Says Hank is innocent, so he'll stop coming after him, and the episode ends? What? Have Hank put flyers on all the cars, and then, his jacket gets caught on something and his name tag is found in the rubble after a gas leak explosion or something. Not just 3 randos blowing up a lot. The episode is such a disappointment, mostly because of how strong it starts. I will say the end where Bobby is trying to get the game station and the clerk gives him 20% off because his boss doesn't want his store blown up is really funny, but they never steer one way or another enough for it to feel earned. Hank never feels suspicious enough. He never seems maybe guilty like in High Anxiety. It feels so close to being one of the best episodes, and then just poof, it's up in smoke. Ted Danson is great though. Man is a generational talent. The accidental is a price slashed 6 out of 10. I'm not gonna lie, these last Realtor episodes of Peggy's are really ironically funny, but we'll get into it. Enrique's daughter, Inez, is having a quinceañera, and Enrique wants Hank to give a speech, even though Buck really wanted to give it for some reason. I feel I'm better off not knowing. Inez is played by Alicia Sixtos, probably most famous for East Los High. And so Hank has to get to know Inez and learn what makes a 15-year-old girl tick. It's actually really kind of sweet that he tries to just listen and take in all the information once he gets her to open up. It's very reminiscent of how he bonded with Connie in Aisle 8A or The Bluegrass is Always Greener. He learns to care about what Inez is going through and really wants to make sure that he gives a speech deserving of a young girl turning into a young woman. Isn't that nice? Hank being invited to be a part of his co-worker's culture and celebrate his friend's daughter going through a major rite of passage? That's so cool. That is poggers, as the kids say. I'm so glad there's no B story or anything. Nothing to take away from that. Oh, no, there totally is. Man, that ringing is getting louder. Peggy is driving Asa around to show houses, Asa being played frustratingly well by Dax Shepard. Asa doesn't want the traditional boring suburban homes. He wants something that pops. He wants something with culture and heritage. So he buys a house next to Enrique's, and when Peggy sees that all of Asa's hipster friends want to move to the neighborhood, well, who is she to say no? It's not like a massive influx of new tenants and competitive pricing would force lower-income families out of their homes or anything. Yeah, Peggy does a wacky bit of gentrification, and Enrique can't afford his rent anymore, even breaking down at Inez's quinceañera, ruining it. Peggy wants to make things right and brings together as many neighbors as she can to make Enrique's neighborhood look like it's actually a family-centric, boring suburban neighborhood, scaring the hipsters away. And with some very, very funny hand-waving, Enrique buys the house he's been renting. Lady in gentrification just makes you hate Peggy. She's the only source of conflict in the episode, and if she had just stopped and thought about what she was doing for just a second, or used any of that integrity she shamed the show from time to time, none of this would have happened. Now, granted, Enrique should have bought his house a long time ago and chose to keep renting to throw big parties, but man oh manity, that doesn't justify the rest of the episode happening. It's a parody of gentrification, and while it is a very accurate portrayal and a down-to-earth portrayal, South Park did it better. I don't know, at least in South Park there's ruins of the failed gentrification. Here, everything is just wrapped in 22 minutes again. If they just gave a conflict that Inez had to deal with Hank, it would have been a much stronger episode. Instead, it just kind of flounders. Lady in Gentrification is a small-town rustic. 4 out of 10. I swear, the ringing doesn't stop. It only gets louder. I just want peace. Be gone, cruel specter. Dooley runs off. You know, the same Dooley that pantsed Peggy and has been just a nuisance since his introduction. Well, this encourages a pop family dynamic author to come and speak to the parents of Arlen. Stevens Davies is played by Ed Begley Jr., who has been in, easily over 100 roles in his career. Everything from Arrested Development and Better Call Saul to St. Elsewhere and Young Sheldon. The man is storied and a great talent that can add a ton of flavor to any role he finds himself in. Too bad he doesn't do anything here. Peggy struts and brags about how Dooley's mom screwed up and how her family is at least better than that, when Davies decides to make a public example of her. He asks if she knows what Bobby is doing in that moment. When she has no idea, he calls the house and it rings and rings before going to voicemail, since Hank was outside grilling while his son was watching, and it's a very intentionally sweet scene. Like almost excessively so, but it works for what he's trying to prove. Also just shows how dated the episode is, since if Hank had a cell phone, boom, problem solved. TLDR, Peggy thinks she's a horrible mom now, they miss their photos with Ron, and Peggy wants them all to be more comfortable in their bodies and be more vulnerable with each other, even encouraging them to walk the house in their underwear. It's a social commentary on the rise of pop family books where basically no matter what you were doing something wrong and traumatizing your kids or destroying your home. This was basically overtaken by mommy bloggers and family vlogs, and the rest is a wild and weird history. Unlike the Y2K episode that was about a genuine fear people around the globe had, Behind Closed Doors is just this weird, again very dull display of drama that just kind of fizzles. Hank confronts Davies and demands he tell Peggy she's a good mom, while Bobby bribes Dooley to run for it so his family can get a great family photo. Yeah, I'm glad the whole family is getting along, but also, the season could have just been 21 episodes instead of 22. You could have replaced this with just 22 minutes of Hank flipping a burger and it would have been better. Behind Closed Doors is a hollow, neglectful 4 out of 10. The brain fog is clearing. I feel clean. I can feel the rising sun upon my skin once more. Hark, for I am cleansed in its morning rays. Khan gets a surprise visitor. His father-in-law. That's right, Min's dad, the general, has come to visit and just absolutely eviscerates Khan for not being good enough for his daughter. He's been around in the series for so long, but I really need to commend James C's performance as the general. The man is incredibly talented and actually makes the general feel like this just massive, imposing force. I mean, this is the guy that screamed Mike Cabbages in Avatar. The man knows what's up, and I am about it. I just feel that tension come off your shoulders. Here you are with one of the best Khan episodes ever and one of the best episodes of the season. Khan brags about everything he has and everything he is because he's constantly put down. The general actually makes you feel for Khan. And when Khan doesn't feel welcome in his own home, he goes to a karaoke bar and blows everyone away. We've seen that he loves to sing and everything, and now we're getting a payoff for it. There really does have to be a morning after. His friends and work are impressed, Hank and the gang are impressed. The only person that isn't impressed is, of course, the general, who is upset that his daughter and granddaughter are actually proud of and supportive of Khan. How dare? How dare Min support the man she loves? I'll say this, I love that Min stands up for Khan. She's daddy's girl, absolutely, but she never throws Khan under the bus and does still stay by his side. I don't know, you can hate Khan in some episodes, but you can never say his family doesn't love him. They really truly do, and I don't know, it makes you feel for the guy. He gets asked to sing at a gala, and wouldn't you know it, the general insists on singing too. And he proceeds to lead with Khan's song, completely throwing him off, so he totally falls apart on stage and enters a crippling depression. Man, I wonder if he's had to deal with that before or something. That really would add an extra depth to his character. Mid confronts her dad and tells him to fix everything, and the general basically just tells Khan he's worthless, but he'll leave so he can save face, and then, yeah, he leaves. I don't know, it's sort of like Death Picks Cotton. You never get the satisfaction of Khan getting that attaboy from his father-in-law, but hey, he's got his wife, he's got his daughter, he's got the best life on the block, and that's good enough for him. Pour Some Sugar on Khan makes Khan a relatable and personable character. We've seen how he and Min met up back in Father of the Bribe, but to see how steadfast she is in her love for him, to see Connie be proud of her dad who was always pushing her, I don't know. They really seem to work in this episode, and I love it. I haven't even talked about the B story, and it's not even because it's bad. Peggy and Bobby make a bunch of inconsequential bets about the dumbest things and throw out rewards like bragging rights and compliments. It's just a fun, innocent side story where a mom is doing something dumb with her son. That's great. All of this is great. This episode revitalizes you. It makes you think you can get through the rest of the season. Pour Some Sugar on Khan is a pitch perfect 10 out of 10. Did you know karaoke means empty orchestra? Hey, there's that buzzing again. I know I mentioned it back in Lady and Gentrification, but didn't go in depth on why the Realtor episodes are so funny this season, yet I actually think that this episode is the better example. Things are tight at Sizemore Realty. People are struggling to buy homes, so every listing is worth its weight in gold. So funny story, this episode actually aired April 6th of 2008. Later in 2008, the famous 2008 housing crisis would happen, where banks would default and fail. So yeah, no duh, realtors had it rough. They were right on the fringe of an economic bubble. Peggy gets a listing that houses some very eccentric characters, and so she decides to get some actors to stage the place. Frank, played by, and I can't believe this is his first time on the show, much less he's not even in an episode with David Allen, the other half of the Naked Trucker and T-Bone crew, but it's David Koechner. And Melrose, played by Abby Elliott, who, fun fact, is the daughter of Chris Elliott, who plays Chris Sizemore in the episode, and she's in The Beast, and one of the first second-generation SNL members since her dad was also in SNL. This is more interesting than the episode, trust me. Oh, and Bud Ferguson is a home inspector that Hank admires and looks up to. I want to say he's a light caricature of Mike Holmes, but I'm probably reading way too much into it. Peggy puts together a play to show off the house and even puts on a soft showing at her house where she wows a guy into putting an offer on her home through Chris, and Peggy says yes. Peggy sells her family's home without even bothering to pick their brains on it. Peggy is just this horrible toss-up character at this point. You have no idea what she's going to be on any given day. The only way they can get out of the sale is if they mess their house up well enough that the inspector can't give them a passing grade. And so Hank, through absolutely no fault of his own, literally just trying to mind his own business, now has to tear apart the home he's loved for years because his wife made a knee-jerk reaction to sell it. How is that fair to the poor man? Like, I know it was a joke having him break down as he was hammering his rain gutter, but when you watch the episode, I don't know, it doesn't feel funny, it just feels sad. It would be funny if it was a comeuppance, but he didn't do anything. If he was standing in Peggy's way or something, hey, that's narrative, that's conflict, but he just asked to be left alone with her antics and he got dragged in anyway. Bud does his walk through the house and sure enough it fails. However, he's not stupid and he does commend Hank for his masterful upkeep and partial demolition of his home. He gives him one of the greatest compliments he could ever receive. It's a really wholesome moment for Hank. I just wish that it didn't happen like this. But it is sweet, there's at least something there. It makes the episode end on a high note, which is better than some. Also, Glenn Morshower is so weird to hear so frequently in the show, but I don't know, he's an unsung legend of the recurring cast. Man brings it every time he pops up. 6 characters in search of a house is an economic bubble bursting 3 out of 10. We are so close to the end. We're so close to never having to look back at the season again. I thought I was through the worst of the show. I thought it was all uphill from Hank's bully. I was wrong, gang. So wrong. Joseph is really good at football. So good, in fact, he's been scouted by Spencer Academy, who wants him to be their star quarterback, and they'll build the team around him. Naturally, Dale sees dollar signs and starts milking the scouting as much as he can, while coaxing Joseph to pick the academy. Hank is upset with Dale because he wants Joseph to stay at Tom Landry and play for them so they have a fighting chance this season. Neither is in the right at all. Let's not kid ourselves. Joseph has some issues he needs some extra help with. Spencer Academy should be a place where he could get the attention he needs to thrive. That could be really helpful for him if, they weren't only focused on sports. But they make a child get in front of a bunch of grown men and announce where he's going to go because that's something to put on a child's shoulders. He says he wants to stick with Tom Landry, and then boom, Dale snatches the mic and says he's going to Spencer Academy after all because his opinion doesn't matter. Yeesh. Dale and Nancy go to a gala where they're a little outspent by literally everyone there, which is really odd considering Nancy is a pretty big news celebrity. Just seems like people would know who she is there, and yet it's all about Dale and his Dumb and Dumber best. When Dale sees that he can't provide Joseph with the money and life he deserves, he sends him to live with one of the recruiters. The recruiter then naturally proceeds to drop Joseph off at home, and when Joseph, Dale's son, is pounding on the door to get let in, Dale sends him away only for Hank to bring Joseph home. Dale is overjoyed when Joseph comes home and gets re-enrolled in Tom Landry, and Dale throws a gala to pay off what he owes Spencer Academy, and the episode ends resolved. Okay, but there wasn't really a resolution. Dale did a lot of really messed up stuff, and they just go with the easiest answer possible because they have 87 seconds to wrap everything up. The courtship of Joseph's father is another wheel-spinning episode that just has Dale being wacky for the sake of being wacky. Give me something more, I'm begging you. This episode made my eyes pulse. This is a rough one. The courtship of Joseph's father is a last draft pick, 3 out of 10. The episode opens with the family being held hostage as they're being robbed at a Party Bear establishment, all showing that Peggy has had a long line of miserable birthdays. This year, she's decided they're gonna do a murder mystery train ride instead. Dale is so excited to see Peggy's birthday just completely implode. I think how you feel about this episode is purely determined based off the episodes you watched before it. If you watch good Peggy episodes, you really truly feel for her. If you watch this season Peggy, her horrible birthdays feel like justice for the horrible things she's done. It's a bit of a toss-up. Well, everyone gets on the train and Luann is pulled aside to be one of the actors since one couldn't make it. Luann asks Peggy a question and gives away the mystery surprise, and Dale announces who did it for the whole train to hear, ruining the entire event with a giant smile on his face. They bring up Roy Cohn, someone who would really hate if you Googled them. Seriously, one of the worst things Dale could have done, but hey, at least he didn't send John Redcorn to break up the Hill House. The refrigeration failed, and so while miserable eating cheese and crackers, Hank and Peggy go off for some private exploring and they have a little birthday fun. That does leave bare footprints on a mirror and a new mystery for the gang to solve. Who canoodled in the iron noodle? Lucky, using his TV Land detective prowess, tries to figure it out while Khan runs through the suspects. They get kicked off the train for messing with the conductor to try and destroy evidence, head to a biker bar, the bikers are surprisingly cool, and that's it. Meanwhile, the B's story is Bobby, Connie, and Joseph search the house for a new hangout spot until they crawl under the house to drink soda and chill, which might be the most 12-year-old thing I've seen in a minute. Like so many Bobby stories or romanticized adventures of a 12-year-old boy, this is them going under a house as a chill zone. That is unadulterated kid nonsense, and I love it. Strangeness on a Train does admittedly have some heart to it, and it's not a horrible episode by any means. It's just Dale being the worst and Peggy being miserable. The episode does drag, especially in the beginning, weirdly enough. Like, even the robbery feels padded. And it's just another episode that you feel like could have resolved itself in like 15 minutes, but they had to stretch it to last. It's disappointing because the elements are there for a really solid episode. I don't know. Strangeness on a Train is a piston pumping 7 out of 10. When Dooley yeets a can at the school officer, Principal Moss thinks it was Bobby and forces Bobby to spend time with the cop to see his side of things. Who's the cop? You guessed it, Officer Brown! I would honestly say this is another vignette episode. Peggy gets Hank an autographed picture of the Cowboys, but recognizes one of the signatures is fake and goes down to the Metro Park to get their money back. Dale gets hired at Not Hooters and is just waiting for them to fire him because he's a man so he can sue. He starts giving desserts and appetizers away for free and getting way better tips because of it. And when Hank is upset that they got screwed over, a guy bumps into him and he's confident the guy stole his wallet. So he runs up to the guy and demands the wallet before walking off. This sets the guy off and he goes all Michael Douglas and falling down, ready to get even with Hank one way or another. Hank does himself no favors by being as cryptic as possible every time he calls him, never even offering a genuine apology for some reason. Again, it's that age-old gem of miscommunication as the laziest source of conflict. Hey, I'm so sorry, I took your wallet thinking it was my own. Please know that I just want to return your wallet to you and all your stuff is still in it. Boom, short and sweet. A message like that and literally the entire conflict of the episode could be dodged. The Dale story feels like it wasn't fleshed out enough for an A or B story, so they just kinda threw it in there. And as Bobby sits in a cleaning closet, he convinces Officer Brown, the man that took bribes and wanted to put down dogs, to go out and pick up truant kids like Dooley and get his spark back. Bobby, that isn't the move, bud. Like, don't make it Officer Brown if you're gonna do that story. Also, it's incredibly odd that of all the elements this season, the only one that gets built on is Officer Brown. Like, why? Whose favorite character is Officer Brown? Officer Brown stands, please fight for him in the comments. The guy, Barry Rollins, starts working out and goes to attack Hank with a bat. Hank, Bill, and Boomhauer run away from him. Now, okay, Hank, Bill, and Boomhauer are all former football players. Hank is not a small man. Barry Rollins is a scrawny guy with an aluminum bat, swinging it wildly with one arm, so it can't be swinging with any amount of sizable power. Would old Hank run from him like that? It just feels like a joke chase scene for no reason. Give the dude, a pistol or something, even if it's fake. Make it believable that Hank would run from him. Hank has over a foot on the guy and it's 3 versus 1, with one of his being military trained. Cops and Robert is the weakest of the vignette episodes and makes me miss Mutual of Omaha like it was an old friend. It doesn't do anything particularly inventive, and what it does do, it does in the laziest way imaginable. Cops and Robert is a slow speed chase, 4 out of 10. It's time for the Garage Boat Regatta! Bobby is actually excited about building a boat, and so Hank decides that this year, instead of building one with the gang, he's going to have a genuine bonding moment with his son. The gang doesn't take it well and treats him like the enemy, for wanting to spend time with his son. However, when Hank and Bobby are working on the boat and Hank is trying to teach him about boats, he runs into a bat and runs out of the garage, holding the door behind him, trapping Bobby with the bat. Hank is afraid of bats. Everyone finds out that Hank is afraid of bats and mocks him while Bobby starts to get an inflated ego and does shoddy craftsmanship on the boat. Dale and the gang put a giant bat on their boat to scare Hank. And so when Bobby goes to test his boat, it starts to sink immediately and he starts to panic. When the going gets tough, though, the tough get going, and Hank rushes to save Bobby and their tiki hut boat. He tries to refit the buoyancy issues and faces his fear as they move under a bridge covered in bats. I don't know, maybe it's because I've gotten to hold them, or because rhetoric around bats has changed considerably in 15 years, as information has come out about how vital they are to their ecosystems and the importance of their conservation. Not to mention, they're just cute little flying dogs, but I just don't get Hank's massive fear around them. They even animate the bat that's been tormenting him as just this little harmless funny guy, which is obviously the point, I know, but it's just, I don't know. The man has a lot of justifiable fears, but that one isn't it. If Hank never wanted to go in the ocean or see a dolphin again, hey, I don't blame the guy. But a bat is what shakes him to his core? It's not just outlandish, it's just kind of unbelievable. We've seen him deal with other phobias and get over them, like, just randomly blowing up, and now here it's bats. I like that Bobby goes mad with power, I just wish he was doing it to convince his dad to get out of his funk. We've seen Bobby do little 4D chess moves like that in the past, but that might be too complicated for end of season Bobby to do. It Came from the Garage is forgettable. Is it bad? It's not good, but it's not nearly as bad as, say, Tears of an Inflatable Clown. If it aired in an earlier season, I think I wouldn't dislike it as much. The rising action and the conclusion are strong, but the middle is just a stretched out slog. It Came from the Garage is a supersonic 6 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. For the second to last season of the show, you'd think they'd try and bring on as much guest talent as possible, but this season was really muted on the celebrity appearances. Ironically, this season was actually the season that viewership started to increase for the show after a pretty steady decline in popularity. The B story is quick and easy. Dale is building a watchtower in his backyard that Khan absolutely hates, and I honestly don't blame him. Dale is building it within all the allowed perimeters, but that means it has no foundation or support and is way too narrow and would ultimately get tipped over with little effort. Yeah. And now the meat and cheese. Lucky wants to do right by Luann and his kids, so he asks Hank to help him get his affairs in order. Driver's license, tax documents, all that good stuff. Hank, proud of Lucky, agrees to help him. Oh look, Hank is willing to help Lucky better himself for his family and Luann, his wife. Just makes Peggy look that much worse. Speaking of Peggy, she gets a call from her brother Hoyt, and he's coming to Arlen. Perfect casting is very, very rare. But when it happens, when you catch lightning in a bottle, it elevates the character into a whole new experience entirely. If Hoyt was voiced by David Herman, he wouldn't be nearly as memorable. No, Hoyt would be played by returning great Johnny Knoxville, who absolutely brings it. His last character in Business is Picking Up was solid, but they were clean-cut, cool, and professional. Hoyt wasn't on an oil rig. He was in prison. He's a drunk, a deadbeat, and a serial offender, and Johnny Knoxville imbues him with the kind of charisma only he can. He makes it believable that people would fall for his tricks over and over again. And so, yeah, Luann's dad is finally home and gets to meet his new son-in-law, and they get along like gangbusters. However, Lucky may be stupid, but he's not dumb, and he knows someone that got out of the state or federal oil rig when he sees them. Naturally, he keeps it a secret from Luann to not upset her, because that's who Lucky is, but when he goes out with his father-in-law for pancakes and they dine and dash, he ultimately gets arrested and attempts to take the fall for Hoyt, so Luann can at least still have her dad. And Hoyt is all ready for Lucky to take the fall for him, but he's convinced by Hank and Peggy to do the right thing and go back to the oil rig to save Lucky. Ironically, the thing I love most about this episode is how little Luann is in it. I just want to pretend like last season was the last we saw of her, so she isn't spoiling murder mysteries or telling old ladies to be reincarnated as her baby. Let me pretend she got her happy ending and the series didn't keep going. Alas, here we are. I'll say this about Luann though. A lot of episodes this season just have her sitting at the dinner table like nothing ever happened. Lucky isn't joining them or anything, it just feels like they forgot what they were doing with her. Passage of time and whatnot, but Luann has been pregnant for 2 seasons, and even at your most liberal definition of the passage of time, there's no way the last 2 seasons happened in less than 10 months. The writers forgot how to handle Luann, so she's just treated as this adult child when she had a character. She had an identity. It's just sad to see how one-dimensional she's become. I would have loved seeing the Luann from Texas City Twister reunite with her dad, or the Luann right after Buckley's Angel. Here it just feels like she lives in her own little world and she can't be touched by the real world lest she wilt like a julep. I appreciate that Lucky and Peggy are always looking out for her, and it does show they love her in their own ways, but great googly moogly, give her some of her autonomy back. Life, a Loser's Manual is a great episode that showcases the flaws with the series at this point. Tom Petty absolutely brings it with an emotional turn on Lucky that gives you a truly humbling experience. Johnny Knoxville, again, absolutely dynamite. It's a well-structured season finale that has finale-sized stakes and handles them brilliantly. Life, a Loser's Manual is 9 prison dollars out of 10. And there we have it, that's season 12! Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. Season 12 was equal parts a fun little jaunt through late-stage King of the Hill and mind-numbing ego death inducing nothing. I say this with love for the show in my heart. At the end of the day, how many shows make it to 12 seasons? Much less 13. The fact there are still strong episodes to celebrate even as we turn the corner on the last season is incredible in its own right. But naturally, we're not done just yet. We still have one more season before we're done with the original run. We'll get episodes that didn't air until Adult Swim, some very dated social media, and a capstone episode for one of Arlen's most beloved entrepreneurs. So I'll see you next time when we careen into season 13. It's season 13! The final season of the original run of King of the Hill. It's hard to believe we've come this far and only have around 25 episodes until we're done with such a prolific series. We still have some very high highs and very low lows to cover, but looking back at everything we talked about to get to this point is just surreal. We've seen story arcs, seasons set around themes, and even Bobby going nuts. We had legendary musical and acting talents lend their voices to this down-home classic. And now here we are at the season that didn't even air in its entirety on Fox. And so, without further ado, for the last time I must ask, what worked? What failed? What MySpace flash mobs will be curtailed? There's no other way that can be seen. It's time to careen into season 13. Bill has a wee bit of a diabetic coma and is shocked when he finds out he's got adult onset diabetes, and he blames his genes instead of his diet, or his lack of exercise, or anything. Nope, his genes are easier. Hank vows to help Bill fight his stress eating habits and learn to eat healthier. Bill doesn't even last 24 hours before he's right back in the hospital, getting a doctor that just does not have it in him to lie to Bill, and tells him that if he doesn't get his diabetes under control, he'll lose his legs, so he might as well get a wheelchair and get it early. Bill gives up and just uses his wheelchair to get around now. Ha. Bill goes out to the park and runs into a bunch of paraplegic athletes. He meets Thunder, played by fitness guru Jake Steinfeld, who encourages him to join in and take control of his life. Just because he can't walk doesn't mean he can't live. I'll say this, Jake Steinfeld is a great first guest star and does a wonderful job of bringing this confident take-charge athlete to life. Thunder and Bill go out dancing and Bill starts to get his confidence back. There is a slight B-story of Bobby trying to trade the healthy food his mom made for him for his friend's food because he's tired of eating healthy, like this is some kind of Mark Twain book. Fun fact, Mark Twain's real name was Samuel Clemens. The less fun facts I have in an episode review, the better the episode is. Bill ships up to Boston and flogs some mollies while Coach Kleehammer gives one of the best lines in the entire series. However, after drunkenly celebrating with his crew, he gets up to use the bathroom, shocking them all that he can totally walk and never bothered to mention it. He's understandably ostracized. When he tries to prove he has diabetes, he finds out that through hard work and exercise, he actually got his diabetes under control. Bill tries to eat sugar to give him his diabetes back, and Thunder consoles him and has a heart-to-heart. Now, I don't like how they told Bill he beat diabetes here. You don't beat diabetes. Getting it under control to the point you can maintain yourself through healthy eating and exercise as opposed to insulin injections? Oh, absolutely. But the man is still 3 chocodiles and a yoo-hoo chaser away from a diabetic coma. You don't just click your heels and it goes away. Anyway, he goes to have some friendly words with his doctor, and the episode ends with the nurse not hearing a thing as the doctor gets some constructive criticism. Diabetic shock isn't an episode I'd start a season with, and I think it almost serves as a detriment to the episode. If it came later in the season, I think it'd have a better fit, but for what it is, Diabetic shock is a perfectly serviceable Bill episode. It's not the best Bill episode, but at least he's not being home-wrecked or dealing with massive debt. Diabetic shock is a low-sugar, high-entertainment 7 out of 10. Bobby is taking Earth Sciences and wants to plant a tree for extra credit. Buck readily hands out cards for someone to win Strickland Propane, so they have to deal with the fallout of Buck dumping empty propane tanks in the river, and he wants to go green to help their public image. Hank brings Bobby in to help them be more green, and I gotta say this would have been a great episode to have Mr. McKay from It's Not Easy Being Green return. With or without Paul Giamatti, but obviously with would work better. Instead, Bobby's teacher isn't really around at all, and a company is just listening to a kid and his pamphlets. The episode just feels like a very special episode about the importance of going green and how it's not all repurposing water and going off the grid. However, some of their tips have aged like milk, like turning off your monitor when you're not using your computer instead of, just turning your computer off. Buck gets restless and starts to lose it, even going pantsless at work, all because he can't take going green. Dale brings up carbon offsets and wants to sell the carbon being offset by Bobby and Joseph planting trees for the environment. Dale wants to profit off of child labor as he sends them off to get people to buy carbon offsets and pretends to plant the trees. I appreciate that Hank and Bobby both genuinely care about the environment and want to do the actual progressive work, but Bobby got tricked by Dale. Meanwhile, Buck is organizing an eco-friendly concert event to win him some earthy girls. And when they go to visit Strickland Woods, where the concert is supposed to be, they find out Dale never planted a single tree, and it understandably devastates Bobby. Messing with Bill, okay, there is at least something there in his twisted little mind. But to manipulate his own son and Bobby like that? I know it's not above Dale, but it's still skeevy he did it at all. Dale and Buck try and fix things by using an old gun club members' trees for their offsets so he can use the land for a concert. Bobby is disillusioned with saving the environment as Buck seems to get away with everything without any consequences. Hank even goes on stage and tries to come clean, but the audience just isn't having it as Big Mountain Fudge Cake walks onto stage, which is interesting since I'm pretty sure they broke up like 3 seasons ago, but I guess they're back together again for some reason. Hank and Bobby secure the tree and credits roll. There's no resolution. Again, I guess the message is just people care more about the messaging than they do saving the environment, which, man, that's some look-up levels of symbolism, and it's kind of funny. I wonder if Mike Judge would ever make a show about that. You know, a bunch of people that seem to care more about the environment but never actually do anything about it. The people that seem too good to be true, a good family, if you will. Earthy Girls Are Easy is a frustrating episode. I feel like it's supposed to be frustrating to make viewers care more about the environment, but narratively it just falls apart in the third act. Earthy Girls Are Easy is a mean green 5 out of 10. Hank and the gang fix up Dottie's place for her nephew for curb appeal while Luann does a maternity shoot. You know, that way everyone is doing something. Turns out that Ted Wasanasong is actually the one that bought Dottie's old house, and he proceeds to knock it down and put up a giant McMansion. I'll say this, it's small, but I'm glad to have Lucky back. His whammy bar keeps me sane. The neighborhood struggles to adjust with all construction and steadily gets pushed out. Hank goes to fight the home with the ordinance committee, including Ed Burnett, played by returning great Chris Elliott, which would actually make this episode something special. You see, they meet an old bylaws archivist named Edgar Hornsby, who looks for any reason to get rid of the McMansion. Edgar Hornsby would be played by Bob Elliott, Chris Elliott's father, and one of the clerks would be played by Ashley Elliott, Chris Elliott's daughter, who's been in past episodes. It's not an isolated incident, but it's just really cool seeing 3 generations of Elliott in one episode of an animated comedy. It's the small things. It could have just been a gimmick, but honestly, the 3 of them actually bring a ton of personality to the episode in their own unique ways. Bob Elliott delivers Edgar's lines like a true veteran actor, and Ashley Elliott is inspired as one of the clerks that thought Edgar had been dead for a decade. Honestly, the weakest is Chris Elliott, but he didn't have a ton to work with, and even if he's the weakest, it definitely doesn't mean he's bad at all. Those overglorified Snapple facts are about as deep as this episode gets. The McMansion starts to creak and sway in the intense winds and begins to crumble. Hank and the gang, in order to protect their property, demolish parts of the beastly McMansion in the most anime scene of the whole show. Big Shobute must die vibes. Ted naturally sues them for the destruction of the home he's gonna sell and wasn't expecting him to bring every receipt imaginable. The judge would actually be played by Jerry Lambert, who, if you want a real time machine, just search Jerry Lambert Netflix commercials. Edgar gets called to testify, and he defends Hank with a bylaw that sure enough exonerates Hank and the neighborhood since they were just looking out for their homes. Ted sells the lot to the city, and they put up a substation in the neighborhood, which Hank and the gang builds a house around, which really doesn't seem safe to surround a substation with wood, but that's just me. Square-Footed Monster is an anxious episode that starts, then stalls, until it's finally crossing the finish line. But I'll say this, it has a thorough conclusion. Square-Footed Monster isn't perfect, but it's a fun episode that has a lineage of talent in it and actual effort put into the writing. It isn't going to be in anyone's top 10 episodes, but it's definitely not in their least favorite either, and frankly, that's good enough. Square-Footed Monster is as sturdy as plywood, 8 out of 10. Hey, it's actually very wonderfully outdated episode. Donna, the accountant at Strickland, the same one that robbed them blind, is bored and starts showing off MySpace after Hank loses a customer to Thatherton and their shared love of Weezer. Donna then sets up a Strickland MySpace page where they have to make racy content to build their audience, which understandably upsets Hank. Donna gets promoted to co-assistant manager as she manages the MySpace page while Hank does all the actual work. Donna goes crazy, takes over the MySpace page, and even sends a flash mob after Strickland Propane. Like, sure, no one uses MySpace anymore, but replace it with TikTok or Instagram, and the commentary is still pretty fresh. It's really more just about your digital presence, and it's wild how forward-thinking it is about the ideas. Plus, you have Peggy going around MySpace as Ted Danson. I don't know why, but it's just so dumb, and yet during the MySpace era, there were so many fake actor profiles. It was very early mainstream non-dial-up internet. It was a wild westland out there. And see, you have all that, and I haven't even gotten into the B story. Dale takes Nancy to That's Amore, and when he finds out how expensive truffle is, he gets a truffle-sniffing pig, and Bobby falls in love with the pig and wants to go truffle hunting with Dale. The pig scarfs down some fun mushrooms, and while he chases the white rabbit and runs off, Bobby and Dale have to find him. It's going to be wild, and I am sure there's people that hate this episode as much as I love it, but this is genuinely one of my absolute favorites. The jokes are great, voice delivery is wonderful, like season 12 was rough in a lot of parts, but going through season 13, more often than not, the episodes are actually pretty good. You can tell they did put some amount of effort into finishing strong, even if they didn't know definitively this was the last season, and I don't know. Lost in MySpace felt like a modernized classic King of the Hill. It was a solid story that actually has a conclusion and a wonderful B story that is a perfectly balanced Dale epic. Lost in MySpace is a My Chemical Romance landing page launching 9 out of 10. I haven't talked much about Dennis Berkeley and his run as Principal Moss, but it needs to be said that Dennis Berkeley was a one-of-a-kind legend that, I don't know, he elevated a character that could have been just this dreary, depressed excuse of a man to actually have some kind of depth to him. He grew up with Hank, he's a man that's been beat down by the system, and he's just trying to get through the day. No one said he wasn't skeevy, but he does it well. And honestly, this is probably the best Principal Moss episode of all time. I kept thinking all these Principal Moss episodes were earlier and I was excited to see them all, but they're actually all in this season, which is just wild. Bobby is struggling in school and scoring low, which Hank thinks is Bobby just being lazy. Principal Moss finds out that they're failing the No Child Left Behind guideline since the kids can't pass the standardized tests, so the teachers start trying to hammer in extra tutoring. But when even that isn't working, Principal Moss has a solution. He takes all the lowest scoring students and puts them in the special needs division so they don't have to take the test, and bribes them with a trip to Arlen land with the honors kids if they play along. A principal bribing his students. I love it. So many times you see the principal as a sort of caring, authoritative figure who, sure, they might be strict, but they do care deep down. Or you get something like Principal Lewis or Principal Shepard from American Dad and Family Guy, respectively, where they're just wild party animals. Principal Moss is just charismatically pathetic. Hank fights to get Bobby taken out of the special needs class, but ends up failing, and sure enough, Bobby and the other kids go on the trip with Dale as their parental guardian, which, what could go wrong there, and they use the log flume as a water slide. They get crammed school to prove that they can pass the test, and they're not special needs, and the school fails. Worse than the previous year. Just absolutely miserable showing. Principal Moss gets thrown on unpaid leave and sells J-Bone steaks. J-Bone. Gang, I know I am just absolutely ruining my non-existent credentials, but I adore this episode. I think it's just absolutely amazing. A 10 out of 10, personally. It's so great that the teachers in Moss have been developed like this, and I don't know, it feels unique. The teachers feel like they're actual people that are very aware rent is due on the first. It's a realistic portrayal of teachers, and I just genuinely love that. The episode never loses the plot. It knows exactly what it set out to do and does it masterfully. No Bobby Left Behind is a high honor roll, 10 out of 10. Peggy hasn't sold a house in 6 months, housing crisis, but she wants to buy the family a new TV, and so she goes to Min. Min encourages her to invest her savings and make it earn for her, and shows that she watches the Dow Genius and follows his guidance. The Dow Genius is very obviously a play on Jim Cramer from Mad Money, which, I'd be baffled if he turned down a guest role on King of the Hill. It's just David Herman again. Peggy, Min, and Dale all struggle to find anything worth investing in when they run into Bill and realize he's the perfect consumer and start following him around to invest in whatever he buys, all while making sure he has no idea that they're researching him. Meanwhile, the family does get a brand new TV, and it is deafening. Bill is happy just to have people listening to him for a change, but sure enough, he figures out something is up at a tech expo and starts to panic. A very interesting display of observation bias that Dale goes very in-depth on, weirdly enough. Basically, if you know you're being watched, you're going to act differently than if you weren't. The funniest part is that it's a perfectly reasonable psychological idea, and it's presented by Dale. It's just, a broken clock is right twice a day sometimes, I guess. Well, Bill spirals when he can't make any right calls and proceeds to refinance his house and loses everything. Min, Peggy, and Dale try and scrounge up enough money to save Bill out of guilt, but it's nowhere near enough, and Bill just straight up files for bankruptcy. Like, the episode ends with Bill telling everyone how simple it is to start the process to file for bankruptcy. People are actively listening to him for once, and it's about how he had to do something so civilian. There's no, ho ho, you've won the lottery, here's all the money you lost. Gee, that sure is convenient, see you next Sunday at 7:30. No, he lost it all. He stole fuzzy lifting drink, he gets nothing. And he's the happiest he's been all episode. I know this is the part where I should tear the episode apart, but it's a really, really great little adventure. Min, Dale, and Peggy, I would argue, actually works better than Min, Nancy, and Peggy. I don't know. Dale just offers a different approach, and while this episode is one of the only times it happens, I really think it shines because the focus is split between the three, and the B story is just so inconsequential it allows the Bill story to be so devastating for him. Like, it's juxtaposed to the new plasma screen TV being a nightmare. It's wild to see where we've come from. A bill full of dollars is a stonks 10 out of 10. Hey, a guest star! Peggy signs up to be a greeter for new families to the area and takes Hank to meet the Cherish family. The father, Wesley Cherish, would be played by Andy Richter. Wesley and Hank team up to start up an Arlen chapter of the Order of the Straight Arrow, and Hank signs Bobby up so he can experience the fun of being an Arrow Scout. There are a few episodes this season that just make you scratch your head and wonder why. This is one of them. I know it was a long time ago, but remember back to season 1 in the episode where Bobby goes on a camping retreat with Hank and the gang participate in an Order of the Straight Arrow trip. Remember when Bobby bludgeoned the whooping crane and he kept giving thanks to nature and appreciated the world around him? Want to guess what the name of that episode is? The Order of the Straight Arrow. Easily one of the best early episodes of King of the Hill. Now in this episode, they're starting the chapter up again and Bobby's never done it before. I don't know at this point. I want to have an open mind, and I don't hate when you redo episodes, but you retcon one of the greatest episodes of the entire series for this? Wesley is a helicopter parent that makes sure his kids never run into danger. They do an indoor camping trip in a library where they make a fake plastic fire instead of a real one, and Wesley thinks Bobby is a bad influence because he plays video games. You having fun yet? Any of this funny for you? Hank tries to give the kids an authentic camping experience and sneak them away, but when Wesley's kids get cupcakes and bowled off into the woods, he gets understandably upset. The A story doesn't need to exist. I have heard Andy Richter give incredible vocal performances. He's Delmonico, for crying out loud. Here, he's just, he's fine. Granted, he doesn't have anything to work with. Wesley is just a boring character. The entire A story is just boring. It has stakes, sure, but you just don't care about them. There's no weight to it, which is really funny because the ironic thing about the episode is the B story is infinitely better, and I'm genuinely shocked that's the case. Luann and Lucky begin the wedding gift shakedown to get practical gifts to prepare for their new arrival. I'll say it, and I'm pretty sure I get why, but Luann has had the exact same character model ever since she announced her pregnancy. Now, I'm guessing they did that because they didn't have a guarantee that episodes they created would air in order due to football or other circumstances. Remember, Football Sunday would carry over into new episodes of King of the Hill all the time. It's not an issue anymore since it just has digital releases, but back then it was something to be concerned about. Why am I bringing this up now? You know, with Luann running around with Lucky doing a shakedown? Oh, because she gives birth next episode. I get it, but knowing that's coming it feels a little jarring, but it's funny. I don't really care all that much. Tom Petty does a great delivery, and honestly, the B story makes Straight as an Arrow a merit badge earning 6 out of 10. Luann is very, very pregnant all at once. She's getting ready for the baby shower, and Peggy preps her for what she should expect when she gives birth. However, lucky sister Myrna comes to the baby shower ready to bring an almost obsessive amount of prenatal wisdom. Myrna would be played outstandingly by acclaimed actress Paget Brewster. You probably recognize her most from Criminal Minds, but she is easily one of the funniest voice actors out there and has a comedic timing that is genuinely unrivaled. She's Bird Girl! And yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this episode, but she does a wonderful job in it. She and Peggy get along at first as they try and help Luann and Lucky prep for bringing a new life into the world, and when Myrna goes more psychological and even hires an assistant/doula for a natural birth, Peggy tries to retaliate until Luann puts her foot down, stands up for herself, and brings her baby girl into the world on her terms. And Gracie Margaret Kleinschmidt is born. I'm gonna be completely real. If we never saw Luann and Lucky after this point, that might have been for the best. It's a perfect end for their stories. You can walk away satisfied that this is who Luann is now. There doesn't need to be an episode later on that makes her insufferable. She's fine as she is. No, I spit in the face of the wheel of time. I reject this reality and substitute my own. I didn't even talk about the B story. Bill falls in love with the intercom girl at a fast food joint, and she's actually at a call center. She likes him too, and so he starts to obsess over her, ultimately deciding to drive out to the call center and meet her, and she's a 17-year-old girl. Why? What call center is hiring 17-year-olds too? It doesn't make sense. Have her be just some woman who sees Bill and goes, yeah, it's a no from me, dog. Just kinda unnecessarily cruel to the poor guy. Man didn't need the 1-2 punch to the gut, he was unconscious after the uppercut. The B story doesn't do anything. It doesn't even feel like an adequate buffer between A story segments. You could take it out and have more Lucky and Myrna interaction, and bing bang boom, we got an episode, people. Lucky see Monkey do in a vacuum isn't bad at all. If you've marathoned the show from the beginning, you're happy that Luann is happy at this point. It's bittersweet, but it's good enough. She could do a lot worse than Lucky. She has her family, she has her support, she's got Hank and Peggy, and she'll be alright. Brittany Murphy did an incredible job bringing Luann to life, and no matter what the writers did to her character, she brought her all every single time. Lucky See, Monkey Do is a heartfelt 8 out of 10. If you're sat down and given 5 episodes of any shows in existence to explain who you are to a stranger, what would you say? I don't know what 5 through 2 would be, but number 1 would be what happens at the National Propane Convention stays at the National Propane Convention. This episode rings in the very marrow of me bones. Buck is nominated to be inducted into the Hall of Flame and be able to wear the legendary rainbow blazer. When Buck makes the announcement, he asks Hank to introduce him, who accepts with glee and goes to Memphis with Buck and his family to make sure Buck stays out of trouble until the award ceremony. Bobby and Joseph run off and the rest of the gang just sort of floats around. Everything is going well until Buck notices another Strickland Propane and meets Ray Roy, his sometimes mentioned, always illegitimate son, played by returning legend Diedrich Bader. Buck finally meets his son. He finally has kin. And Ray Roy is just like him. Booze, women, and gambling are his 3 biggest vices, and sure enough, they run off to party dirty down in Memphis. Peggy tries to schmooze with the first ladies of Propane, and Hank gets drunk on Long Island iced teas and vomits on stage when he's supposed to be introducing Buck. Peggy goes to find Buck and Ray Roy and demand they make things right. Hank has always been there for Buck, and the one time Hank needs him, he isn't there. This is the culmination of Buck's entire story. He has his son, he's inducted into the Hall of Flame, but his adventure isn't over. Buck, Peggy, and Ray Roy scheme to compromise the committee and get Hank off the hook like only Buck can. Buck uses his Buck powers for the man that kept his business running through thick and thin. He gets Hank a rainbow flame blazer, and most important of all, he tells Hank he's earned it. The episode ends with Buck hopping in the car with Ray Roy and peeling out as Cats in the Cradle plays on. It shouldn't. It absolutely shouldn't. But this episode still, to this day, brings a tear to my eye. I know everyone has episodes of media that help shape them into who they are, even if they don't realize it, and I know this episode is one of those for me. Whether it just came into my life at the right time or just hit the right frequency for me, this is the episode I revisit the most. It's an episode I can almost recite from memory. There's nothing from top to bottom I'd change about this episode. Stephen Root gives an outstanding, and I mean outstanding, performance as Buck. Diedrich Bader has never phoned it in, and his Ray Roy is terrific. This is the biggest propane episode of the series, and it feels like a great conclusion to the Strickland saga. What happens at the National Propane Convention stays at the National Propane Convention is a brilliantly burning 10 out of 10. I would skip this episode for years. I hated this story. I thought it was just the absolute worst, and I just adamantly refused. As the years went on, I knew I didn't watch the episode, but I couldn't for the life of me remember why. Then I had to do this marathon, and I think I've grown into loving this episode. Let's get the B story out of the way. Dale records himself trying to live in nature, a la Bear Grylls, Survivor Man, etc. He camps in his front backyard. It's good, dumb fun. The A story, Hank and Peggy go on a great relaxing night out where they just take it easy and take their time at dinner. They're laughing, they order the molten lava cake, they genuinely feel like two people in love with one another. Yeah, well, they forget to pick Bobby up and he's stuck at the mall after it closes. Hank and Peggy throw each other under the bus and Bobby tries to twist the situation so he can get whatever he wants from the two of them. Hank and Peggy figure out what Bobby is doing when he feels ignored and alone. So they decide to smother him with love to teach him a lesson. They're playing board games late into the night. They're waking him up in the morning and going all in on it. I think what I love most is that this feels like a season 1 Mike Judge episode. Hank and Peggy kill Bobby with kindness. That's such a human response. I know that sounds weird, but like Peggy isn't doing anything crazy because a family therapist said so. Hank isn't shaking his head and going, that boy ain't right. They're both upset they forgot Bobby, accidents happen, and then they turn around, work together, and shower Bobby with affection until he learns his lesson. You tell me what they did wrong with their punishment of Bobby. I'll wait. It's a human episode of King of the Hill. You could put real actors in and make it a sitcom episode with zero effort. Yes, just like that episode of 2.5 Men that I'm sure people are going to point out. Master of Puppets is fine. It's absolutely not the best episode of the season, but it's definitely not the worst either. I will take a perfectly fine episode like this any day. Master of Puppets, I'm Pulling Your Strings is a no-nonsense 7 out of 10. No as in the no Japanese puppetry style that Kankuro in Nar Uto uses and has like one fight throughout the entire run that he actually wins. Aha! It's time for the rematch game of the century! Every year, the Mustang players that beat Hank and the gang in the state championships decide to harass them and even bust into their homes to mock them. It's a move! Hank, in a fit of rage, challenges them to a rematch to settle things once and for all. Naturally, it's flag football because they're old now, and so Hank has to go and get the team back together. Principal Moss, Bill, Boomhauer, Dale, and even some out-of-state help from Phoenix. However, when they're practicing, the bulldozer cranks the gas a little too hard and smashes Hank's face in, breaking his nose and making him require immediate plastic surgery. When he gets his nose fixed, he's too afraid to practice or play because he doesn't want his nose to get broken. He doesn't want himself to get broken. Again, this on the surface feels like a whatever episode, but if you look just under the hood, there's something there. Hank gets a shot at redemption against the team that took everything from him. When he played them last time, after his showboating, he had a career-ending injury. Now, all these years later, he gets his nose broken and he's terrified of getting broken in that game again. There's actually a really wonderful dream sequence that highlights all of this beautifully. Like, it's not even digging into the nitty-gritty of the episode to yank symbolism out. Right in the start of the episode, you get a flashback reminding you what happened all those years ago. We have seen Hank grapple with facets of his guilt, his shame. This game broke his body and almost broke his spirit. And once he steals his resolve and joins up with his boys, they play, and sure enough, the Arlen boys win. Hank faced his fears and he got closure. It's also great to see him have his friends, to have his team. Much like Master of Puppets, I didn't appreciate this episode as a kid. I thought it was just Hank being super vain for the sake of being vain. But if you go through the series, it actually makes a ton of sense. Blah, my nose is unassuming at first, but the more you think on it, the more it shines. Season 13 is really just like that. You look back at it and you see all this closure, which does make the revival a little bit more tricky. You see all these stories getting proper bows and salutes. It's not like Arlen is shrinking or anything, more like the lights are starting to be turned off and things are winding down. Blah, my nose is a no nose, no glory, 9 out of 10. This is a wild intro to an episode. Peggy goes into a CD store looking for the latest cassette of the crooner Michael Bublé. The worker says that he thought people would be too embarrassed to buy a Michael Bublé CD unless they bought it online. Peggy didn't know online shopping even existed. Imagine that. Imagine being embarrassed by listening to Michael Bublé. It's weird. I know. Things change a lot in 15 years. Peggy realizes she's not hip anymore. Her groove has officially been thrown off. Meanwhile, Bobby begs Hank to take him to Cotillion so he can learn the rules of being a proper gentleman, and in a fun twist for Bobby, use it as a networking chance to meet new girls since he's soured his chances at Tom Landry. I mean, that feels like a Boomhauer move right there. Good on Bobby for playing some 4D chess. Peggy takes Bobby to one of his meetings and runs into coolness personified in fellow mom Kat Savage, played by special guest Kate Walsh of Grey's Anatomy Private Practice fame, and Umbrella Academy. Peggy wants to be cool, so she idolizes Kat, and Bobby flirts with Kat's daughter, Michael. A daughter named Michael. Does her coolness know no bounds? Peggy tries to impress Kat when they get invited to Michael's party, and she and Bobby go to the party absolutely dripping in mad riz. Gen Z, I'm hip. Hit that subscribe button. Kat reveals the secret that she's absolutely miserable and her entire life is a lie. She chases fads and trends and that's her entire existence. She has to be on the ball 24/7 and she can't stand it, while Peggy envies every second of it. This episode is honestly aged beautifully. Make Kat an influencer in the modern age and her struggles have changed only minutely. Oh, yeah, the B story. Alright, the B story has not aged well. Honestly, kind of a fantasy idea in a post-2020 world. Hank finds a new bar and restaurant and falls in love with the food. The problem? Seating is first come, first serve, and you're gonna get the seat you get and like it. He keeps trying to circumvent it by bringing his friends or having Octavio inadvertently invent DoorDash, bite taken out of his food before drop-off and all. He's a veritable propane-loving Nostradamus, I tell you what. Uncool Customer is fine. It's another perfectly middle-of-the-road episode that honestly, Peggy doesn't go like way overboard, just a little bit, just a smidge for Pegs. There's a surprising amount of control to Peggy this season. It's weird. It's like they're going back to normal Peggy. I'm for it, but it's noticed. Uncool Customer is a trendy 7 out of 10. Where Uncool Customer arguably aged really well, so did Nancy Does Dallas in an unfortunate way. Nancy does a story on a kid and his pet possum and brings up that this could have been worse if that kid was an assailant and not, a kid with a wacky animal companion. Well, her fervor about school safety has Tom Landry doing active bad guy drills and teaching students to protect themselves in case of an emergency, even having Coach Kleehammer have them yeet books at him. Nancy's reporting gets her called up to the big leagues in Dallas, while Hank tries to make sure Dale doesn't burn the house down while she's gone. Nancy goes to Dallas and gets swept up in the office politics with the new news team and goes just a wee bit power mad. She starts scheming to push them all out, and as she drinks and schemes in her wacky, schemy way, she climbs to the top of News Mountain for the parade, and then proceeds to drunkenly fall off and roll onto the street, ruining her chance at hitting the big leagues. Nancy comes home and starts putting out Dale fires and realizes that she belongs at her house with her boys. I know I said Hair Today, Gone Today was a perfect episode to walk away from Nancy on, and honestly, I deserve to kick my own ass for saying that. Nancy Does Dallas is the perfect end for Nancy's character and actually shows that Nancy needs Dale. We always see her paying the bills, fixing problems, and if she's away from Dale, she's throwing it back with John Redcorn. Here we see her realizing her professional dreams and she slips up because she went mad with Power. Dale keeps her balanced. Dale is her guiding light. I don't know. The relationship isn't great, but it's theirs and it works for them. It's gotten to the point that you actually kind of cheer for Nancy, but also want to see her fail. Nancy has redeemed herself throughout the series, and this is the perfect catalyst to show that, hey, she's not perfect. She has her own problems just like anybody else. I also love how Hank gets really, antsy about what Dale is doing, because, yeah, he's always doing weird stuff, but it's a fun touch. Nancy Does Dallas is a breaking news 8 out of 10. Stephen Stanton would guest star this episode as Heck Dorland, the retired firefighter and leader of the Milton Street Group. It's 4th of July season, and Hank is gearing up to blow Milton Street away with the patriotic howl of Rainy Street celebrations. When Hank and Peggy go to church, Bobby wants to sleep in and decides to order pizza with money from his mom's purse. Hank and Peggy catch him and send him to experience Lucky's religion at a karate dojo. It's a good old Southern tent revival, just again in a dojo. Bobby repents so he is not tickled by the flames of damnation and is determined to share his new radical religious ways. Worshipping false idols? Well, we can't have that. Bobby, in a weird burst of evangelical rage, destroys the giant Uncle Sam Hank and the gang had been working on, because you should only love Jesus. Well, this starts a violent feud between Milton Street and Rainy Street until Bobby comes clean. So, couple things. 1. Lucky said he went to church at a bar, and he and Hank went drinking in the megachurch episode. Odd thing to do there. 2. This is just a paint-by-numbers Bobby episode. Bobby does thing. Bobby gets way overcorrected. Bobby learns moderation. End episode. I don't know. A feud between neighborhoods could really be something fun. They even bring back the firefighters from A Firefighting We Will Go. They put in all this extra detail, and it's honestly more boring than anything. I'll say this season, John Redcorn does a little bit of everything. Just like in this episode, he sells fireworks and Hank has to persuade him to give him the good stuff because he's not a narc. That's wonderful. There's solid comedy bits that make the episode worth watching for the first time, if only to get the memes, but otherwise, It just doesn't have any staying power. It has no revisitability. Born Again on the 4th of July is a smoldering 5 out of 10. Dee Dee drops off some of Cotton's things while Bobby wants to research about the family. Meanwhile, Dale and Bill get into a fight and break up as friends. Hank is responsible for completing Cotton's bucket list, and in doing so, he hopes that he can learn something about his dad and hopefully get some kind of closure. Con and Octavio help Dale and Bill split their possessions. Throughout the episode, you see Bobby trying to learn more about Hank, and Hank desperate to learn anything new about his dad. Peggy pushing him along every step of the way until he gets his dad's ashes and is ordered to pour the ashes down a toilet in a bar. The same toilet whose seat was warmed by the cheeks of the great General George S. Patton. However, the bar is aware of this weird ceremony and it clogs their pipes, so they stop Hank and throw him out. Hank fights for Bill and Dale to make up, and he and his gang work as a unit to pour Cotton's ashes down the toilet and flush him with pride. Hank pays without question to get the toilet fixed after their incident. Again, it's not the closure you expected, but unlike Death Picks Cotton, this closure, I don't know, it feels right. Cotton served in the trenches. He had slain 50 men. But through it all, he wasn't alone. He had his men, his brothers in arms that were running into the same gunfire he was. He was horrible to his family, but the respect forged between him and his friends was unwavering. And to see Hank see the importance of his friends is honestly good enough. These guys grew up together. They've been through everything together. And to see them all unite one more time to send Cotton off the way he admittedly does deserve is touching. Again, the season is all about closure, and this episode is a perfect example of that. The jokes are sharp, the character work is great, and I know I haven't said much about it really at all through the entire series, but it needs to be said. Mike Judge does a great job as Hank Hill. It's like saying Seth MacFarlane does a pretty good Peter Griffin, I know, but Hank wouldn't be who he is without Mike Judge. His cadence, his inflection, he was able to bring a character to life like no one else could, and I don't know, this episode really showcases that. Serves me right for giving General George S. Patton the bathroom key as a hard-fought 10 out of 10. It's baseball season again, and Hank is too embarrassed to have Bobby sign up for the local league, so he signs him up for a brand new one. Bill also finds a purpose at the new grounds and starts helping organize games and manage the park. Hank tries to temper the coach's expectations, and the coach just thinks Hank doesn't believe in his son. But the coach absolutely does. Bobby is going to be a star. The coach sees potential in all his players. Hank continuously gets shamed as Bobby starts to show incremental improvement that Hank misses while trying to help out on the grounds to earn privileges back. Oh, and then when he's playing catcher after sneaking away, he cold cocks a kid and gets banned. He still sneaks in to see Bobby play, and when Bobby starts to slip up and the team starts to exploit it, the coach refuses to pull him until Hank sneaks over and yanks Bobby out of there to save him from the embarrassment. It's very much a commentary on the argument between playing to win and playing to have fun. Bobby isn't good. He can try, he can grow, but sports just aren't his speed, and that's okay. Now granted, Hank didn't have to sign him up for anything, he chose to. The coach believes that Bobby can do incredible things and inflates his ego thinking he can live up to that, while Hank tries to keep Bobby realistic. He doesn't want his son's wax wings to melt flying too close to the sun. There's a special kind of love in Hank pulling Bobby before he can get embarrassed in front of everyone. Hank doesn't think his son's a failure or anything, he just knows he's not good at baseball and that's okay. Bill got a position of power and the power went straight to his head. The sun rises, the moon sets. 2 + 2 = 4. It's paint by numbers. If you've never seen it, watch it once, it's fine. Bad News Bill feels like it was made by a skeleton crew and just feels off. It's hard to explain. It's one step off of being a really solid episode. Bad News Bill is a pop fly 6 out of 10. At church, Luann uses the manger babies to calm Gracie down and inadvertently calms all the babies down. She becomes determined to take the manger babies to the next level. John Redcorn recruits her to his children's entertainment empire and she starts taking off in popularity. Meanwhile, her climb inspires Dale to finally hammer out the final details to his kids' book he's been working on, The Magic Bullet, about a mom gun looking for her baby bullet. Yeah, that tracks. Luann keeps doing the manger babies and they quickly lose hype. So to try and get her audience back, she adds in a Bratz doll and makes her act way edgier, even stealing the plot behind Dale's book to use for her puppets. Dale freaks out and throws Luann's puppets into the washer and destroys them as vengeance. Luann goes back to focusing all her attention on Gracie as she's reunited with Gurgle Gurgle, the octopus, and her daughter has her first 8-armed friend. This episode just is not it. It doesn't need to exist. It's there to just destroy the manger babies and move on. Like, I didn't love the manger babies, I would even say I hated them, but this was just an unnecessary episode. If it worked out for Luann, that's great, and it gives her a way to be creative while supporting her family. But it didn't, and they make a point of guaranteeing it could never happen again. Manger Baby Einstein just doesn't do anything. It spins its wheels for one last Luann episode and drops the ball every way it can. It's probably the only episode I don't have to think twice about saying you should skip it. It is nice to see Lucky with Gracie, but Your viewing experience is better if you don't even know this episode exists. Manger Baby Einstein is a conclusive 2 out of 10. Boomhauer does a house swap with a Canadian family and goes to Canada to find himself. Hank and the gang miss their buddy desperately and even get a beer cooler to set up an outside bar. Eventually they meet their new Canadian neighbors, Gordon and Maureen, and they're the most passive-aggressive syrup drinkers you ever did see. I know it's rambling, but it's the last season. It's my video, and I don't care. This episode is about Canadians moving in across the street from Hank. Gordon is played by David Herman doing a Canadian accent that sometimes slips into Irish and a little Russian, and it's just not maintainable. My problem with that is simple. King of the Hill has had a frequent guest star since as far back as season 3. Second City legend and strange brew aficionado, David Thomas. The only people more Canadian than Dave Thomas are like Wayne Gretzky and Wolverine. Get him to play the Canadian dad. Let him hoser it up. Instead, we get a Canadian that borders on Dracula half the time. I don't know. Seems like a whiff of a ball right over the plate. It should have been a home run. The episode had the elements to succeed, but it's just Hank in the neighborhood fighting with the Canadians. That's literally it. The resolution is, we get along because it's better than the Canadian being stuck in prison. Okay. Boomhauer meets Suzette and they fall for each other. That's nice. Doesn't do anything beyond that, but sure. Uh-oh, Canada feels like they lost a bet and had to write just the most nonsense episode of King of the Hill imaginable. Who is this for? Ha, that'll show those Canadians what? They just fight, and the writing never elevates their banter beyond, I know you are, but what am I? Enjoy 22 minutes of that. Enjoy 22 minutes of being poked in the rib and being reminded that this episode exists. Uh-oh, Canada is a 2 out of 10, and I think you should let that one marinate. I don't want to talk about this episode. I really don't. I just feel like I sold y'all a lemon. I'm over here saying, oh, best episode of the show. Oh, this season has so much closure. And then you get an episode like The Boy Can't Help It. I got nothing for you, gang. Bobby needs a date and runs into a group of girls in advanced placement who think Bobby is super cute. He thinks he's dating 3 girls. They think he's cute like a pet. That's it. That's everything you need to know. Oh, you want the B story? Hank and the gang build a new deluxe mega shopping cart for the local homeless guy to give him form and function in his wheeled storage unit. Bobby gets used for entertainment by smart girls, and Hank builds a mega cart. Neither of these ideas has enough meat to carry an episode, and I remember watching this episode just numb. The jokes are flat. It's one of the weakest Bobby episodes of all time, and it just feels like, and they call it Bobby Love without the satisfying conclusion. An almost identical build-up, just 3 girls instead of 1, and then the whole thing just, oops, falls apart. I can't even tell you what Hank is upset about. That Bobby is being emasculated by the girls since they do everything? I guess? He's married to Peggy. What? The Boy Can't Help It is a perfectly skippable and not worth talking about 2 out of 10. Alright, so we're gonna do these a little out of order. We're gonna go on some uncharted territory here. I promise this will make sense in the long run. It's alright, we're almost done. Finish strong. Hank calls his mom Tilly, who funnily enough in her last episode will be played by returning great Beth Grant. Tilly tells Hank she broke up with Gary weeks ago because he was snooping and found out about her affair with Chuck Garrison, her new fiancé, played by William Devane, a famed legend of screen and cinema. Already off to a great start. Hank is understandably suspicious of Chuck when they go to visit Tilly for the wedding, but he seems genuinely nice and like a great guy for Tilly. And when they're least expecting it, the newlyweds peel down Rainy Street in an RV. Chuck beyond stressed by the new purchase. Turns out Tilly is a bit of a rebel who likes living life on the edge. Chuck is tired of her acting out, and Hank realizes it wasn't Chuck that was the problem as Tilly drives off in the RV. It was his own mom. And now Hank and the gang have to hunt her down. As they look for Tilly, Hank and Chuck bond, and by the end, Tilly and Chuck are heading to the Mark Twain Festival, towing Hank's truck behind their RV while he's left in the rain watching them drive off with his ride because they forgot to unhitch it. I'd say classic Tilly, but we've only seen her like 6 times. I get that they probably couldn't get Carl Reiner back to play Gary, but man, talk about an unceremonious write-off. Man got kicked off the balcony and swept under 10,000 rugs. Chuck is fine. I guess knowing there's only like 4 episodes after this makes all this inconsequential. It's the first of the never aired on Fox episodes, and it's perfectly okay. It's funny that one of the last episodes is a Tilly episode of all things, but hey, I don't hate it. It gives her personality, and it's great seeing Beth Grant take her for one last spin. The Honeymooners is a sun-setting 7 out of 10. Bill decides that he wants a roommate so that he can get into wacky adventures. Bobby and Joseph hear about legends at the school and decide to come back at night to investigate to see if it's actually haunted, and when they hear rattling, they decide to check in and sneak around until they find the diabolical supernatural source, Principal Moss. Principal Moss has been living in the school and needs a place to stay, so Hank tells Bill he's got that roommate he always wanted, and wacky hijinks ensue. A former Playboy buddy moves in. Principal Moss has no respect for Bill's stuff and will happily treat him like trash. A black market munition salesman named Yuri moves into a U.S. Army officer's house. I'm sure that won't sound any alarms. And as Bill loses control of his house to his nightmare roommates, he has Octavio and Octavio's brothers move in so he has a majority vote and eventually scares Moss and the rest of them away. Okay. Where No Bobby Left Behind is the best Principal Moss episode, this is arguably the worst. Moss just doesn't work for this idea, and the episode just feels like they didn't know how to wrap it or add anything in. I have to wonder if they got to pick which episodes aired and which ones didn't, because if they did, gonna be honest, I get why this one didn't. This one is not it. Bill Gathers Moss is skippable other than being able to say you saw the episodes that never aired on Fox. Do it once so you can say you did and then skip it and never look back. Bill Gathers Moss is one odd couple of a 2 out of 10. Min and Connie are going back home to Laos to visit, leaving Con on his own. Min asks Hank to look after Con and make sure that he gets his medication and does everything right. Con has manic bipolar disorder. However, while they're at the grocery, Hank tells Con he doesn't need his prescription if all it does is balance him out, and that he'll be just fine. Con also agrees to build a giant super grill for Strickland Propane and gets to work with a manic energy. Just absolutely shredding through progress, and then he crashes hard because, yeah, that's what happened. And coach-esque violent therapy to no avail because, fun fact, mental issues sometimes need medication to help. Hank works to get Con his meds and tries to get him to balance out, but thankfully he has one last big burst of manic energy to finish the grill project and deliver on his promise. The B story has Bobby finding a Ray J comedy album and listening to it over and over, trying to get why it's funny. No one can explain to him why it's funny, it just is. If you can explain to me why it's funny, please, I'm begging you, comment below. I need to know. I have seen this episode easily over 15 times, and I cannot tell you why what he's saying is funny. Which I feel like that's the joke, and the fact that I'm tossing and turning trying to decipher this nonsense makes me the ultimate clown. Just Another Manic Con Day is a solid Con episode that gives us more info on everyone's favorite systems analyst. It's a good send-off for Con, and it's great to see him working with Hank and having a camaraderie they wouldn't have had back in Season 1. They're real neighbors now, but more importantly, real true friends. I will say I'm a little upset we didn't get a final adventure for Min, but more importantly, Connie. She hasn't had anything to do and just sort of gets pushed out, and it's not right. Just Another Manic Con Day is a chaotic energy-powered 8 out of 10. Why? Skip this episode. Let Nancy Does Dallas give you the perfect wrap-up on House Gribble. Joseph has a girlfriend, Lori, who wants to take things further. They get caught making out by Principal Moss while Bobby tried to guard the door and Dale tries to give Joseph the talk. But when he can't, he goes online and takes a test that tells him that he has dementia. So he checks himself into a mental institution led by Mike Patel, played by special guest star Asif Mandivi. Nancy is doing something. I don't care. No, she gets into this feud with Miguel Hernandez, who the show can't even figure out if he's coming or going. Some seasons he's at the disc, some seasons he isn't. No rhyme or reason. It never mattered. She starts trying to one-up Miguel's stories and eventually uses Dale to raise dementia awareness. Dale has to act crazy so that Mike will send him to a proper mental hospital where he can get the care he needs, and he goes to the state-run mental hospital and is still there as the episode ends. Why? You keep going with the Gribbles for this? This was worth it? I'm tired, viewers, so tired. We have just one more episode left in the entire show. This season really could have been 20 episodes and been fine. Just Another Manic Con Day is the strongest of the 4 unreleased episodes, and I personally would say When Joseph Met Lori and Made Out is easily the worst. Bill Gathers Moss being a close third. It doesn't wrap Joseph's story and actively takes the focus away from him. Nancy is being petty and nonsensical, and Dale is, Dale at almost his worst. And I think the worst problem is Joseph never really gets any proper time in the spotlight. It's like they knew to just keep him away from it. It's kind of disappointing. Like, we know who Connie is, we know who Bobby is. We never really get to see Joseph just be Joseph. The episode is nothing worth watching. When Joseph Met Lori and Made Out is a painful, burning sensation of a 1 out of 10. And here we are, the series finale. I want to talk about the unreleased episodes first because, this is it. This, at the time of writing this script, is the last episode of King of the Hill, and would be for 15 years. Bobby and Hank go out to an awkward dinner, and Bobby points out that there's something wrong with their steak. Hank tries to chide him to not say anything, but sure enough, Bobby was right. Bobby is a meat aficionado, in no small part thanks to Hank teaching him via in utero meat studies. He attracts the coach of the Heimlich County University meat examination team, who invites the child to join his college team. And yeah, Bobby has to train to compete in the cutthroat world of meat examination. Funnily enough, Duff Goldman, the ace of cakes himself, would guest star. A guest star that is almost as shocking as Guy Fieri in The Great North. The Great North! Someone's watching it. The team is vicious, and if you make one wrong move, they will harass you for it and talk down to you. Bobby screws up and they lose their faith in him. He wants to run away, but Hank convinces him to keep fighting, so he gets ready for the next big event. And as the bus is being taken to the venue, the rival school steals the bus and drives it off so the team can't compete. But Bobby wasn't on the bus, so he has to compete solo and represent the entire team and hope that he doesn't mess up. And without his teammates judging his every little action, he actually does really, really well and manages to get them to the finals when his teammates arrive and try and push him out. But Hank encourages him and he fights back and stands up for himself, believing that he's right, and he is. They win. And yet that's not the point of the episode. It's fine and all in a perfectly decent Bobby episode. But after that, after all of that, Bobby is grilling steaks with his dad. His dad that had supported him throughout this entire episode. His dad that is so proud of him. This is where we end. This is where their relationship stands at the end of the series. The neighborhood smells those propane-cooked, glistening masterpieces, and slowly but surely, everyone heads to Hill House. Boomhauer's wallet opens up and shows a Texas Ranger badge, which either it's fake and he's impersonating a cop, which is a crime, or it's real, and if you think back on everything, it doesn't necessarily fit, but who cares? It's fun enough. Everyone sits down to eat the meat that this father and son duo have cooked together. They say yep, and the episode pans up to the water tower and fades away. If you have to end a series, to sirloin with love is how you do it. Unlike Lucky's wedding suit, the main story is actually engaging and gives you something to play off of. Bobby has a talent for something that Hank is actually fascinated by, and Hank nurtures it. It's just a good father-son adventure that cements that from episode 1 to now, Hank has always loved his boy. He has always loved his friends, his wife, his community. To Sirloin with Love is as close to a perfect finale as you're ever going to get, and it feels refreshing and cleansing in a way as the screen fades one last time in an homage to the first episode. To Sirloin with Love is a USDA A5 Wagyu 10 out of 10. Well, there we have it. That's season 13, and with it, the end of the original run of King of the Hill. Obviously, at the time of writing this, the new series is in active development, but with several main cast members no longer with us, it may be King of the Hill, but it will never truly be the same. Season 13 was a huge toss-up where you got some of the best episodes of the show and some of the most middling things you've ever been forced to sit through. King of the Hill has had a bumpy road, but no one can ignore the impact it had. Season 13 was a season all about going out on a high note. And so I'll ask just one last time. What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? Let me know in the comments below. And if you like what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. And that's it, gang. That was the original run of King of the Hill. For 12 years, King of the Hill was a staple of the media landscape and was a safe haven for many a viewer. Honestly, the reason the series is still so big today is probably a mix of nostalgia and security. King of the Hill is always King of the Hill. Family Guy, Simpsons, even American Dad have had dramatic transformations through the years, but sometimes you just need to take a trip down to Arlen and find yourself again. King of the Hill would be canceled in its 13th season to make way for, and this is true, The Cleveland Show, which is really, really funny. So remember Honeymooners, when Tilly reveals she was sleeping around on Gary and he's just never seen again? Well, Carl Reiner, the voice of Gary, would actually write one episode of The Cleveland Show. So he got his own little form of revenge, I guess. Will I review The Cleveland Show? Man, there's got to be a lot of interest before I open that can of worms. King of the Hill appealed to down-home Americana and saw international acclaim for its down-to-earth adventures. It appealed to a broad audience and was celebrated as a benchmark of adult animation. It tackled all kinds of cultural commentary while still being respectful for the most part and never outright ostracizing anyone but the Canadians. And they're Canadian. They can take it. King of the Hill will always be within the fabric of American media. Its impact is still felt to this day, and there's been more than a few attempts to recapture the lightning in a bottle that was King of the Hill. And that was in no small part thanks to the incredible people that wrote, directed, animated, and voiced the show. The voice actors poured their hearts out for 12 years and made something truly magical. The talents that brought this series to life, like Brittany Murphy, Johnny Hardwick, Tom Petty, Dennis Berkeley, and Henry Gibson, will forever be missed, and I honestly don't know how the series would be able to go on without them. King of the Hill was a huge part of my, and if you've gotten this far into this video, probably your childhood. It taught me life lessons, introduced me to bands and actors I'd never heard of, and helped shape me into the person I am today. It was a show I'd watch every week with my dad, and was even the last thing we watched together before he passed. That's why media criticism is so important. It allows us to look at the series that shaped who we are, to see why they left such a cultural impact. And looking back at King of the Hill, it isn't hard to see why. It was forward-thinking while still having very muted conservative values. It was creative and animated while bringing human conflict and down-to-earth narratives that don't involve time travel or giant chickens or aliens running for president. King of the Hill is human. It teaches us the importance of our community, of our family, both blood and found, much like Venture Brothers, of our friends. Over 13 seasons, we saw Little Porktown come to life and vibrantly shine, and by the end of To Sirloin with Love, you feel like everything is okay. Now, this would be the point where I would have some extra flair, but unfortunately, it would put us over the 12-hour timestamp. So unfortunately, I am going to have to hold off, but I will tell you, this is not the end of King of the Hill content. I actually plan on looking at 2 series in particular that tried to capture the energy of King of the Hill and see if they succeeded. So make sure to keep an eye out for The Good and the Blessed. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been a huge undertaking, and I adore each and every one of you that has made it this far because it shows that this work means something. If you would, please take a moment to tell your friends, share this, get it out there, but know that I appreciate each and every one of you, and know that I am proud of you for all of your accomplishments. Keep fighting that good fight. And I'll see you all in our next big project when we look at everyone's favorite super spy with a drinking problem as we do a deep dive into the wonderful world of Archer. Goodbye, everybody, and I'll see you next time.